Chapter 1. Reborn as the 6-meter king of the saltwater crocodiles. Mid-April. At this moment, in a super-large crocodile farm, there are over 500 saltwater crocodiles, each 3 to 4 meters long. These crocodiles are either lurking in the water or basking in the sun on the shore. In the center of the pond, there is a flat, giant rock on which lies a large saltwater crocodile measuring over 6 meters long. It is the king of the saltwater crocodiles in the farm. Moreover, when this king is sunbathing, its indifferent pupils seem to possess wisdom, as if contemplating life. Wang Yan has been reborn as a crocodile for nearly half a month. He has gradually adapted to the life of a crocodile. In fact, he finds being a crocodile quite good. When the apocalypse comes in half a month, his identity as a crocodile will allow him to live longer and take revenge. In his previous life, Wang Yan's life should have been very happy. His father was very successful in business, but unfortunately, when he was still young, his parents mysteriously disappeared. When he was a child, his uncle Lu Yang's family seized all the assets left by his parents, and Wang Yan, living under someone else's roof, started a nightmare life. After graduating from middle school, he was forced by Lu Yang to work to support their family expenses to squeeze out his value. When he just turned 18, Lu Yang took out a loan of nearly $1 million using his ID, only letting him go after he had completely lost his value. This is also why he delivered takeout every day. When the apocalypse came, Wang Yan, living near Lu Yang's home, planned to see if Lu Yang's family was dead. If not, he would conveniently send them on their way. However, he despairingly discovered that the heavens were blind, allowing his cousin Lu Bang to awaken powerful thunder abilities. In the end, unable to take revenge, Wang Yan fell into the hands of Lu Yang's family, searching for supplies every day while starving and being tightly bound at night. Until Lu Yang's family prepared to escape to the countryside, he learned a cruel truth. Just before his death, his parents had long been killed by them in collusion with the owner of the Zhang's crocodile farm, dying in the bellies of the crocodiles. Then Lu Bang broke his legs and threw him into a horde of zombies. After death, when he opened his eyes again, he found himself reborn as the king of saltwater crocodiles in the Zhang's crocodile farm, filling Wang Yan with endless hatred every day. Since he was reborn, this time he would make Lu Yang's family suffer more than death, and he would not spare the owner of the Zhang's crocodile farm either. Moreover, this time, as the king of saltwater crocodiles, he is confident he can take revenge, because the apocalypse not only turned humans into zombies, but animals also became zombie beasts, and only a small portion of mutated animals came from humans. Among them, after humans successfully resisted the virus, in addition to enhanced physical qualities, only a very few gained special abilities, known as ability users. On the other hand, after animals mutated, they became extraordinarily powerful, not only growing in size, but also gaining various incredible abilities, referred to as mutated beasts. Therefore, after the apocalypse broke out, these mutated beasts became the true overlords, their strength surpassing both zombies and zombie beasts, and they can evolve and grow stronger, rendering the zombie virus completely ineffective against them. Many even say that the apocalypse is a disaster for humans, but for these mutated beasts, it is a great opportunity. Because mutated beasts are nearly perfect, they possess terrifyingly powerful physiques and strengths, can hunt high-level zombies and zombie beasts to grow stronger, and also have high intelligence, likely to dominate the earth in the future. Oh, my dear uncle, your family's lives are truly tough. The apocalypse didn't take you pests away, so let me send you on your way. Just as Wang Yan was murmuring to himself, the voice of the system suddenly rang out. Ding! The devouring evolution to God system has been successfully bound. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained an information panel. Would you like to view it? Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a newbie gift pack. Would you like to open it? Tip: the host can communicate with the system by silently thinking. Confirming it was the system's voice, Wang Yan instantly became excited. His golden ring had finally arrived. In the next moment, Wang Yan silently thought, "System, show me the information page." As soon as he finished speaking, a virtual page appeared before his eyes. Host: Wang Yan. Species: saltwater crocodile. Lifespan: 2,598 years. Realm: none. Size: 6.5 meters long, 1.7 tons. Bite force of 5 tons. Speed of 5 kilometers per hour. Ability: none. Evolution points: 010,000 can be obtained by devouring organisms, or rare treasures evolution points can be used to enhance realm strength. Backpack, Newbie Gift Pack. After reading the information page, Wang Yan asked in confusion, "System, are evolution points used to enhance strength?" The next moment, the system's voice responded, "Yes. The host can obtain evolution points by devouring prey to rapidly enhance their realm. As the realm increases, size and strength will also rise dramatically." Upon hearing this, Wang Yan suddenly understood, then happily thought, "System, please open the Newbie Gift Pack for me." As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice rang out again. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully opened the Newbie Gift Pack. Congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained the ability. Stomach of devouring, anything you can swallow can be digested within 1 minute. Congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained the ability. Energy cycle, as long as there is energy in your body, you can resist environmental damage and ignore any harsh environments, such as not needing oxygen, etc." After hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan was completely stunned. Starting off with 2 powerful abilities. Would his revenge still be far away? As long as he waits for the apocalypse to come, with 2 abilities, he is even more confident in taking revenge. Just as Wang Yan was secretly excited, the system's voice rang out again. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a growth selection task. Task 1. Please devour 100 crocodiles from the farm within a month. Task reward, 50,000 evolution points. Task 2. Please devour all the crocodiles from the farm within a month. Task reward, 50,000 evolution points. Bronze random treasure chest X 1 node. Anything may come out of it." After hearing this, Wang Yan laughed. Was there even choice? In the next moment, he silently thought, "System, I choose task 2. As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice echoed, "Ding! Wish the host a successful completion of the task to receive rewards." With the system's voice fading away, he who had just gained abilities felt eager to try. Now, stimulated by the task rewards, his enthusiasm was even higher. Then he instinctively glanced at the crocodile farm, and his hostility intensified. In the past, he didn't have such strong hostility, mainly due to his limited strength. He didn't dare to act rashly before the apocalypse. But now, having abilities, it's different. Moreover, as long as he devours all the crocodiles in the farm, his size and strength would definitely surge again, potentially turning him into a gigantic creature. This might also be the reason for his heightened hostility. The saying, "with a weapon in hand, the killing intent arises," perfectly describes his current state. Additionally, killing these crocodiles would also count as revenge for his parents, as some of these crocodiles might have eaten his parents. Even if not, living in the Zhang's crocodile farm makes these crocodiles guilty. Of course, there is another very important reason. In the apocalypse, the evolution speed of ability beasts is very fast, while the movement speed of crocodiles is extremely slow. Thus, with the system, he must work hard to develop, otherwise, he might not be able to compete with those fast-evolving, mutated beasts in the apocalypse. Right now, eating all the crocodiles in the breeding farm and storing them as evolution points that can be converted into strength at any time is a good choice. Chapter 2. System Task. Eat all the crocodiles in the breeding farm? With this thought, Wang Yan's heart began to stir. At that moment, the gate of the crocodile breeding farm opened, and a wooling small flatbed truck drove in, carrying 2 employees from the farm and several pieces of prepared pork. In an instant, the crocodiles in the breeding farm seemed to smell the blood and quickly gathered towards the gate. Seeing this scene, Wang Yan's eyes lit up, and driven by his desire to eat, he twisted his massive body and entered the water, swiftly heading towards the entrance of the farm. While also wanting to test the ratio of evolution points to biological flesh.as for hunting the crocodiles in the breeding farm, he decided to wait until after dark. After all, these crocodiles couldn't run away. Soon, Wang Yan arrived at the riverbank. With his appearance, the once crowded crocodiles scattered in panic, because this crocodile, which had been in the breeding farm for 3 years, was undoubtedly the king of the crocodiles. Upon reaching under the truck, Wang Yan looked up at the pieces of pork on the truck, waiting for the feeders to quickly push the meat down. With Wang Yan's appearance, the 2 feeding employees became uneasy, and they didn't dare to hit him with their shovels. If they angered this giant creature, they would be in danger. Quickly, they pushed several pieces of pork off the truck and then moved far away, looking at the giant creature with fear. The next moment, Wang Yan opened his massive jaws and began to tear and chew, confirming that the piece of pork wouldn't get stuck in his throat before quickly swallowing it. At the same time, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully devoured a 75-kilogram piece of pork. Successfully obtained 75 evolution points. 1 kilogram of meat converts to 1 evolution point. Hearing the voice of the system in his mind, Wang Yan was a bit surprised. According to this ratio, gaining evolution points wasn't too difficult. At this moment, the young new employee exclaimed in shock. Oh my God! Swallowed directly 150 pounds of pork? Truly worthy of being their boss's pet. This appetite was terrifying. If the prey were them, this giant crocodile probably wouldn't even need to chew, right? At this moment, as Wang Yan ate, the other crocodiles looked on from a distance, patiently waiting for their king to finish eating and leave. But what broke the hearts of all the crocodiles was that the king picked up another piece of pork, chewed it a couple of times, and swallowed it again. Under the astonished gaze of the two employees, he finished off 6 pieces of pork in no time, and only then did Wang Yan, feeling unsatisfied, rise up and crawl towards the pond. Wow, that's almost 1,000 pounds of meat, the young employee said in disbelief. Hearing this, the middle-aged employee smiled wryly and said, "You just got here and don't know. This guy has eaten up to a ton of meat in one sitting. Such a giant can only be afforded by the rich. Ordinary people can't keep one. Don't underestimate the cost of sick pigs, even if it drops to $1 or $2 a pound. The meat he just ate is close to $2,000, and he's probably still half full." After hearing this, the young employee nodded in shock. Then the middle-aged employee continued smilingly. "This guy is very rare among the saltwater crocodiles. His mouth is wider than his body. Someone once spent $1 million to buy it, but our boss said he wouldn't sell it for less than $5 million. While the two chatted, the small flatbed truck quickly left the breeding farm, only to return a few minutes later with another load of food to feed the crocodiles. Additionally, the gates of 2 other breeding farms also opened, and there were several small flatbed trucks bringing food to feed the crocodiles with a variety of food items. While the farm employees fed the crocodiles, Wang Yan lay on a giant rock in the center of the pond basking in the sun, not in a hurry to start a killing spree. After all the crocodiles in the breeding farm would be his prey by nightfall. Moreover, a 3 to 4 meter long saltwater crocodile weighs about 400 to 800 kilograms. But how many crocodiles are in the breeding farm right now? There are a full 500 saltwater crocodiles that are 3 to 4 meters long. Assuming the average weight of saltwater crocodile is 600 kilograms, it could bring him 600 evolution points, so 500 heads would be 300,000 evolution points. Such a massive amount of evolution points would allow him to drastically increase his strength, and even after consuming all the accumulated evolution points from the saltwater crocodiles, he estimated he could evolve into a super giant. By then, combined with his abilities, killing Liu Yang's family and the owner of the crocodile breeding farm would be much easier. With this thought, Wang Yan felt very pleased. He even began to look forward to the apocalypse arriving soon. Before long, several hours hurriedly passed. After dark, in a villa not far from the crocodile breeding farm, Zhang Biao leaned on the sofa with a serious expression, perplexed. Why has the price of food risen? Why did Dongwu refuse to export food? This is too abnormal. Rice prices are rising, vegetable prices are rising, and meat prices are also rising. In this difficult employment environment of economic depression, skyrocketing prices are not good for any country. Moreover, recently, reports of animal attacks around the world seem to be increasing. After pondering for a moment, he decided to stockpile some supplies in case another wave of mass demand comes. He would profit without loss. At this time, as the night grew quiet, the slaughter at the crocodile breeding farm was quietly underway. Since he digested his prey within a minute of swallowing it, Wang Yan's speed in killing the saltwater crocodiles was extremely fast. Perhaps his slaughter was too frenzied, causing many crocodiles to flee to the shore in fear. But unfortunately, by the later half of the night, Wang Yan came ashore again to kill. With the advantage of his abilities and size, killing these saltwater crocodiles was easier than killing chickens. But when dawn broke, Wang Yan found that he had only killed 100 crocodiles, which forced him to continue his hunting and slaughter. However, due to the daylight, any movement at the breeding farm would alert the employees guarding it. When Old Wu rushed over after hearing the commotion, the scene at the breeding farm left him dumbfounded. The crocodile king seemed to be going mad, slaughtering the crocodiles in the breeding farm and then viciously eating them. 1, 2, 3. After Wang Yan had eaten another 10 crocodiles, Old Wu finally reacted and exclaimed in horror. How is this possible? How could it eat 10 crocodiles? This is unscientific. Why isn't its belly swollen? Has this crocodile king mutated? Old Wu, dumbfounded, couldn't understand why the saltwater crocodile king, having eaten so many crocodiles, showed no signs of being stuffed. In panic, he hurriedly called the big boss, Zhang Biao. Boss, it's bad. The saltwater crocodile king has turned into a monster. It has already eaten 10 saltwater crocodiles. You say the bully has eaten 10 saltwater crocodiles? Do you know how heavy 10 saltwater crocodiles are? At least 5 to 6 tons. Old Wu, are you confused from sleep? Old Wu broke down. Boss, it's true. If you don't believe it, come see for yourself. Chapter 3. Complete the task with Zhang Biao. Gain the new ability, Iron Body. Not long after hanging up the phone, Zhang Biao arrived at the crocodile breeding farm. Upon seeing Old Wu's terrified and dazed expression, Zhang Biao quickly turned his head to look. He then saw the once docile bully, the evil tyrant, viciously gnawing on a saltwater crocodile, with blood splattered all over the breeding farm, and the blood on the ground still hadn't dried. For a moment, Zhang Biao was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Connecting this with the recent news of frequent animal attacks, he vaguely felt that these events must be related. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Biao mustered his courage and shouted, "Evil tyrant." Upon hearing this, the murderous Wang Yan looked up at Zhang Biao. Having inherited the memories of the saltwater crocodile, he naturally recognized Zhang Biao. He knew that the other party was the owner of the Zhang's crocodile breeding farm. Although they had never met before, they had a deep-seated enmity. In an instant, Wang Yan's gaze toward Zhang Biao turned fierce. If he could, he would rush over and kill him right now. Of course, Wang Yan also knew that the other party would never approach him easily. Therefore, if he truly wanted to kill Zhang Biao, he would need an opportunity. With this thought, Wang Yan's eyes gradually cleared, and he merely glanced coldly at Zhang Biao. At the same time, standing outside the crocodile breeding farm, Zhang Biao felt an inexplicable chill in his heart, especially when the evil tyrant's blood-red gaze turned toward him. He even felt a shiver run down his spine, and goosebumps covered his body. Fortunately, at this moment, the evil tyrant finally withdrew his fierce gaze. This made Zhang Biao breathe a sigh of relief, subconsciously thinking it was an illusion. How could a crocodile's gaze possess such strong, killing intent? At the same time, Wang Yan suddenly thought of a horrifying matter. Since he had been reborn as a saltwater crocodile, did Wang Yan still exist? Just then, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a mandatory task. Task details. Please eat your human self, Wang Yan. Task time. Before human Wang Yan dies. Task reward. Ability. Telepathy. Note. When the host uses this ability, they can communicate normally with any intelligent creature. Upon hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan couldn't help but feel excited. Although this ability wasn't combat-related, it was immensely beneficial to him. Even though he was now a crocodile, he couldn't even communicate normally with other crocodiles, as they mostly communicated clumsily through body movements. If he couldn't speak and communicate, no matter how powerful he became, he would feel lonely. What was the point of mindlessly killing and evolving every day? Moreover, if he couldn't speak, how could he feel satisfied when he tortured Zhang Biao or avenged Liu Yang's family? With this in mind, Wang Yan began to ponder how to kill Wang Yan. This task of killing himself felt quite awkward in his heart, but he was curious about what state he was currently in. If he was in a normal state, it would be quite difficult to kill Wang Yan. Did he not understand himself better than others? Given his current speed, he could never catch up to the young and vigorous Wang Yan. Before his rebirth, he had been a delivery guy and even earned the honor of being the best deliverman, with a physical quality much better than that of an ordinary person. At this moment, Wang Yan immediately realized that relying on himself to complete the task was probably not feasible. He had to seek help from others. With this thought, he looked towards Zhang Biao not far away, intending to use this guy first before killing him. With this thought, Wang Yan awkwardly made a waving gesture, which stunned both Zhang Biao and Old Wu. Zhang Biao's eyes widened as he looked at Wang Yan in disbelief. Evil tyrant, can you understand me? Wang Yan slightly nodded and then awkwardly waved his claw at Zhang Biao. After seeing this, Zhang Biao felt a chill run down his spine. Old Wu was so scared that he trembled all over and stuttered, "Old boss, the evil tyrant won't turn into a monster, will it?" "Shut up." Zhang Biao shivered and interrupted coldly. "Do I need you to remind me? I'm not blind." For a moment, Zhang Biao suppressed his fear and asked tremblingly, "Evil tyrant, you won't eat me, will you?" Wang Yan felt somewhat speechless upon hearing this. Although he wanted to eat Zhang Biao, it was certainly not now. He shook his massive crocodile head, and after communicating, Zhang Biao cautiously approached the breeding farm wall near Wang Yan, but was unwilling to get any closer. After all, Zhang Biao was genuinely afraid that Wang Yan would eat him. Despite his boldness as a former gangster, he only bullied ordinary people. Facing Zhang Biao's caution, Wang Yan felt quite speechless, but also understood the other's fear, as he indeed wanted to eat him. The next moment, he extended his claw and used the still wet blood on the ground to write a string of words on a clean patch of ground. Wang Yan lives in the district. Originally from a noble province, his profession is a deliver man. Bring him here. Seeing this, Zhang Biao suddenly understood and directly nodded in agreement. This small request was very simple for him. Before leaving, Zhang Biao couldn't help but ask, "Is there going to be a major event in the future?" In response, Wang Yan simply wrote another string of words on the ground with his claw, dipping it in the blood. "In the future, there will be an outbreak of apocalypse. But I will protect you. Quickly help me find Wang Yan. After finding Wang Yan, I will tell you the specific information about the coming apocalypse." After reading this bloody message, Zhang Biao felt his scalp tingle and his back chill. But facing the information revealed by the transformed monster, evil tyrant, he dare not doubt it. With this in mind, Zhang Biao nodded in promise. "Okay, I will definitely help you find Wang Yan." Afterward, Zhang Biao left heavily with old Wu. Watching Zhang Biao's departing figure, Wang Yan couldn't help but sneer internally. "You lucky dog, I'll let you live a few more days." The next moment, Wang Yan continued to focus on slaughtering the crocodiles in the breeding farm. A few days later, the large crocodile breeding farm had no more saltwater crocodiles. Compared to a few days ago, the breeding farm had undergone a tremendous transformation. The air was filled with a strong, bloody smell, and even the pond water had turned light red. He hadn't expected it would take so long to eat over 500 crocodiles. At this moment, Wang Yan, lazily lying on a large rock, couldn't help but feel emotional. Although it had been very exhausting eating crocodiles these days, his gains were also substantial. A full 310,000 evolution points, enough for him to evolve several times at once. Just then, the system's voice sounded. "Ding. Congratulations, host. Task completed successfully. You have successfully received a random bronze treasure chest." "Ding. Does the host want to open the bronze treasure chest to obtain rewards?" Upon hearing this, Wang Yan was momentarily stunned. Then he excitedly said, "Open it." As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice followed. "Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully opened the random bronze treasure chest." "Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained a platinum membership card for the Imperial Luxury Bathhouse." "Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained a small apartment in the second ring of the capital city." "Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained the ability Iron Body as long as you want. You can completely turn your body into a steel state, and when sensing danger, your body will automatically enter a steel body defense state." After hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that this one random bronze treasure chest would yield 3 items. Although the first 2 items were useless to him, the ability was useful. This was the Iron Body, turning his whole body into steel. An incredibly powerful ability. With this ability, his revenge was basically secured. With this thought, Wang Yan felt very happy. At the same time, Wang Yan also understood the importance of the treasure chest. The system really wasn't exaggerating. Anything could potentially be unlocked. In a cheerful mood, Wang Yan was preparing to dive into the water to begin enhancing his realm. At that moment, the sound of a car outside the breeding farm made him stop his actions. The next moment, the gate of the breeding farm was opened, and a Land Rover drove in. Zhang Biao got out of the car, accompanied by a familiar young man. However, as soon as the two of them got out of the car, they almost vomited. The bloody smell of the breeding farm was so strong that it was nauseating. At this moment, The mentally unstable young man Wang Yan became agitated upon seeing the giant crocodile in the pond. Crocodile? My crocodile. Chapter 4. Regaining Abilities. Telepathy. Changing crocodile species template. After speaking, the young man ran towards the giant crocodile in the pond. As for Zhang Biao, he was completely confused and didn't understand what it meant. At this moment, seeing his former self rushing towards him, Wang Yan also became excited. He quickly twisted his body to greet him, and as soon as the young man got close, he opened his huge mouth and swallowed him in one go. The next moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully devoured Wang Yan. Merged into one. Task completed. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully gained the ability. Telepathy. After hearing the voice of the system, Wang Yan nodded in satisfaction. This task was completed too easily. What made him even happier was that he had gained 2 superpowers in just one day, which made him grin from ear to ear. Especially thinking about how he would eat Zhang Biao later, it could be considered the beginning of his revenge, which made his mood even better. At this moment, Zhang Biao exclaimed in shock, "You ate him?" However, when he said this, Zhang Biao clearly let out a sigh of relief. This was because the Wang Yan that the bully Tian had asked him to find was someone he was terrified of after doing some research. Wang Yan was actually the son of the Wang couple who had been murdered. At that time, he was so scared that he thought it was the vengeful spirits of the Wang couple possessing the body of the Crocodile King, which made him unable to eat or sleep well for several days. Therefore, he had been on edge during this trip. Now that he saw the bully Tian devour Wang Yan, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, as this ridiculous speculation was proven wrong. If the bully Tianjun was possessed by the Wang couple, how could they possibly eat their own son? At this moment, Wang Yan also noticed that after he devoured himself, Zhang Biao's expression visibly relaxed, clearly having some guesses in his mind, and now appeared to be in a state of lowered vigilance. Thinking of this, Wang Yan realized that this was a great opportunity for him to kill the opponent. In the next moment, Wang Yan pretended to casually swim up to the edge of the pond. Zhang Biao instinctively took a few steps back, his eyes still filled with vigilance. At this moment, Wang Yan spoke in human language, saying, "You don't need to be afraid. Now, the souls of their family of 3 have been swallowed by me, and after eating all the crocodiles from the breeding farm, my strength has greatly increased. In this apocalypse, I will protect you, and you can rest assured without worry. Next, I want to explain to you about the future outbreak of the apocalypse, as well as a series of detailed information, so you can prepare in advance before the apocalypse arrives." Upon hearing this, Zhang Biao's eyes lit up. Isn't this the information he has been waiting for? Otherwise, just the fact that all the crocodiles in the entire crocodile farm were eaten by Wang Yan would make him wish to skin Wang Yan alive. More than 500 crocodiles, each 3 to 4 meters long. The amount of money he lost is simply unimaginable. However, compared to the news of the apocalypse, losing some money is nothing. When the apocalypse arrives and order collapses, money will become worthless. If he could have a monster to protect him, that would be simply perfect. Thinking of this, Zhang Biao nodded eagerly and said, "My lord, please go on." Wang Yan opened his blood-red mouth and began to explain. After the outbreak of the apocalypse in the future, there's zombies, mutated beasts, zombie beasts, and supernatural beings. Among them, to become a mutated beast or a supernatural being, one must withstand the outbreak of the apocalyptic virus. In addition, there is a crucial step to becoming a supernatural being or a mutant. At this point, Wang Yan suddenly stopped, looked around, and after seeing that no one was around, he prepared to take action. Seeing this scene, Zhang Biao thought that the other party was worried about eavesdroppers and instinctively turned to look around, as such important information should not be overheard by others. But just then, an unexpected event occurred. Wang Yan suddenly rushed towards him with an astonishing burst of speed. By the time Zhang Biao turned around, he saw Wang Yan was already just inches away, instantly filling his eyes with terror and disbelief. In the next moment, Wang Yan opened his huge mouth and bit down on Zhang Biao's legs. With a crunch, he easily severed Zhang Biao's legs. "No, no, don't eat me!" Zhang Biao wailed in terror. His legs were bloody and gushing with blood. In the next moment, Wang Yan released his hold on him, completely unconcerned about him escaping. With both legs bitten off, it was impossible for him to escape. Looking at the agonized Zhang Biao, Wang Yan suddenly said in a chilling tone, "How about it? Are you satisfied with my gift of thanks?" Zhang Biao cried out in terror, tears streaming down his face. "Why are you doing this to me? I helped you find the people. You said you would protect me when the apocalypse came." Upon hearing this, Wang Yan smiled and said with a murderous intent, "Because I am Wang Yan, you caused my parents to be eaten by an alligator, and now you have also been eaten by an alligator. Isn't this just a perfect cycle of cause and effect? Oh, right, if it weren't for me. It seems you were a very powerful ability user even in your past life, even in the apocalypse. Unfortunately, you won't live to see that day." After saying this, under Zhang Biao's terrified and desperate gaze, Wang Yan opened his huge bloody mouth and swallowed him. At this moment, the system's voice rang out. "Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully devoured the two-legged beast Zhang Biao, earning 75 evolution points." Hearing this, Wang Yan, who had just avenged his parents, felt quite good. He twisted his massive body and returned to the pond. He was now ready to dive to the bottom and begin using evolution points to enhance his level and strength. It's worth mentioning that he had just discovered that the new ability, mind communication, was really useful, allowing him to speak easily and no longer worry about communication issues. Moreover, thinking about how his strength would increase significantly after leveling up, he was filled with anticipation. After this boost, how much would his size and power increase? 10 meters? 20 meters? Or 30 meters? At this thought, Wang Yan silently said in his heart, "System, use evolution points to start the evolution." As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice followed. "Ding! Successfully deducted 10,000 evolution points. Starting to break through the realm of evolution. Ding! Friendly reminder to the host. The time for each evolution breakthrough in the current stage is 1 hour. In the next moment, Wang Yan completely lost consciousness during the evolution. An hour later, the awakened Wang Yan was surprised to find that his original body, which was over 6 meters long, had now surged to 86 meters long. An 86-meter-long saltwater crocodile is an incredible concept. It is likely the largest living crocodile in the world. Additionally, the thickness of the skin armor on his body has greatly increased, and there is a mysterious energy within him that continuously circulates through his body. This power, this defense, even without using special abilities, I estimate that a regular handgun or even a small caliber rifle would find it difficult to kill me with a single shot, as long as it doesn't hit a vital area. Thinking of this, Wang Yan couldn't help but laugh inwardly. However, 86 meters is still not big enough. Then, he silently thought in his heart, "System, continue to evolve for me." The next moment, the system's voice sounded. "Ding!" Warm reminder to the host. Since the host belongs to the saltwater crocodile, the maximum limit for growth is 9 meters, but the host's body has the potential to reach 86 meters. May I ask if the host will use evolution points to pay for a more powerful crocodile species template? Goodness, only 6 meters, and the potential of this body has already been exhausted? Thinking of this, Wang Yan couldn't help but ask in his heart, "System, were the available stronger crocodile species for paid replacement?" As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice followed. "Ding! Please choose one of the following crocodile templates for replacement. 1. Mutant Emperor Crocodile. Adult length generally between 12 to 18 meters. Price, 50,000 evolution points. Evaluation, relatively agile. 2. Mutant Tyrant Crocodile. Adult length generally between 15 to 30 meters. Price, 100,000 evolution points. Evaluation, once hunted dinosaurs. Impressive achievements can be verified with balanced strength in all aspects. 3. Mutant Purus Crocodile. Adult length generally between 15 to 30 meters. Price, 110,000 evolution points. Evaluation, although the achievements are not as impressive, it is the largest known crocodile on Earth, with a somewhat clumsy and bulky body, and is also the heaviest crocodile of the same length. After reading the 3 selectable options, Wang Yan hesitated a bit. The Emperor Crocodile was the weakest among the 3 and could be directly excluded. He was considering whether to choose the Tyrant Crocodile or the Purus Crocodile. Chapter 5. before the apocalypse arrives, become an 18-meter-long Purus giant crocodile. The price difference between these two is minimal, which also proves that their combat power is quite close. However, if both sides were to fight to the death at the same size, the Purus crocodile would definitely win in the end, although he was reluctant to admit it. When the differences between the two were not significant in various aspects, the weight would be the key to determining the outcome. With this in mind, Wang Yan made a decision in his heart. Since crocodiles are not very agile, he might as well choose the heaviest crocodile species. The next moment, he said without hesitation, "System, I choose to purchase the Purus crocodile." As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice rang out. Ding. Successfully deducted 110,000 evolution points. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained the mutant Purus crocodile species template. Would you like to start replacing your own crocodile species? Upon hearing this, Wang Yan said without hesitation, "Replace." Then, Wang Yan felt a wave of intense drowsiness hit him. At the same time, just before losing consciousness completely, he vaguely heard the system's voice. Ding. Friendly reminder to the host. The first replacement of the crocodile species template will take 5 days. 5 days later, when Wang Yan woke up again, he had become a huge creature. The gap between the saltwater crocodile and the Purus crocodile of the same length was enormous. It was like the difference between a fat person and a thin person. Most importantly, the mouth of the Purus crocodile was wider, reaching about 86 centimeters, which could easily overpower the saltwater crocodile. In addition, the back color of the Purus crocodile was a deep black-gray, while the belly was a lighter grayish-white, with exaggerated thickness of the scales. After surveying his changes, Wang Yan was pleasantly surprised. Awesome. This Purus crocodile truly deserves to be the king of crocodiles, completely crushing all crocodile species of the same size. After a moment of admiration, Wang Yan silently thought, "System, continue to evolve. Evolve me until I run out of evolution points." The next moment, the system's voice immediately rang out again. Ding. Friendly reminder to the host. If the host evolves to the limit in one breath, there's a risk of exposure due to the oversized body. Although the pond where the host is located is 4 meters deep, being too large still poses a risk of exposure. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan didn't care at all. System, continue to help me evolve. The next moment, the system's voice followed. Ding. Successfully deducted 20,000 evolution points. Evolution is starting now. When Wang Yan woke up again from the evolution, his size had reached a terrifying level. An 18-meter-long body was simply exaggerated. At this moment, he could feel the power to tear everything apart. Of course, how strong he was now. He didn't even know himself. He needed to check the information panel to have the most intuitive understanding. With this thought, Wang Yan excitedly, silently thought, "System, view the information page." As soon as he finished speaking, the information page appeared. Host, Wang Yan. Species, mutant Purus crocodile. Lifespan, 25 years, 300 years. Realm, peak of Little Demon Realm. Size, length 18 meters, weight 30 tons, bite force 50 tons, speed 15 kilometers per hour. Abilities, devouring stomach, steel body. Energy cycle, telepathy. Evolution points, 50,000, 150,000. Backpack none. After reading the information page, Wang Yan nodded in immense satisfaction. An 18-meter length was enough to give him a strong sense of security. The next moment, Wang Yan twisted his massive body and easily floated to the water surface. This square-shaped pond is over 4 meters deep, with a width and length of 50 meters, and the breeding farm is over 100 meters long and wide, making the entire breeding farm an area of 10,000 square meters, so the pond can easily accommodate him as a super giant crocodile. Subsequently, for the next few days, Wang Yan remained hidden at the bottom of the pond. It is worth mentioning that after Zhang Biao's death, it seems the news hasn't spread. There were no patrol officers coming to the breeding farm for investigation. Therefore, Wang Yan had been quite peaceful these days. Additionally, the only remaining employee at the breeding farm was Lao Wu. Perhaps due to news about the impending apocalypse and not knowing that Zhang Biao had died at his hands, Lao Wu and his family, who lived nearby, decided to stay. In the past few days, Lao Wu often came up to curry favor with him, probably hoping to have Wang Yan take care of him a bit during the apocalypse and to glean some information about it. However, Wang Yan didn't hide anything and told him everything. With only 5 days left before the apocalypse arrives, the sky began to rain continuously, with alternating heavy and light rain. At this time, Wang Yan, lurking at the bottom of the water, also heard the system's voice. Ding! Detected that the host is continuously absorbing special energy. The host's body potential is undergoing a positive change. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan was first taken aback, then immediately realized. No wonder those animals in his previous life experienced such a surge in strength after mutation. It seems that it was the rainwater containing special energy from heaven and earth that fell on the animals and was absorbed by them. With this in mind, Wang Yan twisted his massive body to surface and continuously accepted the baptism of falling raindrops. This continued for a full 5 days. Wang Yan absorbed a large amount of energy from the rainwater. Under the cleansing of this power, his strength and defense were significantly enhanced, even breaking through the upper limit of his body's potential, increasing from the original 30 meters potential to 39 meters potential. Unfortunately, he did not receive the gifts from the heavens and did not awaken any abilities. Although he felt disappointed, he didn't care. The abilities he currently possessed were enough. Moreover, since today was May 1st, Wang Yan's desire for revenge began to stir. When the rain stopped at noon today, it would be the moment the apocalypse descends. At that moment, Wang Yan, floating on the surface of the pond, looked at the clock that Lao Wu had just bought and installed on the wall of the breeding farm a couple of days ago, which read 11:48. In 12 minutes, the apocalypse would arrive. It was time to send Liu Yang's family to hell. With this thought, Wang Yan prepared to set off. At this time, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Detected that the host has strong killing intent, successfully triggering the revenge mission. Mission details: please personally kill Liu Yang's family. Mission reward: random silver treasure chest 150,000 evolution points. Hearing this, Wang Yan laughed, not expecting that taking revenge would come with a reward, which made him even more impatient. The next moment, when the clock on the wall struck 11:50, Wang Yan could no longer contain himself. He twisted his massive body and charged toward the entrance of the breeding farm. Bang! With a loud crash, the iron gate of the breeding farm was easily smashed open by Wang Yan's enormous body. After leaving the breeding farm, Wang Yan crawled along the nearby road. This two-way concrete road was a bit small for such a giant creature like him. Moreover, there were many vehicles on the road, and when the people inside saw this colossal creature, they were all dumbfounded. Suddenly, countless exclamations erupted. What the hell? Did I really not see wrong? Is that a crocodile? My God, is that really a crocodile? That's a monster, right? Run. I must be dreaming. How could there be such a huge crocodile? This is ridiculous. Such a large crocodile. Could it be that spiritual energy has revived? Damn. I said recently that many animals attacking people is abnormal. Could it be that the apocalypse is really coming? In an instant, many people in the vehicles on the road quickly turned around and fled. Some, unable to turn their cars around, directly abandoned their vehicles and ran away with their families. Wang Yan, however, paid no attention to this. He rampaged along the road, easily smashing aside the cars that were blocking his path with his massive body. No matter how many tons the small cars and trucks weighed, it was nothing compared to Wang Yan. Meanwhile, the number of people abandoning their vehicles and fleeing in the distance was increasing, but they didn't leave. Instead, they hid far away to watch or took out their phones to record videos. After about 20 minutes, looking at the long line of cars stuck on the road, Wang Yan felt puzzled. He had been out for half an hour, so why was the rain still not stopping? The apocalypse hadn't come? Thinking of this, Wang Yan couldn't help but ask in his heart, System, what's going on? It must be past 12 o'clock now, right? Why hasn't the apocalypse come yet? The next moment, the system's voice echoed. Ding! Friendly reminder to the host. Certain reasons have been detected that may delay the apocalypse by 5 to 10 days. Please leave the city as soon as possible and enter a wider water area, or you may face heavy firepower attacks. After hearing the system's explanation, Wang Yan was completely dumbfounded. Brother, I've already made it to the road. And you tell me the apocalypse is delayed? Chapter 6. Firepower Coverage. Diving into the river. The apocalypse has been delayed by 5 days. For a moment, Wang Yan was particularly confused. What the heck is going on? Why is the apocalypse delayed? Wang Yan felt very puzzled. But the current situation didn't give him any chance to think because many vehicles had already gathered on the road. At this time, Wang Yan also saw several law enforcement vehicles appear, with about 10 law enforcement personnel standing at a distance, all with dumbfounded expressions. Is this a crocodile? How can it be so big? This is outrageous. How did such a large crocodile appear? And on the road? Am I crazy? Or is the world crazy? This is even bigger than the prehistoric crocodiles from the dinosaur era. How do we handle this? At this moment, these law enforcement personnel looked at each other, not knowing how to deal with it. Which law enforcement agency can handle such an outrageous situation? Even if the military came, they wouldn't be able to deal with it. They hadn't just never seen it. They hadn't even heard of such a giant crocodile existing in reality. An 18-meter-long giant crocodile. Its length is even larger than that of a large truck. Apart from in sci-fi movies, they had truly never heard or seen anything like it. At this time, a middle-aged law enforcement captain said, "The higher-ups have just issued orders for us not to act rashly. They are currently mobilizing the special forces to come over and prepare to take it down." Meanwhile, thanks to the system enhancement and the energy rain enhancement, Wang Yan's hearing had become incredibly acute, and he naturally heard the conversation of these people. When he heard that the law enforcement agency was going to fire at him, Wang Yan's heart sank. He hesitated for a moment and decided to give up on the idea of taking revenge on Liu Yang's family. Now was not the right time. His own safety was more important than revenge. With this thought, Wang Yan immediately changed direction and began to run wildly. Due to his increased size, Wang Yan's speed was still quite good. He was heading straight for the direction he had previously observed, the closest point to the Yongjiang River. As long as he entered the Yongjiang, he would be temporarily safe, although the Yongjiang River was not very deep, making it difficult for him to hide as such a large creature. It was still a river with a vast area, and there were definitely deep water regions. Once he successfully entered a deep water area, it wouldn't be so easy for the Empire to catch or eliminate him. In an instant, Wang Yan began to charge wildly, flipping over cars along the way. Even if a large truck was blocking the road, it was not difficult for him to smash through. Meanwhile, as Wang Yan ran, the law enforcement members were left dumbfounded. They could only quickly use electric scooters and motorcycles on the road to follow him. With the appearance of this colossal creature, traffic on the road had turned into chaos, with rear-end collisions and crashes happening everywhere. At the same time, several helicopters had appeared in the sky. As the helicopters circled overhead, a loudspeaker announcement rang out. "A suspected prehistoric giant crocodile has appeared. Please evacuate quickly." In fact, the helicopter didn't even need to remind them. The law enforcement forces had already notified many citizens along the road, causing them all to flee far away in fright. Soon, after more than an hour, the helicopters hovering above still had not opened fire on Wang Yan, perhaps out of concern that provoking Wang Yan would result in mass casualties among the public, which was why they had been enduring without taking action. Because the Yongjiang River was too close to the city. When Wang Yan reached the riverbank of the Yongjiang River, he immediately plunged into the water. At this moment, Wang Yan, now in the water, let out a sigh of relief. The dozen or so armed helicopters circling above were powerless against him because they had not received the order to fire. However, to Wang Yan's surprise and delight, he found that this section of the Yongjiang River was deeper than he had imagined, with an average depth of 10 meters, in some places even reaching around 30 meters. Such a deep water area gave Wang Yan a complete sense of security. Otherwise, if he were bombarded by heavy firepower, he genuinely worried for his life. Meanwhile, Wang Yan twisted his massive body and surfaced again to observe the situation. But what Wang Yan never expected was that just as he surfaced, countless bullets came rushing toward him in an instant. This sudden attack startled Wang Yan, but fortunately, his ability, Steel Body, sensed the danger and automatically hardened his entire body into steel. Bang, bang, bang. Tot, tot, tot. In an instant, a hail of bullets rained down on Wang Yan, sparking countless sparks. At this moment, Wang Yan could feel intense pain coursing through his body. Although at a critical moment his body automatically entered a defensive state, the firepower was too fierce, and it caused him great pain. This instinctively made him dive back into the water, no longer daring to surface. Because his ability, Steel Body, was not immune to pain. Damn it, I didn't do it on purpose. Is it really necessary to have direct fire coverage? At this moment, submerged at the bottom of the Yongjiang River, Wang Yan felt a mix of surprise and anger. Earlier, on the road, he had been very careful. He had never intentionally destroyed the city or harmed anyone. But unexpectedly, as soon as he entered the Yongjiang, these guys couldn't wait to launch a heavy firepower attack on him. At the same time, as Wang Yan submerged again into the water, the armed members on the helicopter were facing difficulties. They hadn't expected that, despite their full confidence in their firepower, they couldn't kill this creature suspected to be a prehistoric giant crocodile. This creature seemed to possess a defense capability similar to a metallic body. Their terrifying firepower coverage had barely inflicted any damage on this super giant crocodile. They had used machine guns, rifles, and sniper rifles, yet it still had no effect, instead causing the giant crocodile to retreat into the water in fear. In a hurry, they began to relay information back to their superiors through walkie-talkies and satellite phones. Soon, they received orders to take turns monitoring the prehistoric giant crocodile in the water and to open fire as soon as it dared to surface, aiming to kill this unknown giant crocodile. Meanwhile, as Wang Yan's video was uploaded online, the entire internet erupted. Videos of Wang Yan went viral, quickly spreading to 4 networks, shocking netizens from multiple countries. The emergence of an 18-meter-long super giant crocodile in the city created an uproar that was impossible to suppress, especially with so many witnesses. A wave of apocalyptic pessimism began to spread online. Prices had skyrocketed in recent days, and now even prehistoric monsters had appeared. This caused many uninformed citizens to panic. This panic was felt worldwide, and it seemed that the higher-ups vaguely knew something, yet no country disclosed any information, further fueling the public's sense that something major was happening. Additionally, over the past 5 days, it had been raining continuously across the globe, a highly unusual occurrence that had never happened before. Although it was only moderate to light rain, this situation had not been recorded in history, leading to floods in many places around the world. This was also why pessimistic apocalyptic rhetoric was appearing on the internet in large numbers. At this moment, several hours later, the helicopters circling in the sky were still present. But they were not the same batch. It was the second batch coming to take over. Furthermore, armed forces began to evacuate nearby residents on a large scale near the Yongjiang River, setting up a long security perimeter. However, they were shocked to find that Wang Yan, lurking in the murky waters of the Yongjiang River, still had not surfaced. This made them realize that this mutated prehistoric giant beast might have the ability to survive in the water like a fish. This left them unable to take action against the giant crocodile unless they used large-scale destructive weapons, which would cause significant damage to the Yongjiang River. Thus, they had no choice but to set up a defensive firepower line nearby, intending to launch an attack as soon as Wang Yan appeared on the surface. Unfortunately, for the next several days, Wang Yan remained submerged, and both sides were completely at a standstill. Wang Yan naturally did not dare to show his head, and the other side also did not dare to act lightly. The situation had become widely known. This prolonged stalemate continued until the end of Labor Day, when things finally changed. That noon, Wang Yan was sleeping at the bottom of the Yongjiang River as usual when suddenly a violent explosion sounded. Even the water vibrated from the explosions. What was going on? Was the enemy about to take action? In an instant, Wang Yan woke up from his dream. He glanced around and, finding no signs of firepower attacks, he activated his ability of a steel body, then bravely twisted his massive body and cautiously floated to the surface. To his surprise, Wang Yan discovered that the rain had finally stopped. The helicopters that had been circling above were gone. The personnel who had set up the security perimeter on the shore were also nowhere to be seen. In the distance, explosions and screams could be heard on the road. When Wang Yan approached the riverbank, he saw many blood-soaked zombies wandering aimlessly. Seeing this scene, Wang Yan's eyes lit up. Could it be that the apocalypse he had been waiting for had finally arrived? At this moment, Wang Yan noticed two helicopters that had already crashed and exploded nearby, and he saw a couple sitting in a tree, holding onto it in fear and not daring to make a sound. Because not far from this couple on the grass, a dozen zombies were fighting over a corpse. Seeing this, Wang Yan couldn't help but smile, because he knew that the apocalypse had broken out. Otherwise, there wouldn't be zombies even by the Yongjiang River. Thinking of this, Wang Yan immediately felt invigorated, twisting his massive body to easily climb ashore and recklessly heading towards the city. In his previous life, before the apocalypse arrived, it had only rained for 5 days globally. And after the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse, the probability of humans turning into zombies, according to statistics from informed individuals, reached 60 of the entire human population. This time, it had rained continuously for 10 days globally, which meant the probability of zombie infection during the apocalypse would be even higher. It might reach the legendary 70, or even 80 or 90, because during the 5 days he had been lurking at the bottom of the Yongjiang River. His original limit of 39 meters of growth potential had increased to a limit of 48 meters. Chapter 7. Feasting on Zombies at the Buffet. Evolution Breakthrough to the Great Demon Realm. Honey, what should we do? Are we going to die? At this moment, the girl hiding in the tree asked quietly, tears streaming down her pretty face. Hearing this, the young man shook his head bitterly. I don't know. Let's just take it one day at a time. Just then, the young man suddenly spotted a gigantic creature crawling up the riverbank. When he saw the super giant crocodile, he was first stunned, then immediately realized something, shocked into silence. Because he recognized this massive creature at a glance. It was the prehistoric giant crocodile that had appeared in the city 5 days ago. In fact, Wang Yan's identity had been discovered in these few days. Many people knew that Wang Yan was the plurus crocodile, known as the king of crocodiles, and calling it a prehistoric giant crocodile was completely justified. However, how this prehistoric giant crocodile appeared remained a topic of much speculation, with no accurate answer. Even though it was investigated that this creature had come from a crocodile breeding farm, no one would believe this result. After all, if such a terrifying giant crocodile existed, the breeding farm could not have concealed it until now. My husband is that prehistoric giant crocodile. The girl clearly saw the prehistoric giant crocodile and immediately covered her mouth. Speaking in terror, the young man nodded slightly, not daring to breathe deeply, fearing to alert the super giant crocodile, unaware that they had already been exposed. Just then, they noticed those oblivious zombies rushing towards the massive creature that was Wang Yan, as if mad. This scene left the young couple stunned. Similarly, Wang Yan was also dumbfounded. It was simply an upside-down world. How dare these zombie ants act like this? Roar, roar, roar. In an instant, dozens of zombies rushed towards him. Once he regained his senses, Wang Yan opened his massive mouth and bit down on 5 zombies rushing towards him, chewing a few times before swallowing them whole. At the same time, the system's voice echoed. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully devoured a first-level male zombie, gaining 80 evolution points. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully devoured a first-level female zombie, gaining 71 evolution points. As he continuously devoured zombies, Wang Yan found the system's usual notification sound to be quite bothersome, so he simply turned it off. Afterward, Wang Yan, who was originally prepared to set off and seek revenge on Liu Yong, was blocked by these reckless zombies. These mindless zombies were truly insane. Even after being eaten by him, they continued to rush forward one after another to their deaths. In response, Wang Yan, who was eating zombies, immediately felt a headache coming on. If the zombies kept being this crazy, it would make his actions in the apocalypse even more difficult. Thinking of this, Wang Yan, while eating zombies, asked the system, System, why do these zombies keep charging at me to die? At that moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding. Friendly reminder to the host. When the host's strength reaches the great demon realm, these first-level zombies will fear the host's rel pressure, thus following their instinct of the weak being prey to the strong and staying away from you. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan couldn't help but ask, System, what is the great demon realm? The next moment, the system's voice rang out again. Ding. Friendly reminder to the host. After reaching the peak of the little demon realm, the next stage is the great demon realm. In other words, after the host evolves again, they will reach the great demon realm. Hearing this, Wang Yan roughly understood. Ultimately, it just meant that his strength wasn't strong enough. Once he reached the great demon realm, these zombies would avoid him and keep their distance. With this thought, Wang Yan realized that he couldn't seek revenge for the time being. He needed to first elevate his realm to the great demon realm in order to move freely in the apocalypse. Otherwise, the harassment from these zombies would make it extremely difficult for him to proceed. With this in mind, Wang Yan had nothing more to say and could only continue to focus on eating zombies. Fortunately, there were so many zombies that he didn't have to worry about running out of food. However, the taste of the zombies was truly disgusting, and the texture felt very bad to him. For a time, Wang Yan began to tirelessly devour the zombies. 2 days later, Wang Yan finally heard the system prompt indicating that he had met the evolution conditions. He quickly retreated into the river, completely escaping the encirclement of the zombie horde. Once he submerged completely underwater, the large number of zombies looked around in confusion and then aimlessly dispersed. Meanwhile, a young couple who witnessed this scene were utterly shocked. They had already moved to a hiding place, taking refuge in a large truck on the road. They were able to hide here thanks to that giant crocodile attracting the zombies, which allowed them to seize the opportunity to hide. At that moment, this exhausted and hungry couple, seeing Wang Yan retreat into the river, were still in shock, unable to regain their senses. They had no idea how many zombies Wang Yan had eaten, but the number was probably not less than 1,000, and the scene was like a buffet, completely overturning their worldview and even making them feel hungry. Unfortunately, they didn't have the courage to escape far, now that Wang Yan was no longer attracting the zombies. They were even less daring. Meanwhile, Wang Yan, submerged in the river, eagerly thought, "System, start evolving." As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Congratulations. Host, successfully deducted 150,000 evolution points. Beginning evolution now. In the next moment, Wang Yan completely lost consciousness. An hour later, Wang Yan awakened from the evolution. The first thing he did upon waking was to observe the changes in himself. To his astonishment, he found that his size had not increased much. However, he could feel that after this evolution, his strength had received a terrifying boost. He could clearly feel that the mysterious energy within him was 10 times more than before the evolution. In fact, if he were to kill his former self, Wang Yan was confident he could easily kill his pre-evolution self. What was going on? His size hadn't increased significantly. Why did he feel so much stronger? This feeling couldn't possibly be an illusion, could it? With this thought, Wang Yan immediately thought, "System, open the information page." As soon as he finished speaking, the information page appeared before him. Host, Wang Yan. Type, mutated Pliosaurus crocodile. Lifespan, 25 years, 500 years. Realm, early Great Demon Realm. Size, 23 meters long, 45 tons. Bite force, 100 tons. Speed, 20 kilometers per hour. Abilities, devouring stomach, steel body, energy circulation, mind communication. Evolution points, 62. 500. Backpack, none. After reading the information page, Wang Yan finally understood. It seemed that the gap in strength between each realm was very large. For example, during this evolution, his bite force doubled, and his lifespan increased from 300 years to 500 years, nearly doubling. Besides this, the power not displayed on this information page probably also saw significant growth. However, what made Wang Yan feel a bit gloomy was that the evolution points required for his next strength upgrade had skyrocketed. But after thinking it over, Wang Yan felt much better. With so many zombies around, did he still need to worry about evolution points? Chapter 8. Zombies Retreat. Arriving at the Sunshine Community, where Liu Yang's family is located. But just as Wang Yan was feeling spirited, the system's voice sounded again. Ding. Friendly reminder to the host. Due to the host's strength advancing to the Great Demon Realm, the effectiveness of ordinary biological flesh and blood on the host has greatly diminished. The exchange ratio for evolution points is now 10 to 1, meaning 10 kilograms of flesh and blood can be exchanged for 1 evolution point. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Wang Yan was completely dumbfounded. Originally, it was 1 kilogram of flesh and blood for 1 evolution point, but now it had directly changed to 5 kilograms of flesh and blood for 1 evolution point. The devaluation was too rapid. However, in light of the system's explanation, Wang Yan found himself unable to refute it. Still, he couldn't help but question in his heart. System, with this devaluation of the exchange ratio, doesn't that mean I'll be unable to evolve compared to those mutated beasts in the future? Ding. The host need not worry. Ordinary biological flesh and blood has completely lost any value to mutated beasts in the Great Demon Realm. After hearing this, Wang Yan felt much more comfortable. At least for now, ordinary zombie flesh and blood still had value for him. However, it had no value for other mutated beasts. The gap between them seemed small, but in reality, it was very significant. At this moment, Wang Yan twisted his massive body and floated to the surface. He first raised his head to look at the sky, where the setting sun cast its light on the water surface, creating a beautiful sunset like a fiery cloud in the sky. Wang Yan twisted his large body and climbed ashore, then set off toward the city. Notably, as he appeared this time, the zombies wandering around on the road, which had originally been rushing towards him, scattered when they were about 200 meters away, revealing an instinctive fear in their expressions. Wow, these ordinary zombies really do bully the weak and fear the strong. Facing me after breaking through to the Great Demon Realm, they actually chose to avoid me. It seems that breaking through to the Great Demon Realm and the transformation of life levels instilled instinctive fear in the zombies. Otherwise, they would have crazily rushed at him like last time. In a good mood, Wang Yan began to slowly crawl into the city, with all the zombies along the way choosing to retreat. However, the congested traffic on the road truly gave Wang Yan a headache. Many vehicles were still smoking and on fire, and there were those who had turned into zombies hiding in the cars, too afraid to breathe. Seeing this scene, although Wang Yan wanted to save people, he ultimately stopped himself from acting on this sudden surge of conscience. He understood that he couldn't save them. In the apocalypse, only self-rescue could lead to survival. However, it was precisely because of the existence of these survivors that Wang Yan moved more gently as he made his way, simply using his massive body to push the vehicles aside. Wang Yan continued to travel through the night, basically without encountering any zombie attacks. In the deep night, after relentless traveling, he finally arrived at the Sunshine City community, which he was familiar with, as Liu Yang's family lived there in his previous life. In the next moment, Wang Yan entered the parking lot through the entrance of the underground parking garage. However, due to his large size, he felt extremely congested once inside, with cars parked closely together. This immediately made him consider retreating. Just then, he suddenly spotted a young man and a girl hiding in a black Land Rover. Although they had tried their best to crouch down, he still easily saw them. This made Wang Yan's eyes light up. Yes, he could have someone help him. Although he couldn't enter the community due to his size, he could have someone go in and help bring Liu Yang's family out. Thinking of this, Wang Yan spoke directly. You two stop hiding. If you keep hiding, I'll crush the car and weld you inside. After hearing Wang Yan's words, Zhang Shihao, who was hiding in the car, cautiously raised his head and saw the prehistoric giant crocodile staring at him from the front of the car. At that moment, Zhang Shihao felt as if he was about to be scared to death, but he still trembled and asked, "WH, what do you want?" "You go to the 9th floor, room 916 of this building. Bring Liu Yang's family to me. At that time, I can protect you and help you gather some supplies outside, which will allow you to live a bit longer." After hearing this, Zhang Shihao was stunned for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "All right, I'll help you with this, but you can't trick me." Wang Yan nodded slightly and said, "Rest assured, I traveled nearly 100 kilometers from Yongjiang. Zombies don't dare to attack me." After hearing Wang Yan's words, Zhang Shihao mustered up his courage and nodded, then cautiously got out of the car while observing through the rearview mirror. Wang Yan immediately said, "Don't worry. Even if there's zombies in this underground parking lot, they won't dare to get too close to me. What I'm really worried about is whether you can handle Liu Yang's family." Upon hearing this, Zhang Shihao froze, quickly looking at Wang Yan and asking, "That giant crocodile king, how many people are in Liu Yong's family? 4. The middle-aged Liu Yong couple, plus their son and daughter-in-law. Wang Yan replied. After hearing this, Zhang Shihao's face fell, hesitating. Giant Crocodile King, I'm just a rich second generation. I can bully ordinary people, but I can't take on 4 people. Wang Yan also thought this made sense. Thinking of this, he opened his huge mouth and said, then you wait in the car for a moment. I'll go find some people to help. After saying that, Wang Yan turned around, preparing to find some strong young men on the road to help. Half an hour later, Wang Yan was followed by more than a dozen young men and 7 or 8 women, who were cautiously keeping an eye on the numerous zombies around them. These people were those he had rescued from the car. Well, it can't be said that he rescued them. Rather, they were too intimidated by the zombies and didn't dare to approach until he showed up. As I said, once you help me bring that Liu Yong couple, I will take you outside to gather some supplies. Without me, you might survive for a while, but with supplies, it's different. You could survive for a long time. While walking, Wang Yan reminded them with his huge mouth open, and everyone nodded eagerly, their eyes filled with awe. This gigantic creature was feared even by zombies, who didn't dare to come close. If it weren't for the fact that they were too close to Wang Yan, the surrounding zombies would have rushed at them long ago. Among these rescued survivors was an ability user, but he was also trapped in the car by zombies and didn't dare to act recklessly. If it weren't for Wang Yan's appearance, he wouldn't know how long he would be stuck there. The road was too congested, and the car couldn't move an inch. Although they didn't have the courage or guts to deal with zombies, they weren't afraid of helping to catch a few people. Soon, this group of people followed Wang Yan to the underground parking lot. What frustrated Wang Yan was that there were quite a few zombies in the underground parking lot again. He had just left for a short while, and these zombies were already wandering around the parking lot. Chapter 9. Wang Yan was stunned. Was Liu Bang suspected of having space abilities? As he appeared, these zombies scattered in all directions like startled birds, not knowing where to hide. Soon, this group of people met up with Zhang Shihao. After a detailed discussion, they immediately decided that all the young men would participate in the action, while the women and children would stay by Wang Yan's side. After all, women not only couldn't help them, but could also potentially slow them down, making it unsuitable for them to join the action. Giant Crocodile King, we've decided to go up the stairs. After all, we don't know what will happen when the elevator opens, and there could even be accidents, the ability user Chun Fei said nervously while looking at Wang Yan. Hearing this, Wang Yan couldn't help but ask, why not just take the elevator? The casualties could be significant if you go up the stairs. You don't know how many zombies are between the 2nd and 9th floors. The occupancy rate of this community is quite high. Upon hearing this, Chun Fei smiled bitterly and said, Giant Crocodile King, actually, if we want to go to the 9th floor to catch Liu Yong's family, we must go up the stairs. Otherwise, if we take the elevator and find ourselves trapped, we could be wiped out. The best plan is to clear out the zombies in this building and in all the corridors, so we can reduce casualties when we act. Hearing this, Wang Yan knew that it was indeed the case, but it would waste too much time. Thinking of this, he spoke, I don't care what method you use. I only give you 3 days. If you don't bring Liu Yong's family within 3 days, I won't care about your lives. You could just wait to fend for yourselves. After hearing these words, everyone's expressions darkened, and their hearts felt heavy. The leader, Chun Fei, even looked a bit pale, but didn't dare to refute. It should be known that this prehistoric giant crocodile had withstood the firepower strikes before the apocalypse and came out unscathed. If this giant crocodile didn't care about their lives, they could only wait to die here, and they wouldn't be able to survive long, because the number of zombies was simply too large. But if they could complete the task, with this prehistoric giant crocodile king escorting them to gather supplies, they could at least last a long time. By then, saying they could hold out for 3 months would actually be conservative. Even lasting 6 months would be a piece of cake. Therefore, facing this opportunity, everyone present knew very well that they had to complete the task assigned by this giant crocodile king. After throwing down these words, Wang Yan said no more, twisting his massive body and resting at the entrance of the stairs leading from the community to the parking lot. As for the area leading from the underground first floor to the elevator and stairs, there was an open space of over 100 square meters. Enough for them to rest. What to do? The giant crocodile king requires 3 days to complete the task. Zhang Shihao looked at Chun Fei with a worried expression. After learning that the other party had abilities, he basically began to follow Chun Fei's lead. Chun Fei took a deep breath and said firmly, "We must complete the task within 3 days. Without the giant crocodile king escorting us to gather supplies, we definitely won't survive long. The power is already out, and it won't be long before the water is cut off. At that time, without supplies, we can only wait to die. With supplies, we still have hope. How about this? Let's split into 2 groups and go up the stairs together to attract the zombies out. When the time comes, let the giant crocodile king restrain his pressure and help us deal with the zombies. Once we've cleared the zombies, we can quickly start acting." At this moment, Zhang Shihao couldn't help but ask, "What about the potential zombies in the room?" Upon hearing this, Chun Fei waved his hand and said, "No need to worry. The owners of this community have strong iron doors. The zombies won't get out easily. We just need to clear the zombies in the hallway." After some discussion, Chun Fei consulted Wang Yan again. Naturally, Wang Yan agreed to help with the task of clearing the zombies. After a day, with Wang Yan's assistance, they managed to lure all the zombies wandering in the hallways and corridors of this building, although they suffered casualties among the young men, losing 5 in total. After completing this, the remaining youth and women finally showed some color on their faces. However, the woman who had lost her boyfriend or her husband looked pale and filled with fear about the future. Some women even cast flirtatious glances at the surviving men, completely abandoning their moral principles. In this desperate apocalypse, once the women lost the protection of men, they felt they had lost their last shred of hope. Wang Yan was too lazy to care about these people's sordid behavior. He only wanted results. He didn't care how many people died in the process. Even if they all perished, it didn't seem matter to him. In fact, after transforming into a giant crocodile, Wang Yan's personality had become cold-blooded in every aspect. He no longer regarded humans as his kind. This was a natural shift in mindset after his power increased. At this moment, everyone was sitting on the ground. Chun Fei opened a backpack and began distributing supplies to the remaining 6 youths, saying, "Everyone eat something first. We'll start moving soon. If they don't open the door, just pry it open or smash it." When he said this, he looked at the 8 women and said, "As for you ladies, just eat some biscuits and hold on for now. Once we complete our task, we can go out and scavenge for supplies." Upon hearing this, the 8 women all had unpleasant expressions, but no one dared to protest. During these days, most of them had been eating for free, especially the women whose men or boyfriends had already sacrificed themselves. They were even more reluctant to speak up. Chun Fei's girlfriend was eating biscuits alongside them. Although her portion was clearly several times larger, no one dared to challenge Chun Fei's authority. Although Chun Fei was a strength-type ability user and not very powerful in combat, he was still much stronger than an ordinary person. In fact, yesterday, while attracting zombies, he even had a record of single-handedly killing a zombie. Soon, after hastily eating something, the 8 young people grabbed their weapons and headed back to the hallway. At the same time, Wang Yan began to feel excited. He could hardly wait to torment Liu Yang's family. However, Wang Yan never expected that just half an hour later, Chun Fei and the others would return in a panic. In fact, out of the 8 people who had gone, only 5 remained, and they looked extremely flustered, their faces covered in dirt and looking quite disheveled. The giant crocodile king, Liu Yang's family, has a young ability user who is very powerful. We forced our way through the door not long after, and then a young man killed 2 of us, while another was struck down on the spot by a young man using thunder abilities. Not only that, this young man also possesses a space-type ability similar to what you see in novels. He pulled a composite bow out of thin air. If we hadn't run fast, there would have been more than 3 casualties, Chun Fei said with a grim expression. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan was also stunned. He could understand that the other side had thunder abilities, but how could they also have space abilities? In his past life, he had never seen Liu Bang possess space abilities. If Liu Bang had had space abilities back then, they wouldn't have been lugging a bunch of supplies when they fled to the countryside. What the hell is going on? Has the heavens given Liu Bang a cheat? Chapter 10. Enemies meet, especially red-eyed, deciding to tear down the load-bearing wall. Thinking of this, Wang Yan felt an intense anger in his heart. This seemingly unreasonable guess had the highest probability. It couldn't be that Liu Bang also got a system, right? But the likelihood of that was extremely low. Whether Liu Bang was reborn or had obtained a system, he would not just sit idly in the community. If he were human and had returned to life, he would definitely have taken precautions against the apocalypse. How could he possibly stay in the community? If Liu Bang had obtained a system and become even stronger, he wouldn't hide in the community. He would have found a place with fewer zombies to feel more comfortable, right? Therefore, these speculations could basically be ruled out. The most likely scenario was that the apocalypse was delayed, and Liu Bang had also obtained abilities, and it just so happened to be space abilities. With this thought, Wang Yan felt his teeth itch with anger. This is absolutely ridiculous. Just because the other party is called Liu Bang, does that mean the heavens can freely grant and cheat powers? This is so unfair. Is there still law in this world? Is there still justice? After calming down for a while, Wang Yan suppressed his anger. He decided that he must kill Liu Yang's family this time. Otherwise, he couldn't imagine whether the heavens would continue to grant Liu Bang cheat powers. If the heavens kept granting Liu Bang cheat powers, Wang Yan was genuinely worried he wouldn't be able to eat or sleep well. This guy seems to be the protagonist of a novel. He must not be spared. At this moment, Wang Yan's heart was filled with killing intent. Looking up at Chun Fei, who had a dark expression, Wang Yan gritted his teeth and said, "Can't you think of a way? If I could go upstairs, would I need you useless people?" Faced with the giant crocodile king's insults, Chun Fei felt wronged. He was just an ordinary strength-type ability user. The other side was so powerful. Could he be blamed for not being strong enough? Just then, a slightly surprised voice rang out. "So, it's you, this prehistoric giant crocodile, who sent them to my house to cause trouble. I was wondering how they managed to clear the zombies in the hallway. But your voice, why does it sound so familiar, as if I've heard it somewhere before?" Upon hearing this, Wang Yan looked up and saw the familiar figure of Liu Bang in the hallway. At this moment, Liu Bang was also looking at him with a surprised expression, his face becoming somewhat serious. Liu Bang. As the saying goes, enemies meet especially red-eyed. Upon seeing Liu Bang, Wang Yan instantly lost control and charged forward. This startled Liu Bang, who quickly ran upstairs to create some distance. Bang! Boom! As Wang Yan transformed into a steel-like body, trying to rush into the hallway. Even the wall at the entrance of the hallway was partially collapsed by him. Although the door to the stairway was narrow, Wang Yan's massive size meant he forcefully broke through part of the wall. However, the hallway corridor was even narrower, and it was impossible for him to climb up. Even whether the structure could withstand his size was a significant issue. It's important to note that Wang Yan now weighed 50 tons. The narrow concrete stairs would definitely not be able to bear that weight. Therefore, the stairs could neither support his weight nor accommodate his large frame. Seeing that Wang Yan could not get in, Liu Bang let out a sigh of relief. It was just as he had guessed. Although he didn't know why this prehistoric giant crocodile wanted to kill him, he only needed to know that this giant crocodile was his enemy. With this thought in mind, Liu Bang revealed a cold smile and said, "If you have the ability, come up. You think you're a giant crocodile, so I should be afraid of you? Ha 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 ha. With these few ragged hairs in your hand, do you think you can kill me? You're simply dreaming." After hearing this, Wang Yan became even more furious, looking coldly at Liu Bang and opening his huge mouth, saying, "You won't be proud for long. Since I want to kill you, I will definitely kill you." At this moment, Liu Bang seemed to think of something, looking at Wang Yan with a puzzled expression, and asked in shock, "Wait, why does your voice sound exactly like that little bastard Wang Yan?" After finishing speaking, Liu Bang stared intently at Wang Yan, increasingly feeling that this prehistoric giant crocodile must have some relation to Wang Yan. Hearing this, Wang Yan opened his bloody maw and gritted his teeth angrily, saying, "My good cousin, because I am your cousin Wang Yan, I guarantee I will kill you." Upon hearing this, Liu Bang was dumbfounded, his face full of shock. "How is this possible? How did you turn into a prehistoric giant crocodile?" Obviously, Wang Yan's answer completely left Liu Bang confused. The others present also stared in disbelief. They never expected that this giant crocodile king was once human. Could it be that, with the apocalypse coming, some people could gain superpowers while others could transform into prehistoric giant crocodiles? Hearing this, Wang Yan sneered. "You can obtain 2 superpowers. So what's wrong with me turning into a giant crocodile?" After regaining his composure, Lu Bang's expression darkened. Isn't it just about taking your family's property? We never said we wouldn't pay it back. Can't you be a bit magnanimous? Besides, it's the apocalypse now. What use is money? Are you going to burn it for your parents? Speaking of which, we are still relatives. Blood is thicker than water. In the apocalypse, we should help each other. Looking at Lu Bang's shameless face, Wang Yan was furious, gritting his teeth. You old horse. If you have the guts, hide for the rest of your life and don't come out. I want to see how long your supplies can last. Hearing this, Lu Bang smugly sneered, don't worry. I have stored plenty of supplies in my spatial ability. Once I collect materials from the neighboring owners' rooms, I can last a year and a half easily. To be honest, I have to thank you for clearing out the zombies in the corridor. It's now much easier for me to gather supplies. Enough talk. I'm off to collect supplies. You wait slowly. After saying that, Lu Bang turned around triumphantly and ran upstairs. After Lu Bang left, Chun Fei and the others didn't dare to breathe, as they could see that the giant Crocodile King was in a furious state. At this moment, the calm Wang Yan looked at Chun Fei and shouted angrily, have you thought of a way? I want his whole family dead. At this time, Zhang Shihao tremblingly said, Giant Crocodile King, I have an idea. Maybe we could try it. Speak. Wang Yan looked at Zhang Shihao. Great king, although he has spatial powers. What is that compared to you? You can move freely in the apocalypse while he is stuck. You can gather all the people in the neighborhood to deal with his family. Or, great king, you could drive a large number of zombies into this building. This way, when his supplies run out, he will starve to death. Hearing this, Wang Yan restrained his anger and said, these two methods are too slow. At this moment, Chun Fei suddenly thought of something and quickly proposed, great king, I have a faster way. Hearing this, Wang Yan looked at Chun Fei, who had a sinister smile on his face. Giant Crocodile King, we can demolish the load-bearing walls of this building. Once the building collapses, let us see how he hides. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan's eyes lit up. Yes, he could directly demolish the load-bearing walls. At that time, the building would collapse, and Lu Bang wouldn't even be able to drag things out. After Chun Fei finished speaking, the other four youths also brightened up. This method was indeed the fastest way. At this time, Zhang Shihao continued to suggest, great king, you can also drive a large number of zombies inside first, so that when the building collapses, that little brat won't be able to escape to the second or third floor in time. Once you drive all the zombies inside, he will have to stay in his room and wait to die obediently. When the building collapses, you probably won't even need to lift a finger. His family might just be crushed to death by the collapsing building. Chapter 11. Decide to break the load-bearing wall. Capture Lu Yong and his family. Damn it. Wang Yan really is good luck. He actually transformed into a beast and is so powerful. From a steel-like body he displayed at that time, this guy has a power similar to turning his whole body into steel with maximum defense. Don't even mention my thunder powers. It's estimated that for a long time, I won't be his opponent. As for strength, this B-size is definitely terrifying. Thinking of this, Lu Bang felt very gloomy. Although he appeared very relaxed in front of Wang Yan, the pressure Wang Yan put on him was still too great. This is a super giant crocodile over 20 meters long. If anyone were being stared at by such a creature, their mindset wouldn't be much better than his. Currently, he only had two superpowers. One was thunder ability, and the other was spatial ability. Both were automatically obtained during the apocalypse, which also allowed him to gather some supplies. However, besides him, his parents and wife also needed food and drink, so the consumption of supplies was not slow either. Although his parents and wife were willing to reduce their food intake to help him relieve the pressure, even eating just one meal a day, he still felt pressured. Ever since he found out that Wang Yan had his eyes on their family, his pressure had only increased. Taking a deep breath, he knocked on the door of a neighbor who liked to hoard supplies and was relatively reclusive. Is anyone there? The next moment, a weak voice came from inside. Who is it? Upon hearing the voice, Lu Bang's eyes turned, and he smiled. I'm your neighbor from next door. Now the zombies in our building have been cleared out, and I'm preparing to organize people to collect supplies. If you're interested, come out and chat. Upon hearing this, the reclusive otaku Abing's eyes lit up. He had naturally heard the commotion in the community these past few days and had quietly opened his door. Indeed, there were no zombies left. However, there had been quite a bit of noise on their floor recently, and several people had died today. Moreover, judging from the voice, the person outside was a superpower user who lived next to him. Thinking of this, he hesitated for a moment and decided to ally with the other party. A superpower user. Although it seemed like he also had enemies, he was strong and worth relying on. More importantly, he lived next door. If he opposed the other party, they would definitely find a way to deal with him. With this thought, he immediately stood up and responded, "Coming, coming." The next moment, he opened the door, but what he never expected was that Liu Bang directly grabbed his neck. In panic, he widened his eyes and struggled continuously. Before he could react further, his neck was twisted and broken by Liu Bang. After silently killing the other party, Liu Bang quietly said sorry in his heart, then dragged the body and closed the door, tossing the corpse aside before starting to loot supplies. The result was very satisfying. This guy actually had quite a lot of supplies. Just the unopened bags of rice weighed 100 pounds each, and there were 2 bags, plus another bag that was more than half full. There were also eggs, a box of snail noodles, more than half a bottle of bottled water, 2 packs of canned cola and Red Bull, and plenty of miscellaneous snacks and agricultural products. Additionally, what made him even happier was that this guy actually had a drone, a large kite, a parachute, and a gliding suit. Unfortunately, he didn't know how to operate a drone at all. Thinking about this, Liu Bang felt some regret for killing this guy. Although operating a drone wasn't very difficult, the problem was that it was hard to play it well. And now, in the apocalypse, if he crashed the drone, he wouldn't dare to go outside to retrieve it. Damn! If he had known this guy could operate a drone, he should have spared his life. He could have observed the outside situation at any time. For a moment, Liu Bang felt a bit of regret. Just then, the entire corridor suddenly shook. Hearing the noise, Liu Bang's face changed drastically, quickly approaching the door to observe through the peephole, which left him dumbfounded. A large number of zombies appeared in the corridor. He was on the 9th floor. There are a large number of zombies on the 9th floor, which only leaves one possibility. There are even more zombies in the hallway. How did these zombies come here? There's only one possibility. Damn it. If I had known, I wouldn't have angered that little brat. That guy actually drove all the zombies into the hallway. Now I can't continue to gather supplies at all. Liu Bang secretly regretted it, even wishing he could slap himself twice for being so mouthy and creating more trouble for himself. However, the trouble wasn't too big for him at the moment. He thought he could go back without using the hallway, directly breaking a hole in the wall to connect with his own space, which would actually feel even bigger. Meanwhile, after driving a large number of zombies into the building, Wang Yan finally nodded in satisfaction. Good. Next we should start removing the load-bearing wall. At this moment, Chun Fei, Zhang Shihao, and the other young men had also brought various tools, like hammers, and were eager to try. They were currently in the underground parking lot, standing in front of a load-bearing wall, just waiting for Wang Yan's command to start working. At this moment, Wang Yan was in a great mood and, opening his mouth wide, asked, "Will tearing down this wall really cause the building to collapse?" Hearing this, Chun Fei smiled and patted his chest, assuring him, "Don't worry. Giant Crocodile King, this load-bearing wall is in a very critical position of the entire building. Once it's completely removed, it will be enough to make the hallway tilt completely. If that's not enough, we can take down another heavy wall, and the building will definitely collapse." Upon hearing this, Wang Yan nodded in satisfaction. Then what are we waiting for? Let us start. With his command, the 5 young men eagerly prepared to start, feeling it was quite fun. They had never done anything like this before the apocalypse. They had only seen some bizarre renovations on the news where load-bearing walls were removed. Now it was their turn to do it themselves, and to be honest, it was quite an exhilarating experience, especially knowing that the building was about to collapse. They felt very excited, because there were definitely many survivors in this building, and these guys might have been hiding in their rooms for a long time, which made them feel very uncomfortable. They were now living on borrowed time, so why should these people be able to survive for so long? Considering the skyrocketing prices of supplies before the apocalypse, the amount of supplies these people hoarded was also considerable, making them feel even more unbalanced. In fact, they had also hoarded supplies at home, but unfortunately it was too far from here, and they lived in different places. So the giant Crocodile King would definitely not be able to take them all back home. Thus, in the apocalypse, human nature had transformed. It was perfectly normal for them to feel unhappy seeing others do well when they were struggling. As the five worked hard to dismantle the load-bearing wall, many zombies heard the noise and came over, lingering at a distance, unwilling to leave. Their instinct for food kept them from leaving, but their fear prevented them from getting closer. Chun Fei, Zhang Shihao, and the others had already gotten used to the zombies lingering in the distance these past few days. As long as they were near the giant Crocodile King, the zombies dared not approach. In fact, not only zombies but even mutated beasts and zombie beasts did not dare to come close. It was instinct for the weak to fear the strong, preventing them from seeking death. In fact, this was beneficial for these zombies and mutated beasts. Once they evolved to a certain level, they would regain high intelligence. Even a dead fish might turn over, and those who failed to mutate still had a chance to turn things around. Soon, after half a day of relentless effort from the five, 2/3 of the load-bearing wall had been hollowed out, and it was only a gentle push from Wang Yan away from complete collapse. At this moment, Wang Yan eagerly had these guys move out, then returned to the underground parking lot. The next moment, Wang Yan entered the parking lot, kept a distance from the load-bearing wall, and used his powers to completely steel himself. Then, he excitedly twisted his massive body and violently charged towards the shaky load-bearing wall. Chapter 12. Successfully captured the resilient Liu Yong and his cousin-in-law. Boom! With a loud bang, the enormous Wang Yan easily broke through the load-bearing wall. In an instant, the entire building began to crack, as the structural transformation of the load-bearing wall made cracks inevitable. At the same time, all the residents in the building could feel the hallway tilting. Although the tilt wasn't significant yet, this sudden change terrified everyone. What's going on? The hallway is tilting? Oh no! Is there an earthquake? How could this happen? Why are there cracks in the walls of the house? Such a huge crack. Could it be about to collapse? Oh no! The entire building is shaking, and there's no earthquake. What on earth is happening? Damn it, what should we do now? Is there really someone so bored as to be demolishing a load-bearing wall? In an instant, as the whole building began to shake, the surviving residents were filled with terror, especially when they saw huge cracks appearing on the walls inside their rooms. They were even more frightened. Now, with a massive number of zombies in the hallway, if the hallway were to collapse, they wouldn't even have the chance to run, unless they dared to rush out directly. But the consequence of rushing out of the room would be being devoured by the zombies outside. Meanwhile, Liu Bang, who was hiding in a room on the 9th floor gathering supplies, instantly turned pale. He immediately had a terrifying guess in his heart. That beast Wang Yan wouldn't be demolishing the load-bearing wall, would he? If that were true, he wouldn't be able to survive in this building any longer, and the terrifying cracks on the walls were all telling him that his guess was very likely true. Thinking of this, Liu Bang's face turned ugly. If the whole building were to collapse, what would he do then? At that time, he might not even need Wang Yan to act. He would probably be crushed to death by the building's collapse. Their family lived on the 9th floor, and at this height, the terrifying impact from the collapse of the entire building would definitely kill them. The chances of survival would be very low, and even if he were lucky enough not to be crushed to death, he would definitely be seriously injured and buried in the rubble. Thinking of this, Liu Bang couldn't help but take a deep breath. After calming down, he knew he had to think of a way to escape quickly. On the other hand, after Wang Yan broke through a heavy wall, he found that the entire building had begun to tilt significantly. He could confidently say that as long as he broke through the other load-bearing wall, the building would definitely collapse. It was already on the verge of collapse. Not only that, Wang Yan also noticed that the underground parking lot began to feel windy, and he could faintly hear the sound of rain outside. This meant that once the blood of the zombies mixed with the rainwater after the hallway collapsed, even if there were survivors, as long as their wounds came into contact with the rainwater mixed with zombie blood on the ground, they would also turn into zombies. With this thought, Wang Yan became even more motivated and began to violently charge the load-bearing wall with his massive body. With each of his impacts, the entire building began to sway, as if it would collapse at any moment. Half an hour later, with Wang Yan's frenzied impacts, the reinforced concrete load-bearing wall was finally successfully knocked down by him. The next moment, as he knocked down the load-bearing wall, the entire building instantly lost its structural support and began to rapidly tilt and collapse. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the entire building, having lost 2 load-bearing walls, completely collapsed, even bringing down another building. In an instant, both buildings turned into ruins, and even Wang Yan was buried under the rubble. Moreover, due to the considerable weight of these ruins, Wang Yan had to struggle for quite a while before breaking free from the debris. He shook his massive body, crawled out from the rubble, and then began searching for Lu Yong and his family in the ruins. Not only that, but Wang Yan also gathered Chen Fei and the other 5 to help him search for Lu Yong's family in the ruins. They needed to find them alive or dead. A few minutes later, Wang Yan made a discovery. His aunt, who had been crushed to death in the rubble, was so mangled that she was barely recognizable. Yet he recognized her at a glance. Additionally, he was incredulous to find that his good Uncle Lu Yong was alive. Similarly, his cousin's wife was gravely injured but also alive, just trapped under the debris. After facing such results, Wang Yan was utterly stunned. He had thought Lu Yong's family was tough, but he never expected them to be this resilient. They lived on the 9th floor, and out of the entire family, only one had died in the building collapse, while the other 2 were just seriously injured. All right, he still hadn't found Lu Bang, the little brat. He didn't know if he had died in the rubble. At the same time, Lu Yong, severely injured, was pulled out from the debris by Chen Fei and Zhang Shihao. And he cursed Wang Yan with a twisted face. Heaven truly has no eyes. It's the end of the world. How can you still be alive, you beast? Clearly, he had already learned from Lu Bang about Wang Yan's identity, knowing that this giant crocodile was the one who nearly caused their entire family to perish in the building collapse. Hearing Lu Yong's curses, Wang Yan was not angry at all. He opened his mouth wide and said, "My dear uncle, my life may be tough, but your family's life is also quite tough. The whole building collapsed, and your family only lost 1 member. I'm simply amazed. By the way, where's my dear cousin? If he is not dead, let him come out. You can all go together. It would be good for a reunion in the afterlife." Upon hearing Wang Yan's vicious words, Lu Yong was filled with dread. Was this still the little bastard they used to bully? Realizing this, Lu Yong gnashed his teeth in regret and said, "If I had known, I should have listened to my son and killed this beast back then. I really shouldn't have been soft-hearted." After hearing this, Wang Yan deeply agreed and opened his mouth wide, saying, "Yes, we must eradicate the roots. Don't worry, uncle. I will kill that bastard Lu Bang. I can't sleep if he doesn't die." Seeing Wang Yan so ruthless, Lu Yong panicked and pleaded, "Wang Yan, uncle knows he was wrong. Please don't kill him. He is still a child. He is also your cousin. You can't do this." Just then, an angry shout rang out. "Wang Yan, I Lu Bang swear to the heavens that I will kill you and avenge my parents and wife." At the sound, Wang Yan suddenly looked up and saw Lu Bang's familiar figure on the roof of another building. What shocked Wang Yan was how that little brat had managed to climb to the roof of another building. At that moment, a male homeowner from the other building stood by the window and respectfully shouted, "Crocodile King." He escaped to that building before the collapse and then climbed up through the window of the 16th floor. Chapter 13. A Shameless Contest. A live broadcast of reality. Hearing this, Wang Yan was furious. He hadn't expected Lu Bang to react so quickly. He hadn't spent much time demolishing the building. Yet that brat had immediately thought of a way to escape and successfully change floors. What was worse was that he had abandoned his parents so decisively. Indeed, Lu Bang was a heartless beast and a major threat to him. Seeing his son escape to another building, Lu Yong laughed heartily. "Son, well done. You must live well and come back to avenge me when you are absolutely sure." Wang Yan gritted his teeth in anger and shouted at Lu Bang, "Cousin, have you abandoned your dad and wife just to survive? If you come down, I swear by the heavens that I will let your dad and your wife go. Not only that, I promise to wait until you have a backup before killing you. How about that?" Upon hearing Wang Yan's words, Lu Bang laughed maniacally and cursed. "You beast who is worse than a pig or dog. You've killed your own uncle and aunt. What does it matter if I Lu Bang abandon my parents? Dad, don't worry. The Lu family will never die out. When the time comes, I will avenge you. Wife, if you still love me, just die right now. When I make a name for myself in the apocalypse, I will give you a grand burial." Hearing Lu Bang's words, Wang Yan felt even more furious. This beast was too much like the historical Lu Bang, willing to abandon his parents and wife. If he continued to let him live, Wang Yan truly worried he wouldn't be able to sleep. At the same time, after hearing his son's words, Lu Yong felt a mix of relief and intense resistance, clearly trying to provoke Chun Fei to kill him, but Chun Fei was too afraid to act, fearing that Wang Yan's anger would have no target to vent on and could only restrain him. In contrast, Lu Bang's wife, who was Wang Yan's cousin's wife, looked somewhat complex. She was filled with despair, but evidently did not want to die. She just hadn't begged for mercy. Meanwhile, Wang Yan suppressed his anger and opened his mouth wide, saying, "You really are my cousin. In terms of being a beast, I'm not as good as you. Since that's the case, I have nothing more to say. Later, I will feed your dad some Viagra and let him have a good time with your wife. After all, he is my uncle, and I can't let him cut off the family line. This can also be considered adding bricks to your Lu family's continuation." In an instant, Chun Fei and the others were left dumbfounded. Many survivors hiding in their rooms, although they hadn't fully grasped the situation, had roughly understood through the conversation that both sides were once relatives, and now they were killing each other, each more brutal and shameless than the other. One side was truly a beast, after all, a prehistoric giant crocodile monster, while the other was even worse than a beast, completely disregarding the lives of his wife and parents. But what Wang Yan didn't expect was that his words didn't break Lu Bang's defenses. Instead, he laughed and said, "Dad, did you hear that? Just cooperate with my cousin later. Enjoy yourselves before you die. We can consider ourselves a father-son duo in the same grave." Lu Yong. Lu Bang's words left not only Wang Yan stunned, but also Lu Yong. And everyone present was bewildered. Lu Bang's wife was also stunned. Even the surviving homeowners hiding in the community were dumbfounded. Damn, this Lu Bang is ruthless, even more shameless than the historical Lu Bang. Incredible. This Lu Bang is even more like Lu Bang from history. Ruthless, the whole family is ruthless. Their moral standards and bottom lines mean nothing to them. They can speak such morally corrupt words. Damn it, movies truly come from life. This is just ridiculous. In an instant, many homeowners in the building were filled with shock and admiration. They even had no doubt that such a person would survive better in the apocalypse than they would. Wang Yan looked around and opened his mouth wide, saying, "Come on, who has Viagra at home? Throw it down now. Later, I will personally escort him to collect supplies." As soon as Wang Yan said this, Lu Yong's face turned red instantly. He didn't know whether to be happy or unhappy. Getting high before dying, with his own son as the partner, was just too much like a Japanese movie. But he had no idea that Wang Yan had changed his mind. He planned to force Lu Yong to take Viagra and then control him to watch, letting Chun Fei and the others have a real battle. If he weren't a crocodile right now, Wang Yan would have probably directly participated to vent his anger. Soon, a homeowner indeed had Viagra. After shouting, he directly threw it down from the window. After throwing it down, the homeowner couldn't help but excitedly say, "Crocodile King, don't forget your promise to collect supplies with you." Seeing this scene, Lu Bang, who had been drenched in the rain on the roof, turned fierce. He hadn't expected that Wang Yan would actually go through with it. Moreover, he was preparing to give him a live show. Wang Yan was relieved, but he was completely furious. At this moment, Wang Yan opened his blood-red mouth and sneered, "Go pick up the medicine and feed it to him. Then you all personally go and suffocate this old thing." Zhang Shihai couldn't help but feel a bit excited and said, "King Crocodile, isn't this a bit too thrilling?" Chun Fei also seemed a bit exhilarated, solemnly declaring, "We will resolutely obey the king's orders." Soon, the three of them began to act swiftly according to Wang Yan's instructions. Meanwhile, Wang Yan coldly watched Lu Bang on the rooftop and then glanced at the flushed Lu Yong. In fact, Lu Yong was extremely angry. He had thought he could have a father-son reunion with his son, but he never expected that this beast would change his mind, leaving him with no chance to enjoy himself before death. Before long, Lu Yong was subdued and forced to take 5 or 6 pills. Then Chun Fei and the others eagerly began to torment Lu Bang's wife. At the same time, perhaps knowing that death was inevitable, Liu looked pale and pleaded with Wang Yan, "Can you give me a quick death? I never tortured you before, right?" Upon hearing this, Wang Yan fell silent for a moment and did not refute her words. In his previous life, she indeed had not tormented him, and even in Lu Yong's house. She had no say. It was basically Lu Yong and Lu Bang who made the decisions. However, she had never pleaded for him either. Thinking of this, Wang Yan decided to let her off the hook. Even if she didn't die, she would never be with Lu Bang again. Her existence could still annoy Lu Bang. At this moment, Chun Fei and the others were waiting for Wang Yan's decision, not daring to act rashly. Wang Yan then opened his blood-red mouth and said, "Come on, pick someone from among them to have fun with you. Then shout loudly for Lu Bang to hear and scold him fiercely. I might consider sparing your life." After hearing this, Liu's beautiful eyes lit up as she looked at the five and asked, "Who among you doesn't have a wife? Who wants me? I want you." "I don't have a wife or girlfriend," a young man volunteered. Hearing this, Liu blushed and nodded, and then Chun Fei and the other four reluctantly stepped back. Subsequently, a live-action scene akin to a Spring Palace performance unfolded before everyone's eyes. Not only that, but to save her life, Liu, enduring the shame of being in the spotlight, blushed, and despite her injuries, indignantly shouted, "Lu Bang, he's 100 times stronger than you. Your size is like a golden needle compared to him." Upon hearing this, Wang Yan laughed and mocked Lu Bang on the rooftop. "Did you hear that, Lu Needle Mushroom? Look how happy your wife is. You really are useless. Can't even satisfy your own wife." After saying this, he turned to the flushed Lu Yong and teased, "How's it feel? Isn't it exciting? Uncle, as long as you loudly scold your son, I might consider letting you join in." Chapter 14. The Torturous Living King of Hell. Northern Myanmar is nothing compared to this, right? Upon hearing this, Lu Yong's face turned red with shame as he cursed, "You heartless beast." Wang Yan, however, was unconcerned and instead looked up at the furious and grim-faced Lu Bang on the rooftop, teasing Lu Bang, "I know you must have a way to escape by climbing to the rooftop. If you're not in a hurry, let us see how long your dad can hold out." Lu Bang cursed loudly in anger. "Wang Yan, I remember you, you beast. I will definitely kill you, definitely." To this, Wang Yan was indifferent, and Liu shouted even louder, "Lu Bang, with that size of yours that's less than my pinky, I can outdo you with just my finger." Hearing this, Wang Yan couldn't help but laugh, then said to Chun Fei, Zhang Shihai, and the others, "Come help. I see that old thing is uncomfortable. Go help him cut that thing off." Upon hearing this, Zhang Shihai and Chun Fei felt a tightness in their groin. This was too brutal. It was nothing less than Northern Myanmar. Hearing this, Lu Yong, with bloodshot eyes, panicked. "Beast, what do you want to do? If you have the guts, kill me." Originally, he could relieve the effects of the medicine himself, but he never expected Wang Yan would send someone to cut it off. Wouldn't that make him a living eunuch? Faced with this living king of hell, Lu Yong was terrified and wanted to struggle and resist, but it was of no use. Soon, he was pinned down by Chun Fei, and then Zhang Shihai took out a beautiful spring knife from his pocket, suppressing his discomfort, and cruelly grabbed Lu Yong's caterpillar and mercilessly brought the knife down. Crack! A scream like that of a slaughtered pig echoed. Lu Yong pitifully covered his bleeding groin, and his screams were enough to send chills down the spines of the residents in the vicinity. Seeing the scene, Wang Yan felt a wave of satisfaction as he looked up at the grim-faced and silent Lu Bang, feeling somewhat bored, and then opened his blood-red mouth and said, "Stuff his mouth. Don't let him scream so loud. It's annoying." Soon, Lu Yong's screams abruptly ceased, but the pain left him in tears. Honestly, he truly wanted Wang Yan to give him a quick death and stop torturing him. The key was that he couldn't curse his son. After all, he had held out this long, and if he softened, it would be even more embarrassing, making his suffering pointless. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Lu Bang had calmed down, expressionless as he watched the actions below without any response. Thus, while Wang Yan continued to torment Lu Yong and mock him, Lu Bang remained silent, fixated on him. This made Wang Yan very uninterested, and ultimately losing interest, he directly swallowed Lu Yong whole in front of Lu Bang. However, seeing that the other party showed no signs of escaping, Wang Yan immediately speculated that the other side indeed had a way to escape, but the risk was extremely high. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, he was unwilling to try. Thus, the two sides had been at a standstill for several hours. The rain had already stopped, but Lu Bang still hadn't left. This made Wang Yan testily mock. Why aren't you running? Why haven't you left? Liu Bang, et posin, viplit. Aren't I waiting for you to demolish the building? Go ahead and demolish it. Let's see if I run. If you think you can outlast me, you're dreaming. Right now, it's just me who is well fed. My family is nothing to worry about. I have plenty of supplies. I can hold out for a year if I ration. After saying this, Liu Bang conjured up a loaf of bread out of nowhere and began to eat it with gusto. Seeing this scene, Wang Yan was both angry and amused and began to demolish load-bearing walls in the community, instructing Chun Fei and Zhang Shihai to keep an eye on Liu Bang. The next moment, under the astonished gazes of many, Wang Yan started tearing down the load-bearing walls in the community. This terrified the residents of the building. With each impact from Wang Yan, the entire building began to shake violently. Many residents began to panic and plead for mercy. King Crocodile, please don't do this. I'm still in the community. King Crocodile, please spare us. We don't want to die. Unfortunately, Wang Yan was completely indifferent to their cries for mercy, which led many residents to despair and curse loudly. Some even threw things down from above in frustration, wishing to smash Chun Fei and the others, which left the watching Chun Fei and Zhang Shihai feeling a chill down their spines. Of course, there were also smart people, especially those living on lower floors, who had started taking apart their air conditioning units, hoping to escape before the building collapsed. Just then, Chun Fei shouted, "King Crocodile, it seems Liu Bang is flying a kite." What? Flying a kite? This guy wants to use a kite to fly away? Wang Yan, who was crashing into the load-bearing walls, felt a sudden sinking feeling and quickened his pace. With his brutal and reckless method of impact, the load-bearing wall was successfully broken through, and the entire process took only about 20 minutes. Unfortunately, when he broke through one load-bearing wall, the entire building, although cracked and tilted severely, still did not collapse. This made Wang Yan immediately start crashing into the second load-bearing wall. Not long after the crash, Wang Yan suddenly heard the sound of a helicopter in the sky. He hurried to an open area and saw a helicopter hovering above Liu Bang, throwing down a rope. At this moment, Liu Bang was laughing maniacally, grabbing the rope and mocking Wang Yan. Want to kill me? Let me tell you, it's impossible. Do you think I want to watch this beast torture my family? I've already contacted the largest military organization. I possess a rare spatial storage ability. And as long as I speak up, there are plenty of organization bases willing to rescue me. From the beginning until now, I've just been acting with you to buy time. Yes, the moment you started sealing the building with zombies, I realized something was wrong and called for help. After I demonstrated my value, the largest military organization base in the apocalypse quickly came to rescue me. Even if they had arrived late, I would have other escape methods. I would never just sit and wait. Fortunately, this largest military base values me even more than I expected, and their rescue speed is so fast. Hearing this, Wang Yan suppressed his anger, looking up at the helicopter in the sky, wishing he could bring it down. He had already guessed who the largest military organization base Liu Bang was talking about. In his previous life, before he died, he had also heard about this survivor military base. This organization was called the Dawn Military Organization, which retained powerful firepower after the apocalypse and was located in Sanyan Province. Just before his death, he had heard that the Dawn organization had cleared the zombies from Sanyan Province and restored order. Wang Yan, if you're still a man and not afraid of death, come to Sanyan Province and kill me. After saying that, the military helicopter quickly disappeared into the horizon, and Wang Yan unwillingly gave up the chase. The military helicopter flew too fast. With the speed, how could he possibly catch up? As for now going to Sanyan Province to kill Liu Bang, that was even more impossible. The firepower there was too strong. In his previous life, Wang Yan had maliciously speculated that perhaps Guijia had already gotten the news. That's why they had stockpiled a large amount of food and military strength in Sanyan Province in advance. Although he couldn't kill Liu Bang, Wang Yan was not discouraged. At most, it would just prolong this guy's miserable existence for a while. He could wait until the Dawn organization had cleared Sanyan Province and his own strength was sufficient. Then actively seek out and threaten the province to hand over Liu Bang. By then, no matter how important Liu Bang was, He could never be more important than the safety of the entire Sanyan province. With this thought, the anger and frustration in Wang Yan's heart finally dissipated a lot. Ultimately, it was still due to his weak strength. Otherwise, would the Dawn organization dare to offend him? At this moment, Wang Yan also made up his mind to improve his strength as soon as possible and go to Sanyan province to kill Liu Bang. He then kept his promise and took Chun Fei, Zhang Shihao, and others to search for supplies, gathered them in a community, and left. However, not long after leaving, Wang Yan, who had not completed his task and received no rewards, began to wander around the city. After failing to find any hunting targets and with the sky getting darker, he restrained his own pressure and started eating zombies on the streets. He kept eating until deep into the night. Wang Yan was so disgusted that he didn't want to eat anymore, because relying on eating zombies to evolve was too difficult. Moreover, the efficiency of evolving by eating zombies was too slow. Why do I say that? Assuming an average zombie weighs 50 kilograms, after eating one, he can gain 10 evolution points. 10 zombies would yield 100 evolution points. 100 zombies would yield 1,000 evolution points. 1,000 zombies would yield 10,000 evolution points. 10,000 zombies would yield 100,000 evolution points. According to his current evolution point needs, he seemed to need 200,000 evolution points for one evolution. He would need to eat 20,000 zombies, and that was just the current demand for evolution. After evolving, the required number of evolution points would skyrocket even more. If he relied solely on eating zombies, how long would it take? Chapter 15. The task of hunting great demon beasts. Supergiant zombie. If the taste of zombies was good, that would be fine. The key is that the taste of zombies is very unappetizing. With this in mind, Wang Yan knew he had to find a way, preferably to eat other creatures to replace ordinary zombies. Because the evolution points provided by ordinary zombies were too few, and in the future, their value would likely continue to depreciate. Just then, the system's voice rang out. Ding. Detecting that the host is currently facing the dilemma of slow strength improvement, successfully triggering the following random selection tasks. Task 1. Please hunt or devour 3 great demon realm creatures. Task reward. 90,000 evolution points. Random gold treasure, chest 1. Task penalty, none. Task 2. Please hunt or devour 5 great demon realm creatures. Task reward. 150,000 evolution points. Random gold treasure chest 1. Task penalty, none. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan couldn't help but be stunned. Hadn't the apocalypse just started a few days ago? How could there already be great demon realm creatures? These creatures had evolved way too quickly. Confused, Wang Yan asked in his heart, System, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? I haven't seen any great demon realm creatures in the past few days. The apocalypse just broke out not long ago. How could they possibly break through to the great demon realm? Ding. Please do not underestimate any creature. Currently, there are quite a few mutated creatures among ordinary beings that are stronger than the host. Additionally, this time the apocalypse outbreak was also driven by the demon race. These demon races, which have remained hidden in modern times, possess strength beyond the host's imagination. After hearing the system's words, Wang Yan was extremely surprised. He hadn't expected that the apocalypse outbreak was actually driven by the demon race. These so-called demon races were probably the legendary monsters, right? With this thought, Wang Yan put away his previously disdainful attitude towards the apocalypse. Then, after hesitating for just a moment, he decisively said, System, I choose task 2. Ding. Wishing the host to complete the task quickly and receive the rewards. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan no longer dared to openly lie on the road to rest. To be honest, before the system issued this task, he had always believed that his strength was absolutely top-notch, especially since the apocalypse had just broken out not long ago. That was why he had been ignorant and fearless, openly sleeping on the city streets, ignoring zombies, and disregarding the apocalypse. At this moment, as Wang Yan opened his eyes, he immediately felt that something seemed to be watching him in the darkness. It wasn't until he scanned his surroundings that the feeling of being watched seemed to completely disappear. Good heavens! In a nighttime apocalypse, Danger was indeed lurking everywhere. It hadn't been long before something dared to spy on him. What would happen in another 2 days? For a moment, Wang Yan felt heavy-hearted and under great pressure. The next moment, he began to move his body and started to act in the darkness. He wanted to see if he could discover any formidable creatures at night, the so-called Great Demon Realm creatures mentioned by the system. To Wang Yan's astonishment, just as he was searching the city close to dawn, he finally discovered a terrifying zombie monster. This creature was very strange, resembling a giant zombie. Standing a full 15 meters tall, looking like an oversized Hulk, except that its body was gray and filled with bloody red veins, with eyes burning bright red. Upon seeing Wang Yan, this super zombie was instantly attracted. However, after looking at its own size, and then at Wang Yan's, it surprisingly did not rush forward, clearly holding back. The other party's strange behavior even surprised Wang Yan. This 15-meter-tall, giant zombie surprisingly possesses intelligence. Moreover, Wang Yan can sense a powerful aura emanating from it, indicating that it is a creature on par with a major demon. Clearly, this super giant zombie aligns with Wang Yan's goals. With this thought in mind, Wang Yan hesitated for no moment, moving his massive body directly towards the super giant zombie. Seeing Wang Yan swaggering towards it, the super giant zombie was initially stunned. But then, as if provoked, it roared angrily and pounded its chest. It then picked up a small car and hurled it at Wang Yan. Bang! Due to Wang Yan's massive size, the car easily crashed into him. However, with his body now hardened like steel, Wang Yan was not afraid. Although it hurt a bit, to him, it felt merely like a flea bite. After all, even when an entire building collapsed on him, it only caused him discomfort and a buzzing in his head, let alone a small car. Seeing that the car had no effect, the supergiant zombie charged at Wang Yan. In the next moment, while still a distance away, it jumped high and came crashing down on Wang Yan's back. Unfortunately, it was utterly useless. In fact, because it jumped so high, Wang Yan distinctly heard the sound of bones cracking. The next moment, Wang Yan shifted his body and bit down on the seemingly crippled super giant zombie. With a crunch, Wang Yan easily bit into the super giant zombie's leg and effortlessly severed it, then viciously clamped down on the zombie's waist. In pain, the super giant zombie howled furiously, pounding Wang Yan's massive head with its fists, even grabbing a nearby car and smashing it against Wang Yan like a stone. Although the attacks were indeed somewhat painful, Wang Yan was used to it and did not loosen his grip. In fact, in a fit of rage, he began to thrash his massive jaws. In no time, the super giant zombie was bitten in half by Wang Yan. Just as the zombie, now missing its lower half, attempted to crawl away in terror. It was already too late. Wang Yan immediately clamped down on its upper body and began to chew and swallow. Due to its enormous size, it was quite challenging for Wang Yan to swallow it whole. The 15-meter-tall supergiant zombie was no small feat. What surprised Wang Yan even more was that this supergiant zombie evidently had intelligence, as it pleaded for mercy before it died. Unfortunately, Wang Yan had no intention of letting it go. In less than half an hour, Wang Yan devoured the supergiant zombie. At the same time, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully devoured a major demon-level mutated zombie. Earned 20,000 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host. Current task completion progress 15. Upon hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan was immediately astonished. He did not expect that this major demon-level mutated zombie would be worth 20,000 evolution points. It seems that ordinary zombies are worthless, but these mutated zombies still hold value. This means that even without tasks issued by the system, if he hunts 10 major demon-level mutated zombies, the evolution points gained would allow him to successfully evolve. Chapter 16. The taste of major demon-level zombies is quite good. The ruler of the city? Thinking of this, Wang Yan finally felt relieved. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about future evolution issues. It seems that as his strength increases, if he wants to quickly enhance his power, he needs to set his hunting targets on those formidable creatures. Moreover, when he consumed this major demon-level giant zombie earlier, he found the taste to be quite delicious, completely devoid of the foul and disgusting odor typical of ordinary zombies. In a good mood, Wang Yan looked up at the rising sun and continued on his way. Along the journey, he witnessed many things. He saw how ugly human nature could become in the despairing environment of the apocalypse. He also witnessed survivors completely breaking down, choosing to leap from tall buildings. Of course, there were countless acts of violence such as forced assaults on women, murder, and robbery. After the collapse of order, the primal instincts of humans were magnified infinitely. Additionally, he encountered several special ability users that morning, including some who could even fly. Unfortunately, these ability users had very poor stamina, and their combat capabilities were insufficient for them to venture out and gather supplies. Thus, Wang Yan walked from dawn until noon. He had not yet discovered a second special major demon-level zombie, but the number of minor demon-level zombies was quite substantial. The main difference between these minor demon-level zombies and ordinary zombies is that they possess an instinctual ability to seek benefits and avoid harm, and they also hunt each other. They would hunt and devour one another, engaging in mutual slaughter, which would then enhance their strength. Wang Yan had a theory from his previous life that the tumors in the brains of these zombies likely represented the essence gathered throughout their bodies. In his previous life, he had heard people say that consuming this could potentially awaken special abilities. However, he never dared to try it, not even with Liu Bang's family. This was because, during the apocalypse in his past life, when he fell into the hands of Liu Bang's family, they had conducted experiments, and the result was that those who consumed it directly mutated into zombies, with combat capabilities far exceeding those of ordinary zombies. He had never seen anyone who consumed this and genuinely awakened special abilities, aside from mutated beasts, zombies, and zombie beasts that gained significant benefits from it. Just then, Wang Yan suddenly spotted a massive creature on a distant skyscraper. It was a super giant python, completely black, its skin covered with a layer of black scales. Its terrifying body was coiled around the tall building, and its length was estimated to be no less than 300 meters. At that moment, Wang Yan gasped in shock. He could hardly believe that just a few days after the apocalypse began, such a terrifyingly large creature had appeared. This python, coiled around the skyscraper, seemed like the ruler of the city, dwarfing the densely packed zombies below like ants. Similarly, when this terrifying giant python spotted Wang Yan, it noticed the small crocodile and was scared away. The super giant python did not pursue, as this small crocodile was simply too weak. Consuming it would not enhance its strength at all. It had already reached the pinnacle of the giant demon realm. Such a creature that had just entered the major demon realm had no effect on it. And even creatures at the pinnacle of the major demon realm would have minimal impact. Only other creatures of the giant demon realm, or rare treasures, or those stronger than it, could provide significant benefits. On the other hand, after escaping to a location far from the city center, Wang Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Earlier, the python had merely glanced at him from a distance, and the overwhelming sense of suffocation it exuded sent chills down his spine. That was a super giant python over 300 meters long. Its realm and strength were self-evident. It could easily kill him. If the two sides truly faced off, Wang Yan didn't even have confidence in surviving against it. As the stronger the realm, the more terrifying the means. At the same time, Wang Yan couldn't help but question in his heart, "System, is this a mutated creature? Why is it so big?" It was already 18 meters long before the apocalypse arrived. How could such a terrifying mutated creature appear just a few days after the apocalypse began? Ding! Friendly reminder to the host. The creature is not a mutated being. It was already 200 meters long before the apocalypse. It is a giant demon among the demon race. It belongs to a powerful and influential faction of demons. What the heck? It was already a giant demon-level existence before the apocalypse, and it's part of a powerful and influential faction. After hearing the system's explanation, Wang Yan was left speechless. He never expected that even in the apocalypse, there would still be connections to powerful entities. It seems that before the apocalypse arrives, the world is not as simple as it appears. As for why these monsters have not been exposed, it is estimated that the demon race itself is very good at hiding. Moreover, another reason is that countries around the world might find out, but dare not expose them easily. These colossal beings could easily cause worldwide panic. Thinking of this, Wang Yan secretly reminded himself to keep a low profile, as there are such terrifying creatures even in Nanlin City. This proves that other cities probably have them too, especially in places with more mountains and rivers. Who knows what colossal beings might emerge? Additionally, the vast ocean is also a no-go. After all, compared to the famous mountains and rivers on land, the monsters lurking in the sea might be even more terrifying. Just then, the sound of fighting from the distant city caught Wang Yan's attention. He quickly turned his massive body and headed towards the source of the commotion. Soon, Wang Yan saw a giant tiger over 3 meters tall and 8 meters long battling a similarly sized male lion in the city streets, both locked in a fierce struggle, while nearby zombies wisely kept their distance. Upon seeing this scene, Wang Yan was surprised to find that their auras were not weak and belonged to the realm of great demons, mutated beasts. As for how he could distinguish between mutated beasts and demons, it was mainly because he had previously encountered that super terrifying giant python. Its terrifying aura and overwhelming pressure were fundamentally different from mutated beasts. For example, Wang Yan suspected that he was not a mutated beast, but a demon. Or rather, mutated beasts are also demons, just ones birthed by the apocalypse, which are vastly different from pure demons. This is because his aura is much closer to that of the super giant python, while there is a significant difference from the auras of these two mutated beasts. At this moment, as Wang Yan got closer, the tiger and lion, who were originally fighting fiercely, suddenly pulled away, looking at him warily. Judging from their auras, Wang Yan was on the same level as them, but his size was much larger. Forget about a one-on-one. Even if they teamed up, they probably wouldn't be able to defeat Wang Yan. Seeing the wary expressions of these two mutated beasts, Wang Yan knew they were highly intelligent. So he opened his massive mouth and asked, "Do you need help?" To his surprise, both mutated beasts shook their heads in refusal. Seeing this, Wang Yan turned and left, stopping only after creating a significant distance. He mainly wanted to see how deep the conflict between the two was. If the conflict was indeed deep, as long as there was a safe distance, they would inevitably continue to fight, and in that case, he might have a chance to pick up the pieces. If there was no opportunity, he could just leave. After all, his speed was too slow to catch up with such agile creatures. If possible, he wanted to ally with one of them, so that when hunting Liu Bang next time, he wouldn't just be left watching helplessly. These large felines are extremely fast and very agile in their movements. Their combat power is indeed inferior to his, but their speed could easily leave him several streets behind. To Wang Yan's delight, after he retreated to a safe distance, the two colossal creatures, who had deep-seated conflicts, immediately roared and charged at each other. A great battle was about to break out. At the same time, their penetrating and deafening roars echoed across the city, filled with ruins and dried blood, and cars piled up on the road. Seeing this scene, Wang Yan began to eagerly watch the fight. If both sides fought to the death, regardless of which side killed the other, he could go in to collect the spoils after the battle. After all, he didn't believe that these two mutated beasts could easily shake off a prey weighing about the same as themselves after killing each other. That was simply unrealistic. At this moment, both combatants were consumed by rage, biting and clawing at each other. Neither of these colossal beasts showed any signs of backing down, as if they had a long-standing grudge, determined to not rest until one of them was dead. Chapter 17. Attracting 3 mutated wolves? A gathering of great demon creatures. To be honest, Wang Yan was also curious about which was stronger under the same size, the lion or the tiger. Before the apocalypse, this was a topic filled with debate, with many supporters on both sides. Therefore, as an observer, Wang Yan knew the upcoming battle would surely be spectacular. Soon, he discovered that both sides possessed special abilities, and even more absurdly, both of their abilities were fire-based. They were engulfed in terrifying flames, one with black fire and the other with red fire. Since both were fire abilities, the damage they could inflict on each other was greatly reduced. After all, both sides had a significant resistance to fire, meaning that their abilities could not serve as a decisive weapon. To determine the victor, they would have to truly compete in strength. Half an hour later, the battle had reached a fever pitch. The two mutated beasts had already torn each other to shreds. Blood pouring from wounds on their heads, limbs, and bodies. Almost everywhere was a site of bloody injuries. Even so, the fighting continued unabated. When they were exhausted, they would merely pause for a moment before clashing again. This extreme fighting style indicated that there was an irreconcilable conflict between them. Because they had already bitten each other to the point of being covered in gaping wounds, the injuries were horrifying, and at this rate, within half an hour, a victor would surely emerge. Sure enough, half an hour later, the tiger managed to bite through the lion's spine. However, the tiger's own jaw, hind legs, and front limbs were also severely injured, and both sides had nearly fought to a standstill. Seeing this scene, Wang Yan couldn't help but feel ecstatic. He hadn't expected the battle to reach such a level. The lion wouldn't survive. The tiger wouldn't survive either, because after this battle, the tiger was already severely wounded, with both front limbs and hind legs broken. In such a situation, even escaping would be a luxury. Just as Wang Yan was about to charge in, a mutated vulture with a wingspan of nearly 30 meters circled in the sky, unwilling to leave. It could see that both the tiger and the lion were done for, and naturally wanted to take the opportunity to scavenge. However, since neither the tiger nor the lion was dead yet, it didn't dare to recklessly dive down, fearing a last-ditch retaliation from the two mutated beasts. More critically, there was also a giant crocodile nearby, eyeing the situation, making the risk of attempting to snatch food from the tiger's jaws extremely high. So it could only watch and wait. Meanwhile, Wang Yan was incredibly surprised by the newly appeared vulture. It seemed that the number of mutated beasts reaching the level of great demons was not small. But thinking of this made Wang Yan feel somewhat unbalanced. Before the apocalypse, he was already over 6 meters long as a bay crocodile. He had worked hard to achieve his current size. Yet, just a few days after the apocalypse began, he found himself not as strong as these mutated beasts. For a moment, Wang Yan was baffled and couldn't help but ask in his heart, "System, why is it that with your help, I'm still not as good as these mutated beasts that don't have system assistance?" Ding! The system is here to clarify for the host. Although these mutated beasts received help from heaven and earth, instantly reaching the level of great demons. Seemingly similar to the host after hard work, their potential is limited. The host's potential has also received a certain boost. Ding! Because the host's luck is not strong. According to the calculations based on luck, without the system, the host would have been destined to remain mediocre. This is best evidenced by the fact that in both past and present, the host did not obtain the abilities granted by heaven and earth when the apocalypse arrived. After hearing the system's explanation, Wang Yan fell silent. He knew the system was not deceiving him. His luck might indeed not be strong. If his luck were at its peak, how could he not have awakened any special abilities after 2 apocalyptic events in his past and present lives? It seems he is not favored by the heavens. With this thought, Wang Yan felt a bit helpless. It didn't matter if he wasn't favored by the heavens, but he felt like he was being targeted. In his past life, others could awaken their abilities, but he could not, and he had nothing to say about it. After all, the proportion of ability users among survivors was indeed quite rare. But now, before the apocalypse arrived, he had already transformed into an animal. Yet, when the apocalypse came, he still hadn't awakened any abilities. This made him feel truly targeted, because the probability of mutated beasts awakening abilities could reach 70. Otherwise, why would people in his past life say that mutated beasts were the darlings of heaven and earth? It was precisely because the probability of gaining abilities was so outrageous. However, even if he knew he was being targeted by the heavens, he didn't care. After all, he had a system backing him up, and he would still have infinite potential in the future. With this in mind, Wang Yan looked up, ready to devour the 2 severely injured creatures. Yes, the severely injured tiger mutant beast had lost its value as an ally in his eyes. If it had only been injured and not lost 2 legs, he would have considered cooperating with one side, even sparing the other's life. Unfortunately, in this battle, although both sides had fought bravely, they had also suffered fatal injuries. As he twisted his massive body, preparing to crawl towards the 2 mutant beasts, suddenly, 3 large demon-level mutant beasts appeared on the city road in the distance. These were 3 mutated wolves with black fur, bloodthirsty and fierce appearances and red eyes. They were slightly smaller than the northeast tiger mutant beast, probably close to 3 meters tall and 7 meters long. Wang Yan had no doubt that if the tiger and lion encountered these 3 mutant wolves alone, they would definitely be easily killed. From the aura, it was clear that these 3 mutant beasts had reached the mid-stage of the demon level, stronger than Wang Yan. Seeing this scene, Wang Yan was instantly delighted. He hadn't expected to attract 3 mutated wolves. If he could kill the 3 wolves, along with the tiger and lion mutant beasts, he could easily complete his task. With this thought, Wang Yan showed a wary expression, which was immediately noticed by the 3 mutant wolves. Wolves are inherently intelligent, and now, as demon-level mid-stage mutant beasts, their intelligence surpassed that of humans. Upon seeing Wang Yan's wariness and hesitation, the 3 mutant wolves grew even more confident. They calmly approached side by side, making threatening growls bearing their fangs, as if to warn Wang Yan not to compete with them for the 2 prey. Although the giant crocodile before them was massive and physically dominated them, they had never regarded this giant crocodile as a threat. This clumsy crocodile, like a toothless tiger, posed too low a danger to them, because this was land, not a river. It was their home ground. Chapter 18. Deliberately feigning weakness against the enemy, successfully killing a mutated wolf. Because Wang Yan's speed was a fatal issue. As long as their speed kept up, no matter how big the giant crocodile was, it could not threaten them as fellow demon-level mutant creatures. In fact, to put it bluntly, even if they had not reached the demon-level mutant beast status, this giant crocodile would still find it hard to threaten them. However, neither the northeast tiger nor the lion had expected that their old rival would be so powerful, paying such a painful price. The northeast tiger had won, but today was also doomed. Without this giant crocodile, there was also a vulture eyeing them from the sky, and besides that, there were 3 stronger mutant wolves. At this moment, seeing the 3 mutant wolves getting riled up, Wang Yan sneered inwardly, letting these guys be proud for a while. With this in mind, Wang Yan pretended to be wary of the 3 mutant wolves, showing a reluctant expression as he slowly crawled toward the northeast tiger and the lion. Seeing Wang Yan's reluctant demeanor, the 3 mutant wolves became furious. This ungrateful creature actually wanted to covet their brother's prey. For a moment, the 3 mutant wolves exchanged glances, their red eyes showing a fierce look, clearly planning to treat Wang Yan as another hunting target, just when the 2 demon-level mutant prey were not enough to share. The next moment, the 3 mutant wolves surrounded Wang Yan in a pincer formation, glaring at him, taking on an attacking posture, ready to strike at any moment. Seeing this scene, Wang Yan immediately looked alert, his gaze constantly shifting among the 3 mutant wolves. But in reality, it wasn't that Wang Yan looked down on these 3 mutant wolves on purpose. It was just that if these 3 mutant wolves didn't have powerful abilities, they posed almost no threat to him. The next moment, one of the mutant wolves couldn't hold back and attacked Wang Yan, biting hard on his hind leg from behind. The intense pain made Wang Yan immediately open his massive jaws to bite back, but the attacking gray wolf swiftly dodged. Clearly, they had a strategy to bite and injure Wang Yan's hind legs, making it impossible for this giant crocodile to escape, ensuring it would become their meal. It must be said that these 3 wolves were indeed very clever, even knowing to target his vital areas. If it weren't for his steel body ability, even with Wang Yan's massive size, he could still fall into their hands. At this moment, the northeast tiger, struggling in the pool of blood, was trying to stand up and escape, but was immediately spotted by a vigilant mutant wolf. This made the northeast tiger mutant beast helplessly crouch back down in the blood pool. Thus, the 3 mutant wolves kept attacking Wang Yan's hind legs, and before long, his legs were bloodied from their bites. In just a short while, his hind legs had been attacked more than a dozen times, and, crucially, Wang Yan still hadn't found an opportunity to counterattack. He wanted to use his steel body ability, but once he did, it might scare the 3 mutant wolves into abandoning their hunt for him, possibly even giving up on the mutated prey entirely. Because these 3 mutant wolves were too cunning, they preferred to circle around Wang Yan for a long time, looking for a foolproof opportunity to attack rather than taking risks. This was making Wang Yan feel a bit of a headache. Not only had he not found an opportunity to counterattack, but he was also being worn out by these three creatures working together. The key was that he couldn't hastily use his defensive ability, as that would directly alarm the prey. At this moment, he suddenly saw a red light shooting toward his eyes, causing Wang Yan to instinctively turn his head, narrowly avoiding this fatal strike. But the red laser, like a high-pressure water knife, sliced a cut across his thick skull armor, causing blood to flow. Just as Wang Yan was still in shock, his hind legs were suddenly subjected to intense biting pain when he turned his head in a frenzy to attack the target. The other two mutant wolves immediately dodged and grinned mockingly, infuriating him. At this moment, Wang Yan immediately put on a show of wanting to attack the flower girl, but was easily kept at a distance by the three mutant wolves. Unable to find an opportunity to attack, Wang Yan pretended to prepare to retreat and turn around to run away. This immediately made the three mutant wolves' eyes turn even fiercer. They could not allow Wang Yan to actually escape, nor could they let him get too far, with a dying mutant lion and a severely injured northeast tiger nearby. If they got too far apart, what if the prey they had was lost? The mutated northeast tiger and mutated male lion, along with Wang Yan, have already been viewed as prey. Therefore, the two mutated wolves immediately took the opportunity to rush forward, biting Wang Yan's hind legs. Perhaps due to their eagerness, Wang Yan finally seized the chance. He suddenly opened his enormous mouth and bit down on one of the mutated wolves. Woo! In an instant, the wolf that was bitten let out a terrible scream, struggling to bite Wang Yan's eyes. However, Wang Yan quickly closed his eyes and began to shake his head violently, tearing into the wolf, which continued to howl in pain. Moreover, to prevent the other two mutated wolves from using skills to launch surprise attacks, Wang Yan directly activated his steel body ability. In an instant, the mutated wolf that was biting his hind leg felt as if it had bitten a hammer and experienced a sharp pain in its teeth. When it released its grip, it looked frantically at the other mutated wolf. At that moment, the other uninjured mutated wolf also appeared somewhat flustered. Clearly, they hadn't expected that Wang Yan also possessed abilities and an invincible defensive ability at that, which he had held back until now. They immediately realized that this prehistoric giant crocodile had been feigning weakness, waiting for an opportunity, making them even more hesitant to act recklessly. However, their good brother had already been bitten by the giant crocodile. This left them anxious and somewhat at a loss. If this prehistoric giant crocodile had revealed its strength earlier, they would never have dared to hunt it. The next moment, one of the mutated wolves' eyes glowed red again, clearly targeting Wang Yan's hind leg. Notably, Wang Yan immediately felt a sharp pain in his hind leg, as if his rear was being burned with a magnifying glass, causing him to not dare stop moving, and his massive mouth bit down even more fiercely. At this time, the other mutated wolf exhaled a thick flame, scorching Wang Yan's head, trying to force him to loosen his grip in pain. Unfortunately, Wang Yan's head never stopped moving, causing the wolf's flames to fail to concentrate their damage, and thus couldn't pose a threat to him. Clearly, after Wang Yan activated his steel body, the three mutated wolves were unable to break through his defense, rendering all their tactics ineffective. Even the wolf that could shoot powerful rays from its eyes found it difficult to inflict significant damage on Wang Yan, as long as its attack rays did not concentrate on one point for long. At this moment, the mutated wolf that had been screaming in Wang Yan's mouth gradually quieted down, eventually falling completely silent. At this point, the system's voice rang out. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully hunted a mid-level mutant wolf. Current task progress 25. Chapter 19. The final winner. The vulture with no gains wants to collaborate. Hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan felt a surge of joy and, right in front of the other two mutated wolves, began to chew the bitten mutated wolf a few times before swallowing it whole. He wanted to see what the value of a mid-level mutant beast comparable to a great demon was. The next moment, the system's voice echoed again. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully devoured a mid-level mutant wolf. Successfully obtained 40,000 evolution points. Wow, it actually doubled? Hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan felt secretly pleased. He hadn't expected the value of high-level creatures to be so high. This meant that even if he had no evolution points right now, as long as he hunted 5 mid-level great demon mutant creatures, he could still meet the conditions for evolution. With this thought, Wang Yan felt great joy and looked at the other 2 mutated wolves with even more greed and ferocity, which frightened the 2 wolves that were already at a loss. They frequently whispered to each other, seemingly discussing whether to flee. After all, they had already lost one brother here. If they continued to pursue this prehistoric giant crocodile, their fate would likely not be good, and they might end up losing another. At this moment, Wang Yan did not chase after the 2 mutated wolves, but instead abandoned his disguise and boldly walked towards the mutated male lion and the mutated northeast tiger. The 2 mutated wolves likely saw his strength and would probably consider giving up their resistance. Sure enough, seeing the prehistoric giant crocodile ignore them and crawl towards the 2 mutated beasts waiting to die, despite their reluctance, they exchanged a glance and chose to leave. Although this prehistoric giant crocodile moved slowly, its defense was outrageous, and they had no chance. If Wang Yan had revealed his strength earlier, they might have had an opportunity to maneuver and drag away a prey, but now there was no chance at all. This prehistoric giant crocodile was no longer pretending. At this moment, seeing the 2 mutated wolves decisively give up their hard-won prey, Wang Yan felt somewhat helpless. These mutated wolves were indeed too smart. They chose to give up when they realized the situation was untenable. If possible, he actually hoped these 2 mutated wolves would hold on a bit longer. Although their chance of successfully counterattacking him was small, what if they succeeded? At this moment, when Wang Yan approached the northeast tiger and the African lion, both creatures stared at him intently. They both knew they were going to die here today, because Wang Yan's terrifying defensive power left them no chance for a surprise counterattack. If Wang Yan did not kill them, and no other creatures hunted them within a few days, their injuries, given the strength of mutant beasts, could very likely heal within half a month. At this point, Wang Yan took the lead and walked towards the lion. In fact, aside from having a severed spine and being unable to stand, the lion's injuries were less severe than those of the northeast tiger. This was because the northeast tiger aimed for a one-hit kill, directly biting through its spine, while the lion had heavily injured the tiger's hind leg and one of its front legs. Even knowing it was doomed, the mutated lion still wanted to struggle. Unfortunately, Wang Yan's massive mouth clamped down on its head, and with a few shakes, he killed it. Then, right in front of the northeast tiger, Wang Yan began to chew and swallow the mutated lion. After several minutes, he swallowed the entire mutated lion. Simultaneously, the system's voice rang out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully devoured a low-level mutant lion. Successfully obtained 20,000 evolution points. Current task, progress 35. Hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan thought to himself that it was indeed so. A low-level great demon mutant beast was indeed worth 20,000 evolution points. The mid-level was worth 40,000 evolution points. But as for the high level, whether it was worth 60,000 or 80,000 evolution points, he did not know. Meanwhile, as Wang Yan prepared to attack the northeast tiger mutant beast, the northeast tiger had fully stood up, vigilantly staring at him, clearly wanting to make a last stand. Seeing this scene, Wang Yan wasted no words, opening his massive mouth and charging forward. The northeast tiger, having been heavily injured, still stood upright, roaring and striking at his head with great speed. Unfortunately, since they were not creatures of the same caliber, the lightning-fast paw of the tiger had no effect when it struck Wang Yan's head. Instead, Wang Yan bit down on its neck, and in a few shakes, the tiger also died in his massive mouth. After killing the mutated northeast tiger, Wang Yan began to chew it, spending another 20 minutes before swallowing a whole. At the same time, the system's voice rang out again. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully devoured the early-stage mutated northeast tiger and obtained 20,000 evolution points. Current task progress, 45. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan nodded in satisfaction. Although he was scared by that super giant python in the city center, he reaped quite a bit during his escape. So far, He only needed to take down one more mutated beast at the level of a great demon or a great demon-level zombie to complete the task. Unfortunately, the two mutated wolves had escaped. Otherwise, he could have completed the task. In a great mood, Wang Yan twisted his massive body and began to crawl through the city again, continuing to search for potential hunting targets. To be honest, after this battle, he had thoroughly grasped the strength of mutated beasts. The strength of a mutated beast is not solely measured by its realm. It also depends on the mutated beast itself and its abilities. Only when all these factors are combined can one truly assess its combat power. For example, the northeast tiger and the male lion that Wang Yan devoured were both early-stage, great demon-level mutated beasts. Yet their combat power and size could easily surpass that of mid-stage, great demon-level mutated wolves. In a one-on-one situation, even though the mutated wolf's realm was higher than that of the mutated lion and tiger, it would almost certainly die in a duel. However, if it were that mutated wolf with laser-like eyes, it might have a chance against the mutated lion and northeast tiger. At that moment, while on his way, Wang Yan suddenly heard a voice. "Cooperate? Giant crocodile." Startled, Wang Yan instinctively looked up and found that the mutated great demon vulture had not left. Seeing Wang Yan look up, the vulture continued to ask, "Do you want to cooperate, giant crocodile? I can help you find mutated beasts, and you can kill them and share some with me." Chapter 20. Alliance with the Vulture Mutated Beast. Classification of realms among the demon clan. Clearly, this vulture had witnessed the entire battle. Moreover, it realized that this prehistoric giant crocodile was incredibly powerful. Even mid-stage, great demon-level mutated beasts were no match for this giant crocodile. And it had no doubt that even an ordinary late-stage, great demon-level mutated beast would struggle against it. The potential of this giant crocodile was entirely different from that of ordinary mutated beasts. It was not a modern creature, but rather, likely a far older life form, which naturally implied immense potential. Regarding potential, whether it was the vulture or other mutated beasts, they could roughly sense their own limits. In its view, most of the currently mutated beasts could only reach the peak of the great demon realm, and many mutated beasts probably lacked the qualifications or potential to attain the giant demon realm. But it had that potential because, strictly speaking, before the apocalypse, it had accidentally consumed a type of heavenly material, which caused it to grow large enough to instinctively avoid humans even before the apocalypse began. Thus, although it was not a pure demon clan member, but rather a wild variant, its potential was greatly enhanced during the outbreak of the apocalypse, and it had almost no qualification barrier to stepping into the giant demon realm in the future. Unfortunately, the two abilities it awakened were rapid flight and life insight. One was a speed-type ability, while the other allowed it to see the life force of living beings, which offered no help in combat. However, through life insight, it could gauge how strong a creature's life force was. The stronger the life force, the harder it was to kill. For instance, earlier, when it assessed the life forces of a northeast tiger and the male lion mutated beasts, it had already seen that their lives were numbered and the outcome was obvious. But when it saw this giant crocodile, it was utterly shocked, because through life insight, it could determine how resilient this creature's life was. So far, it classified life into 5 levels: ant life, plankton life, strong life, fated life, and immortal life. As for this giant crocodile, it possessed fated life. What does this mean? It completely overturned its understanding. Up until now, it had seen and heard so much, and the strongest beings it had encountered only possessed plankton life. Even the super giant python in Nanlin City, the undisputed king of the city, was merely plankton life. But how powerful was this crocodile? Its terrifying aura was nearly beyond the giant demon realm. Just from several miles away, the fearsome aura of the giant python was enough to make it tremble. This made it immediately realize that life insight was an unbeatable ability for finding allies. Therefore, after not finding an opportunity, it decided to ally with Wang Yan. Coincidentally, it also noticed that this giant crocodile was quite slow. If it had the vulture's assistance, it would be a strong combination. For the vulture, not only could it attach itself to a future strong being, but having a powerful ally in the future might also raise its own potential. At the same time, Upon receiving the team invitation from the vulture, Wang Yan's eyes lit up. This was perfect for him. He needed an ally to help him deal with enemies, especially those that were fast. For example, if he encountered Liu Bang next time, with the vulture's help, that guy wouldn't be able to escape from the sky. Absolutely impossible. Additionally, having a flying ally was crucial for him at this moment. It could help him observe the terrain and even assist in searching for hunting targets, serving as a radar map. Thinking of this, Wang Yan opened his massive mouth and said, "Sure, but when we encounter prey, I get priority. How about that?" In other words, after cooperating with me, I get to enjoy the prey I hunt first, and then I will support you once I elevate to the giant demon realm. Clearly, Wang Yan's terms were a bit excessive, essentially making the other party work for free. But Wang Yan didn't want it that way, mainly. The super giant python in the center of Nanlin City had indeed scared him, leading him to develop a serious fear of insufficient strength, even making him cautious while on the move. More importantly, Wang Yan knew that there were even more powerful and terrifying demon clans in this world. The system had mentioned that the demon clans were one of the driving forces of the apocalypse. This also made Wang Yan, in a state of inadequate strength, feel extremely insecure and eager to rapidly enhance his power. Upon hearing Wang Yan's words, the vulture immediately became displeased. Was it going to be a free errand for nothing? It wanted a win-win cooperation, not to work for free. Thinking of this, the vulture immediately replied, "That's not acceptable. At least 2 for you, 1 for me. Otherwise, with your speed, even just finding a suitable target would take too much time." For a moment, Wang Yan didn't know how to refute this. Because this statement was indeed accurate, he was currently in a very awkward situation. His strength was sufficient, but he had no offensive means and relied entirely on his size advantage to crush. His speed was too slow, and while the prey was weaker than him, they didn't take him seriously. Thinking of this, Wang Yan fell silent for a moment and then opened his massive mouth. "How about this? 3-1. Although you are fast, your combat power is lacking. Once we find a target, it will mostly be me who takes action." After saying that, Wang Yan didn't speak further and quietly watched the vulture circling in the sky. The vulture might have some combat power, but it was simply not enough for someone of his caliber. For example, it looked down on the 3 mutated wolves, which had no advantage in size against him. Yet it still didn't dare to act. This was a matter of strength leading to a lack of confidence. With a wingspan of nearly 30 meters, its basic conditions were already quite good. It could even consider killing a northeast tiger mutated be sufficient. Yet the vulture still didn't dare, proving that its combat power was indeed very weak. At this moment, the vulture in the sky thought for a while and then said, "All right, let's cooperate happily. By the way, are you still looking for high-level mutated beasts? I can help you find suitable targets for hunting." Hearing this, Wang Yan nodded in satisfaction and couldn't help but tease, "Where did you learn about the high-level mutated beasts?" The vulture was momentarily stunned and then explained, "The ranks of the demon clan are divided like this. Our current strength is considered to be at the high level of the demon clan." At this point, the vulture couldn't help but show off proudly. The ranks of monsters, from weak to strong, are low-level demons, high-level demons, giant demons, demon lords, demon kings, demon emperors, and demon saints. Among them, low-level demons are hard to make a name for themselves, while high-level demons can barely enter the door. Giant demons and demon lords are even more powerful, requiring the gathering of demon cores and the condensation of the primordial spirit. As for the rest, I don't know. Hearing this, Wang Yan was greatly surprised. This vulture actually knew so much about the ranks of the demon clan. However, knowing this made Wang Yan feel even less secure. Chapter 21. 3 high-level mutated zombie beasts. And they all possess special abilities? Because he never expected that the demon clan had a total of 8 ranks. What this meant was clear to him. It meant that the demon clan had a strong foundation. It meant that the demon clan's strength was terrifying. It meant that there were many beings in this world that could kill him. After all, he was only at the high-level demon rank himself, and there were still so many ranks above him. How strong could these monsters be? Just thinking about it made Wang Yan feel a chill down his spine. At this moment, Wang Yan couldn't help but ask, "So what is the strongest level of monster you have seen in this city?" The vulture thought seriously for a moment and said, "It's definitely that super giant python in Namlin City. It's absolutely at the giant demon level. And it might even be at the peak of the giant demon level. Additionally, there are currently 4 other giant demons in Namlin City, but looking at the whole province, that super giant python probably ranks in the top 10. Wang Yan nodded thoughtfully and then said, "Got it. It seems I need to quickly improve my strength. Can you help me see if there are any high-level mutated beasts I can hunt nearby?" The vulture immediately nodded and said, "Sure. Just wait here." After saying that, the vulture transformed into a shadow and began to scout around the sky. After more than 10 minutes, the vulture returned excitedly and said, "Follow me. There are 3 powerful mutated zombies over there, and they seem to be fighting over a strange blood-red lotus." Hearing this, Wang Yan's eyes lit up, and he immediately set off with the vulture. Half an hour later, with the vulture leading the way, Wang Yan finally arrived in a city. Just a few hundred meters away, he saw 3 zombies over 10 meters tall fighting. What shocked Wang Yan even more was that these 3 zombies actually had special abilities. One of the mutated zombies was about 15 meters tall and looked like a giant fat man, capable of petrifying its body into a rocky state. The second mutated zombie was even more outrageous, standing at 20 meters tall, like a giant, with chains thicker than an adult's thigh wrapped around its body, holding a massive axe hammer that was over 8 meters long, which could also spew out strange black mist with terrifying corrosive properties. The third mutated zombie could no longer be considered a zombie. It was 15 meters tall with 4 arms, its gray-black body muscular, its skin tightly bound like a dragon, and it had bone spurs on its back. More importantly, even though these 3 mutated zombies were still a few hundred meters away, based on the aura in the air, their strength had reached the late high-level demon rank. Seeing this scene, Wang Yan felt a heavy weight in his heart. These 3 mutated zombies looked tough to handle, especially the one with the super iron hammer. Wang Yan was really worried that a few hits from it would leave him with blood holes. Even if he used his steel body, the scars left by the attacks would still be real, and the pain was unavoidable. However, when Wang Yan thought about the fact that all 3 mutated zombies had reached what was called the late high-level demon rank, he couldn't help but feel excited, because a zombie at the early high-level demon rank was worth 20,000 evolution points, one at the mid-level was worth 40,000, and a late high-level demon was worth at least 60,000, possibly even 80,000. At this moment, the 3 fighting mutated zombies suddenly stopped and created some distance between them. Then they turned their heads, their gray-black pupils coldly staring at Wang Yan. Their eyes filled with bloodlust. They were not ordinary zombies. Their strength was higher than Wang Yan's, and in their eyes, Wang Yan was just food. The next moment, the 3 mutated zombies exchanged glances, and 2 of them resumed fighting, while the one wrapped in iron chains and holding the 7 to 8 meter long iron hammer charged straight at Wang Yan without a word. Seeing this, the vulture, which had been on Wang Yan's shoulder, immediately took off into the sky and flew to a nearby rooftop to watch the show. It was a joke. These 3 were high-level mutated zombies. Moreover, these 3 zombies had special abilities, and their combat power was extremely exaggerated. It couldn't provoke them. Even a northeast tiger and a lion-mutated beast would be easily killed by them. Be careful. Its special ability is similar to iron hardening. At this moment, the vulture watching from the rooftop seemed to think of something and hurriedly reminded him. Hearing this, Wang Yan felt even more depressed. He never expected to encounter a zombie with a similar skill. This battle seemed difficult to win. At this moment, as the hammer-wielding zombie charged in, it immediately turned its whole body into steel, raising its axe hammer high and swinging it down at Wang Yan. The next moment, Wang Yan's body had fully completed the steel hardening, and it was already too late to dodge. Bang! The loud sound of steel clashing echoed. The massive axe struck Wang Yan's head, creating a huge spark. For a moment, Wang Yan felt a sharp pain, but the next moment, he opened his mouth wide and bit at the steel-hardened zombie. However, the steel-hardened zombie immediately stepped back a few steps, then turned around, and struck Wang Yan's gaping mouth with its axe hammer. Damn! In an instant, Wang Yan instinctively closed his mouth, just in time to bite down on the axe hammer in the zombie's hand, and then he began to shake his head violently. Soon, with the immense force, The steel-hardened zombie was forced to let go of the axe hammer. The next moment, Wang Yan flung the axe hammer away, sending it flying dozens of meters away. The vulture immediately took the hint and swooped down to pick up the axe hammer, then returned to the rooftop to continue watching the show. Clearly, it could see that this axe hammer in the hands of that mutated zombie could cause a lot of trouble for Wang Yan, so it took it away to benefit their cooperative alliance. In fact, Wang Yan did not understand why this mutated zombie had such terrifying power. Swinging the axe hammer made him feel like he was in agony, although he had already hardened his body under such terrifying power. The pain from the axe hammer striking him was even more direct. Damn it, without a lethal special ability, encountering a defensive zombie like this that was similar to him made him feel at a disadvantage. Wang Yan cursed in his heart, then stared intently at the mutated zombie and charged at it again. At this moment, the mutated zombie, having lost the axe hammer, was clearly a bit angry. Facing Wang Yan's renewed charge, it swung its fists and fiercely smashed them down on the giant crocodile's jaw. Unfortunately, even though this mutated zombie's attack power was still fierce after hardening its body, the punches were somewhat lacking, only creating a shower of sparks. But Wang Yan managed to bite down on one of its arms. After biting down on the mutated zombie, Wang Yan immediately became excited. He then began to wildly shake his blood-filled mouth, while the mutated zombie quickly held onto his head, clearly worried about being bitten and losing its arm. Unfortunately, once bitten, it was destined to not escape unscathed. Wang Yan crazily shook his head with his gaping mouth, eventually throwing the zombie off, and, after just a few minutes, the mutated zombie's arm quickly suffered from metal fatigue and was easily bitten off, but at the same time, the mutated zombie managed to break free. After biting off this metallic arm, the mutated zombie was clearly furious and wanted to reclaim its severed limb. Although Wang Yan didn't know what it intended to do, he swallowed a whole. The system's voice then echoed, "Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully devoured a mutated zombie's arm at the late stage of a major demon. Successfully obtained 150,000 evolution points." Hearing the system's prompt in his mind, Wang Yan was taken aback. Wow, an arm was worth 150,000 evolution points. Almost equivalent to a mutated zombie at the initial stage of a major demon. Realizing this, Wang Yan became even more excited, because as long as he ate this mutated zombie, he could complete his evolution and also finish the task. Who knows by then, the evolution points he gained plus the task rewards might allow him to leap 2 levels, breaking through from the initial stage of a major demon to the late stage. Chapter 22. Successfully kill the steel zombie. Complete the task. A double leap in realm? In the next moment, Wang Yan opened his blood-filled mouth and accelerated his massive body towards the mutated zombie. Startled, the mutated zombie quickly backed away, clearly afraid to approach him again. Unfortunately, facing the mutated zombie's evasion, Wang Yan's attacks became even more frequent and powerful. Previously, this dog-like creature had been very arrogant, hammering him relentlessly. Now, after losing its axe and one arm, it finally became obedient and learned to be afraid. The roles had naturally reversed. It was now his turn to launch a frenzied attack. At this moment, with every lunge and bite from Wang Yan, the opponent started to focus on evasion. He could even clearly sense that the steel-powered zombie, unable to overpower him, seemed to want to give up. But for some unknown reason, it still kept circling around him, unwilling to leave. Could it be that strange blood lotus? While attacking, Wang Yan observed this creature and noticed that even during their battle, it frequently glanced at the blood lotus flower on a vine atop the commercial building. This made Wang Yan realize that the strange blood lotus flower likely had a tremendous attraction for these zombies. Similarly, if it held such great allure for these late-stage major demon zombies, it would undoubtedly have a significant effect on mutated beasts as well. With this in mind, Wang Yan decided that if possible, he would not only take down these 3 mutated zombies, but also capture that coveted blood lotus flower. After half an hour of frenzied attacks, this mutated zombie finally slipped up again, and one of its legs was bitten by his blood-filled mouth. In the next moment, Wang Yan used the same trick and began to shake his head violently, slamming the nearly 20-meter-tall zombie to the ground. making quite a mess. Despite the fact that during this process, the mutated zombie was infuriated and continuously kicked at his blood-filled mouth with its other leg, causing him considerable pain. Wang Yan was not about to let go of this hard-won opportunity. As long as he could take off one of its legs, it would be a sitting duck. Thus, even while being kicked, Wang Yan continued to shake his blood-filled mouth. After more than half an hour, the leg of the steel-mutated zombie finally suffered from metal fatigue. At this moment, the mutated steel zombie could no longer hold back and beg for mercy, saying awkwardly, "Please let me go." Ignoring the plea of the mutated steel zombie, Wang Yan continued to shake, and with a crack, the zombie's leg was broken. He then swallowed the leg whole. The system's voice soon followed. "Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully devoured a thigh of a late-stage major demon zombie. Successfully obtained 20,000 evolution points." Upon hearing this, Wang Yan couldn't help but smile. So it turns out that a zombie comparable to a late-stage major demon was indeed worth 80,000 evolution points. With this thought, Wang Yan, in a great mood, glanced at the legless mutated steel zombie crawling on the ground and prepared to tear it apart and eat it. However, at that moment, perhaps realizing it was doomed, the steel zombie stared blankly at a distant tall building, completely giving up its struggle, its mind seemingly elsewhere. Just then, a series of intense gunshots rang out. Bang, bang, bang. The dense bullets rained down on Wang Yan's head, sparking countless flames. Wang Yan immediately turned in anger and saw not far away. A petite female zombie was shooting at him with a gun, continuing until her rifle ran out of bullets. Seeking death, Wang Yan felt a surge of rage akin to being provoked by an ant and prepared to charge at this female zombie. But he was immediately grabbed by the tail by the steel, mutated zombie, which fiercely bit his tail. Seeing this, Wang Yan immediately ordered the vulture, "Kill that ignorant thing." After saying this, he turned his blood-filled mouth and bit down hard on the mutated zombie's remaining leg, then yanked it fiercely, trying to forcefully swallow the mutated zombie whole. But the mutated zombie used its one remaining hand to resist his blood-filled mouth. This forced Wang Yan to resort to the same old trick, wildly shaking his blood-filled mouth, determined to take off the other leg through metal fatigue. Meanwhile, the vulture had also set its sights on the ant-like female zombie. This female zombie had clearly just reached the major demon level, but her strength was very weak, and her size was quite small, almost the same as a normal person. However, she was very fast and had dodged several times from the vulture's continuous dives to capture her. This continued for half an hour. Wang Yan, using the same tactics, successfully removed the leg of the steel zombie, just as the vulture finally managed to capture the mutated petite female zombie. But to Wang Yan's shock, the steel zombie, having lost both legs and one arm, suddenly roared in rage at the vulture. "Let her go, let her go." Moreover, its roar grew increasingly furious. Its originally dull pupils turned crimson, and its aura even intensified. Seeing this, the vulture, who was about to strike, immediately sensed something was off, quickly grabbing the mutated female zombie and flying into the sky, urging, "Swallow it quickly to avoid unexpected events." Hearing this, Wang Yan wasted no time. Fearing that the steel zombie might cause some trouble, and directly forced the roaring steel zombie into his stomach, not leaving out the severed zombie leg. Just before dying, the steel zombie gouged out its own eyes in a fit of rage and hurled them at the vulture, but completely missed. The next moment, the system's voice rang out. "Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully devoured a late-stage major demon steel zombie. Successfully obtained 450,000 evolution points, 450,000 000 150 000 80 000. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully completed the task. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 150,000 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained a random golden treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations, host. Accumulated conditions for evolution met. Would you like to start evolution? No. Upon hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan's mood lifted significantly. He had finally completed the task. Then, he turned his gaze to the other two fighting zombies. As long as he dealt with these two zombies as well, it would be possible not only to achieve a secondary jump, but even a triple jump in realms. A late-stage big demon zombie is worth 80,000. 3 late-stage big demon zombies are worth 240,000. What if the evolution points are still not enough to complete the triple jump? No witties. Besides the 2 late-stage big demon zombies, there's also a mysterious blood lotus that they are fighting over, whose value is unknown. Chapter 23. Reborn? Transformed into a steel, Terminator-like zombie? At the same time, as Wang Yan was happily hearing about the system rewards, the vulture on the rooftop felt uneasy. Its gaze was fixed on the red eyeball that had fallen on the road. For some reason, the steel zombie's eyeball always made it feel anxious, which was why it hadn't rushed to kill the female zombie. What terrified it even more was that, even though the steel zombie was clearly dead, its ability to observe life through the fate observation technique showed that the eyeball still indicated the other party was alive, and it had transformed from a mere ant-like life to a floating life. This was what scared it the most. Not only had life not disappeared after death, but even the destined fate had changed. Sure enough, not long after it felt nervous and scared, an unexpected event finally occurred. Right before its eyes, the eyeball transformed into a massive amount of blood mist. At the same time, the abandoned steel and cars on the ground turned into liquid, rapidly coalescing towards the eyeball. This scene startled Wang Yan, who was watching the show. When he saw countless cars turning into liquid iron pulp and abandoned steel metals also turning into iron pulp, even that war hammer turning into liquid and rushing toward the eyeball, he immediately realized that something big was happening. Sure enough, under the gathering of countless metal iron pulps, a terrifying monster was taking shape. The next moment, a 60-meter-tall zombie, made entirely of steel pulp and resembling a demon, appeared. Moreover, what weighed heavily on Wang Yan's mind was that this zombie had undergone a tremendous transformation. Its entire body was the color of iron pulp, with a pair of wings on its back, a pair of backward-pointing horns on its head, and on its back it had a pair of sharp, terrifying metal claws as long as Wolverine's. Is this for real? Can come back to life after being dead? For a moment, Wang Yan found it hard to believe and was deeply shocked. At that moment, the steel Terminator zombie suddenly looked up, and in an instant, it shot towards the vulture like a beam of red light. This scared the vulture so much that it soared into the sky, flying far away and directly using its speed flight ability. Obviously, it knew why the other party was chasing it, because it was holding the female zombie that the other party cared about the most. Now that the other party had caught up, it could only try to help Wang Yan divert this guy while preserving its own safety. The next moment, 2 streaks of light of different colors were rapidly chasing each other in the sky, soon disappearing into the horizon. This also relieved Wang Yan and the other 2 zombies that were previously fighting to the death, because not only Wang Yan, but these 2 fighting zombies could also sense that the steel zombie had evolved again, and its strength had completely crushed them. They didn't doubt that if the steel zombie attacked them, it would easily suppress them without spending too much effort. This zombie is too strange. It probably has some kind of resurrection ability. Fortunately, that vulture helped me draw it away. At this moment, Wang Yan silently sighed in his heart and acknowledged the vulture. This fellow was indeed very useful, especially for him right now. Knowing that the steel zombie had resurrected, it immediately helped him divert this strange steel zombie. This way, he wouldn't have to retreat for the time being. To be honest, after the other party resurrected, he could feel that the steel zombie's aura had reached the peak level of the big demon realm. Moreover, he was genuinely worried if his defenses could withstand those claws that were as sharp as Wolverine's. Even though he was confident that the other party couldn't kill him, the fact that the opponent had become stronger after resurrection and reached the peak level of the big demon realm meant that he would likely fall into an absolute disadvantage in another confrontation. The most critical issue was that the other party could resurrect. This was the biggest headache for him. What if it died and resurrected again, directly becoming a giant demon-level zombie? Wang Yan naturally knew how troublesome such a seemingly overpowered guy would be. If possible, he certainly didn't want to engage in a life-and-death battle with such an overpowered entity. As long as it could resurrect without being completely devoured, This overpowered guy would be incredibly hard to kill, unless he could completely crush the other party. But the key was that in terms of realms, he was the one being crushed. Back to the main point. Seeing the two mutated zombies fighting again, Wang Yan began to watch the show again and did not rashly join the battle. As for the mysterious Blood Lotus, he made no moves to approach it. Once he dared to get close to the mysterious Blood Lotus, these two zombies would probably immediately turn their guns on him and treat him as the primary target to eliminate. The battle continued for more than 10 minutes. Both zombies had wounds on their bodies. However, both of them seemed to have very strong defenses. One had excellent self-defense, possessing 4 arms, and its wound recovery speed was terrifying, visibly healing, and it even had the ability to spray toxic mist. The other could turn its body into rock with strong defense. These two could hold their own against the steel zombie and were not weak in combat, but compared to the steel zombie, they were relatively easier to deal with. At this moment, Wang Yan formed a basic judgment of the two zombie strengths. Perhaps in various aspects, they were slightly weaker than the steel zombie, but the gap was definitely very small. Just then, the two zombies seemed to be communicating while fighting, and then suddenly stopped, turning to look at him with fierce expressions. Seeing this, Wang Yan thought to himself that it was bad. Why did these two suddenly change their minds and prioritize attacking him? In fact, this was mainly because Wang Yan's strength was indeed strong enough to have killed the steel zombie. Although they were confident that their strength was not inferior to the steel zombie, they had no confidence in being able to kill it. Previously, they hadn't sought trouble with Wang Yan because they wanted to see if the steel zombie would come back to deal with him. If it returned, they would retreat without hesitation, even if it meant giving up the Blood Lotus. What they didn't expect was that after all this time, the steel zombie hadn't come back, which meant it was very likely that it wouldn't return. Thus, they naturally prioritized Wang Yan as a significant threat, deciding that eliminating him was their best choice to prevent him from picking up the pieces after they resolved their fight. Because the strength Wang Yan had displayed had not only made them wary, but was truly a threat to their lives. The next moment, Wang Yan saw the two zombies tacitly walking towards him from a distance. As for their purpose, it was obvious. They clearly planned to join forces to eliminate him first. Wang Yan felt a headache and a bit helpless. These guys were indeed very intelligent. Chapter 24. Vulture's Assistance. Seizing the Blood Lotus. Killing the 4-armed zombie. Damn it. Their intelligence is really high. They clearly won't let me go. It seems that the reason they didn't attack me earlier was that they wanted to see if the steel zombie that left would return. Now that they confirmed the steel zombie wouldn't return, they immediately viewed me as the biggest threat, preparing to eliminate me first. At this moment, Wang Yan easily analyzed the thoughts of the two zombies. While he sighed inwardly, he had already devised a countermeasure to continue increasing the distance. This way, the two zombies would not dare to attack him further. Otherwise, being too far from the Blood Lotus could lead to accidents. As for letting one of them deal with him, that was even more impossible. The two zombies in front of him were merely temporary allies. How could either side trust the other to keep an eye on the Blood Lotus? With this in mind, Wang Yan was about to immediately feign a retreat, but he inadvertently caught sight of a vulture circling in the distance, and an idea struck him. The next moment, he turned and ran over 100 meters, but did not increase the distance too much, positioning himself about 300 meters away from the Blood Lotus. Then, since he intentionally slowed down and did not actually plan to run, he was easily surrounded by the two zombies, who flanked him from behind and in front. Wang Yan put on a posture as if facing a great enemy, while also adopting an aggressive stance, his gaze fixed firmly on the 4-armed zombie in front of him. Are you going to walk away, or should we help you? To Wang Yan's surprise, the zombie actually spoke. In response, Wang Yan countered, "Why not cooperate with me? We have no grudges against each other. Let's join forces to kill him. I want the corpse, and you want that flower. Isn't that good?" The 4-armed zombie fell silent. He naturally knew this was the best way. However, he did not trust any living being. But it had to be said that cooperating with Wang Yan was better than teaming up with the other zombie. Even if he knew that Wang Yan might be trying to sow discord. "I know you're trying to sow discord." As soon as the words left his mouth, he suddenly leaped and struck the unsuspecting stone zombie hard on the head with a punch. This caught the stone zombie off guard and caused its body to stagger. Before it could react, the four-armed zombie unleashed several punches, directly knocking the stone zombie to the ground. At the same time, the four-armed zombie immediately pressed down on the other and shouted at Wang Yan, "Aren't you going to make your move?" Upon hearing this, Wang Yan wasted no time. He turned and charged forward, opening his massive mouth to bite down on one of the zombie's legs, then began to thrash wildly, all the while keeping an eye on the vulture in the sky. Meanwhile, as Wang Yan had the stone zombie under control, the four-armed zombie instantly got up and rushed towards the blood lotus, which was entwined in the walls of the building. Seeing this scene, Wang Yan's heart sank. But when he saw a dark shadow darting towards the blood lotus like lightning, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The shadow was none other than the vulture that had been waiting for an opportunity in the sky, ever since it had thrown the steel terminator into the city center. Within the territory of the super giant python, it had immediately fled. Then, the steel terminator was naturally held back, not daring to act recklessly under the watchful eyes of the super giant python, and was still trying to find a way to rescue the female zombie. "You're seeking death." Seeing the vulture snatching the blood lotus, the four-armed zombie was furious, but unfortunately, it could not match the speed of the vulture. In the end, it could only watch with blood-red eyes as the vulture grabbed the blood lotus and flew into the sky. "I want you dead." The enraged four-armed zombie picked up a power pole and hurled it like a javelin towards the vulture in the sky. Unfortunately, the vulture's reaction speed was too fast, easily dodging it and letting out a triumphant cawing laughter. This infuriated the four-armed zombie. However, facing the arrogant vulture in the sky, it could not fly at all and could only stare in frustration. In its fury, it angrily turned to Wang Yan, clearly realizing it had been outsmarted. The next moment, seeing Wang Yan still gnawing on the stone zombie, the furious four-armed zombie charged at him, climbing onto Wang Yan's back, and began to rain down blows with its massive fists onto Wang Yan's head. Unfortunately, Wang Yan did not let go at all, continuing to bite down on the stone zombie's thigh, clearly intending to disable this guy's leg first. At that moment, as the stone zombie was being wildly thrashed by Wang Yan, it easily grabbed hold of the four-armed zombie, and along with the four-armed zombie, it crashed down to the ground due to the force of Wang Yan's furious thrashing. Clearly, the stone zombie was gritting its teeth against the four-armed zombie that had betrayed it. Even if it were to die here today, it wanted to take this four-armed zombie down with it. Seeing this scene, Wang Yan's heart stirred, and he immediately decided to change targets. Because compared to the stone zombie, the four-armed zombie, now caught by the other, was actually easier to kill. With this in mind, while still biting the stone zombie, which was grappling with the four-armed zombie, Wang Yan immediately opened his massive mouth to switch targets, directly biting down on one of the four-armed zombie's legs and starting to thrash and tear at it. In an instant, the four-armed zombie let out a painful scream, repeatedly pounding on Wang Yan in an attempt to make him let go, but it was all in vain. On the other hand, the stone zombie, initially thinking it was surely doomed today, had the mindset of dragging the four-armed zombie down with it, and thus held onto the four-armed zombie without letting go. However, to its surprise, this prehistoric giant crocodile actually changed targets. Realizing this, it immediately seized the opportunity to release the four-armed zombie and create some distance, silently observing the four-armed zombie screaming in agony as it was bitten by the giant crocodile. Feeling a sense of satisfaction in its heart, this treacherous scoundrel was finally going to pay for its betrayal. At the same time, hearing the four-armed zombie's screams, Wang Yan felt much more relaxed. He then bit down harder, knowing that this guy was doomed today. Not only that, but if he weren't so busy holding on, he would have loved to taunt, "Stop screaming." At that moment, before Wang Yan could speak, the stone zombie, unable to hold back, began to taunt, "Stop yelling. Just now when you were hitting me and the giant crocodile, we didn't say a word." Yes, it was precisely because the other had rushed up like a mad dog and beat him that Wang Yan had changed his target in anger. Although this meant that Wang Yan would not be able to kill the stone zombie, he didn't care. At least it made him feel better. Furthermore, after reaching a temporary cooperation with the four-armed zombie, his expectations were only to kill the stone zombie anyway. Now that he had changed targets, the result was still the same. In any case, with the blood lotus in hand, killing the stone zombie was also acceptable for him. Soon, Under the watchful eye of the stone zombie, one of the four-armed zombie's legs was torn off. Then, Wang Yan directly chewed a few times and swallowed the leg whole. At this moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully devoured a late-stage demon zombie's leg. Gained 150,000 evolution points. Ding! Host has accumulated enough to meet conditions. Would you like to begin evolution? No. Wang Yan refused without hesitation. He then looked at the blood flowing on the ground and the four-armed zombie trying to escape. Unfortunately, the four-armed zombie had ultimately underestimated the situation, as the stone zombie was still glaring at him. As Wang Yan kept approaching, the four-armed zombie surprisingly began to plead for mercy. Giant Crocodile, please don't kill me. I am willing to serve you forever. Hearing this, Wang Yan sneered inwardly, naturally not taking the plea seriously. He could not accept someone who would turn on him in an instant. Otherwise, he could be bitten back at any moment, unless he had a means to effectively control the other. At this moment, the stone zombie hastily reminded him, be careful of its rapid recovery ability. Don't think that just breaking a leg will stop it. Even if it's cut in half, it can recover. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan glanced at the leg that was rapidly regrowing and healing, and without hesitation, charged forward, directly biting down on the other leg of the four-armed zombie, and began to replicate the same method to sever it before swallowing it. What left Wang Yan speechless was that in just a short while, the leg that this guy had lost earlier had actually grown back again. This showed just how powerful the other party's recovery ability was. An hour later, this guy finally stopped growing legs. Only then did Wang Yan reluctantly eat him. Obviously, the other party's ability to grow legs so quickly was not limitless. If it were truly infinite, Wang Yan would definitely not have been willing to kill him, but would have crazily eaten the legs of the four-armed zombie. After all, eating once would earn him 150,000 evolution points. The next moment, after swallowing the four-armed zombie, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully devoured a late-stage four-armed zombie. Successfully obtained 80,000 evolution points total. 80,000,50,000,130,000. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan was completely stunned. Good heavens! Does this not mean that this four-armed zombie provided a total of 130,000 evolution points? That's 50,000 more than what a normal late-stage monster would provide him. This was indeed beyond Wang Yan's expectations. At the same time, after the four-armed zombie was eaten, the stone zombie immediately felt satisfied and prepared to leave. Seeing this scene, Wang Yan did not pursue because he knew he could not catch up. However, he couldn't help but curiously open his mouth wide and ask, "You fought for the blood lotus flower for so long with no gain, and you're just willing to leave like this? Aren't you going to try to counter-kill me?" Upon hearing this, the stone zombie glanced at Wang Yan and shook his head. "I almost lost my life just now. Now that I can live, that is good news for me. Opportunities are not worth mentioning compared to life." After saying this, the stone zombie turned around and left, because he knew that it was impossible to counter-kill the giant crocodile. The comprehensive strength of the giant crocodile was much stronger than theirs. Moreover, even if he successfully counter-killed, that vulture in the sky would probably run away immediately. How could it willingly hand over the blood lotus flower to him? Seeing this scene, Wang Yan felt a lot of emotion. He didn't expect this guy to gain such clarity after walking through the gates of death. However, he did not pursue the stone zombie. The stone zombie had no intention to fight and would not battle with him. Even if he wanted to chase, he couldn't catch up with the other party. Now, he needed to find a place to digest the rich rewards he had obtained this time. Chapter 25. The heaven-defying effects of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Their value is simply comparable to cheating. Thinking of this, Wang Yan felt very good. This time he had indeed reaped a great harvest. If he didn't know that there were still demon races and mutated beasts in this world, he would not know how inflated he would be. The next moment, Wang Yan looked up at the vulture and opened his mouth wide. "Bring me the blood lotus flower to take a look." Upon hearing this, the vulture circling in the sky asked in a negotiating tone, "How about you give me this flower? My performance in this battle played a huge role. right? If I hadn't drawn away that steel zombie, how could you have smoothly killed two late-stage mutated beasts, right? Seeing that the other party wanted the blood lotus flower, Wang Yan's heart sank immediately. But what the other party said was also the truth. After taking a deep breath, he patiently soothed, "Vulture, you can't handle this thing, so it's better to leave it to me. When I break through to the giant demon realm, would I still abandon you? The priority now is to quickly improve my combat power. Later, we can obtain more resources and progress together." After hearing this, the vulture was somewhat reluctant, but knew it was the truth. It immediately flew to Wang Yan's side and presented the blood lotus flower in front of him. Seeing this scene, Wang Yan nodded in satisfaction, opened his mouth wide, and swallowed the whole flower, almost getting it stuck in his throat. Mainly because this heavenly material and earthly treasure was really too small. It felt like an adult eating a grain of rice. The next moment, the system's voice rang out. "Ding! Congratulations, host. Swallowed a mid-level Xian-grade heavenly material and earthly treasure, blood lotus flower. Obtained 500,000 evolution points." Ding! Friendly reminder. The levels of heavenly materials and earthly treasures are yellow, Xian, Earth, Heaven, King, Emperor, Saint, and Emperor. Ding! The host's current accumulated points meet the evolution requirements. Would you like to start evolving? No. Wang Yan rejected immediate evolution, but was very shocked in his heart. A mid-level Xian-grade heavenly material and earthly treasure satisfied his evolution requirements to the mid-level of the giant demon realm. No. It should be said that it could satisfy his requirement to evolve from the mid-level of the giant demon realm to the late level. This was indeed something he did not expect. The effects of heavenly materials and earthly treasures were too powerful. This meant that a heavenly material and earthly treasure of the same level as himself could allow him to advance one small realm. It was likely that this effect was similar for other demons as well. No wonder those 3 late-stage demon-level zombies would fight crazily for this flower. Its effects were somewhat heaven-defying. Although this heavenly material and earthly treasure was only mid-level Xian grade, it could still increase a portion of their cultivation foundation. After all, it could allow a mid-level giant demon to eat it and immediately advance to the late level of the giant demon realm. In this way, 2 or 3 mid-level Xian-grade spiritual medicines would be enough to allow a creature that just broke through to the early level of the giant demon realm to rapidly elevate to the peak level of the giant demon realm. Is this what heavenly materials and earthly treasures are? Truly lives up to its name. To know that he was currently only at the early level of the giant demon realm. It required 250,000 evolution points to break through from the early to mid-level. It was estimated that it would require 500,000 evolution points to break through from mid-level to late level. Based on this speculation, breaking through from late level to peak level would likely require around 1,000,000 evolution points. Breaking through from the peak level of the giant demon realm to the giant demon realm would probably require around 2,000,000 evolution points. According to the current speculation, it would only take 2 mid-level Xian-grade heavenly materials and earthly treasures to elevate from the early level of the giant demon realm to the early level of the giant demon realm. Of course, the premise is that one's own aptitude and potential are sufficient. Because ordinary heavenly materials and earthly treasures do not solve potential and aptitude issues. But even so, one can see how heaven-defying the effects of these heavenly materials and earthly treasures are. 2 mid-level, Xian-grade spiritual medicines could allow a newly entered early-level giant demon ant to break through to the early level of the giant demon realm. Given that the aptitude is sufficient, and it is simply comparable to cheating. He previously did not understand why those mutated beasts were so strong at the beginning. But now he figured out the specific reason. Because of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. If a mutated beast is lucky enough to encounter a higher-level heavenly material and earthly treasure, wouldn't it soar into the sky if its aptitude is sufficient? Thinking of this, Wang Yan felt somewhat envious. These animals were not just favored. They were simply favored by heaven itself. The difference between these mutated beasts and the demon race perhaps only lies in the gap in foundation. After all, these mutated beasts obtained their abilities entirely through the gifts of heaven and earth. But traditional demon races must have their heritage, and the skills they master are definitely very powerful. Thinking about this apocalypse, aside from improving his aptitude, he did not gain any abilities. He felt even more displeased. But upon reflection, improving his aptitude was also a great benefit, and he felt much more balanced in his heart. Even without heaven's favor, I can rise up with the system. Perhaps due to the great harvest. Wang Yan's mood instantly became wonderful, and he looked at the vulture with a friendlier gaze. If this guy ate the blood lotus flower, he would at least be able to elevate one realm. However, after his verbal persuasion, he was still willing to hand over the blood lotus flower, proving that he indeed had no ulterior motives and was a very qualified ally. For a moment, Wang Yan, full of enthusiasm, said to the vulture, "Rest assured, vulture, when I improve my strength, I won't treat you poorly. Let's go. Take me to the nearest Yong River. After I improve my strength, we can continue our conquest." Upon hearing this, the vulture nodded repeatedly and immediately soared into the sky. It began to look for the nearest route to the Yong River. In fact, there were two reasons why it handed over the blood lotus flower to Wang Yan. First, Wang Yan indeed couldn't grasp the two targets he hunted. The iron zombie was inettable for him, and the four-armed zombie had a fast recovery speed and strong resistance, making it not too difficult to kill. Second, they had previously agreed on the distribution ratio of the prey, meaning that after Wang Yan hunted 4 creatures, he could eat 3 and give it 1, which was meaningless for both parties. Soon, after observing the terrain route, the vulture took Wang Yan to Yongjiang. Half an hour later, Wang Yan arrived in the vicinity of Yongjiang. Before entering Yongjiang, he reminded the vulture to wait for him nearby, to digest the resources and meet up after enhancing his strength. What made Wang Yan happy was that perhaps due to the occasional rain during the apocalypse, the water level of the entire river was quite good. Even in the river area where he was located, the water depth was over 5 meters. This reassured Wang Yan, and after sinking to the riverbed, he eagerly thought in his heart, "System, open the information page." As soon as he finished speaking, the information page appeared before him. Host, Wang Yan. Qualification, mid-stage giant demon realm. Type, mutated plurus crocodile. Lifespan, 25 years to 500 years. Realm, early stage great demon realm. Size, 23 meters long, 45 tons, bite force of 100 tons, speed of 20 kilometers per hour. Ability, devouring stomach, iron body, energy cycle, mental communication. Evolution points, 10, 260, 000 out of 250, 000. Backpack, 1 random golden treasure chest. Chapter 26, open the golden treasure chest. Obtain a random ability lottery? After reading the information page, Wang Yan couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. This harvest exceeded his expectations, and he had unknowingly accumulated over 1 million evolution points. Of course, the greatest value came from the blood lotus, which was simply more terrifying than hunting other creatures, accounting for half of the evolutionary gains. What does this concept mean? It means that the total income he gained from hunting so many great demon-level zombies and mutated beasts was merely balanced out by a single rare treasure. In this way, Wang Yan roughly understood the direction he wanted to take to quickly enhance his strength in the future. However, in the city, the number of rare treasures was evidently limited. To truly obtain rare treasures, he needed to venture into deep mountains and forests. After all, due to the outbreak of the apocalypse in the city, even if rare treasures existed, most of them had already been discovered and consumed by zombies and mutated beasts. On the contrary, deep mountains and forests, with their rivers and lakes, had better growth conditions and possibly more quantity. Unfortunately, these places were likely also densely populated by demon races. Wang Yan sighed in his heart, realizing that while going into deep mountains and forests might quickly enhance his strength and increase the probability of obtaining rare treasures, the danger would also significantly rise. The next moment, Wang Yan simply cast aside his worries and eagerly thought, "System, open a random golden treasure chest." As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice sounded, "Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully opened the random golden treasure chest." Ding. Congratulations, host. Obtained ability. Shrinking technique. After use, the body shrinks, and strength will correspondingly weaken. In case of danger, it will automatically revert to the original size. Notice, since shrinking technique is a mandatory ability for giant demon realm creatures, this ability is revoked, and the host is compensated with one random ability lottery card, can randomly draw abilities. Ding! Congratulations, host. Obtained a precious video. Brother 3 versus Komodo. Ding! Congratulations. Host. Obtained one piece of Thunder Breath ability fragment. Notice. Collect 10 fragments to obtain this ability. Ding! Congratulations, host. Obtained 4,000 evolution points. After the system's voice finished, Wang Yan was quite satisfied with this golden random treasure chest. At least it gave him a random ability lottery card. Not only that, but he also caught from the system's information that the shrinking technique was an essential ability for creatures at the giant demon realm level. This way, he no longer had to worry about being too bulky. When the time came, he could directly use the ability to shrink his size, which would also enhance his speed. Moreover, he could have the vulture carry him to find prey, making the efficiency skyrocket. Thinking of this, Wang Yan couldn't help but grin from ear to ear, becoming even more eager to break through to the giant demon realm. However, before looking forward to the future, Wang Yan decided to use the random ability lottery card to see if he could draw an even sharper ability. If he could draw an attack ability, a speed ability, or even a flying ability, that would be fantastic. His combat power would be even more terrifying. With this thought, Wang Yan silently thought in his heart, "System, use the random ability lottery card." As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully used the random ability lottery card. The next moment, a 12-grid lottery wheel appeared in Wang Yan's mind. The abilities and prizes on it left Wang Yan dumbfounded, because among the prizes, some were simply so good that they excited and surprised him. They were Prize 1, Thunder Breath, Level, Ability Level. Note, after use, can expel terrifying thunder energy from the mouth, possessing terrifying lethality and destructive power. Prize 2, Heavenly Law and Earthly Phenomena. Level, Divine Ability Level. Note, after use can transform into 100 zhong, 1000 zhong, or 10,000 zhong, greatly increasing combat power, possessing terrifying lethality, destructive power, and world-destroying capability. Prize 3, Universal Ability Fragment X20. Level, Ability Level. Note, after use, as long as the host has one fragment of this ability, can count towards any ability fragment in exchange for abilities. Prize 4, Fly and Escape. Level, Divine Ability Level. Note, after use, can freely fly and escape. Prize 5, Earthly Fiend 81 Transformations. Level. Note, after use, can change anything in an instant, both tangible and real. Prize 6, Object Control Technique. Level, Ability Level. Note, after use, can control objects as if taking them from a bag, with a maximum limit of items taken not exceeding the host's spiritual consciousness and mental strength capacity. Prize 7, Thank you for participating. Level, None. Note, thank you for your participation. Prize 8, Universal Divine Ability Fragment X1. Level, Divine Ability Level. Note, after use, can add to any divine ability fragment the host possesses. Prize 9, Recovery Technique. Level, Divine Ability Level. Note, after use, regardless of how severe the injury sustained, as long as the host is alive, can instantly recover to peak condition, usable once per day. Prize 10, Thank you for participating. Level, None. Note, thank you for your participation. Prize 11, Demon Flame Eyes. Level, Ability Level. Note, after use, the eyes can release high-temperature flame rays, extremely lethal and destructive. Prize 12, Star Shift. Level, Divine Ability Level. Note, this divine ability is both an active and passive ability. When the host suffers a fatal attack, it automatically transfers the damage randomly to any third-party life other than the host, if only the host and the enemy are within a certain range. The attack automatically transfers to the enemy, usable 3 times per day. This dazzling array of prizes, apart from 2 empty draws, left Wang Yan extremely excited. The abilities included a large number of divine abilities, making this random ability lottery card a huge surprise for him. At this moment, the system's voice sounded again. Ding. Does the host want to start randomly drawing abilities now? Hearing this, the excited and thrilled Wang Yan took a deep breath and then eagerly said, "System, start drawing." As soon as the words fell, the lottery pointer in his mind began to spin rapidly on the lottery compass, and Wang Yan immediately became nervous. He didn't dare to hope for too outrageous a supernatural power. He just hoped not to draw blank. Because among these 12 prizes, although 10 of them were super powerful, there were still 2 that were empty. This was probably why there were so many supernatural powers in this random lottery card, which improved the quality of the prizes but also increased the 1 in 6 chance of drawing a blank. At that moment, the pointer of the lottery in his mind suddenly slowed down. Wang Yan was nervously silent. The next moment, as the pointer finally stopped, the previously tense Wang Yan instantly became excited. At the same time, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained Chapter 27. Obtain supernatural power. The stars shift. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the supernatural power. The stars shift. Supernatural power. The stars shift. Note: this supernatural power is both an active and a passive ability. When the host suffers a fatal attack, it automatically transfers the damage randomly to any third-party life other than the host. If only the host and the enemy are within a certain range, the attack will automatically transfer to the enemy. Usable 3 times a day. Level: supernatural level. Note: the classification of supernatural levels is supernatural, great supernatural, top supernatural, supreme supernatural. Aha! Good. Very good. Finally, I've exploded once. Although it's not a pure attack type supernatural power under special conditions, the enemy's top killing move can also become my killing move. In a good mood, Wang Yan was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. He looked like a crooked-mouthed dragon king despite being a prehistoric giant crocodile. Then he prepared to start evolving and breaking through his realm first. And after the breakthrough, he would test the power of this new supernatural ability. With this thought, Wang Yan silently said in his heart, "System, start the evolution. Whatever level my Jinhua shop can evolve to this time, let it evolve to that level." As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Successfully deducted 250,000 evolution points. Starting evolution now. Immediately, Wang Yan felt a strong wave of drowsiness wash over him. Soon, he completely lost consciousness. He didn't know how long had passed. When Wang Yan woke up again and opened his eyes, he was astonished to find that his body size had surged significantly. Yes, he had originally been 23 meters long, but now he had ballooned to 33 meters. From this, it was easy to infer that his current strength had reached the late stage of the great demon realm. In addition, he could clearly feel that the mysterious energy within him had increased. It had transformed from flowing throughout his body to a significant modification of his body, and the quality of the energy had also greatly improved. The most crucial point was that Wang Yan could feel that even with his eyes closed, he could see everything around him. Could this be the so-called divine consciousness mentioned in novels? Wang Yan closed his eyes to observe his surroundings, even examining himself. This magical ability was very interesting, as if he were seeing a certain degree of God as perspective. It's also worth mentioning that with his breakthrough to the late stage of the great demon realm, he gained another ability, which was the ability to heal. This healing ability was quite miraculous. Even if he lost his tail or was cut in half, as long as he had some time to recuperate, his body would heal. Though he didn't know how long this process would take. Of course, he certainly did not want to test this or encounter such a situation, because if that day really came, it would basically mean certain death. Just like he wouldn't give the four-armed zombie a chance. The enemy wouldn't give Wang Yan this opportunity either. However, based on Wang Yan's understanding of his own strength, he didn't think that a creature at the great demon level could threaten him, unless it was a super giant python that was originally a member of the demon race. If that super giant python was merely at the great demon realm, that would be terrifying. This meant that under the same realm, its size would be even more horrifying than his. Moreover, Wang Yan was not quite sure how many such existences there were. Of course, none of this was something he needed to worry about right now. Enhancing his strength was the key. Although a larger size proved stronger combat ability, it was not absolute. More important than size was the supernatural ability, which had a more obvious impact on combat strength. With this in mind, Wang Yan immediately joyfully muttered, "System, open the information page." He was clearly ready to check the changes in his data. The next moment, the information page appeared before him. Host, Wang Yan. Qualification, mid-stage Great Demon Realm. Species, mutated plurus crocodile. Lifespan, 25 years, 500 years. Realm, late-stage Great Demon Realm. Size, length 33 meters. Weight 480 tons. Bite force 600 tons. Speed 60 kilometers per hour. Supernatural abilities, devouring stomach, steel body, energy cycle, mind communication. Supernatural power, the star shift. Evolution points, 280, 0001, 000. Backpack, 110 fragments of the ability Thunder Breath. After reading the information page, Wang Yan was astonished. He hadn't expected his weight and bite force to have increased several times. He certainly knew what this meant. The larger the size, the more terrifying the weight, which represented a more horrifying density, providing a boost to his combat power. It was estimated that as his strength continued to increase, his weight would continue to grow exponentially. The next moment, Wang Yan moved his body and tried to swim towards the water's surface, but to his surprise, he found that he couldn't swim at all. What the hell? What's going on? Is the 5-meter deep water no longer able to support me? With this thought, Wang Yan immediately felt that this was quite possible. After all, his weight had suddenly surged several times. 5 meters deep water would be strange if it could support him. Just slightly raising his head would allow him to easily poke a large part of his head above the water, because the body length and height ratio of adult crocodiles is about 8-to-1. This means that since his body length had reached 33 meters, his body height must also be between 3 to 4 meters. Therefore, the 5 meters of water was indeed not enough to support him, and more critically, his weight had surged several times, which might even exceed that of a blue whale of the same length. In this regard, Wang Yan could only say that what is concentrated is the essence. Soon, he crawled out of the water surface and immediately saw the anxious vulture circling in the sky. Feeling somewhat puzzled, just then, seeing Wang Yan's surface, the vulture immediately urged, "Should we go to Beihai City? An hour ago, I discovered a powerful heavenly material and earthly treasure by the shore of Beihai City. At least 6 great demon-level creatures were fighting, all at the peak level of Great Demon." At this moment, upon seeing Wang Yan's surface, the vulture landed on Wang Yan's back and asked anxiously. Hearing this, Wang Yan couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. From Nanlin to Beihai, it's at least over 200 kilometers. At my current speed, it would take at least 4 to 5 hours. Are you sure they'll still be there when I arrive? After hearing Wang Yan's explanation, the vulture was instantly speechless. Yes, this guy's movement speed is too slow. Unlike himself, who, when using his supernatural ability, can easily fly over 1,000 kilometers an hour without any problem. But soon, the vulture smiled and asked again, "No problem, then we want to go to Beihai. Half an hour ago, I also observed that there are 2 extremely powerful hunting targets nearby. Shall we set off now?" Hearing this, Wang Yan was also a bit eager to try, especially thinking about the new divine power he had just acquired. He couldn't help but say confidently, "Let's go. My strength has greatly increased now, and as long as they aren't too powerful, like a major demon-level creature, I can easily subdue them." Chapter 28, Under Heavy Pressure. Suspected encounter with a giant demon-level tentacle monster. Upon hearing Wang Yan's words, the vulture didn't waste any time and immediately started leading the way. It could certainly feel that Wang Yan's aura had become even more terrifyingly powerful. This was the aura of a late-stage major demon-level being. Back then, the old crocodile, being only an early-stage major demon, could kill a late-stage major demon-level creature. Now that it had broken through to the late-stage major demon level, It was indeed nearly invincible in the major demon realm, unless it encountered those demons with a very strong background. Those creatures that only became mutated beasts when the apocalypse arrived had no understanding of the strength of demons. But it knew. Strictly speaking, it became a demon before the apocalypse arrived. Unfortunately, it became a demon relying on a yellow-gray treasure herb, so its strength didn't increase much. After the apocalypse struck, its power was enhanced by the heavens and earth, which allowed it to become a major demon. Because when the apocalypse arrived, the heavens and earth provided enhancements to the strength of animals, which also depended on luck. Some creatures might be enhanced by the heavens and earth, elevating their strength to the major demon realm in one go. Others, favored by the heavens, could even jump straight to the giant demon realm. If the major demon realm is considered the favored by the heavens, those enhanced to the giant demon realm are the darlings of the heavens. They not only solve their aptitude issues, but also jump to the third realm in one go. It's not an exaggeration to say they are cheating. Of course, such examples are rare. It's not just animals, but there are also lucky ones among humans, though they are few. Soon, under the vulture's guidance, Wang Yan rampaged through the city streets. Countless cars were sent flying in his wake, and the zombies scattered in fear. In the early major demon realm, these ordinary zombies instinctively knew to avoid him, let alone now that Wang Yan was in the late major demon realm. Half an hour later, Wang Yan finally saw the two powerful major demon-level creatures the vulture had mentioned. This location was in a university. As for the two targets the vulture spoke of, Wang Yan had already spotted them from a distance. One was a tall zombie, and the other was a large, fleshy tentacle monster. The giant zombie was not too bad, merely at the late major demon level. But that huge, fleshy tentacle monster left him puzzled. Its aura was incredibly terrifying, giving Wang Yan a strong sense of danger. In fact, its aura far exceeded the sense of danger he felt from major demon-level creatures. Could this guy have reached the giant demon realm? Thinking of this, Wang Yan's heart was filled with uncertainty. But considering his own strength and the newly acquired divine power, he confidently headed toward the West Guang University. Boom! The university's perimeter wall was easily knocked down by Wang Yan's massive body. He swaggered into the campus, causing the numerous zombies inside to scatter immediately. As Wang Yan entered the campus, the zombie became alert and immediately walked toward him. Seeing this scene, Wang Yan was somewhat surprised and unexpected. It seemed that this zombie was a subordinate of that tentacle monster. Thinking of this, Wang Yan became more vigilant. This meant the possibility of the opponent being a giant demon was even greater. He began to assess the 20-meter-tall zombie, which looked somewhat like a tyrant zombie from the Resident Evil movies. Its body was muscular and robust like an ox, exuding a strong sense of oppression, with grayish-blue skin and gray-white eyes. However, Wang Yan didn't take it seriously. As he got closer, the tyrant zombie let out a threatening roar, clearly trying to drive him away. After all, this prehistoric giant crocodile, although at the same level as him, posed a significant threat. But even if this giant crocodile was strong, it wouldn't dare let the opponent come in and wreak havoc. Otherwise, its master would tear it apart. That strange, fleshy tentacle monster was its master, and its power was simply unfathomable. Seeking death, Wang Yan opened his massive mouth and roared before charging toward the opponent. At the same time, the tyrant zombie, unwilling to back down, ran straight at Wang Yan, and due to its large size, the ground trembled slightly. At the moment they were about to collide, the tyrant zombie jumped high, easily leaping behind Wang Yan, then kicked out fiercely. Unfortunately, Wang Yan had already completed his ability to turn into steel. This made the tyrant zombie's kick ineffective, almost breaking its leg. At this moment, Wang Yan turned around and opened his massive mouth to pounce, but the tyrant zombie easily retreated to dodge. The next moment, the tyrant zombie jumped again, descending from above, and elbowed Wang Yan's back, but it was still useless. Moreover, this allowed Wang Yan to seize the opportunity to turn back and bite the tyrant zombie's leg. Meanwhile, the survivors hiding on the campus naturally saw this scene. When they saw the battle between the zombie and the prehistoric giant crocodile, they instantly became excited. If this zombie could be dealt with, their chances of escaping would be even greater. For a moment, many survivors quietly observed this battle. At the same time, The tyrant zombie bitten by Wang Yan began to struggle wildly. But when it realized it couldn't escape from Wang Yan's massive mouth, it let out a roar toward the sky. The next moment, something that shocked Wang Yan happened. The ground began to tremble. Then, Wang Yan saw countless zombies madly rushing toward him, seemingly ignoring Wang Yan's oppressive aura, becoming fearless. Even so, Wang Yan still didn't let go. Instead, he frantically swung his massive mouth to bite, trying to quickly remove this guy's leg. Yes, right now, Wang Yan's battle strategy, due to his speed issues, was to first consider removing the enemy's legs. This way, the enemy would be unable to escape. At this time, a large number of zombies piled up, nearly overwhelming him and the tyrant zombie. But facing this massive horde of zombies, Wang Yan didn't release his bite. They were just insignificant ants. How could they possibly threaten him? However, under the onslaught of the massive zombies, Wang Yan felt an unbearable itch all over. The biting and scratching from these numerous zombies felt like a tickle to him. This itchy sensation made him feel as if countless ants were crawling over him. Before long, Wang Yan successfully tore off a leg from the tyrant zombie. But just as Wang Yan was about to further attack the tyrant zombie, several lava-colored tentacles suddenly shot out from the ground. Each of these tentacles was as thick as several adult waists. In just a moment, they wrapped around Wang Yan, immobilizing him. Next, several similarly thick lava-colored tentacles flew in from the teaching building, whipping at him like whips. Unfortunately, even though Wang Yan was restrained, these tentacles caused him pain when they struck him, but they could not break through his defenses at all. At this moment, it seemed that these tentacles also realized they couldn't harm Wang Yan. They simply abandoned their attack and focused on the tyrant zombie instead. The next moment, these strange tentacles directly pierced into the tyrant zombie's body. But facing these bizarre tentacles, the tyrant zombie did not resist. Instead, it looked like it was enjoying it, leaving Wang Yan bewildered. Next, the tyrant zombie's leg rapidly grew back within a minute, leaving Wang Yan dumbfounded. But Wang Yan quickly understood that these tentacles were supplying this tyrant zombie with energy. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for the opponent to recover from its injuries so quickly. All of this was the work of the tentacle monster. This made Wang Yan somewhat excited. He also wanted to eat a few tentacles to see what they tasted like. As a result, no matter how he struggled, he could not break free from the bindings and was tightly wrapped by the tentacle monster. However, it seemed that this tentacle monster hadn't thought of a way to deal with Wang Yan for the time being. Soon, the tentacles wrapped around Wang Yan, dragging him outside the campus of Shiguang University. Then, it directly threw him out violently. Chapter 29. The large demon beast, the elephant, not afraid. Boom! Accompanied by a dull, thunderous sound, Wang Yan's massive body was thrown out, causing the ground to shake. Several abandoned cars on the road were crushed, and a large section of the highway collapsed. At this moment, after throwing Wang Yan out, the terrifying tentacles were finally satisfied and prepared to retract. However, when they saw Wang Yan clumsily getting up and trying to crawl back to the school, the tentacles were thoroughly enraged. The next moment, the tentacles flew towards him again. Wang Yan still couldn't resist and was once again wrapped up by the tentacles. Then, these tentacles threw him even further away. Moreover, after throwing him out, to prevent him from returning to the school, 8 tentacles directly grabbed and wrapped around 2 tall buildings on the street, instantly thickening and easily pulling down both buildings, burying him under the rubble. More than 20 minutes later, Wang Yan finally crawled out from the rubble. Initially, he was furious and wanted to kill his way back to the school. But upon seeing the 10 or so tentacles that hadn't retracted, he immediately calmed down and helplessly chose to give up. It wasn't until Wang Yan had left a considerable distance that these tentacles finally retracted, satisfied. At this moment, the vulture in the sky was also quite speechless but did not blame its partner. It could see that this strange tentacle monster was extremely powerful, likely a giant demon-level existence. This creature, with tentacles that could extend 1 or 2 kilometers, was already terrifying. What to do next? That tentacle monster is too strong. I can't deal with it. At this moment, Wang Yan opened his bloody maw and asked. He had initially been full of confidence. As a result, he was slapped in the face. However, he indeed had no way to deal with that tentacle monster. The other side had only sent a few tentacles, and they had already thrown him out, which definitely did not represent the full strength of the tentacle monster. Therefore, although being thrown out was a bit embarrassing, Wang Yan did not dwell on it, mainly because he was wary of the tentacle monster's power. At this time, the vulture flew onto Wang Yan's back and comforted him, saying, "It's okay. Some monsters are ridiculously powerful, and it's normal not to be able to defeat them. I'll go look for other targets." After saying that, the optimistic vulture soared into the sky and quickly disappeared into the horizon. Seeing this scene, Wang Yan felt much better. Having such a considerate and helpful partner was a great help to him. About 10 minutes later, the vulture returned, landing on Wang Yan's back, and said helplessly, "I found another target, but it's a bit far away. However, there aren't many targets that can be hunted in Nanlin City. Other targets are either too fast or too weak. Unless we go to the city center, there are quite a few suitable targets there, but there's a super giant python there." Upon hearing this, Wang Yan helplessly said, "Lead the way. We won't go to the city center. Safety is the most important." The vulture nodded repeatedly after hearing this. Its thoughts aligned with that of its partner. Although they needed to work hard to improve their strength, their lives are the most important at any time. So, both sides set off again, but during the journey, the vulture suddenly stopped on a road. Then Wang Yan saw this creature suddenly carrying a woman, going into a large shopping mall to search for supplies, and then bringing the woman back to the community. This scene left Wang Yan utterly confused. After the woman reluctantly left, when the vulture returned, Wang Yan asked, "Do you know her?" The vulture nodded and sighed, "Yes. I was her caretaker for many years when I was in the park. I didn't expect her to be alive, and I just happened to see her, so I naturally helped her out. It's also a way to repay the friendship from back then." Upon hearing this, Wang Yan suddenly understood, and then the two chatted while continuing their journey. Due to the increase in strength, Wang Yan now basically didn't worry about being hunted. After all, there weren't many creatures in the city that could hunt him, and there weren't many creatures he could hunt either. After all, the apocalypse had just erupted, and the number of large demon beasts might have increased a little, but it was estimated that there were only about 50 of them, including zombies, mutated beasts, and giant demon-level creatures. According to Wang Yan's estimation, across the entire Xiguang province, there were probably only about 300 to 400 large demon-level creatures at most. Another hour passed. Under the vulture's guidance, Wang Yan finally found 2 target creatures. These 2 target creatures were also mutated beasts, but they were somewhat tricky. One was a hippopotamus over 10 meters tall, and the other was a super giant elephant 16 meters tall. The sizes of these 2 super beasts made Wang Yan feel a bit of a headache, although the vulture had roughly described them to him on the way. Wang Yan still had confidence. After all, his body was over 30 meters long, which was no joke. However, this elephant reached a height of 16 meters, a length of 24 meters, and weighed at least over 1,000 tons. If this elephant were to demolish a community building, Wang Yan felt it could break a load-bearing wall in one hit. At the same time, the 2 late-stage large demon mutated beasts walking together were stunned when they saw Wang Yan. The next moment, the hippopotamus and the elephant exchanged glances and immediately began to walk towards Wang Yan. Clearly, upon seeing this prehistoric giant crocodile, they were also preparing to hunt Wang Yan. After all, such a size posed little threat to them. Moreover, they had an even greater advantage since they were on land. These 2 factors led them to decide to hunt this prehistoric giant crocodile. At this time, the vulture had wisely flown up into the sky, watching the drama from the rooftop. Once these 2 big guys fought Wang Yan, it wouldn't be able to help at all. Goodness, they were starting off with late-stage large demon-level creatures. These 2 were indeed lucky. The hippopotamus was relatively easy to deal with, but the elephant posed a bit of challenge. Wang Yan quickly assessed the threat level of the 2 creatures. Although the elephant was more threatening, the hippopotamus was not to be underestimated either. If these 2 charged at him and started trampling him, even with his abilities, he would likely be badly injured. But just as Wang Yan was feeling heavy-hearted and preparing to take on both, the African elephant looked at the iron-bodied Wang Yan with some surprise. Then it said to the hippopotamus, "Third brother, step aside. Let me crush it." The hippopotamus paused for a moment and then nodded repeatedly, saying, "Okay, big brother." After that, the hippopotamus immediately retreated far away, as it had witnessed its big brother's powerful charge numerous times before, especially paired with those terrifyingly thick tusks. It was a nightmare for countless creatures. The next moment, the African elephant stepped back a considerable distance, its eyes still fiercely fixed on Wang Yan. This scene made Wang Yan's scalp tingle. He had already guessed what this elephant was planning. Clearly, this elephant intended to use its terrifying impact from a running charge to try to crush him directly or stomp him flat. Sure enough, the next moment, the elephant charged towards him after retreating a distance, causing the ground to tremble along with its approach. Chapter 30. The terrifying super giant elephant directly crushed the partner. Seeing this scene, Wang Yan felt a wave of dread wash over him. The ground was trembling, and the charging giant elephant, in the process of running, transformed into a giant elephant made entirely of rock. Can this damn thing turn into rock? If I get hit, even if my whole body turns into steel, I won't die, but I'll definitely be seriously injured. After all, in the face of absolute power, any defense seems a bit fragile. At this moment, the hippopotamus hiding in the distance also began to look forward to it. It wanted to see if this giant crocodile, with its body turned into steel and defense even stronger than that of the elephant, could withstand the full force charge of the elephant. Meanwhile, just as the African elephant was charging towards Wang Yan at high speed, only a dozen meters away, Wang Yan quickly used the technique of zhuang xingyi. Then, something miraculous happened. In less than a moment, Wang Yan had already moved to another location. The hippopotamus was momentarily stunned. Then, it saw a scene that chilled it to the bone. The elephant, charging with all its might, was now right in front of it. No, bang, rumble. In the next moment, the hippopotamus was directly knocked away, crashing hard into a building. Under the terrifying impact, the hippopotamus was sent flying like a soccer ball. Seeing this scene, not only was Wang Yan stunned, the elephant, after the charge, was also taken aback. What the hell was going on? It clearly remembered that it was charging towards the prehistoric giant crocodile. How did the target of the charge suddenly change to the hippopotamus? After realizing what happened, the African elephant hurriedly ran into the building several dozen meters away to look for the hippopotamus, with Wang Yan naturally following closely behind. To be honest, Wang Yan didn't expect that after using zhuang xingyi, he could instantly swap positions with the hippopotamus. This moment left him dumbfounded, but after realizing it, he almost couldn't help but laugh. This ability was really damn useful. Under the charge of the African elephant, the unsuspecting hippopotamus would probably be seriously injured or even lose its combat ability. As expected, following the African elephant, Wang Yan quickly arrived outside the residential area. When he saw that a building inside had been flattened, he couldn't help but laugh. Then he saw the hippopotamus, buried in the rubble, lying motionless, with blood flowing over the debris-covered ground. After the African elephant cleared away a pile of building debris, he finally saw the hippopotamus's tragic state. There was a large hole in its abdomen, and it was now lying in a pool of blood, twitching slightly, unable to even get up. Seeing this scene, the African elephant immediately shouted in despair, "Third brother, are you okay?" At this moment, the hippopotamus, lying in the blood, wanted to respond but was utterly powerless. Its body trembled slightly, blood gushing out uncontrollably, and its life was fading away. Witnessing this, Wang Yan was also dumbfounded. The attack power of this African elephant was too fierce. With just one charge, it had nearly killed a late-stage demon like the hippopotamus. Thinking about this, Wang Yan felt a chill down his spine. Even if he used his steel body, he would easily be seriously injured, just as the African elephant was feeling guilty. A sharp and unpleasant laugh suddenly echoed in the sky. "Wow, African elephant, you are really fierce. You knocked your third brother out cold." Hearing this, the furious African elephant looked up and saw a vulture circling in the sky, laughing recklessly. However, despite its anger, it was helpless. On land, it indeed had the capital to be arrogant, but against creatures in the sky, no matter how weak, it could only watch helplessly. Meanwhile, after hearing the vulture's mockery, Wang Yan, who was already laughing, laughed even harder. He never expected that he hadn't even fully exerted his power yet. The elephant had already helped him take down one. He didn't even know how to thank the elephant. Forget it, just consider it a great mercy. Later, he would send the elephant down to reunite with the hippopotamus. Thinking of this, as he looked at the sorrowful elephant with its back to him, Wang Yan was about to sneak attack from behind when a huge noise suddenly came from behind. Wang Yan looked up and saw a massive black rhinoceros, over 13 meters tall, charging towards him from a distance. As it passed, vehicles on the road were sent flying, and the ground trembled. Seeing this, Wang Yan's heart leaped. Was another late-stage demon coming? But to his surprise, as the massive black rhinoceros approached, it immediately slowed down and shouted, "Big brother, third brother, I'm back." Hearing this, the African elephant, who was still sad, turned around and saw its second brother, the black rhinoceros, had returned. For a moment, it didn't know what to say. At this time, the black rhinoceros glanced at Wang Yan and asked, "Big brother, where's the third brother?" Upon hearing this, the African elephant panicked, stammering and unsure how to explain. Wang Yan, however, couldn't help but tease, "Your big brother just knocked your third brother dead. He's lying in the back." The black rhinoceros was instantly stunned. His big brother had killed the third brother? Realizing what had happened, the black rhinoceros rushed into the residential area and saw the dying third brother lying in a pool of rubble and blood, twitching slightly. This moment left the black rhinoceros dumbfounded. The third brother was really on the brink of death. Moreover, when it saw the gaping wound in the third brother's chest, it immediately recognized that this injury was caused by the big brother's tusks. For a moment, the black rhinoceros looked up at the African elephant in confusion. At this moment, the African elephant looked at its second brother, feeling at a loss, and explained guiltily, "Second brother, big brother didn't mean to hurt the third brother. Big brother wanted to charge and kill that crocodile, but unexpectedly, that crocodile used some method to swap positions with your third brother. And then the third brother ended up like this." Upon hearing this, Wang Yan couldn't help but stir the pot. If only your second brother had arrived a little earlier. Then he could have seen how you killed your third brother. Hearing this, the black rhinoceros sneered, "We've grown up together since childhood. How could big brother kill the third brother? Don't try to sow discord here." Seeing this scene, Wang Yan felt a bit regretful. It seemed that stirring the pot was useless. He never expected these three guys to have such a strong bond, which surprised him a bit. Thinking of this, Wang Yan didn't mind and directly mocked, "Then go ahead and bring it on. Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Faced with Wang Yan's provocation, the African elephant immediately turned its sadness into anger, gritting its teeth and saying, "Damn beast. Today I will definitely kill you to avenge my third brother." Hearing this, Wang Yan stepped back a bit, signaling to the African elephant to come and try it if it had the ability. At this moment, the African elephant coldly laughed. "I don't believe you can use that ability again. That power is too overpowered. If I'm not mistaken, it must have a limit on usage." In response to the African elephant's question, Wang Yan couldn't help but laugh, teasing, "Then why don't you come and try it? You'll find out once you try." Hearing this, the African elephant hesitated for a moment. At this time, the black rhinoceros turned around, glaring at Wang Yan, and then said to the African elephant, "Big brother, go ahead. So what if the beast's methods are strange? It must have a limit on usage. Otherwise, wouldn't it be invincible?" After hearing the encouragement from the second brother, the African elephant hesitated for a moment, but then gritted its teeth and said, "All right, I'll listen to the second brother. Today, I must kill this beast to avenge our third brother." Chapter 31. The surprise comes too suddenly. The elephant successfully achieves a double kill. Seeing the elephant ready to charge him, Wang Yan was a bit speechless. However, regarding the elephant's determination, Wang Yan was naturally pleased and even somewhat eager. After all, his ability Do Zhuang Xing, he could still be used 2 more times today. If the opportunity was used well, who knows? The elephant might even help him take down the black rhinoceros too. Just as the elephant was about to act, it suddenly thought of something and said, "Second brother, stay back a bit." Clearly, it was still afraid that the prehistoric giant crocodile would use the same trick again and then crash into its second brother, killing him. Hearing this, the black rhinoceros slightly nodded and pulled away a distance, staring intently at Wang Yan from afar. At this moment, the vulture circling in the sky also began to watch the show, afraid of missing some exciting scenes. It was equally shocked by the miraculous methods displayed by its ally earlier. This tactic was indeed hard to defend against. Facing the furious elephant that was ready to charge again, Wang Yan opened his huge mouth and said, "Come on." Boom! The ground trembled as if there was an earthquake. In the distance, the elephant charged over like a tsunami. Similarly, halfway through, it transformed into a rock giant elephant. Meanwhile, Wang Yan kept his eyes fixed on the opponent. When the opponent was just a few meters away from crashing into him, he once again used the magical technique of reversing the stars. Then, something miraculous happened once more. Wang Yan and the black rhinoceros instantly switched places. "Second brother, get out of the way." Seeing the black rhinoceros so close, the elephant shouted in despair, unable to slow down. Likewise, seeing his elder brother suddenly appear in front of him, the black rhinoceros was also frightened and hurriedly shouted, "Elder brother, no." The next moment, a thunderous sound erupted. Although the black rhinoceros was slightly larger than a hippopotamus, it appeared utterly hopeless in front of the violent and massive elephant. In the next moment, the black rhinoceros's body was sent flying, crashing directly into a building dozens of meters away. Dust filled the air, and the black rhinoceros was buried in the rubble. The elephant finally stopped. A huge bloody hole appeared in its chest. Due to the height of the black rhinoceros, its thick, non-ivory horn had also pierced into the elephant's chest. Fortunately, its body had turned to rock, so even though it was impaled, the damage wasn't severe. However, the fate of the black rhinoceros was now uncertain. "Second brother," a heart-wrenching cry rang out. The next moment, the elephant rushed over. This scene made Wang Yan and the vulture in the sky laugh uncontrollably. The elephant had used the same trick twice, incapacitating both brothers. If it weren't for the fact that both sides were enemies, Wang Yan would have suspected that the elephant was deliberately trying to kill his two good brothers. "Ahaha! Ahaha!" The vulture's laughter was quite unpleasant, but it couldn't help but laugh. Wang Yan also found it amusing and got up, then twisted his massive body towards the ruins where the black rhinoceros was. When he got close to the rubble, Wang Yan immediately heard the elephant's sorrowful cries. "Elder brother didn't mean to. Second brother, wake up quickly. Don't leave me." Wang Yan looked up and saw the black rhinoceros lying in a pool of blood, convulsing like a dying hippopotamus. From the current situation, the elephant had successfully achieved a double kill. Wang Yan hadn't even truly made a move yet. He had already eliminated two powerful enemies. At this moment, seeing the elephant continuously crying, Wang Yan immediately seized the opportunity and quietly charged from behind, biting down on the elephant's hind leg. In an instant, the intense pain jolted the elephant, who was immersed in sorrow, awake, and it angrily lifted its leg, trying to shake Wang Yan off. Unfortunately, Wang Yan clung to its hind leg like a stubborn leech, refusing to let go. "You beast, dare to bite me. I will kill you." In a fit of rage, the elephant wildly shook its leg, trying to throw Wang Yan off. But Wang Yan was simply too large, 33 meters long and weighing 500 tons. How could he be easily shaken off by the elephant? His weight was at least a third, if not half, of the elephant's. If they were in water, the elephant would be even more disadvantaged. Being bitten on land was already quite a disadvantage. The next moment, the furious elephant began to run, dragging Wang Yan along. Clearly, it wanted to shake Wang Yan off by running, but this method was ineffective, even though the elephant was dragging him at high speed. The pain from the ground's abrasion was nothing to Wang Yan, whose body had turned to steel. Not only that, but Wang Yan bit down even more fiercely. This caused the elephant, which wanted to run, to slow down due to the pain. Seeing the opponent's speed decrease, Wang Yan bit down even harder. Moreover, the elephant trying to stomp on him was impossible since he was biting its hind leg from directly behind. Now, he just needed to take the elephant down and completely sever its hind leg, and the elephant would never escape. Meanwhile, the vulture in the sky, seeing Wang Yan gaining the upper hand, became happy. It hadn't expected its ally to kill 3 enemies. From the current situation, it seemed that its ally could indeed take down all 3. This way, it would definitely get to feast on a piece of prey next time. If Wang Yan killed 2 or 3 more, it would get another piece. Half an hour later, as Wang Yan continued to bite, the elephant's hind leg was finally successfully severed by him. This made Wang Yan unable to contain his excitement. He had finally done it. Logically speaking, if he hadn't relied on a sneak attack, it would have been difficult for him to sever the elephant's hind leg, as this giant weighed 2 or 3 times more than him. Now that he had bitten off this guy's hind leg, the outcome was sealed. Similarly, as if knowing its fate, the elephant still wore a face full of hatred, even after losing a leg. It still violently poked at the damned giant crocodile with its tusks, wishing it could avenge its brothers. Facing the crazed elephant, Wang Yan didn't care. This was merely the opponent's struggle before death. After spending another 2 hours, Wang Yan finally succeeded in taking down the elephant. Now both of the elephant's legs had been severed by him. This made the elephant completely become prey on his chopping board. Damn crocodile. If it weren't for me accidentally killing my 2 brothers and being ambushed by you, how could I possibly die at your hands? At this moment, the fallen elephant gritted its teeth and said. Hearing this, Wang Yan didn't care and instead teased. It's okay. I believe your 2 good brothers won't blame you. When you get down there, the 3 of you can still make a name for yourselves. Facing Wang Yan's teasing, the elephant snorted coldly and ignored him. Instead, Wang Yan dragged the corpses of the hippopotamus and the black rhinoceros over from a distance. Seeing Wang Yan heartlessly dragging the bodies of its 2 brothers over, the elephant immediately turned red with anger. But unfortunately, it had lost the ability to struggle, and even getting up was difficult, because both of its legs had been bitten off by Wang Yan. At this point, Wang Yan called out to the vulture in the sky, "Come down and eat." Hearing this, the vulture, who had been eager to eat, immediately flew down and began to tear into the corpse of the black rhinoceros. Although its strength was weak and its combat ability lacking, it was still quite easy for it to tear apart the corpse of a late-stage, demon-level creature with its knife-like beak. Seeing this, Wang Yan didn't waste any more words and began to tear into the hippopotamus's corpse, constantly devouring it. Since both the hippopotamus and the black rhinoceros were very large, he couldn't swallow them whole, but had to eat them piece by piece. Meanwhile, the elephant, seeing the corpses of its 2 good brothers being consumed, couldn't help but shed tears on the spot, filled with regret. If its 2 brothers had died honorably at the hands of an enemy, it would have been acceptable. Instead, they had died at its own hands. Moreover, it had also fallen to this fate due to the ambush. It was hard to describe how depressed it felt. Oh my, this meat is really delicious, even more tender than beef. At this moment, the vulture, while eating rhinoceros meat, couldn't help but praise. Wang Yan remained silent, chewing on hippopotamus meat. Soon, after he finished eating the hippopotamus, the system's voice rang out. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully devoured a late-stage great demon hippopotamus. Successfully gained 100,000 evolution points. Upon hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan was instantly confused. Isn't a late-stage great demon creature worth 80,000 evolution points? How did it turn into 100,000? Chapter 32. Harvesting 250,000 evolution points. Is it harder for ability users to increase their strength? Just as Wang Yan was puzzled, the system's voice followed up. Ding. Friendly reminder. There are differences among late-stage great demon creatures. For example, the 4-armed zombie that the host devoured is valued at over 100,000. After hearing the system's explanation, Wang Yan suddenly understood. So it turns out there are differences even among creatures of the same level. In other words, some creatures are worth more. For a moment, Wang Yan felt very pleased, and then his gaze fell on the elephant. Seeing that it looked quite sorrowful, he decided to send it down to reunite with its kind. After spending another hour, Wang Yan finally consumed the elephant. At the same time, the system's voice rang out. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully devoured a late-stage great demon creature. Successfully gained 150,000 evolution points. Wow, this elephant is even more valuable. It's worth 150,000 evolution points. Isn't its value comparable to that of a peak great demon creature? After hearing the system's prompt, Wang Yan couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. It seems that as long as the opponent is valuable, the system is generous with evolution points. Gaining 250,000 evolution points from 2 late-stage great demon creatures put Wang Yan in a very good mood. With his original 280,000 evolution points, he now had a total of 530,000 evolution points. If he could gather another 50,000 evolution points, he would be able to evolve to the peak of the great demon level. Feeling great, Wang Yan glanced at the vulture and found that it hadn't even finished 1/5 of its meal, which left him speechless. However, after a moment's thought, he understood the vulture. After all, it wasn't like him, who had the devouring stomach that could consume infinitely. At this moment, facing Wang Yan's gaze, the vulture asked enviously, "Do you have some kind of digestive ability? Every time I see you eat so much, your stomach doesn't even seem to bulge." Wang Yan proudly nodded. "That's right. Otherwise, how could I say I'm raising my strength to the great demon level? It's because I can eat. What do you think? Do you want me to help you eat some?" Hearing Wang Yan's shameless request, the vulture shook its head repeatedly. No, I'll work hard to eat on my own. Just give me a couple of days." Upon hearing this, Wang Yan nodded slightly, then began to wander around. To be honest, over the past 2 days, he had either been hunting or on the way to hunt, which had left him a bit tired. However, the urgency to become stronger was mainly due to the environment, as he hadn't received any special advantages from heaven and could only rely on his own efforts. Now that he had some free time, Wang Yan observed and suddenly realized that there were indeed survivors going out to gather supplies. For example, he saw a young man emitting a zombie-like smell, yet he had a large backpack full of supplies. This scene was particularly interesting. It seemed that the young man had some ability to disguise himself as a zombie and had boldly started to put his ability into practice. However, the young man's strength was very weak. Judging by his aura, Wang Yan discovered that he was only at the initial stage. At this moment, Wang Yan suddenly thought of a question. How do these humans enhance their strength after gaining abilities? The essence of zombies cannot be consumed by ordinary ability users. So what do they rely on to get stronger? After thinking for a while, Wang Yan could only think of 2 possibilities. First, rare materials from heaven and earth could help them become stronger. Second, they could eat mutated beasts to gain strength. In his previous life, he had heard rumors that they could consume these. This is because mutated beasts differ from zombies and zombie beasts. They represent a good mutation, unlike zombies and zombie beasts, which are deformed mutations. Unfortunately, whether it's mutated beasts or rare materials, it's destined to be very difficult for human ability users to grow stronger. After all, rare materials, mutated beasts, zombies, and zombie beasts are all something they covet. How could ability users compete against them? That being said, over the next 2 days, Wang Yan spent most of his time wandering around out of boredom. Unfortunately, he did not discover many late-stage great demon creatures. The only late-stage great demon creature he found was a zombie, which, upon sensing the disparity, ran away without any entanglement with him. On the morning of the 3rd day, the vulture finally finished eating the black rhinoceros. There was no way. The vulture needed to digest its food before it could continue eating. Therefore, the vulture was very slow in digesting its prey and had not yet shed the biological limitations. Old Crocodile, as usual, I'll go search for prey. If there's nothing, I'll think of another plan. After the vulture finished speaking, it flapped its wings and soared into the sky, quickly disappearing into the horizon. As for Wang Yan, he lazily lay on the ground, basking in the sun, waiting for the vulture to return. During these 2 or 3 days of leisure, Wang Yan found that he had become quite lazy, because this kind of laid-back life felt really enjoyable. Just then, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully triggered a random selection task. Please choose from the following tasks. Task 1. Please become a city overlord. The host only needs to establish a presence in the city center amplification zone for half a month. If no creatures dare to provoke, the task is considered successful. Task time, 3 months. Task reward, 2 million evolution points. 1 random gold treasure chest. Task 2. Please become a provincial overlord. The host only needs to establish a presence in the provincial center amplification zone for 1 month. If no creatures dare to provoke, the task is considered successful. Task time, 3 months. Task reward, 10 million evolution points. 1 random diamond treasure chest. 1 random ability lottery chance. Task 3. Please become an overlord of any direction in the country. The host only needs to establish a presence in the 4-directional center amplification zone for 1 month. If no creatures dare to provoke, the task is considered successful. Task time, 3 months. Task reward, 30 million evolution points. 1 random diamond treasure chest. 1 random ability lottery chance. 1 random divine ability lottery chance. Task 4. Please become a national overlord. The host only needs to establish a presence in the most central amplification zone of a country's capital for 1 month. If no creatures dare to provoke, the task is considered successful. Requirement: land area must not be less than 200,000 square kilometers. Task time, 3 months. Task reward, 60 million evolution points. 1 random diamond treasure chest. 1 random divine ability lottery chance. 1 random treasure chest from the myriad worlds. Friendly reminder: the host should act according to their abilities. This task may involve a large number of competitors, including not only mutated beasts, but any land creatures and sky creatures will participate. After hearing the system's tasks, Wang Yan was immediately dumbfounded. He really just wanted to lie down and not fight. Yet, the system clearly didn't intend to let him lie flat. Moreover, the reward for the system's tasks were more generous than the last. After carefully examining the difficulty and rewards of the 4 tasks, Wang Yan quickly noticed that the difficulty increased progressively. The simplest task was Task 1. As long as he established a presence in the city center amplification zone for a month, he would be considered a city overlord and complete the task. The most difficult task was naturally Task 4. However, what puzzled Wang Yan was why the system would issue such tasks. At this moment, the system's voice rang out again. Ding. Friendly reminder to the host. This is because the world will grant creatures 3 gifts. The first gift is when the apocalypse arrives. The second gift is to make the strong stronger. After hearing this, Wang Yan suddenly realized and couldn't help but ask system, is it that the heavens are going to give powerful beings an advantage again? Chapter 33. The heavens are going to give the strong an advantage again? Target: Cyan Amplification Area. In the next moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding. The host understands, and this can be understood. The world will grant enhancements to beings 3 times in total, and after 3 times, the will of heaven and earth will dissipate. Kind reminder: the demon race will also participate in the second enhancement, so the host must be cautious when choosing tasks. This time, the enhancement from heaven and earth will depend on the strength of the beings. Heaven and earth will no longer target those like the host who have poor luck. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan couldn't help but question again. System, won't the creatures in the sea receive enhancements? Or do creatures in places without nations not receive enhancements? Ding. Kind reminder: the host does not need to worry. The ocean also has specific areas that receive enhancements from heaven and earth, and any creature will fiercely compete to absorb the gifts of heaven and earth. Ding. Kind reminder: the strength of the enhancement is categorized by the color of the area: white, cyan, red, gold, purple. After listening to the system's explanation, Wang Yan understood. The heavens will distribute areas in the entire world that grant gifts. These areas will require creatures to compete based on their own strength. With this thought in mind, Wang Yan asked again, what color is the enhancement area in the city center? When will it appear? In the next moment, the system's voice sounded again. Ding. Kind reminder: the host color enhancement area will appear in 2 months. Below is the information on the areas enhanced by heaven and earth. 1. White. Enhancement area will appear in the city center. 1. Cyan. Enhancement area will appear in the provincial center. 1. Red. Enhancement area will appear within an area of 2 million square kilometers. 1. Gold. Enhancement area will appear within an area of 5 million square kilometers. 1. Purple. Enhancement area will appear within an area of 50 million square kilometers. A total of 10 purple enhancement areas, 102 gold enhancement areas, 255 red enhancement areas, and the number of cyan and white areas is unknown. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan fell silent. This meant that the total number of red, gold, and purple enhancement areas combined is only 367. He could basically just relax and sleep regarding these enhancement areas, with only 367 enhancement areas in the entire world. It is estimated that those powerful demon race beings won't have enough to share, and as for them, the ants that rose up only during the apocalypse, they indeed have no qualification to compete. Therefore, among the 5 enhancement color areas, only white and cyan are what he can strive for, and he will still face considerable competition. Of course, while the cyan also needs to be contested, the competition will definitely not be too fierce because there are 600 to 700 cities with the character city in the country alone, not to mention the entire world. So even if there is competition, it won't be significant. With this in mind, Wang Yan also knew how to choose his task. With this thought, Wang Yan silently said in his heart, "System, I choose task 2. As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice sounded, "Ding. I wish the system to complete the task and obtain rewards soon." After hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan nodded in satisfaction. Just then, the vulture in the sky returned, flying onto his back, looking quite frustrated. "It's over. Apart from the city center, there are basically no suitable targets for you to hunt. Either they are too weak or too fast for you to catch up." Upon hearing this, Wang Yan, although psychologically prepared, still felt somewhat helpless. It seems that leaving Nanlin City this time is inevitable. After all, he doesn't dare to go to the city center where the super giant python is active. How about it, old Crocodile? Should we go to another province or another city? After hearing this, Wang Yan's heart began to hesitate again. The reason is simple. In Shiguang Province, Nanlin is the provincial capital, and the cyan enhancement area will definitely appear in the city center in 2 months. This means that if he can deal with that super giant python, he will basically be able to secure a cyan enhancement area. After hesitating for a moment, Wang Yan made a decision to develop in another place first and then return to the city center to deal with the super giant python in 2 months. With this thought, Wang Yan opened his large mouth and said, "Vulture, since you asked, you must have some ideas, right? Where do you think we should go?" After thinking for a moment, the vulture suggested, "How about I go to Haibei City? The city king there feels very strong, and there are many creatures suitable for hunting. Plus, I can initially understand the situation of the demon race in the sea." Upon hearing this, Wang Yan immediately nodded, signaling the vulture to lead the way. Thus, the two set off again, but according to the vulture, at his current speed, with stops and starts, they probably wouldn't arrive until tomorrow. Fortunately, the weather was quite nice at the moment, with sunshine and a gentle breeze, making it suitable for traveling. By the afternoon, Wang Yan didn't know how far he had traveled, but while on the road, he suddenly noticed several cars following him, unafraid of death, successfully avoiding zombies by relying on his pressure over them. Seeing Wang Yan suddenly turn around to look, the 3 vehicles following closely behind became tense. These 3 vehicles consisted of 2 off-road vehicles and 1 RV. At this moment, everyone inside the 3 vehicles was very nervous, fearing that this colossal creature would flip their vehicles with its tail. A super giant crocodile over 30 meters long could easily overturn their vehicles. Just passing by, many abandoned vehicles and zombies inside the cars were directly crushed by this enormous creature, demonstrating just how terrifying this giant crocodile was. "Dad, what do we do now? It's looking back at us." At this moment, in one of the off-road vehicles, a young man gripping the steering wheel was trembling, while the other 2 men and 2 women in the vehicle were also quite scared. "Keep following," said the middle-aged man sitting in the passenger seat. Upon hearing this, the young man had no choice but to grit his teeth and continue following behind. Similarly, a similar scene was happening in the other 2 vehicles as well. Fortunately, they breathed a sigh of relief when that huge creature looked at them for a while before continuing on its way, completely ignoring them. "I knew it. This giant crocodile is still alive. Fortunately, it isn't too aggressive, otherwise we would really be done for." At this moment, in the driver's seat of the RV, a young man said with a pale face. He clearly recognized this super giant crocodile, which was the terrifying giant crocodile that had hidden in the Yongjiang River before the apocalypse. He just didn't expect that it had grown this big in such a short time. The reason they had the courage to follow along was mainly because they wanted to go to High Bay City and other coastal cities on the edge of the sea. In the coastal cities, they could at least be sure that zombies wouldn't crawl out of the sea. If they could live on the sea, or even just reach an island, their chances of survival would greatly increase. Although the island might be lacking in resources and might even have zombie beasts, it was still far better than the cities, which were filled with endless zombies, zombie beasts, mutated beasts, etc., making them completely unsuitable for survival and development. Early the next morning, after waking up from his sleep, Wang Yan began to get up and continue his journey. It is worth mentioning that as Wang Yan started to move, a dozen vehicles followed suit. Clearly vehicles that had joined midway, especially when they saw that Wang Yan was not being attacked and was being followed by vehicles. Those bold enough naturally wanted to join in. Even when Wang Yan was sleeping, some people in the dozen vehicles stayed awake on watch, fearing that when they woke up, the super giant crocodile would be gone, and they would immediately be submerged by zombies. After all, without the terrifying aura of this super giant crocodile, these massive numbers of zombies would not keep their distance out of fear. Several hours passed. Wang Yan finally arrived in High Bay City. The vulture immediately spoke up. "Old Crocodile, wait here, I'm going to search for the enemy." Hearing this, Wang Yan nodded slightly and watched the vulture disappear into the horizon. He then turned back to glance at the dozen or so vehicles following him and opened his mouth wide, saying, "Don't follow me anymore. I'm going to hunt other creatures." Upon hearing this, the vehicles quickly scattered, finding nearby places to hide, with some even preparing to find a safe spot to settle down. This was already High Bay City, which was at least a bit safer than Linen City. Moreover, since the apocalypse had broken out, they had missed the peak of the May Day holiday. So the number of zombies wasn't as overwhelming as imagined, at least better than in Namlin City. Just then, Wang Yan suddenly saw the vulture flying back in a fluster, quickly landing beside him. This puzzled Wang Yan. He had experienced the vulture's speed and couldn't imagine any other airborne mutated beasts threatening it. The next moment, the vulture hurriedly said excitedly, "Come with me to the seaside. There's a massive battle of demon-level creatures, and we've discovered some soon-to-mature heavenly materials." Hearing this, Wang Yan instantly became alert. If it were just a major demon appearing, he might not be so excited. But if it was news about heavenly materials, he was immediately exhilarated. He had tasted heavenly materials once and knew how extraordinary they were. Consuming heavenly materials of the same level could guarantee a leap to a minor realm. Currently, he was only 50,000 evolution points away from the peak of the major demon realm. If he could obtain heavenly materials and gather some more gains, he could accumulate a significant amount of evolution points needed to break through to the giant demon realm. With this thought in mind, Wang Yan urged, "What are we waiting for? Lead the way." After all, the sooner they got there, the easier it would be to seize the opportunity. He didn't want to find out that the heavenly materials had already been taken. Before long, under the vulture's guidance, they reached the coast in just an hour. In fact, the vulture was not wrong. From a distance, Wang Yan could see a group of demon-level creatures battling at the shore. However, the number of major demons involved in this battle was quite large, reaching 8 in total, 4 of which were peak major demons, exuding a terrifying aura. The other 4 were late-stage major demons, also very powerful, capable of competing against peak major demons without falling behind. Seeing this scene, even Wang Yan felt it was tricky. 8 major demon creatures, and all of them were strong, with the late-stage ones able to contend with the peak major demons. This was already incredibly formidable. Soon, he found what was referred to as heavenly materials near the major demon battle. It was a fruit hanging from a tree that looked similar to a strawberry but was yellow and quite large, comparable to a durian. It seemed that strange fruit was indeed the heavenly materials. After observing the fruit for a while, Wang Yan quickly made a judgment, but didn't rush in. He hadn't yet figured out the situation, and charging in would be very passive. Half an hour passed, and after careful observation, he found that the 8 major demon creatures in the battle could basically be divided into 2 factions, demonstrating clear group tactics during the fight. Good grief, they're grouped together, which makes it even harder to deal with. These 8 creatures clearly had strong combat abilities, especially in terms of their special powers. After observing, He roughly understood the abilities these creatures were exhibiting. One of the creatures resembled a human with a snake's head. Its combat power was average. But it had an extremely outrageous ability. It could absorb sand from the beach to recover even after being injured or killed. Its opponent was even more outrageous. A monster with a shark's head and human limbs that could absorb water. Even if it was blown up, it could reassemble using the endless seawater. These two monsters were essentially the leaders of the respective factions of major demon creatures, and the other 6 were also quite powerful. For example, there was a tiger-headed humanoid monster that crackled with lightning, able to unleash terrifying lightning strikes with each attack. Of course, these weren't the strangest. Among the major demon creatures, the most peculiar was a pig-headed humanoid monster that often tried to bite its opponents during the battle. How to describe this batch of major demon creatures? They seemed half human, half beast, greatly differing from the major demon mutated beasts Wang Yan encountered in Nanlin City. At that moment, the vulture flew to Wang Yan's side and quietly said, "I'll help you." Hearing this, Wang Yan immediately noticed the vulture's gaze fixed on the heavenly materials and understood what it meant. Clearly, the vulture wasn't planning to give up this opportunity. It had already helped Wang Yan obtain heavenly materials once. Now, if it could help Wang Yan obtain 2 more, the 4th time it secured heavenly materials would naturally belong to it. Heavenly materials were extremely tempting to any creature, and the vulture was no exception. At that moment, 2 creatures suddenly stopped fighting and began walking towards Wang Yan. Clearly, they had received orders to deal with this giant crocodile that dared to come and watch the show. After all, in High Bay City, there were hardly any solitary creatures that dared to oppose them, as they were all under the command of the giant demon realm's leaders. Currently, there were 4 powerful beings at the giant demon realm level in High Bay City, and these 4 were the leaders of both factions. They just hadn't come in person. Seeing the 2 late-stage major demon creatures approaching menacingly, Wang Yan couldn't help but feel frustrated. Damn it, why are these guys getting more and more overbearing? Ever since he started encountering powerful creatures, they seem to be getting increasingly domineering, giving him virtually no chance to pick up scraps. "Hey, who the hell sent you here?" At that moment, a 30-meter-tall, muscular leopard-headed monster looked down at Wang Yan and questioned, "Hand it over, or I'll break your limbs." A gorilla-headed monster, looking like a diamond, also roared fiercely. Faced with the intimidation from the 2 monsters, Wang Yan immediately realized they were trying to drive him away. After all, the aura he emitted was also formidable. "I'm a bit curious, are you allies?" Seeing that the 2 hadn't attacked yet, Wang Yan couldn't help but ask. Upon hearing this, the leopard-headed monster and the gorilla-headed monster exchanged looks of disdain. The leopard-headed monster, arms crossed, sneered, "You must be new here. Didn't you bother to check the situation before coming to High Bay City? There are 4 giant demons here. Our boss is above us." At this moment, the gorilla-headed monster couldn't help but growl. "Looks like you're just a bumpkin from somewhere else. Probably don't have any backing. Might as well just kill you." Hearing this, Wang Yan was both amused and annoyed. They were indeed quite arrogant. Although their strength gave them the right to be arrogant, it wasn't enough to intimidate Wang Yan. Thus, Wang Yan opened his mouth wide and said, "Come on. I want to see just how capable you are to kill me." Upon hearing this, the leopard-headed monster looked at the grim-faced gorilla-headed monster with a playful expression, teasing. "Did you hear that? They want you to hurry up and kill them. I also want to see if you can do it." For a moment, the monkey-headed monster looked grim, its gaze fierce as it stared at Wang Yan, sneering. "You ignorant fool. Do you really think that just because you're big, I can't do anything to you?" After saying this, the monkey-headed monster waved at the leopard-headed monster and roared, "Get out of the way. I can make it shit itself within an hour." Hearing this, Wang Yan couldn't help but smile inwardly. If he could take them down one by one, that would be perfect. Once he quickly dealt with this monkey monster, the leopard monster would be much easier to handle. Moreover, he was certain that when he took down the monkey-headed monster, the leopard-headed monster would not step in to help. Thus, when he faced off against the leopard-headed monster, it would be at a disadvantage, and its ally would be held back by the opponent. Thinking of this, Wang Yan felt great and provocatively said, "Come on, monkey, let me see if your skills are better than your mouth." Faced with Wang Yan's repeated provocations, the monkey-headed monster became furious. "Then let you know how powerful I am." After saying this, The monkey-headed monster conjured a thick metal rod over 40 meters long from thin air. In the next moment, the monkey swung the giant iron rod down at Wang Yan's head with a fierce expression. But at this critical moment, Wang Yan's body instantly underwent a massive transformation into steel. Bang! He didn't even have time to dodge. The giant rod struck his head. In an instant, sparks flew, and Wang Yan felt a jolt in his head, but fortunately, the pain wasn't too intense. After regaining his senses, Wang Yan immediately twisted his massive body and charged at the monkey-headed monster. The monkey-headed monster immediately jumped back to dodge, while continuously swinging the iron rod to strike Wang Yan fiercely. For a moment, Wang Yan found it extremely difficult to deal with the monkey's agile movements and seemingly chaotic yet vicious attacks with the iron rod. This even made Wang Yan begin to suspect whether the opponent had practiced some special and powerful staff techniques, because each seemingly uncoordinated attack always seemed to target his weak points, like frequently attacking his eyes or striking his limbs hard, specifically aiming at his vulnerable spots. It's important to note that even if his eyes were turned to steel, Wang Yan didn't dare let the opponent hit him with the iron rod, as it could easily blind him. Although he had the means of divine consciousness to see clearly without using his eyes, he still didn't want to become blind, as that would greatly affect his appearance. Meanwhile, the leopard-headed monster watching from a distance looked serious. He could see that his old rival, the monkey monster, had exhausted all its tricks. Yet, it was still unable to do anything to the giant crocodile, which had full defense and was unbreakable. He even wondered if he would have the confidence to deal with this giant crocodile if he were in its place. The answer was no. His abilities and methods couldn't break through such an absolute defensive ability. This kind of defense, which was even more absurd than a turtle shell, was a headache that many large demon-level creatures would encounter. At the same time, facing this monkey monster, the fact that it was far away and using a stick to hit him was indeed making Wang Yan somewhat depressed. His passive way of being beaten, while not causing him much harm, couldn't go on forever. Thinking of this, Wang Yan opened his bloodied mouth and said, "With just this little ability of yours, even if I just stand here and let you hit me, what can you do to me? Didn't you say you could kill me in an hour? Why don't you show some real skills?" Faced with Wang Yan's provocation, the monkey-headed monster was left speechless, its face turning as red as a monkey's but from anger. At this moment, the leopard-headed monster chimed in sarcastically, "No wonder you're just a lowly monkey. You have little ability but a big mouth." In a fit of rage, the monkey-headed monster glared at the leopard-headed monster and said, "If you have the ability, come and help." The leopard-headed monster sneered, "Can't handle it yourself? Where's that arrogance from just now? Deal with it yourself." It was a joke. He had no confidence that he could handle this giant crocodile either. Hearing this, the monkey-headed monster angrily said, "Then let us work together. I attack and you just watch?" After a slight hesitation, the leopard-headed monster still joined the battle. It knew that if it didn't join, this stubborn monkey would definitely give up as well. In the next moment, the leopard-headed monster suddenly spewed a mist of water, sweeping toward Wang Yan. Before Wang Yan could react, the mist enveloping him instantly froze. In an instant, Wang Yan's massive body was completely encased in the cold ice. To Wang Yan's shock, when he tried to break free from the icy confinement, he found it quite difficult. At this moment, seeing the giant crocodile frozen, the monkey monster let out a sigh of relief. To be honest, he had ways to deal with the freezing, but he couldn't handle the giant crocodile. No matter what staff techniques he used or how hard he attacked, it was completely useless. Instead, the freezing ability used by the leopard-headed monster just happened to be able to restrain this troublesome giant crocodile. This surprised him and left him speechless. Is this what they call one thing restraining another? Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Crack! Crack! After Wang Yan struggled fiercely, the ice that had originally encased him suddenly shattered. In the next moment, Wang Yan, freed from the ice, looked coldly at the two creatures. Although he was extremely angry, after all this effort, he really didn't have a good way to deal with these two. If he used his ability to swap positions, there were still many powerful demon creatures nearby, and he was worried he wouldn't be able to execute it precisely. However, it seemed that at this moment, besides using divine powers, he couldn't find any better way to break the situation. With this thought in mind, Wang Yan was already prepared and didn't forget to provoke them madly. It works, but not much. Upon hearing this, the leopard-headed monster immediately flew into a rage, opening its mouth wide and suddenly spewing a large cloud of mist toward Wang Yan. At that moment, Wang Yan directly activated his divine ability, swapping positions. In the next moment, the leopard-headed monster was dumbfounded as Wang Yan and the monkey-headed monster instantly switched places. In that instant, the monkey-headed monster was also stunned, instinctively putting its hands in front of its head to defend against the incoming mist. Unfortunately, its actions proved futile, and in the moment it was enveloped by the mist. It was immediately frozen. Meanwhile, instead of attacking the leopard-headed monster, Wang Yan, who had the opportunity to strike, charged toward the troublesome monkey instead, biting through the ice while simultaneously sinking his teeth into the monkey-headed monster's thigh. In an instant, the monkey-headed monster, just freed from its confinement, let out a painful scream. It dropped the iron rod in its hand and angrily pounded the giant crocodile that had bitten it. But Wang Yan had no intention of letting go. This damn monkey was incredibly hard to kill. After being beaten for so long, it hadn't given him a single opportunity, leaving him helpless. Now that he finally had it in his grasp, Wang Yan would not let it go and allow the monkey-headed monster to escape. Damn it, hurry up and save me. In an instant, after struggling proved futile, the monkey-headed monster angrily roared at the leopard-headed monster. Although it didn't know what was happening, it understood that this must be the giant crocodile's bizarre tactics. But what did it matter how bizarre the giant crocodile's tactics were? It had been attacking the giant crocodile for an hour earlier without any issues. Now, it was better that the leopard-headed monster had just intervened, and it was the one suffering. Moreover, it was only after being trapped by the leopard-headed monster's freezing ability that the giant crocodile seized the opportunity. After realizing this, the leopard-headed monster felt somewhat helpless, not knowing how to help. The main problem was that the opponent was already bitten. Moreover, he didn't want to help the monkey-head monster either. Seeing that the leopard-head monster remained indifferent, the monkey-head monster immediately cried for help. "Big brother, please save me." Upon hearing this, the shark-head monster, who was engaged in battle with the snake-head monster, quickly noticed the situation over here. However, when he tried to shake off his opponent to rescue the monkey-head monster, the snake-head monster didn't give him a chance. Not only that, the snake-head monster coldly instructed, "Entangle them. Never let them go to help." Hearing this, the shark-head monster roared in anger. "You ruthless and shameless guy." The snake-head monster mocked. "You can only blame your people for being too weak." Clearly, the snake-head monster intended to take the opportunity to eliminate the monkey-head monster. In this way, with 4 against 3, they would have no chance of winning. Since they couldn't win, the rare resources would naturally belong to him. Seeing that his teammates couldn't come to help, the monkey-head monster felt despair. Soon, he let out a painful scream, collapsing to the ground while holding his bloodied, severed leg. Evidently, one of his legs was easily torn off by Wang Yan's massive mouth without any effort. At that moment, Wang Yan opened his huge mouth again and bit down on his other leg, causing the monkey-head monster to become terrified. "Don't kill me, brother crocodile. Don't kill me. I can serve you. You've seen my fighting power." In an instant, the monkey-head monster began to plead for mercy and fear. Unfortunately, Wang Yan had no intention of letting him go. Although this guy had decent combat power, that was all there was to it. On the contrary, he was somewhat fond of the leopard-head monster's abilities. If the leopard-head monster was willing to serve him, he would definitely accept him. Because this guy could freeze and bind enemies for a duration, it was enough for him to rush in and deliver a fatal blow. Soon, under the indifferent gaze of the leopard-head monster, the monkey-head monster, who had lost another leg while screaming, completely lost the strength to struggle. The outcome, of course, was not difficult to predict. In just over 10 minutes, Wang Yan completely bit the monkey-head monster to death and began to devour him. Half an hour later, after Wang Yan finished eating the monkey-head monster, the system's voice rang out. "Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully devoured a late-stage, great demon-level creature. Successfully gained 100,000 evolution points." After hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Another 100,000 evolution points credited. Currently, he was only 400 000 evolution points away from breaking through to the peak of the great demon level. With a good mood, Wang Yan glanced at the leopard head monster, only to see that this guy had no intention of attacking again. Clearly, the leopard head monster knew that even if he could temporarily freeze and control this giant crocodile, he couldn't kill it. Moreover, he understood that this giant crocodile had clearly spared him earlier, charging towards the monkey head monster instead. Otherwise, during that moment of confusion, the giant crocodile that appeared beside him could have bitten him directly. So, he didn't have much desire to deal with Wang Yan right now. After all, the other party had let him off the hook, and he wasn't blind. Just then, the distant snake monster suddenly laughed, this friend from outside. Are you interested in joining forces? Let's eliminate the 3 guys over there together. I'll take the lead in dividing the corpses afterward. Chapter 36. A terrible siege? Seizing rare resources. Faced with the snakehead monster's sudden invitation, Wang Yan was more than eager. Of course, he didn't immediately agree. That would make it seem like he had ulterior motives. Although he did have ulterior motives, it was not wise to show it too early. Besides, if he refused now, it wouldn't be impossible. However, the snakehead monster would definitely be more vigilant against him. Thinking of this, Wang Yan immediately said, I don't want to get involved in your battle. Anyway, whoever dies on either side, I can conveniently pick up a couple of bodies and profit. Upon hearing Wang Yan's words, the shark-head monster's side clearly breathed a sigh of relief. If this giant crocodile joined their encirclement to hunt them, it would be 5 against 3. Currently, 4 against 3 was already very dangerous. If it turned into a 5 against 3 situation, they could just give up. At this moment, facing Wang Yan's refusal, the snakehead monster felt a bit displeased. He originally thought this giant crocodile would be very tactful and join them to eliminate the opponents. Then, they could work together to deal with this annoying giant crocodile. Unexpectedly, this giant crocodile was quite cunning and clearly unwilling to get involved in their battle. That made it difficult for them to deal with the opponents. After hesitating for a moment, he called the leopard head monster over to join the battle. Immediately, with the leopard head monster joining the fight, the situation quickly turned around. The leopard head's strength was not weak, especially since his ability had controlling effects, making it incredibly easy in a 2-on-1 situation. It is worth mentioning that although the leopard head monster's abilities were very effective in battle, unfortunately, their side lacked a one-hit kill method to take down the opponent. It could only be said that with the addition of the leopard head monster, their faction completely suppressed the situation. If time went on, it would inevitably be the shark head monster side that faced problems first. Sure enough, less than 20 minutes later, after the leopard head monster froze one of the opposing monsters, the tiger head monster, who was radiating thunder, let out a furious roar and unleashed a terrifying thick lightning bolt towards the frozen bullhead monster. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening explosion. The tiger head monster's terrifying thunder directly shattered the entire ice block. The bullhead monster struck heavily, had its head blown into a mist of blood. With a thud, the bullhead monster's corpse fell to the ground, motionless. Upon seeing this, the shark-head monster's face turned ugly, and he gritted his teeth. Retreat. After saying this, the shark-head monster dove into the water, while the other lion-head monster shook its body and transformed into a lion, quickly charging out of the encirclement and fleeing into the city. The snakehead monster also chose not to pursue, but rather signaled to the other 3 teammates, the tiger head monster, leopard head monster, and pig head monster. In the next moment, they all focused their gaze on Wang Yan. Seeing this, Wang Yan immediately appeared wary and said, "Give me that corpse, and I'll leave now." Upon hearing this, the snakehead monster laughed. "Leave? Weren't you just saying you didn't want to leave? Now you don't need to." Hearing this, Wang Yan slowly began to back away, pretending to be calm. "Do you really think that just because you're confident in joining forces, you can take me down? So far, I haven't seen any means you have that can deal with me. Don't waste your efforts." Wang Yan's words were certainly not a lie. His entire body could turn into a steel-like form. These guys really overestimated their ability to kill him. That giant tentacle monster, which was suspected to be a great demon level, couldn't do anything to him. This proved that his strength was not something ordinary creatures could shake. Although he might not have offensive abilities, his defensive power was enough to make him look down on everyone. Upon hearing Wang Yan's words, whether it was the lion head monster, leopard head monster, or pig head monster, they all fell into silence, because they knew that this giant crocodile wasn't exaggerating. Regardless of fire, thunder, or freezing, these abilities truly couldn't deal with this giant crocodile. But while they were silent, the snake-head monster sneered. Who said we have to kill you? Once we control you, we can inform the boss from the great demon realm to come over and have the bosses take care of you. Upon hearing the snake-head monster's words, the other three monsters' eyes lit up. If they remembered correctly, one of the two great demon bosses above them could spew terrifying flames, which could indeed kill this giant crocodile. After all, your steel body is indeed invincible, but under the absolutely terrifying high-temperature flames, it can still be melted. Thinking of this, aside from the leopard-headed monster who didn't seem so happy, both the tiger-headed monster and the pig-headed monster wore broad smiles. At the same time, upon hearing the words of the snake-headed monster, Wang Yan's heart tightened. He didn't expect that there really were giant monsters with high-temperature flame abilities that could deal with him. Although his steel body was powerful, according to Wang Yan's speculation, once the temperature reached over 1,000 degrees, it would pose a threat to him. If it reached 2,000 degrees, he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it. With such terrifying flames, it might be possible that even in his steel body state, he could still be burned to a liquid state. Being liquefied is essentially no different from being dead. After all, he only possessed the ability of a steel body. The system never mentioned that he could survive after his body turned into molten iron. Thinking of this, Wang Yan began to retreat rapidly, while casually glancing at the vulture that had yet to take action. His goal was simple: to hold these guys off so that the vulture could quickly steal the rare treasures and escape. In fact, the vulture had been looking for an opportunity for a long time. But right now, the snake-headed monster was too close to the giant tree where the rare treasures grew. Just then, the snake-headed monster commanded, "Old leopard, you freeze and control this guy. Old pig, go tell the two bosses. Old tiger, cooperate with old leopard." After giving the orders, the snake-headed monster prepared to turn around and pick the rare treasures. At that moment, the snake-headed monster suddenly spotted a figure in the sky, racing towards the location of the rare treasures. Seeking death, the snake-headed monster roared in anger. The next moment, it rushed towards the location of the rare treasures at high speed. Moreover, the snake-headed monster was only running, but worried that the rare treasures would be snatched away. It actually took flight, moving even faster. Seeing this scene, both Wang Yan and the tiger-headed monsters became extremely tense. For them, if the rare treasures were snatched away, then all their efforts in battle would have been in vain. For Wang Yan, if the vulture failed, then the plan he had meticulously devised to seize food from the tiger's mouth would be in vain. Chapter 37. The appearance of two giant monster-level beings. Hiding in the sea, no one fears. Just as Wang Yan and the tiger-headed monsters were nervously watching, under countless gazes, the vulture was faster. It directly used its ability, darting like a lightning bolt, seizing the rare treasures first and flying away. But what shocked Wang Yan even more was that the snake-headed monster actually let out a roar, like a plane taking off from the ground, swiftly chasing after the direction the vulture was fleeing. It wasn't until the two shadows disappeared on the horizon that the other monsters reacted. When did Snake Brother learn to fly? They had never seen him fly before. At this moment, the leopard-headed monster and the others all looked dumbfounded. After all, over the past few days, Snake Brother had never shown signs of flying. Now, he suddenly displayed this ability, which could only mean one thing. The snake-headed monster had been hiding its strength all along. At this time, the tiger-headed monster looked at the pig-headed monster and the leopard-headed monster and hesitantly asked, "What do we do now? Should we still follow Snake Brother's orders?" The pig-headed monster sneered. "Snakehead has flying abilities and only now shows it. It seems he has long been harboring ulterior motives. I will report this to the two kings." After saying this, the pig-headed monster turned and left without hesitation. For a moment, only the tiger-headed monster and the leopard-headed monster were left looking at each other. At this moment, Wang Yan couldn't be happier. He wasn't disappointed. The vulture succeeded. Moreover, based on Wang Yan's understanding, it was impossible for the snake-headed monster to catch the vulture. The vulture could fly and also had a speed-related ability. The vulture had once told him that at maximum speed, it could fly 2,000 kilometers in an hour, a speed that made Wang Yan envious. What? Are you guys still going to stay and deal with me? At this moment, looking at the remaining leopard-headed monster and tiger-headed monster, Wang Yan couldn't help but tease. Hearing this, the leopard-headed monster shook his head. I can't do that. The tiger-headed monster looked at the leopard-headed monster and asked, Old Leopard, what are your plans now? Old Snake's abilities are not weaker than those of the two giant kings. He must have some scheme before exposing his strength. Now that it has been revealed, he certainly won't come back. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not try to win over the leopard-headed monster. Whether the leopard-headed monster would agree to his overtures was one thing. If he tried to win over the leopard-headed monster now, what if the vulture had objections? Between the vulture and the leopard-headed monster, the choice was clear. At this time, Old Leopard hesitated for a moment and said, I don't have any major plans. Hearing this, the tiger-headed monster couldn't help but ask, How about you come with me to Dongguan province to rely on my cousin? My big cousin is also a giant monster. Definitely stronger than the two kings we are currently following, and he is undoubtedly the king in Beidong City. Upon hearing this, the leopard-headed monster was immediately tempted, and after thinking for a moment, nodded. All right, then I'll go with you. Hearing this, the tiger-headed monster was instantly satisfied, looking towards the headless corpse monster in the distance, and couldn't help but glance back at the leopard-headed monster. Seeing this scene, the leopard-headed monster said irritably, Don't think about it. The pig-headed monster has already gone to report to the two giant monsters. It's inconvenient for us to act now. After hearing this, the tiger-headed monster thought about it and also gave up. Then, the two looked at each other and began to dash in one direction. Seeing this scene, Wang Yan was dumbfounded. They just broke up? He truly didn't expect that after the rare treasures were snatched away, this seemingly harmonious group would immediately disperse and go their separate ways. But soon he guessed the crux of the matter. It was very likely that the snake-headed monster wanted to obtain the rare treasures and had never intended to hand them over. As a result, an unexpected turn of events forced him to reveal his strength. Then, the pig-headed monster must have been a loyal subordinate, directly leaking the information. Finally, seeing the situation was unfavorable, the tiger-headed monster and the leopard-headed monster, worried about being implicated, simply fled. Thinking about the two giant monsters that were about to arrive, Wang Yan hesitated for a moment, but decided to eat the headless corpse first. At worst, when the two giant monsters arrived, if he couldn't beat them, he would just hide in the sea. So what if the other side had high-temperature flame abilities? At that time, he could just hide in the sea, and they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. With this in mind, Wang Yan immediately twisted his massive body and rushed up to start tearing into the corpse of this late-stage giant monster. In the end, after spending less than half an hour, Wang Yan successfully consumed the headless monster. At the same time, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully devoured a late-stage giant monster. Successfully obtained 90,000 evolution points. Hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan was instantly delighted. It seemed that the body was somewhat incomplete. Otherwise, it would definitely be worth 100,000 evolution points. Just as Wang Yan was in a good mood, he suddenly saw in the distance, in the city, the pig-headed monster following two extremely fast giant monsters rushing over. Upon seeing this scene, Wang Yan was shocked and quickly twisted his massive body, diving into the water over 20 meters deep. Once he reached the 20-meter deep water, he felt a slight sense of safety and immediately felt his strength swell. This feeling of swelling was inexplicable. It was as if entering the water gave him confidence to significantly increase his strength, and he became full of confidence against the creatures he feared. At this moment, Wang Yan surfaced in the water and saw the two giant monsters brought by the pig-headed monster. One of them was a silverback gorilla that looked to be over 3 meters tall. The other was a muscular and fierce grizzly bear. Although these two creatures appear to be only over 3 meters tall, Wang Yan knew this was because the giant monsters had the ability to shrink, and one must not take appearances at face value. At this moment, seeing that Wang Yan had already hidden in the water, the pig-headed monster muttered a few words before they approached the shore to size him up. Kid, where did the tiger-headed and leopard-headed ones go? Did you kill them? At this moment, the standing grizzly giant monster asked Wang Yan. Hearing this, Wang Yan smiled and teased. They ran away directly, afraid of getting implicated. Seeing that the giant crocodile showed no fear of them, the grizzly giant monster became very displeased, and the silverback gorilla's expression was also gloomy. However, they really had no good way to deal with this giant crocodile. The giant crocodile in the water had the advantage of time, place, and people. If they dared to enter the water, they could very well capsize in the gutter. Seeing the three creatures on the shore helpless against him, Wang Yan couldn't help but feel smug. So what if you were giant monsters? What does it matter if you have means to restrain me? You still can't do anything to me in the water. With this thought, Wang Yan felt happy and didn't take these two giant monsters seriously. Just then, a cold voice rang out. Dead crocodile, how dare you come into the sea? Aren't you afraid of death? Chapter 38. Devouring heavenly materials and earthly treasures. The special nature of giant monsters. Upon hearing the sudden voice behind him, Wang Yan quickly turned around. He then saw a nearly 30-meter-long great white shark not far away, staring at him intently. This guy seems to be the shark-headed monster. Wang Yan almost immediately confirmed this identity, mainly because he had heard the other's voice before. He could naturally distinguish it. However, a nearly 30-meter-long great white shark trying to defeat him in the water was simply wishful thinking. His steel body was hard to threaten unless there were targeted means. With this in mind, Wang Yan opened his massive mouth and mocked. Do you think I would be afraid of you? In a one-on-one situation, maybe you have some special abilities that can prevent me from killing you. But can you kill me? Hearing Wang Yan's taunt, the great white shark was left speechless. In fact, this was indeed the case. Wang Yan's steel body ability really did give him the confidence to be arrogant, whether on land or in the sea. The shark monster truly had no way to deal with Wang Yan, nor did his old rival, the snake-headed monster, have any way to deal with this prehistoric giant crocodile. Seeing the great white shark silent, Wang Yan then turned his gaze to the two giant monsters on the shore. Noticing that these two creatures had no intention of leaving, he immediately had a guess. Wang Yan then opened his massive mouth and said, "No need to crouch and wait for me. With my ability to breathe in water, as long as I don't want to come ashore, no one can do anything to me." Upon hearing Wang Yan's self-satisfied voice, the grizzly giant monster's face darkened even more, and he looked at the silverback gorilla, who also shrugged helplessly. He really had no way. Although he had many abilities, he had no effective means against the giant crocodile hiding in the water. Old pig, you stay here and wait for this guy to come ashore to deal with him. At this moment, the grizzly giant monster clearly lost patience and instructed the pig-headed monster. Hearing this, the pig-headed monster was instantly dumbfounded, looking at the grizzly giant monster in disbelief, pointing at himself. In response, the grizzly giant monster became furious, looking coldly at the pig-headed monster and retorted, "Otherwise, should we both just wait here?" After hearing the grizzly giant monster's words, the pig-headed monster dared not question it anymore and nodded repeatedly. Seeing this scene, the grizzly giant monster and the silverback gorilla finally turned to leave. But once these two giant monsters departed, Wang Yan could hardly contain his laughter, asking the pig-headed monster to keep an eye on him, to take him down as soon as he came ashore. Wasn't that a joke? He could probably take down the pig-headed monster instead. In fact, it wasn't just Wang Yan who thought of this. The pig-headed monster naturally also realized this. Therefore, at this moment, the pig-headed monster's eyes were darting around, clearly planning for the future. As for guarding this giant crocodile by the sea, he wasn't a fool. If the giant crocodile really came ashore, he would simply choose to run away. He even thought that when the time came, he would leave without waiting for the crocodile to come ashore. These two damned giant monsters were seriously overestimating him in dealing with the giant crocodile. Meanwhile, after sizing up the pig-headed monster, Wang Yan floated on the water's surface, his gaze fixed on the sky, waiting for the vulture's return. As long as the vulture came back and hunted down 2 or 3 late-stage giant monsters, he would be able to accumulate enough to meet the breakthrough conditions. If that heavenly material reached the peak of a mysterious grade, he might even directly leap to the giant monster realm. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed. By now, the sun was setting in the west, but Wang Yan was helplessly still unable to spot the vulture's figure. If it weren't for his belief that the vulture had no ulterior motives, he would have suspected that the vulture might have run away. Additionally, the pig-headed monster that had originally been guarding him by the sea had run away an hour ago, along with the shark-headed monster that was dissatisfied with watching him in the water. Finally, after waiting for another half hour, when Wang Yan came ashore, he finally spotted the familiar figure of the vulture returning on the horizon. Upon seeing the vulture, Wang Yan couldn't help but feel excited. Finally back. If he hadn't come back soon, he would really have thought that this guy had run away. The next moment, the vulture dropped the heavenly material in front of Wang Yan. Seeing the golden fruit of the heavenly material, Wang Yan didn't hesitate to open his massive mouth and swallowed it whole. As soon as he swallowed it, the system's voice followed. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully devoured a peak mysterious grade heavenly material, the Emperor's sacred fruit, and gained 2 million evolution points. Ding! Host has accumulated enough to meet the evolution conditions. Would you like to start evolving? Hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan was instantly stunned. He didn't expect that it was indeed a peak mysterious grade heavenly material. Just this unremarkable fruit directly granted him 2 million evolution points. This was truly a bit unbelievable. In a great mood, Wang Yan declined the proposal to evolve immediately. Then he asked the vulture, "Why did you come back so late? Was that snake-headed monster really that powerful?" In response, the vulture helplessly shook its head and said, "It's not that the snake monster can really catch up to me, but the giant monsters in the sky are not slow either. When they saw the heavenly material in my hand, they all went crazy trying to hunt me down. If I hadn't been smart enough, you wouldn't even be seeing me now." At this point, there was a hint of fear in the vulture's eyes. Obviously, the trouble brought about by running around with the heavenly material far exceeded its expectations. During these few hours, it had indeed gone through several twists and turns, facing numerous dangers, but fortunately, it had returned successfully in the end. Although the vulture briefly mentioned the dangers, Wang Yan knew the process must have been even more perilous than described. Thinking of this, Wang Yan solemnly promised, "Don't worry, old vulture. I'm about to break through to the giant monster realm. Once I do, I'll immediately go all out to plunder resources and help you break through to the giant monster realm too." Hearing Wang Yan's solemn promise again, the vulture nodded repeatedly, clearly already fantasizing about the scene of breaking through to the giant monster realm. At this moment, Wang Yan couldn't help but ask old vulture, "Do you know what the benefits of breaking through to the giant monster realm are? Tell me." Upon hearing Wang Yan's inquiry, the vulture immediately excitedly explained, "Once you break through to the giant monster realm, the benefits are too numerous. You will gain a guaranteed ability and a random ability. The guaranteed ability is the ability to shrink, allowing oneself to shrink at will, while the other randomly obtained ability depends on luck. Additionally, the strongest aspect of giant demon realm creatures is that they all possess demon cores within them, as well as demon souls. Among them, the demon core can store energy for combat, making its power extremely terrifying, and it can also absorb the wandering energy from the heavens and earth. Furthermore, even if the physical body of the demon soul is destroyed, as long as its lifespan is not exhausted, it can possess other creatures, taking over their bodies. Lastly, the most formidable aspect of the giant demon realm is that as long as one breaks through to this realm, their lifespan will be at least 1,000 years. Chapter 39. Only 2 more creatures to go. A strange liquid creature? Upon hearing this, Wang Yan suddenly realized. He never expected that after breaking through to the giant demon realm, he would have so many means at his disposal. The increase in lifespan to live for 1,000 years was within his expectations. However, the ability to randomly obtain one ability, as well as a fixed ability, truly surprised Wang Yan. After all, during the great demon realm, he had not heard of anyone gaining special abilities, but upon reaching the giant demon realm, there was indeed a guaranteed minimum. It seems that the giant demon realm holds a certain status among the demon race. Thinking of this, Wang Yan nodded slightly and then opened his mouth wide, saying, "Now, I only need 3 late-stage great demon-level monsters to break through to the giant demon realm. Baldy, it's hard work, but you need to continue searching for prey tomorrow." Upon hearing Wang Yan's words, The vulture was stunned for a moment before joyfully asking, "Are you confident? Just 3 more late-stage, great demon-level creatures, and we can start pushing for the giant demon realm?" Wang Yan nodded confidently. "Of course, that one rare treasure is quite effective, and my own foundation is not lacking." Seeing the old crocodile's confident demeanor, the vulture knew it was secure. Soon, the two of them found a random place by the sea to rest. The next day, the vulture went out early in search of prey. Before long, he returned. After flying onto Wang Yan's back, the vulture cheerfully said, "There are still quite a few great demon-level creatures here. Follow me." As if remembering something, Wang Yan opened his mouth wide and asked, "By the way, if you encounter any giant demon-level creatures, remember to remind me in time." Hearing this, the vulture nodded. "Don't worry, old crocodile, I know which giant demons are in High Bay City, and I won't let you fall into danger." After saying that, the vulture flew ahead to lead the way, with Wang Yan closely following behind. Half an hour later, in a city street in High Bay City, Wang Yan spotted 2 creatures resembling hyenas from a distance, standing 3 to 4 meters tall and 7 to 8 meters long, with gray-black muscular bodies, bright red eyes, and sharp fangs, exuding a fierce aura. 2 late-stage, great demon-level creatures. Not bad. Seeing these 2 zombie beasts, Wang Yan secretly nodded in satisfaction. At the same time, upon seeing Wang Yan, the 2 zombie beasts slowly approached. Seeing this scene, Wang Yan was a bit surprised and carefully scrutinized the 2 dogs. In his eyes, apart from the bloody stench emanating from them, the zombie beasts did not differ much from mutated beasts. If he had to find a difference, it was that the zombie beasts were more brutal and bloodthirsty, appearing to have lower intelligence. In the next moment, without waiting for Wang Yan to speak, one of the zombie hyenas charged at him. Wang Yan immediately activated his ability, Steel Body. At that moment, the fast-moving zombie beast lunged at him, biting his hind leg. Although it did not inflict real damage, the sharp pain was quite evident. When Wang Yan angrily turned his head to retaliate, the zombie hyena that had bitten his hind leg quickly dodged. Instead, the other zombie hyena seized the opportunity to bite his forelimb and skillfully dodged again when he turned back. Thus, the 2 zombie hyenas began to coordinate their attacks, one in front and one behind. They continued to attack him several times, making Wang Yan feel somewhat displeased yet helpless. These creatures were just too agile. Moreover, Wang Yan noticed that these 2 were actually trying to reach his vital points, but his body had turned into a steel form, which eliminated any possibility of them reaching their target. However, it's worth mentioning that after the 2 zombie hyenas frequently attacked for a long time without breaking through his defenses, they clearly began to lose their patience. Unfortunately, Wang Yan still had not caught an effective opportunity for a counterattack because the reaction speed of these 2 zombie hyenas was extremely sensitive. Fortunately, Wang Yan decided to play dead, allowing the 2 creatures to attack him while pretending to be unresisting, completely ignoring them. But due to Wang Yan's indifference, the 2 zombie hyenas, who were originally losing patience and preparing to leave, suddenly became enraged and began to attack him frantically. Thus, Wang Yan endured the biting of these 2 creatures, continuously using his spiritual sense to observe and wait for the best opportunity to strike. After more than 10 minutes of continuous attacks, the vigilance of these 2 creatures finally lessened. However, they still continued to crazily bite him while keeping an eye on his movements. At this moment, after waiting for a long time, Wang Yan finally found an opportunity to strike. He quickly turned around, opened his mouth wide, and easily bit down on one of the zombie hyena's body. In an instant, the hyena let out a painful scream. This immediately frightened the other zombie hyena, which quickly dodged away. At that moment, the one caught by Wang Yan's mouth continued to scream, but soon after Wang Yan chewed a few times, it went completely silent. The next moment, Wang Yan swallowed the 7 to 8 meter long hyena whole. At the same time, the system's voice rang out. "Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully devoured a late-stage, great demon-level zombie beast. Gained 100,000 evolution points. Ding! Accumulated points meet evolution conditions. Would you like to start evolving?" No. Wang Yan directly rejected in his mind. At the same time, he began to look at the other zombie hyena that had retreated far away. After hesitating for a moment, that zombie hyena directly fled. Seeing this scene, Wang Yan provocatively said, "So weak? You got scared just like that?" In response to Wang Yan's provocation. Although the zombie hyena was furious, it couldn't be bothered to argue with him and simply turned to leave. Upon seeing this, Wang Yan immediately accelerated and charged forward, causing the zombie hyena to run even faster, easily shaking him off. After creating some distance, it looked back and mocked him before leaving. Clearly, the zombie hyena had flaws compared to normal mutated beasts, but these creatures actually did not differ much in intelligence. They simply appeared to be less clever. Just then, an unexpected event occurred. From the windows of the tall buildings on both sides of the street, a mass of black liquid suddenly surged out. When the black liquid landed on the zombie hyena, it immediately let out a painful wail and was quickly consumed by the mass of black liquid. Seeing this, both Wang Yan and the vulture on lookout were stunned. What the hell was that? It instantly devoured the zombie hyena. In the next moment, under Wang Yan's astonished gaze, the strange black liquid, after eating the zombie hyena, suddenly leaped up again and quickly flew towards him. Chapter 40. Gaining without effort? No, its prey delivered to his mouth. Seeing this scene, Wang Yan immediately frowned. The next moment, he easily dodged the flying black liquid. But the black liquid still leaped again and successfully landed on him. In response, Wang Yan felt a bit helpless. It's not that he didn't want to dodge, but this thing was quite fast. He also wanted to see what means this strange black liquid had. Once it attached itself to him, Wang Yan immediately felt a burning sensation all over his body. But other than that, there was no other feeling. Clearly, this black liquid couldn't break through his iron body. But at that moment, to Wang Yan's astonishment, the liquid, upon realizing it couldn't penetrate his defenses, actually tried to crawl into his mouth through his nostrils. Naturally, Wang Yan shook his head wildly, but to no avail. The strange black liquid quickly slipped into his mouth. Moreover, it began to burrow down into his body through his oral cavity. Then, Wang Yan heard the familiar sound of the system. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully devoured a late-stage liquid creature of a great demon, gaining 150,000 evolution points. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan was completely stunned. What the hell was going on? Was it automatically delivering itself for him to eat? To be honest, it was the first time Wang Yan encountered such a situation. He had never experienced such good fortune of something being delivered right into his mouth. Even more absurd was that the creature was worth 150,000 evolution points. Although he knew that it had just eaten a hyena, it couldn't still be undigested, right? Wang Yan had witnessed how terrifying the swallowing speed of this black liquid was. For a moment, after regaining his senses, Wang Yan couldn't help but feel that such good fortune was something he could never get enough of. Meanwhile, the vulture in the sky couldn't help but ask, "What exactly is that thing? Is it also a creature?" Hearing this, Wang Yan nodded slightly. "Yes, I've already eaten two. Just one more to go. Lead the way, vulture." Upon hearing this, the vulture was immediately delighted. "Follow me." After saying that, the vulture continued to fly ahead. Seeing this scene, Wang Yan was also in a good mood following behind. There was no way around it. Getting a late-stage, great demon liquid creature for free made it hard for him not to be happy. But this also made Wang Yan realize that now, after the apocalypse had arrived, the level of life was no longer limited to ordinary biological animals. Perhaps even more outrageous forms of life could emerge. Just like Wang Yan himself, when he used his abilities, he was practically no different from a metal life form. Soon, half an hour later, under the vulture's guidance, Wang Yan finally encountered a target that met his requirements. However, what surprised Wang Yan was that he encountered two creatures, and they were fighting. These two great demon-level creatures fighting were a zombie-like being wearing a Qing Dynasty official robe, not very large in size, but possessing abilities akin to an iron body, making it extremely terrifying with exaggerated recovery abilities. The other creature was an extremely slender and fiery hot female zombie, but her aura was extremely terrifying, reaching the peak level of a great demon. Yet, this fiery hot female zombie was being completely dominated by the seemingly zombie-like creature. Both creatures stood about 20 meters tall, showing no significant difference in size. Yet the creature that appeared to be a zombie, despite having the aura of only a late-stage great demon, was suppressing this female zombie. What the hell? Even zombies are coming out? For a moment, watching from a distance, Wang Yan felt filled with questions. He never expected that even corpses could mutate. What else would be impossible to mutate? If one day a stone mutated, he felt he could accept that too. If even dead things could mutate, it meant that other non-living things could also potentially mutate. It couldn't just be an isolated case. Soon, under Wang Yan's observation, he discovered that this zombie also had intelligence, and its sharp, iron-like claws could easily leave terrifying wounds on the female zombie. Fortunately, the female zombie's recovery was decent. She only started bleeding at first, and then the wounds quickly began to stop bleeding and slowly scab over. Unfortunately, the speed at which the female zombie healed was far slower than the rate at which the zombie-like creature inflicted wounds. As a result, the female zombie's clothing was shredded, revealing her ash-gray skin. Roar! At this moment, faced with the suppression of the monstrous zombie, the female zombie appeared extremely furious. She opened her mouth and began to retaliate wildly, continuously swinging her fists at the zombie creature, but it caused no damage whatsoever. Seeing this scene, Wang Yan speculated that it wouldn't be long before this female zombie would likely be taken down by the zombie creature. The gap between them was too obvious. This zombie creature, like him, had an iron body, making it virtually indestructible. Such an almost invulnerable defense, without special means to counter it, was indeed almost unbeatable. Sure enough, Wang Yan didn't have to wait long. The zombie creature eventually wrapped its arms around the female zombie and then opened its bloody maw, revealing a mouth full of fangs, and bit down on the female zombie's neck. Seeing this scene, Wang Yan immediately knew that now was the perfect opportunity for him to strike. In the next moment, Wang Yan moved and quickly rushed toward the zombie creature. At the same time, the zombie creature, clearly sensing Wang Yan's approach while still biting the struggling female zombie's neck, leaped back, pulling away over 100 meters. Seeing this, Wang Yan immediately became anxious. This damn thing was dodging too quickly. If this went on, he wouldn't be able to pick up the spoils. Thinking this, Wang Yan quickly closed the distance again, and after getting within a certain range, he immediately activated the technique Do Zhuan Xing Yi. The next moment, something miraculous happened. The zombie that had been holding the female zombie and biting her swapped positions with Wang Yan. This sudden turn of events left Wang Yan overjoyed. He immediately bit down on the still dazed female zombie and, disregarding her cries and struggles, began to chew and swallow her whole. "You beast! Stop it! That's my prey!" Seeing this scene, the somewhat astonished zombie creature nearby immediately reacted, jumping toward Wang Yan in a fit of rage. In the next moment, before Wang Yan could even finish swallowing the female zombie, the zombie creature leaped beside him, gripping the upper half of the female zombie tightly. Similarly, Wang Yan's bloody mouth was still clamped down on the lower half of the female zombie's legs. "You beast, let go of it!" The zombie creature angrily pulled on the prey, while not forgetting to curse at Wang Yan. Hearing this, Wang Yan couldn't help but laugh inwardly. But how could he possibly let go? He had just used a technique and, with a stroke of luck, swapped positions with this zombie creature to snatch the prey. In the next moment, Wang Yan bit down on the prey. His bloody mouth began to shake violently. Then, with a tearing sound, the female zombie was ripped in half. The zombie creature staggered, still clutching the remaining 2 legs of the female zombie, and fell to the ground. Looking at the prey that Wang Yan had devoured most of, the zombie creature jumped up and began angrily gnawing on the 2 legs, its gaze still fixed on Wang Yan with a fierce glare. At the same time, after swallowing half of the female zombie, the system's voice also sounded. "Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully devoured half of a peak-level great demon zombie, gaining 150,000 evolution points. Ding! Accumulated points meet evolution conditions. Does the host wish to begin evolution?" Upon hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan's heart instantly soared with joy. What a bargain! According to his estimation, a peak-level zombie should be worth between 150,000 to 200,000 evolution points. And now that he had eaten more than half of the female zombie, gaining 150 evolution points meant he had consumed most of its essence. At the same time, after devouring the majority of the beautiful zombie, the evolution points he had accumulated were already enough for him to evolve into a giant demon realm creature in one go. Thinking of this, Wang Yan couldn't contain his excitement. Once he became a giant demon realm being, he would be able to shrink his body and rely on the flying ability of the vulture for frenzied hunting. At that time, wherever he wanted to hunt, he would just need to communicate with the vulture, greatly saving travel time. Just as Wang Yan was fantasizing about the glorious scene of breaking through to the giant demon realm, the zombie creature, having already eaten 2 thighs, roared angrily at him. "You beast that only knows how to take advantage of others." Hearing this, Wang Yan snapped back to reality and couldn't help but laugh at the furious zombie creature. It seemed this guy was extremely angry about his behavior of snatching prey. However, Wang Yan didn't take him seriously and retorted, "You're nothing but a beast, how ungrateful. Damn it, I'm eating your prey because I respect you." Chapter 41. Taking zombies' prey for free. Resources to break through to the giant demon realm gathered. After hearing Wang Yan's words, the already furious zombie creature became even more enraged. The next moment, he charged at Wang Yan, launching a flurry of meteor punches. Bang, bang, bang. Since both of their bodies were made of steel, the attacks naturally created a lot of sparks upon impact. To be honest, this guy's barrage of punches was incredibly powerful. However, these punches were nothing but a tickle to Wang Yan. Not only that, but seeing the opponent enraged, Wang Yan immediately seized the opportunity and quickly opened his huge mouth, biting down hard on one of the zombie's legs. Then, Wang Yan started biting down tightly, skillfully using the death swing maneuver to cause metallic fatigue in the zombie's leg, making it easy for him to dislocate it. This was a simple and effective technique Wang Yan had developed after experiencing multiple battles. Meanwhile, after being bitten by Wang Yan, the furious zombie creature quickly calmed down. When he sensed Wang Yan's intention, he immediately straightened his body like a stick. No matter how much Wang Yan swung his mouth, the zombie's body swayed along with Wang Yan's strength. Half an hour later, as the zombies will cooperated throughout the process, Wang Yan's skilled maneuvers were rendered useless. There was no sign of metallic fatigue in the zombie's body at all. At this moment, the zombie creature, still caught in Wang Yan's bite, sneered with pride. "Beast, you think you can use such a lowly trick against me? Do you really not consider me a kindred spirit? Do you think I'm that stupid?" Seeing the guy's smug expression, Wang Yan sneered internally and immediately changed his strategy. Clearly, Wang Yan had rich experience dealing with opponents who possessed the same defensive capabilities as him. He bit down on the zombie's leg, using his massive strength to pin the zombie's body to the ground, then began to crawl. Evidently, Wang Yan intended to use the friction of the city ground to wear down the zombie's body little by little. When a zombie realized Wang Yan's intention, he immediately panicked and pleaded, "Big brother, please don't do this. Can I apologize to you?" Hearing this, Wang Yan directly ignored the zombie's pleas. This only made the zombie creature angrier. Subsequently, he grabbed a few cars by the roadside and crushed them into a pile to cushion his body. After doing all this, he fell silent and allowed Wang Yan to wear him down. When he felt that the iron plates he used to cushion his body were worn down enough, he repeated the process, casually grabbing and flattening a few more cars to use as cushioning. The zombie's method of coping left Wang Yan at a loss. He certainly couldn't find a steel mill to throw this guy in for smelting, right? Just as Wang Yan was in a dilemma, the zombie helplessly said, "Big brother, is it not enough for me to apologize? Besides, you stole my prey. Is it fair to bully me like this?" Hearing this, Wang Yan thought for a moment and then swung his huge mouth, throwing the zombie into the nearby city. With a loud crash, the zombie creature smashed into a commercial building. Soon after, the zombie crawled out from the rubble. Seeing the opponent emerge from the ruins, Wang Yan opened his mouth wide and warned, "Next time, keep your mouth clean." In response, the zombie changed its tone, pointing at him and gritting its teeth as it cursed. "You cold-blooded beast, just you wait. 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west. One day, I will make you regret it." Hearing this, Wang Yan became even angrier. He was about to charge forward to teach this guy a lesson. but the zombie immediately leaped away, jumping over 100 meters. After a few more jumps, he disappeared from Wang Yan's sight. Once the opponent had completely vanished, Wang Yan darkened his face and looked up at the vulture in the sky. The vulture, who had witnessed the entire process, smiled and comforted him. "It's fine. Let's not argue with a creature that's not even a beast. By the way, old Crocodile, do you still need a late-stage Great Demon Realm creature?" Hearing this, Wang Yan couldn't help but smile and opened his huge mouth to say no. "I just snatched over half a peak Great Demon zombie from that zombie, so I'm not lacking anything now. Now, I just need to find a place by the seaside to start breaking through to the giant demon realm." At this point, Wang Yan was extremely excited. The giant demon realm, he could finally break through. He was looking forward to what new abilities he would gain after breaking through to the giant demon realm. What he currently lacked were truly offensive abilities. If he had offensive abilities, his strength would multiply compared to now. At this moment, upon hearing Wang Yan's words, the vulture immediately became happy. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's set off. I'm looking forward to you helping me break through to the giant demon realm after your own breakthrough." Hearing this, Wang Yan nodded slightly and, under the vulture's guidance, headed towards the seaside. Over an hour later, Wang Yan arrived at a vast sandy beach. It is worth mentioning that the waves at this seaside were even larger than he had imagined. Of course, these waves had virtually no impact on a giant creature like Wang Yan. He first instructed the vulture at the shore, then twisted his massive body and entered the ocean. When he reached the water, not far from the shore yet deep enough at dozens of meters, Wang Yan sank to the seabed. Once at the bottom of the ocean, Wang Yan was surprised to discover that the fish in the sea had also undergone mutations. Some emitted a rotten smell, with signs of decay on their bodies, while others belonged to mutated fish, exuding the same aura as mutated beasts. Moreover, when he descended to the seabed, the fish nearby quickly fled in fear. Whether they were zombie fish or mutated fish, they clearly feared the aura emanating from Wang Yan. After retrieving his gaze, Wang Yan couldn't wait to silently think. "System, open the information page." As soon as he finished speaking, the information page appeared before him. Host, Wang Yan. Qualification, Mid-Giant Demon Realm. Type, Mutated Plurus Crocodile. Lifespan, 25 years, 500 years. Realm, Late Great Demon Realm. Size, 33 meters long, 480 tons. Biting force of 600 tons. Speed of 60 kilometers per hour. Abilities, Devouring Stomach, Steel Body, Energy Cycle, Mind Communication. Divine Power, Star Rotation. Evolution Points, 3, 121,000. Backpack, 110 Ability Thunder Breath Fragments. After reading the information page, Wang Yan nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Over 3 million evolution points were definitely enough for him to break through to the giant demon realm. Here, Wang Yan joyfully murmured, "System, start evolving. This time, help me evolve directly until my evolution points run out." As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice followed. Ding! Successfully deducted 1 million evolution points. Beginning evolution now. The next moment, Wang Yan gradually lost consciousness during the evolution. Chapter 42. Successfully breaking through the giant demon realm. Instead of gaining supernatural powers, he obtained divine abilities. When he opened his eyes again, Wang Yan felt that everything seemed completely different. He could intuitively feel that there was a red, round demon core inside him. Similarly, deep in his mind, a ferocious black giant crocodile was swirling. Clearly, this should be what is referred to as the primordial spirit, but it appeared semi-transparent and not very stable or solid. Moreover, Wang Yan discovered that as long as he wished, the primordial spirit would move according to his intent. This meant that even if his physical body were destroyed, he could still rely on the primordial spirit to survive. It must be said that if the great demon realm was merely a struggle to keep up in terms of strength, then the giant demon realm was at least not easy to kill. All of them possessed primordial spirit-like abilities. If there were no abilities or divine techniques specifically targeting the primordial spirit, killing a creature of the giant demon realm would undoubtedly leave endless troubles for oneself. After all, if the primordial spirit is not dead, it means the opponent has infinite possibilities. Once it cannot be completely eradicated, is simply a constant accumulation of enmity. Despite the destruction of the physical body, the actual loss for these creatures, whether it be mutated beasts or legendary demon races, is significant. After all, a seized body may not be the most compatible with one's own primordial spirit. Additionally, after losing the physical body, the targets the primordial spirit can seize cannot be of the giant demon realm. In the case of the same giant demon realm, the difficulty of seizing is very high, and it is easy to completely fall unless there is a significant advantage in realm or powerful means related to the primordial spirit. Therefore, the most reliable way to seize a target in the primordial spirit realm is to seize creatures at the level of the great demon realm. Most of this information automatically emerged in Wang Yan's mind after he broke through the giant demon realm. Besides this, Wang Yan also gained the ability to shrink in size, while the other ability has not yet been obtained. According to the system's explanation, he would randomly acquire a second ability within a month after breaking through the giant demon realm, with the strength depending entirely on luck. After discussing the demon core and primordial spirit, the next thing was the changes in his physical body. First of all, his size grew from the original 33 meters to 43 meters. Clearly, even after breaking through the giant demon realm, his size did not increase drastically. However, after breaking through the giant demon realm, his physical body's recovery ability became even more terrifying. This recovery ability is not a supernatural power. It seems like a sublimation of the physical body after reaching the giant demon realm, with the recovery speed now 10 times faster than before. This means that even if he lost 2 legs or a segment of his tail, which originally required 1 to 3 months to recover, it would now only take 3 to 9 days to fully recover after breaking through the giant demon realm. Oh, and there's also the divine consciousness. When he was still in the great demon realm, without a primordial spirit, the distance visible to the naked eye was the range that divine consciousness could explore. Now, with the primordial spirit, the divine consciousness has significantly increased, and it can reach an estimated range of 5 kilometers. Although the range is not very large, it is at least much stronger than the area visible to his naked eye. At that moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding! A warm reminder to the host. Since the host has reached the giant demon realm, creatures of the original small demon level will have no effect on the host. Hearing this, Wang Yan was not surprised. It just meant that small demon-level creatures could no longer provide him with evolution points. He had long stopped relying on eating zombies to accumulate evolution points, mainly because accumulating evolution points from zombies was simply too slow. This speed of obtaining evolution points was trivial compared to hunting large demons or seizing heavenly materials and earthly treasures. In a good mood, Wang Yan immediately thought, "System, open the information page." As soon as he finished speaking, the information page appeared before him. Host, Wang Yan. Talent, mid-stage giant demon realm. Species, mutated plurus crocodile. Lifespan, 25 years to 1,000 years. Realm, early stage giant demon realm. Size, length 43 meters, weight 2,600 tons, bite force 3,600 tons, speed 80 kilometers per hour. Abilities, devouring stomach, iron body, energy cycle, mind communication, wishful shrinking. Divine technique, star rotation. Evolution points, 1, 230,000. Backpack, ability thunder breath fragments 110. After reading the information page, Wang Yan nodded in satisfaction. The giant demon realm was indeed powerful beyond measure. Just the weight of his current body had increased more than 5 times. It's worth noting that he only increased from 33 meters to 43 meters. Clearly, he only increased by 10 meters, but his weight multiplied by 5. Wang Yan knew that this was just the beginning. His weight would become increasingly outrageous. Due to the issue of body density, these extraordinary beings cannot be measured like ordinary creatures. Furthermore, after breaking through the giant demon realm, he needed 300 evolution points to break through to the mid-stage of the giant demon realm, which made Wang Yan somewhat relieved. At least it didn't T-double. Unlike the 2 million evolution points needed to break through from the peak of the great demon realm to the giant demon realm. Just as Wang Yan was preparing to leave seclusion and meet with the vulture, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Successfully obtained the divine ability granted by heaven. Thunder Breath. Thunder Breath. After use, it can instantly release terrifying and powerful thunderous energy, possessing extremely strong destructive power, and is even more terrifyingly damaging to the primordial spirit. Usage note: when the host's demon power is exhausted, the thunder cannot be activated, and its power is determined by the demon power released by the user. Warm reminder: due to the host breaking through the giant demon realm, the divine technique, star rotation, daily usage limit, currently can be used 4 times per day. What? Upon hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan was once again stunned. He did not expect to gain a divine technique instead of a supernatural ability. This moment excited Wang Yan. He was in dire need of offensive means. Now, with Thunder Breath, it was like adding wings to a tiger for him after breaking through the giant demon realm. With these 2 divine techniques, coupled with the vulture's speed, he felt that he no longer had any obvious shortcomings. Originally, according to the vulture, after breaking through the giant demon realm, one would randomly obtain supernatural abilities, but some lucky ones could acquire divine techniques. However, the quantity of divine techniques available was extremely rare. Unexpectedly, this time heaven did not target him. Finally, he obtained a divine technique that he desired. What is more crucial is that now that he has broken through a major realm, the star rotation, which he could originally use 3 times, has also increased to 4 times, which is immensely beneficial for his future battles. Thinking of this, Wang Yan couldn't help but feel invigorated. He now just wanted to slay a few giant demon realm creatures to celebrate his joy of breaking through the giant demon realm. The next moment, Wang Yan twisted his massive body and swiftly swam toward the surface of the sea. When he reached the water's surface, Wang Yan found that the sun was high in the sky, the weather was clear, and the sun was blazing. Yes, the air in the sky seemed even hotter than in the desert, and the temperature had risen significantly. For this, Wang Yan was already mentally prepared. In his past life, there had been continuous rain during the apocalypse, followed by high-temperature weather, and when he died, the weather was still scorching. Moreover, this high-temperature weather was not only targeting humans and mutated creatures. Even zombies were lethargic under the scorching sun and would choose to hide in dark places during the hottest part of the day. Just then, the system's voice followed. Ding! Detected that the host has broken through to the giant demon realm, triggering the following tasks. Please select 1 to complete. Task 1. Please kill 5 giant demon realm creatures. Task duration: 2 months. Task reward: 2 million evolution points. Random diamond treasure box X1. Task 2. Please kill 5 mid-phase giant demon realm creatures. Task duration: 2 months. Task reward: 3 million evolution points. Random diamond treasure box X1. Task 3. Please kill 5 late-phase giant demon realm creatures. Task duration: 2 months. Task reward: 5 million evolution points. Random diamond treasure box X1. Beginner random treasure box X1. Chapter 43. Planning to use the gifts of heaven and earth to break through to the demon lord realm? After hearing the system's announcement of the tasks, Wang Yan was immediately surprised, but more so, he was happy, because the system does not frequently issue tasks. So far, there have been very few tasks actively released by the system. Moreover, whenever the system issues a task, the rewards are quite generous. Thinking of this, Wang Yan began to contemplate. It is not easy to fight beyond one's level in the giant demon realm. For example, even the weaker creatures in the giant demon realm cannot be compared to those in the greater demon realm. In other words, even if these greater demon realm creatures are formidable, the giant demon realm beings cannot do anything against them, except in special circumstances. Similarly, the giant demon realm is different from the greater demon realm. The giant demon realm possesses what is known as demonic power. The difference in realm also leads to a significant difference in the strength of this demonic power, creating a huge gap in battle. Therefore, while it is possible for the giant demon realm to fight beyond its level, it requires strong supernatural abilities. Thus, after a brief consideration, Wang Yan felt that there was still a chance to hunt 5 late-phase giant demon realm creatures. After all, he had already made plans in his heart after breaking through to the giant demon realm. During these 2 months, he aimed to quickly elevate himself to the late phase or peak of the giant demon realm, and then attempt to use the enhancement from the gifts of heaven and earth to break through to a higher realm. After all, the gifts of heaven and earth are certainly not useless. Otherwise, the system wouldn't have directly issued tasks. Therefore, seizing the opportunity to jump straight to the Demon Lord realm must not be missed. Currently, even just being in the giant demon realm requires such massive resources. One can imagine that once reaching the later realms, the required evolution points would be an astronomical number. With this thought, Wang Yan had made his decision and silently said, "System, I choose task 3. Ding," wishing the host to complete the task and receive the reward soon. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan finally looked up at the sky around him with a pleasant mood. Perhaps due to the excessively hot weather, he did not see any vultures in the sky. Fortunately, he did not have to wait too long, as the familiar figure of a vulture finally appeared in the sky. The next moment, the vulture excitedly flew onto his back and said eagerly, "Old Croc, you're really amazing. You've reached the giant demon realm. So, what random supernatural ability did you awaken? Or do you still not have it?" Faced with the vulture's impatient inquiry, Wang Yan opened his big mouth happily and said, "Don't worry. This time I was very lucky. I directly obtained an offensive supernatural ability. Now that I have this offensive supernatural ability, I believe it won't be long before I can help you break through to the giant demon realm." Hearing this, the vulture immediately smiled widely and urged, "Then shall we set off now?" Clearly, in the past, he was helping Wang Yan enhance his strength, and he was actually very proactive. But now, as a partner, he was fully assisting Wang Yan in enhancing his strength. Naturally, he was even more enthusiastic. Being proactive towards allies is fine, but being even more proactive towards oneself is just right. In response, Wang Yan opened his big mouth and said, "First, let us look for heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Moreover, our activity range is no longer limited to just one city. Now I can shrink my body, and you can fly anywhere without any problem, as long as the opponent isn't too ridiculously strong." Hearing Wang Yan's words, the vulture also smiled widely and nodded repeatedly. He was considering that once Old Croc's strength was increased to the giant demon realm, he could shrink his body, which is why he was eager to help him quickly elevate his realm. What he wanted back then was exactly this result. Now that once Wang Yan's size shrinks, the speed of searching for prey and heavenly materials and earthly treasures would become even more terrifying. Faced with the vulture's excitement and impatience, Wang Yan could also understand. The benefits of reaching the giant demon realm are numerous. Gaining supernatural abilities, self-generating demon cores, independent primordial spirits, and living for 1,000 years. The next moment, Wang Yan directly activated his shrinking ability, and his body immediately transformed into a giant crocodile over 5 meters long. The vulture, who was circling in the sky, quickly said, "Old Croc, get ready." After saying that, he swooped down, grabbed Wang Yan with his claws, and then shot up into the sky, flying away to the distance. When experiencing the joy of flying for the first time, Wang Yan was in a very good mood. The only downside was that the vulture was too eager, making it impossible for him to enjoy the view from the flying perspective. Moreover, the vulture's flying speed was so fast that it made his eyes squint. After confirming that there were no heavenly materials or earthly treasures found in Gillen City, the vulture directly lost interest in searching a second time and flew to another city instead. Wang Yan naturally had no objections to the vulture's method of searching. This guy was experienced and didn't need him to worry. He was only responsible for waiting for the vulture to find the target and then fight. Wang Yan didn't have to wait too long. After flying for about 2 hours, they finally found a suitable target. At this moment, in a coastal city below, for peak, greater demon realm creatures were fiercely battling each other. Of course, their primary target was not the 4 peak greater demon realm creatures, but the heavenly material and earthly treasure they were fighting over. Under Wang Yan and the vulture's observation, this heavenly material and earthly treasure was also clearly visible. It was an extremely peculiar heavenly material and earthly treasure, resembling a baby, with a color as rosy as a baby's skin. More importantly, through Wang Yan's spiritual sense detection, He could determine that this heavenly material and earthly treasure was of a very high level, a peak Xian level heavenly material and earthly treasure. The next moment, Wang Yan looked up at the vulture and said, "Let us go for this heavenly material and earthly treasure. Once we obtain this one, I'll get you another one, and you should be able to break through to the giant demon realm." Upon hearing Wang Yan's words, the vulture immediately nodded excitedly. Okay. The next moment, the vulture dove down towards the ground, and when they were about 20 to 30 meters above the ground, he released Wang Yan. Simultaneously, Wang Yan also directly returned to his original size and activated his iron body ability, slamming his terrifying body onto the beach. In an instant, the entire beach trembled slightly. Because Wang Yan's weight was simply too heavy, his body, weighing 2,000 to 3,000 tons, crashed onto the ground, and the impact was naturally significant. At the same time, the four peak greater demon realm creatures that were originally fighting all looked towards Wang Yan. But soon, their expressions became serious, because they could tell that Wang Yan's aura was extremely powerful, and the oppressive force emitted by the demonic power unique to the giant demon realm was very evident. Almost immediately, they chose to stop fighting and distance themselves, all turning their attention to Wang Yan, this unexpected guest. Although they were only peak beings of the greater demon realm, they were not afraid of this early-stage giant demon realm giant crocodile in terms of numbers. They were even unafraid in a 2-on-1 situation, even if the opponent brought along a flying greater demon realm mutant beast. They were confident that they could easily shake off this fellow with their speed. However, these were just their reasons for not fearing the giant crocodile. The problem was that they were currently competing for rare treasures. This giant crocodile clearly wanted to join the competition for those treasures as well. So they had to respond cautiously, even considering teaming up. Should they first deal with this guy together? At this moment, a large creature resembling a 3-headed hellhound looked at the 2 zombie monsters opposite him. Hearing this, a zombie monster that looked human but had 2 heads and 4 arms glanced at its partner, who was another 2-headed, 4-armed monster with flesh wings on its back. The 2-headed, 4-armed zombie monster nodded slightly. Then let's temporarily team up and kill this giant crocodile together. Chapter 44. First use of divine ability. Fast and powerful. Hearing this, the leader of the hellhound nodded in agreement, as did another 3-headed lion. Soon, both sides reached an agreement in just a few words. Seeing the scene, Wang Yan couldn't help but smile. It seemed these guys really didn't take him, a creature of the giant demon realm, seriously, just like how he had once been viewed when he was only at the late stage of the great demon realm. However, back then, although he didn't regard creatures of the giant demon realm as a threat, he didn't recklessly take risks either. But these 4 were different. They actually thought they could deal with him? Did they really think the difference between the peak of the great demon realm and the giant demon realm was not significant? If they genuinely thought so, Wang Yan could only say they were overestimating themselves. Although he used to think the same way, after breaking through to the giant demon realm, he naturally perceived the difference in power. The capacity of demon power in the great demon realm seemed to be all over the body. But the quality of that demon power was very poor, making it unsuitable for using high-consumption divine abilities, although using supernatural powers was no problem. This is because supernatural powers essentially do not consume demon power. They're somewhat similar to cost-free special abilities, akin to how eagles can fly naturally and tigers are inherently strong, resembling a talent. However, no matter how powerful the supernatural ability is, it has its limits. But divine abilities are different. Their power can change the world, pluck stars, and capture the moon, and are already the means possessed by immortals and gods. Therefore, supernatural powers will be eliminated one day, but divine abilities will not. To eliminate divine abilities and use higher-level means, it's not just on Earth, even across the vast universe. Such cases are rare. In fact, the vast majority of creatures may never be able to achieve divine abilities. Being able to reach supernatural powers is already quite good. Back to the main topic, seeing these 4 guys staring at him, Wang Yan naturally felt no fear. He wasn't afraid when facing the strong, let alone when facing the weak. He might be deferential to the strong, but when it came to the weak, he would naturally strike hard. At this moment, the 2-headed, four-armed zombie monster took the lead and attacked Wang Yan. It placed its four arms in front of its body, transforming them into claws. With lightning beginning to gather between the four claws, slithering around its body like electric snakes. Seeing this, the hellhound and the three-headed lion also began to gather black flames in their mouths. The next moment, a terrifying bolt of lightning instantly swept towards Wang Yan. Meanwhile, 6 terrifying thick pillars of flame also howled towards him. Bang! 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 Sparks flew everywhere. The thick lightning struck Wang Yan, erupting into a massive shower of sparks. The terrifying 6 pillars of flame also landed on Wang Yan, and the high temperature startled him a bit. Yes, the temperature of the 6 flames was even higher than he had imagined, probably close to 1,000 degrees. For a moment, the sustained high temperature indeed made Wang Yan feel a burning pain. However, these two guys only managed to make his back slightly redden before their supernatural power was interrupted. Neither the hellhound nor the three-headed lion posed any threat to him. In fact, it was very difficult for them to threaten Wang Yan, especially with his large size. Relying on their flame abilities was practically impossible. Although supernatural powers do not depend on demon power for execution, they still have their limits. Just because it seemed Wang Yan could use his steel body without limits, that was because he hadn't encountered significant damage. If his body couldn't withstand it, that would be the limit of using supernatural powers. Now that he had broken through to the giant demon realm, his physical quality was even stronger. Thus, the duration he could maintain his supernatural powers naturally increased. Additionally, defensive supernatural powers certainly consume less than offensive ones. This was also the reason for Wang Yan's inflated confidence. His breakthrough to the giant demon realm was a comprehensive enhancement of his strength. Once the 3 guys finished using their supernatural powers, Wang Yan couldn't help but open his mouth wide and tease. "Are you giving me a massage? This little flame temperature isn't even enough to burn fleas. This lightning is quite good for a massage." Hearing Wang Yan's mockery, the 3 creatures exchanged glances, their anger almost impossible to conceal. But more than that was a sense of helplessness. This giant of the giant demon realm was not the same as an ordinary one. The defensive power of the giant crocodile in front of them was at the top, even among giants. Therefore, even if they teamed up, they couldn't harm this giant crocodile, let alone kill it. At the same time, Wang Yan was also eager to try out his own supernatural powers. Thinking of this, Wang Yan immediately began to gather demon power, condensing thunderous energy in his mouth. And because he didn't open his mouth, the 4 creatures had no idea he was gathering thunderous power. In just a breath, Wang Yan mobilized a quarter of his demon power, and then, while the 4 creatures were discussing how to resolve the situation, he suddenly struck. Wang Yan instantly opened his mouth wide to the fullest, unleashing a terrifying bolt of thunder that shot out like lightning. "Watch out! Quickly dodge!" In an instant, the 2-headed, 4-armed, winged creature shot into the sky. However, the other 3 creatures were not so quick. They barely had time to react before being struck by the terrifying thunder. Similarly, Wang Yan's thunderous breath didn't last long. The entire process took only 3 to 5 seconds before it completely extinguished. However, when he saw the effect, he couldn't help but feel excited. This thunderous breath truly did not disappoint him. With this strike, the 3 creatures were already lying on the ground convulsing, their bodies charred and smoking. Clearly gravely injured and completely out of combat capability. Seeing this scene, Wang Yan couldn't help but feel overjoyed. With just a quarter of his demon power, he took down 3 peak great demon realm creatures. This was an incredibly profitable deal. Similarly, the power of the thunderous breath was even more impressive than he had imagined. Although the duration was short, the power was indeed fierce. Essentially, the power of thunder is characterized by its short duration but extremely terrifying release power. The next moment, the 2-headed, 4-armed, winged zombie monster hesitated for a moment before flying towards the ruins. This allowed the vultures waiting in the sky to seize the opportunity and rush directly towards the rare treasures, easily obtaining them. Seeing this scene, Wang Yan nodded in satisfaction and then swaggered towards the direction of the 3 peak great demon realm creatures that had been blasted into the ruins. The power of the thunderous breath from his divine ability was indeed terrifying. Not only did it severely injure the three-peak Great Demon Realm creatures, burying them in the ruins, but it also easily brought down the buildings. Just then, the two-headed, four-armed, winged creature suddenly emerged, clutching the other half-dead four-armed zombie, and, glancing at the rare treasures that had already disappeared in the distance, unwillingly took its half-dead partner and soared into the sky. Seeing this, Wang Yan wasted no words and directly climbed towards the ruins where the other two mutated beasts were located. Soon, he found the figures of 3 hellhounds and a 3-headed lion among the ruins. In comparison, the 3-headed lion clearly had stronger defenses, even though its body was charred. Flesh torn and bones shattered, it could still move. Upon seeing the giant crocodile appear before it, the 3-headed lion immediately showed a look of despair, because now it didn't even have a chance to escape, let alone this giant demon-level crocodile. Even a random large demon could kill it. Chapter 45. A treasure guarded by a mutated beast at the giant demon level? Still going to steal it. For a moment, the 3-headed lion truly didn't know whether to feel happy or sad. Happy because it knew how it was going to die. Sad because this was even more hopeless for it. In comparison, the 3 hellhounds, who were currently unaware of their fate and had just fallen asleep, weren't as desperate. Don't be afraid. It will be quick. Wang Yan naturally saw the despair in the 3-headed lion's eyes as it lay in the ruins, struggling to move. How could it not be desperate? At this moment, Wang Yan directly approached, opened his bloody maw, and swiftly bit off the 3 heads of the lion one by one. To be honest, having 3 heads made it somewhat difficult to kill. Even when he had removed 2 heads, the 3-headed lion was still not dead. It wasn't until he bit off all 3 heads that it thrashed for a while before finally dying. Soon, Wang Yan spent only half an hour to successfully eat the 3-headed lion, and at the same time, the system's voice sounded. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully devoured a peak-level mutated beast of the Great Demon Realm, gaining 200,000 evolution points. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan couldn't help but feel a sinking sensation in his heart. A peak-level mutated beast of the Great Demon Realm was only worth 200,000 evolution points, which was just 50,000 more than a powerful late-stage mutated beast. Of course, it was still double the value of those weaker late-stage mutated beasts worth only 80,000 evolution points. However, this gain truly made Wang Yan feel somewhat dissatisfied. It was simply too little. According to his current realm, he needed to hunt at least 15 peak-level great demon creatures to meet the requirements for advancing by one small realm. However, the only thing Wang Yan was somewhat looking forward to was how much value he would gain from hunting giant demons. Because giant demons and peak-level great demons are 2 different tiers. If peak-level great demons are worth 200,000 evolution points, then the initial stage of giant demons should be worth at least 400,000, right? In that case, to break through a small realm, he might actually need only 7 or 8 instead of the original 10. This was quite normal. After all, giant demons were indeed difficult to kill. With this thought, Wang Yan withdrew his thoughts and turned to look at the 3 hellhounds. Coincidentally, the 3 hellhounds in the ruins had already woken up, and the 2 sides were staring at each other. In contrast to Wang Yan, the 3 hellhounds were filled with fear and despair in their eyes, as they couldn't move at all, let alone escape. Big brother, let me go. For a moment, the 3 hellhounds weakly pleaded with trembling voices. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan ignored them entirely, opened his bloody maw, and directly bit them to death, then easily swallowed them whole. The next moment, the system's voice sounded again. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully devoured a peak-level mutated beast of the Great Demon Realm, gaining 200,000 evolution points. Not bad. 400,000 evolution points credited. Thinking of this, Wang Yan climbed out of the ruins in high spirits, then looked up at the vulture in the sky. At the same time, the vulture, which had been waiting for a long time in the sky, nodded slightly upon seeing Wang Yan. When Wang Yan landed on the beach and shrank in size, The vulture immediately dove down and grabbed Wang Yan, soaring into the sky again to continue their resource-gathering journey. Old Croc, thank you. In the sky, Wang Yan, who was admiring the ruined city below, heard the vulture's sincere voice. Wang Yan was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and replied, I said that once I break through to the giant demon realm, I will definitely help you break through as well. After hearing Wang Yan's words, the vulture felt satisfied with its choice, realizing it had indeed chosen a reliable and powerful ally. After flying for more than 2 hours, Wang Yan didn't know where they had arrived. However, the vulture noticeably slowed down and began to circle in the sky. For Wang Yan, who was already familiar with the vulture's searching targets, he knew that the vulture had found another target. With this in mind, Wang Yan began to observe below. Notably, there were no great demon-level creatures fighting below. Instead, there was another giant demon-level creature sitting next to some heavenly materials and earth treasures. First, judging from its aura, Wang Yan could confirm that this giant demon-level mutated beast was at the same level as him, both being at the initial stage of the giant demon realm. However, to be able to be so bold in a city without other monsters coming to snatch the heavenly materials and earth treasures, this was somewhat unusual. There were only 2 reasons. The first was that the heavenly materials and earth treasures had not fully matured yet. The second reason was that the giant demon creature guarding the heavenly materials and earth treasures was very strong. After understanding the situation, Wang Yan began to observe the heavenly materials and earth treasures with his divine sense. To Wang Yan's surprise, this heavenly material and earth treasure had already matured. Yet this creature was still guarding it without picking it. What was going on? It should be noted that this heavenly material and earth treasure was also at the peak of the mystic grade. A peak mystic grade heavenly material and earth treasure was worth 2 million evolution points. In other words, a half mystic grade peak heavenly material and earth treasure was enough for him to break through to the mid-stage of the giant demon realm. This creature was actually guarding it without taking or eating it. What was the situation? For a moment, Wang Yan immediately spoke to the vulture. Let me down. This is another peak mystic grade heavenly material and earth treasure. Upon hearing this, the vulture still asked with some unease, Are you confident? If not, we can find another one. Hearing this, Wang Yan confidently replied, Don't worry. Do you still not trust my strength? It's just a giant demon at the initial stage. Even if I encounter a tough opponent, they definitely can't kill me. After hearing this, the vulture no longer continued to stop him, immediately saying, Then old Croc, get ready. I'll drop you down. After saying this, the vulture dove down, and when they were still over 30 meters from the ground, it directly released Wang Yan. At the same time, Wang Yan also returned to his original size the moment he was released, and his massive body crashed into the small district. Even many green areas, trees, and other facilities were directly smashed into the ground, shattering the concrete road. At the same time, this also startled the giant demon-level initial stage mutated beast guarding the heavenly materials and earth treasures, which instantly turned its sharp and fierce gaze towards him. This was a somewhat strange-looking mutated beast. Why do I say that? Because this mutated beast had a human head, but a bear-like body, belonging to the category of human-headed beast bodies. Moreover, there was also a bear face on its chest, complete with ears, mouth, eyes, and nose. However, Wang Yan had already become accustomed to such sights. In these days of the apocalypse, he had seen too many bizarre creatures. What with 3 heads, 2 heads, beast heads on human bodies, and now human heads on beast bodies, as well as tentacle monsters and all sorts of strange beings. He had encountered quite a few and had gotten used to them. Notably, with his appearance, even though this giant demon-level mutated beast was very dissatisfied, it did not leave the vicinity of the heavenly materials and earth treasures. This made Wang Yan unable to help but smile. Wasn't this just a live target? Moreover, if this creature dared to engage him in combat, the vulture might seize the opportunity to snatch the heavenly materials and earth treasures. With this thought, Wang Yan swaggered over, also intimidating the opponent into confronting him head-on. Unless this creature was not afraid that their battle would damage the heavenly materials and earth treasures. Otherwise, It would definitely have to harden its resolve and create a safe distance from the heavenly materials and earth treasures. Sure enough, under his constant pressure, the beast with a human head and animal body finally opened up some distance and walked straight towards him. Is he really trying to take this heavenly material and earth treasure? I'm just guarding it for someone else. If a giant monster-level mutated beast can guard something, then what kind of strength does the existence behind me have? I think you should be clear about that. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan was somewhat surprised. Letting a giant monster-level mutated beast guard heavenly materials and earth treasures? That's pretty impressive, right? It can't be the ruler of this city, can it? Wang Yan had some knowledge of the rulers of a city. The creatures that could become city rulers were all very powerful. In the giant monster realm, the weakest among them were at the late stage of the giant monster realm, and it wasn't impossible for them to exceed that level. During the time he had spent searching for targets with the vulture, Wang Yan had encountered several city rulers, and none of them were weak. Even Beihai City, where there weren't many strong city rulers, the strongest still reached the late stage of the giant monster realm. Thinking of this, Wang Yan suddenly recalled that he hadn't encountered any city rulers in the city. At that time, he found it a bit strange. There were many great monsters in this city, including those in the giant monster realm. Logically, it shouldn't be possible for there to be no city rulers. Now, with the giant monster in front of him speaking, he immediately had a rough guess in his mind. However, knowing that the city's ruler was absent made Wang Yan a bit less worried. Yet he felt an inexplicable sense of urgency. In this situation where the city ruler was absent, it was better to quickly seize the heavenly materials and earth treasures and not linger too long. With that thought, Wang Yan began to silently gather the power of lightning in his mouth, clearly intending to use his divine ability to deal with this guy. Moreover, to show his seriousness, Wang Yan directly prepared to use half of his demon power to cast the divine ability, Thunder Breath. Just then, seeing the giant crocodile beast remain silent, he thought the other party was intimidated. He was about to continue speaking when he inadvertently noticed the vulture circling in the sky. Upon closer observation, he immediately realized that the vulture had been fixated on the heavenly materials and earth treasures. This made his heart sink. With this, it would be even harder to guard the treasures. But just as he was staring at the vulture in the sky, Wang Yan suddenly opened his large bloody mouth, and the terrifying pillar of thunder energy he had already gathered shot towards the giant monster with a human head and animal body like lightning. Chapter 46. Kill the beast and seize the treasure. The unstoppable divine ability Thunder Breath. The thunder energy pillar was as fast as lightning and struck with the force of a thunderclap. The power was clearly much greater than the last time he used it, at least 2 or 3 times stronger. With this strike, if it hit, Wang Yan was confident that even if the opponent didn't die, they would definitely be heavily injured. But what Wang Yan didn't expect was that the bare face on the creature's belly had clearly been staring at him the whole time. As Wang Yan unleashed his divine ability, the creature instinctively tried to dodge. Unfortunately, its body couldn't react in time. Thunder Breath was just too fast. Boom! Accompanied by the roar of the terrifying thunder energy pillar, the beast with the human head and animal body was directly blasted into a residential building. Due to its large size and the terrifying power of Thunder Breath, the building collapsed, burying its body in the rubble. Meanwhile, the vulture, which had been waiting for an opportunity in the sky, immediately swooped down and grabbed the heavenly materials and earth treasures. Seeing this scene, Wang Yan immediately relaxed. As long as the vulture got the heavenly materials and earth treasures, it was a success. With that in mind, Wang Yan turned his massive body and walked towards the collapsed ruins. Clearly, he wanted to see the condition of the giant monster-level mutated beast after his divine attack. If this guy was truly heavily injured, Wang Yan wouldn't mind consuming it before leaving. After all, it was a giant monster-level creature. Such a thing couldn't be wasted easily. Moreover, he had never eaten a giant monster-level mutated beast before and wanted to know how much value it held. Just then, Wang Yan noticed some movement in the rubble. The next moment, the mutated beast with a human head and animal body struggled to crawl out of the debris. But after crawling a few times, it eventually collapsed weakly in a pool of blood, unable to move. The power of Thunder Breath was just too terrifying. Its body was covered in countless horrifying wounds, bleeding profusely. Even though the giant monster realm had a strong healing effect, it was completely useless at this moment. You really aren't afraid of death. You dare to do anything for heavenly materials and earth treasures. The master behind me is not an ordinary mutated beast, but a true demon clan member. Otherwise, in such a large city, besides me, there are 6 or 7 other giant monsters. Are they all fools? If it weren't for fear, would they let the heavenly materials and earth treasures go unclaimed? At this moment, the mutated beast with a human head and animal body, despite being very weak, still didn't forget to mock him. In response, Wang Yan opened his bloody mouth indifferently and said, "So what? I'm not staying in this city for long. Even if your master is powerful, can he find me all over the world?" Upon hearing Wang Yan's words, the monster with the human head and bare body merely smiled and said nothing. It could tell that Wang Yan wouldn't let it go, so why bother reminding him? Seeing that this creature looked ready to die without speaking, Wang Yan lost interest in asking further. He approached, opened his bloody mouth, and in a few bites, he bit off its head. But what Wang Yan didn't expect was that the creature didn't die even after losing its head. Perhaps because there was still a bare face on its chest, Wang Yan simply decided to consume it alive. In less than half an hour, Wang Yan successfully finished eating it. However, during the process of consuming the creature's body, he saw a strand of soul escaping. It was so fast that he didn't have time to react. At the same time, the system's voice rang out. "Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully devoured a giant monster-level early-stage mutated beast. Earned 400,000 evolution points." After hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan felt a bit disappointed. But at least it was within expectations. A giant monster-level early-stage creature being worth 400,000 evolution points was still twice the value of a peak great monster-level mutated beast. With that thought, Wang Yan felt much better, but realizing it wasn't suitable to linger, he twisted his massive body and left the ruins, glancing at the vulture in the sky, giving a slight nod as a signal. The vulture immediately understood Wang Yan's retreat signal. The next moment, it spread its wings and dove down. Likewise, Wang Yan transformed his body into a length of 5 or 6 meters and rushed down, grabbing onto the vulture as it flew up into the sky, quickly disappearing into the clouds. While flying in the sky, Wang Yan didn't forget to remind the vulture, "Let's stay far away this time. You saw how easy it was to obtain the heavenly materials and earth treasures." That giant monster said the treasures belonged to its master, who is a true demon clan member. "By the way, remember to find me a seaside city, preferably with hunting targets, so I can hunt while waiting for you to break through to the giant monster realm." Hearing Wang Yan's reminder, the vulture nodded repeatedly, feeling quite heavy-hearted. They had both encountered true demon clan members before, like the super giant python in Nanlin City, which was a genuine demon clan member. The aura it emitted was terrifying, and they both had a deep understanding of that. Moreover, during their time searching for resources and heavenly materials and earth treasures, they had encountered several true demon clan members, whose auras were far more powerful than mutated beasts, not to mention their actual strength. Whenever they encountered one, both of them generally agreed not to take risks and preferred to bully mutated beasts and zombie beasts instead. A few hours later, under the vulture's rapid flight, they arrived at the defense city next to High Bay City. Subsequently, when they reached a beachside area, the vulture skillfully set Wang Yan down before quickly flying away, clearly to find a place to break through his realm. As for Wang Yan, he observed the nearby sea and the beach. There were no prey here, but he could hide in the sea at any time. Additionally, this seaside city had targets he could hunt. When he first arrived, the vulture had taken him on a tour in the sky, and he had roughly assessed that there were 5 giant monster realm creatures in this city. Among them, the strongest were 2 late-stage mutated beasts of the giant monster realm, while the other 3 were 2 early-stage and 1 mid-stage giant monster realm mutated beasts. This meant that the only threats to Wang Yan in this city were those 2 late-stage giant monster realm creatures. Moreover, since this was a seaside city, if any uncontrollable situation arose, he could also retreat into the sea. In comparison, this city posed very little threat to him. in the entire Xiguang province. The most dangerous place was actually Lingue City, because the vulture had told him that the giant monster aura there was terrifying, with 3 pure, giant monster realm monsters. Not to mention other powerful mutated beasts of the giant monster realm. Back to the point, as Wang Yan prepared to enter the city to hunt, he inadvertently glanced at the sea and was immediately surprised. He saw several boats floating not far from the shore, with many survivors on them. This group of people was truly remarkable. They actually thought to hide on the surface of the sea. This way, they could avoid zombies and most other dangers. They could even evade land-based, giant, monster-level mutated beasts that were not familiar with water. However, their hiding in the sea did not mean they were absolutely safe. The creatures in the sea, just like on land, included mutated creatures, zombie creatures, and some normal creatures that had not turned into zombies. Moreover, due to the large base number, the sea was actually more terrifying. If they were on iron boats, it would be fine, but if they were on wooden boats, even ordinary zombie fish could easily gnaw them away, let alone the giant ocean creatures and zombie creatures inside. Of course, if they could manage their depth in the water. The sea surface was indeed very suitable for survival, at least much better than on land. Meanwhile, the survivors on the boats across were also dumbfounded. A super crocodile over 40 meters long. Wouldn't it easily overturn their boats if it went into the water? The key was how this crocodile had appeared. They hadn't seen it clearly, it just showed up in an instant. For a moment, the survivors on the boats were particularly nervous. However, they couldn't move their boats to deeper waters. One reason was the fuel endurance issue, and the other was the creatures in the sea, which were even more terrifying. They had seen them from a distance before. What to do? Would this giant creature not go into the water? It seemed like the crocodile really could go into the water. At this moment, on the largest boat, a young man looked worriedly at the captain. Hearing this, the captain helplessly replied, "What else can we do? We can only pray it doesn't come for us. Otherwise, we'll just have to wait to die. But don't worry, such a super giant creature will generally not be interested in us. We're not even enough for these giants to chew on." His words were not wrong. Giant creatures generally did not show interest in humans, and even large zombies would ignore humans. This was because ordinary humans were of no use to these giant creatures. They primarily dealt with ordinary zombie-level and small monster-level creatures and zombies. Of course, if they were unlucky enough to be treated as toys by the giants, they could only blame their bad luck. Fortunately, in the days they had seen these giant creatures, none had shown interest in them. In fact, Wang Yan only glanced at them before retracting his gaze and began to climb in the direction of the city. He needed to wait for the vulture to return after its breakthrough. He didn't know how long that would take, so he had to rely on himself to hunt in the meantime. However, when he chose this spot, he had already discovered nearby prey. Moreover, it was a giant monster realm creature and a peak big monster realm creature. After climbing for just over 10 minutes, Wang Yan saw the 2 mutated beasts in the city from a distance. However, upon seeing these 2 creatures, Wang Yan felt very strange and even somewhat incomprehensible. Why did he feel this way? Because a super large tiger was following a similarly large tabby cat, seemingly treating the tabby cat as its leader, which was just too incongruous. But it had to be said that the tabby cat, reaching more than 10 meters in height and over 20 meters in length, was indeed exaggerated. This was probably the first time he had seen such a large cat. Although the cat was about the same size as the tiger, it was much less robust. The tiger appeared stout and powerful, while the tabby cat seemed slim and elongated. Furthermore, from the way these 2 creatures occasionally rubbed their heads together, it was clear they had a very close relationship. However, upon seeing Wang Yan, the tabby cat mutated beast remained relatively calm, while the tiger was evidently agitated. Its eyes were filled with ferocity as it opened its massive mouth and roared at Wang Yan with a commanding tiger roar. Seeing the tiger's provocation, Wang Yan found it very amusing. He arrogantly crawled towards it. Wang Yan had never looked down on any creatures of the same realm, even feeling a sense of superiority. Moreover, he currently possessed 2 powerful abilities. He had attack and defense, and, aside from speed, he had almost no obvious weaknesses, so naturally, he did not regard any creatures of the same realm as threats. Chapter 47. Killing giant monster realm creatures again. Have enemies come knocking? Despite the fact that the opponent was a tiger over 10 meters tall and 20 meters long, which was indeed very fierce and powerful, Wang Yan's own length exceeded 40 meters, and in terms of weight, strength, and overall physical quality, he completely crushed this tiger of the same giant monster realm. This was also why Wang Yan looked down on it even more. This size was simply not intimidating to him. Whether it was mutated beasts or zombie beasts, besides abilities, size was also a crucial factor in determining combat power. This creature couldn't compete in size, and in terms of weight, it was completely outmatched, leaving Wang Yan unable to find any reason to fear it. At this moment, as Wang Yan approached, the enraged tiger was preparing to charge, but it was immediately called back by the tabby cat. "Tiger brother, don't go up. You can't beat him." Upon hearing the tabby cat's words, the tiger's face darkened, wanting to retort, but ultimately couldn't say anything. Because it really couldn't win, the size difference was already obvious. And in a battle of abilities, it might not be able to compete either. "Dead crocodile, with your speed, you think you can catch us? Have you not woken up?" Seeing the crocodile still approaching, the female tabby cat couldn't help but taunt. Hearing this, Wang Yan did not respond, but continued to approach, secretly accumulating his ability, Thunder Breath. However, despite accumulating his power, Wang Yan was somewhat unsure if he could hit these two creatures. He was confident he could hit the tiger, but he was less confident about hitting the tabby cat. More importantly, he had used Thunder Breath twice today, expending 3/4 of his demon power, and so far, he hadn't recovered much. Therefore, with only one use of Thunder Breath available, Wang Yan naturally hoped to hit both of these creatures directly. Meanwhile, Wang Yan, who had been desperately searching for an opportunity, unconsciously stopped as he got closer. The two creatures became increasingly tense and alert. The two guys probably didn't run away simply because they couldn't afford to lose face, and since they weren't afraid of his speed, they didn't leave immediately. At this moment, seeing the giant crocodile confronting them and seemingly ready to attack at any moment, the tabby cat advised, "Let's go, tiger brother, there's no need to stoop to his level." Upon hearing this, the tiger nodded and turned to leave with the tabby cat. But just as they turned, Wang Yan suddenly opened his massive mouth, and a terrifying column of thunderous breath shot out like lightning. At that moment, the tabby cat seemed to sense danger and instinctively jumped aside. The tiger, realizing the danger too late, couldn't react quickly enough and was directly struck by the thunder breath, sending his massive body crashing into a building 200 meters away, nearly collapsing it and causing secondary damage. "Tiger brother." Seeing this, the tabby cat rushed forward anxiously. Likewise, Wang Yan began to move at full speed, quickly climbing over. At this moment, when Wang Yan rushed over, he saw that the tiger was charred all over, with smoke rising from his body. And there was not a single part of him intact. He was gravely injured. This made Wang Yan realize that even 1/4 of the demon power unleashed in the thunderous breath could easily heavily injure an opponent of the same level, especially in a sneak attack situation. As long as the attack was successful, an opponent of the same level would likely be severely injured and left to die. Meanwhile, upon seeing Wang Yan approach, the injured tiger looked at the giant crocodile with a vengeful gaze and said to the tabby cat, "Sister Flower, you go first. Don't blame me." Seeing the tiger's vengeful expression, she immediately guessed that tiger brother wanted to seize the crocodile's body. But that would mean a failure probability of about 90, which was almost tantamount to seeking death, at most just injuring the opponent's primordial spirit. Thinking of this, the tabby cat gritted her teeth and said, "Tiger brother, don't fight it. A gentleman takes revenge 10 years later. I have a target suitable for you to seize. Come with me." After saying this, the tabby cat ran off into the distance, always vigilant against Wang Yan, fearing he would use the same trick again. At the same time, the giant demon-level tiger, who was initially ready to seize Wang Yan's body, looked hatefully at Wang Yan. Then, with a flick of his wrist, a semi-transparent tiger shadow shot out like lightning towards the tabby cat. Furthermore, since the opponent was currently in a primordial spirit state, he could only watch helplessly as the other party escaped. If he could still unleash his thunderous breath, he could easily destroy the opponent's primordial spirit. Unfortunately, he had already exhausted his demon power today. What a pity! Looking at the disappearing tabby cat and the giant demon tiger's primordial spirit, Wang Yan felt helpless. But when he turned his gaze to the giant demon tiger's physical body, he immediately brightened up. Its primordial spirit could escape, but its physical body could not. As for the opponent coming back to take revenge after regaining strength, to be honest, he had thought about that before. Later, he realized he was overthinking it, because his rate of development was simply too fast. The chance of losing one's body and then breaking through to the giant demon level again, only to catch up to him, couldn't be said to be absolutely impossible, but the probability was very low. Moreover, chasing after someone like him, who had an advantage, made it even less likely. So, after figuring this out, Wang Yan never took these guys seriously. Even if they really broke through to the giant demon level again to seek revenge, it would only be a path to death. He could kill his opponent once. He could kill them a second time, or even countless times. Soon, feeling cheerful, Wang Yan began to enjoy his spoils. It only took him 20 minutes. Wang Yan smacked his blood-filled mouth in satisfaction. At this moment, the system's voice also rang out. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully devoured an early-stage mutated tiger of the giant demon level, gaining 400,000 evolution points. Hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan nodded secretly, stood up, and prepared to head towards his next target in the giant demon realm. But after only traveling for a few minutes, he seemed to see a white light flash in the distant sky, quick as lightning. Just when Wang Yan thought he was seeing things, a young man in a white robe stood proudly in the air ahead, looking down at him. That dead bird had some skills. It stole my heavenly materials and treasures, and I couldn't find where it hid. You, ignorant beast, since you have no ability to hide and are as slow as a snail, how dare you team up with that dead bird to steal my heavenly materials and treasures? As he spoke, the young man in the white robe's face grew somewhat sinister. He had only gone out to gather other alchemical materials and treasures for a few days, only to find that his heavenly materials and treasures were gone upon his return. Finally, through the time projection supernatural power, he learned what had happened. This damned beast had not even spared the giant demon he left to guard the heavenly materials and treasures. If the giant crocodile and that dead bird had simply fled with the heavenly materials and treasures, he wouldn't have specifically come to hunt them down. But these two were simply too outrageous, even more ruthless than plucking feathers from a passing goose. They took his heavenly materials and treasures and killed his subordinate. Although he wouldn't care too much if a giant demon-level servant died, having his heavenly materials and treasures taken and his subordinate killed was a matter of face. If he didn't regain his face, what would other mutated beasts think? If other demons found out about this, how would they perceive him? They would probably think he was very easy to bully. At this moment, looking at the suddenly appeared young man in the white robe, he initially didn't know the opponent's background, but after hearing what he said, he immediately had a guess. It was very likely that the master behind him had come looking for him after he and the vulture had gone to steal the heavenly materials and treasures. What made Wang Yan even more frustrated was that this guy could fly. He didn't know how many more tricks he had. Just from the aura, the opponent was not weaker than that super giant python from Nanlin City. This was not good. Quite troublesome. That was Wang Yan's thought. The key was that he had already exhausted his attacking supernatural powers, including the thunderous breath. At this moment, seeing Wang Yan fall silent, Wulong's face showed a cold expression. Very well. It seems this beast has nothing to say, then die. After saying this, Wulong pointed his fingertip, and a red light shot towards Wang Yan. But at this moment, Wang Yan had already completed the steel transformation of his body. Bang! 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 When the red light energy hit Wang Yan's back, it immediately exploded with huge sparks. But it was clear that it didn't harm Wang Yan. However, this seemingly inconspicuous red light had a terrifying temperature that reached over 1,000 degrees. If it continued to output, it could indeed easily harm him. This also made Wang Yan realize that this pure demon was just a probing attack, which was much stronger than a mutated beast. Sure enough, after a round of probing, the young man in the white robe nodded thoughtfully. The next moment, a treasure resembling an iron cage appeared in his hand, floating in his palm, and the object looked small and exquisite. Seeing this scene, Wang Yan became even more worried. This couldn't be some legendary treasure, could it? At this moment, the young man in the white robe casually tossed it. The cage-like small object instantly transformed into a massive liquid that blotted out the sky, sweeping towards Wang Yan. Wang Yan couldn't even defend himself and was wrapped up by this smooth, water-like liquid. Then, the originally smooth liquid suddenly turned into a gigantic cage, imprisoning him inside. In an instant, Wang Yan began to struggle frantically. What made Wang Yan feel completely hopeless was that this seemingly unremarkable cage was actually unbreakable. No matter how hard he struggled, it was of no use. At this moment, a figure flew down from the sky to the front of the iron cage. Looking at Wang Yan, who was struggling inside, and couldn't help but laugh. "You think you can struggle after falling into my treasure? What a delusion. Speak. Where did that dead bird go? If you tell me, I might consider letting you go." Hearing this, Wang Yan simply gave up struggling, but he didn't say anything. Although this guy's abilities were indeed impressive, he still had his own divine ability, the Do Zhuan Xing. How to describe this divine ability? It's quite miraculous. It allows for position swapping. In other words, as long as Wang Yan wanted, he could swap positions with the other party and escape. However, Wang Yan didn't want to use it right now, mainly because the number of times he could use his divine ability was limited. He wasn't sure if the treasure imprisoning him had similar limitations on usage. Therefore, unless there was a direct chance to escape, he wouldn't easily reveal his trump card. Seeing Wang Yan's silence, Wu Long laughed angrily. "Stubborn, huh? You think I can't do anything about you? I forgot to tell you, I'm an alchemist. Fire is my specialty. Even if I can't handle you, I have friends who are skilled in weapon forging. There are too many ways to deal with you. I will make you wish you were dead." After saying this, Wu Long kicked the cage, sending it flying. The next moment, he lifted the enormous cage with one hand and flew in one direction. Seeing this scene, Wang Yan couldn't help but feel a bit shocked. His current weight was no small matter, yet this pure-blooded demon youth effortlessly lifted him and flew at a decent speed. However, when this guy flew over an ocean, Wang Yan immediately seized the opportunity and directly used his Do Zhuan Xing divine ability. In the next moment, something miraculous happened. Wu Long, who was holding the cage in mid-air, suddenly found himself inside the cage, holding the cage. Just as he was in a daze, he saw that damned crocodile, its massive body crashing into the ocean and then directly sinking to the bottom right before his eyes. What kind of means is this? A divine ability? For a moment, Wu Long, who had transformed the iron cage into liquid and was reforming it in his palm, frowned as he stared at the giant crocodile at the bottom of the ocean. He actually didn't want to go into the ocean. The demon race was divided into 3 types: those who fly in the sky, those who swim in the water, and those who run on land. Among them, the number of water-dwelling demons was the largest. The number of land-running and sky-flying demons combined was less than 1/10 of those that swim in the water. Therefore, the strength of the ocean demons was also the strongest. In terms of both the number of top-tier experts and overall numbers, the ocean demons were undoubtedly the most numerous. He didn't know about other places, but it was like that on Earth. At this moment, he suddenly saw the giant crocodile at the bottom of the sea float to the surface, opening its blood-filled mouth and saying to him, "How can this matter be swept under the rug?" Hearing this, Wu Long immediately sneered. "Once you die, this matter will be over." Upon hearing this, Wang Yan realized that the other party was determined not to rest until one of them was dead. Since both sides had become deadly enemies, he no longer bothered to pretend and cursed. "I really gave you face. You ungrateful thing. Even if I can't beat you, do you think you can follow me for the rest of your life?" After saying this, Wang Yan twisted his enormous body and directly sank in nearly 100 meters deep in the sea. But he was still somewhat uneasy inside. He was worried that the other party's strange treasure could also be used in the water. Therefore, he chose to hide in the water first to test it out. If the other party's treasure couldn't be used, he would be safe. At worst, he could just waste time. He didn't believe that a peak expert of the giant demon realm could keep up with him indefinitely. If this guy didn't leave tomorrow, he wouldn't mind letting him experience his means. He had only exhausted his demon power by using his divine ability today. Otherwise, how could he just sit and wait for death? Meanwhile, seeing that Wu Long had not left the surface of the water and had not used any more divine abilities, Wang Yan breathed a sigh of relief. This proved that the other party's caged treasure could not be used in the water. Otherwise, he wouldn't be just watching him. However, since the other party hadn't left, it was clear that he had ill intentions and was probably thinking of some method to deal with him. Thinking of this, Wang Yan remained vigilant while also starting to contemplate ways to escape. In fact, he could swim to deeper waters in the ocean. This might allow him to easily shake off this young demon. After all, the deeper he went into the ocean, the greater the possibility of encountering powerful sea demons, mutated beasts, or zombie beasts. However, this not only applied to the other party. His own chances of encountering powerful sea demons would also increase. In fact, it was possible that as soon as he escaped, he might immediately encounter even more dangerous targets. While Wang Yan was stalling for time, Wu Long on the surface of the water was also caught in a dilemma. He actually wanted to continue hunting this dead crocodile. However, this guy had been hiding in the sea and hadn't come out. Moreover, the fact that he hadn't come out for so long proved that the other party might possess not just simple racial talents, but also an ability similar to fish breathing underwater. Although he could also go into the water and hold his breath for a long time, even for 3 to 5 months without issue. The problem was that in the water, his treasure and magical artifacts couldn't liquefy, and he couldn't imprison enemies in the water. If Wang Yan were just hiding in a small river, it would be fine. He could easily fill the entire river. The problem was that this was the vast and boundless sea. He didn't have the ability or divine ability to turn the tides. Chapter 49. It must be that your skills are lacking and the pills are subpar. Although he was indeed a pure-blooded demon, mastering many techniques such as breathing methods, supernatural abilities, and even divine abilities, along with many techniques left by his parents, his greatest skill was actually alchemy. If he weren't capable of alchemy, he wouldn't have been able to take human form while still in the giant demon realm. Before the apocalypse arrived, he had already mingled in the city and lived a life of indulgence. Moreover, he didn't want to expose himself. Even in modern society, no one could discover him. But ultimately, he wasn't really good at fighting. On the contrary, alchemy was his greatest skill. Now that he was in the ocean, it was already considered an adventure for him. There was no way he could really go into the sea to fight this guy. Furthermore, his true form wasn't very strong. Revealing his true form might attract even stronger sea race experts. Additionally, if he rashly entered the sea, he really didn't have confidence in being able to defeat this giant crocodile. Because in the water, many of the techniques he mastered would be greatly diminished. For example, his fire control, stone control, flying sword technique, and wind manipulation techniques. Most of these techniques were extremely effective on land or in the air, but they were indeed unsuitable for combat in water. Even if he had water control abilities, he could only control a small amount. He certainly couldn't control the entire ocean. Moreover, water control techniques wouldn't be very effective against this crocodile in the water. After some thought, Wu Long suddenly realized that he really had no way to target the giant crocodile hiding in the sea. But was he just going to give up like this? With that thought, he felt a bit unwilling. However, if he insisted on not giving up, he only had 2 choices left. Either go into the sea to deal with that crocodile or wait for the other party to lose patience and surface. Meanwhile, while this guy was at a loss, Wang Yan felt completely at ease. The fact that the other party hadn't come down for so long basically confirmed that the other party had limited means to target him in the sea. Now, it's a matter of who can outlast whom. Although Wang Yan had a task at hand, he wasn't afraid, as there was still plenty of time. Soon a day passed, and the next morning, the young demon still hadn't left, while Wang Yan began to brew his counterattack. The reason was simple. He could once again unleash his divine power, the Thunder Breath. He also wanted to test the full power of this divine ability. If he could severely injure this guy, that would be even better. If he could kill him, that would be a huge gain. If not, it didn't matter. They could just continue to drag things out. At that moment, when Wang Yan's massive body surfaced, Wu Long immediately showed a cold smile, finally unable to hold back, However, he didn't rush to attack. He lacked the confidence to instantly kill this crocodile, which was still in its steel body state, clearly wary of magical defenses. Little did he know, Wang Yan was thinking the same thing. Dead crocodile, you'd rather waste time here with me than sell out that bird, huh? If that's the case, then I can only say you are too naive. This is a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. If you are fortunate enough to receive the gifts of heaven and earth, you shouldn't undervalue your own life, let alone put yourself at risk for another mutated beast. At this moment, Wulong looked at Wang Yan with a cold expression and said. Hearing this, Wang Yan showed a helpless look, appearing somewhat conflicted. This immediately made Wulong secretly satisfied, nodding to himself. It seemed that before he killed this guy, he could also get information about that dead bird, which would be quite good. But the next moment, Wang Yan opened his bloody maw and said, Senior makes a good point, but he is still my brother after all. I can't just easily betray him, can I? Upon hearing this, Wulong was instantly furious yet amused, mocking. What? You still want to ask me for benefits? What left Wulong dumbfounded was that Wang Yan actually nodded and said, Of course, there must be benefits. Otherwise, how could I betray my good brother? At least I need to see some heavenly materials and earthly treasures to sell on my good brother, right? What the hell? This guy is truly a talent. Willing to sell his brother out for heavenly materials and earthly treasures? For a moment, Wulong had an impulse to strangle this guy. Unfortunately, this crocodile remained vigilant, and with its steel body, he wasn't confident he could kill the opponent. Just then, he seemed to suddenly think of something, his eyes brightening, and produced a bottle of pills. This is a low-grade earth pill. If you dare to eat it, I won't mind giving it to you. After saying that, he directly threw it toward Wang Yan, but what he didn't expect was that Wang Yan really dared to eat it. The next moment, Wang Yan opened his bloody maw and swallowed the bottle of pills whole. As for why Wang Yan dared to eat it, because he had an invincible stomach. Last time, a large demon-level liquid monster ended up in his mouth and was directly digested without any resistance. Wang Yan even suspected that his devouring stomach was definitely not an ordinary ability, probably even stronger than many divine powers. The next moment, the system's voice rang out. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully devoured 2 low-grade, frenzied blood pill. Gained 2 million evolution points. Upon hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan couldn't help but be stunned. 2 pills worth 2 million evolution points. Although he knew that what the other party gave him was definitely not a good thing, he didn't expect that it was indeed a low-grade earth pill, and its value was so terrifying. Moreover, if you remember correctly, this guy had mentioned that he was an alchemist, so he must have plenty of pills on him. Thinking of this, Wang Yan's breathing became rapid, and his eyes turned bloodshot as he stared intently at the young demon. Seeing this scene, Wulong couldn't help but laugh, proudly mocking. You really dare to eat anything. Do you know this is a frenzy blood pill? After eating it, you'll be completely out of your mind, your blood will burn, until your demon power is completely drained. At that point, with your blood depleted and demon power exhausted, you won't be able to use any skills, nor your abilities. Just like a tiger with all its teeth pulled, waiting to be slaughtered. As he spoke, Wulong looked at Wang Yan's bloodshot eyes filled with hatred, and his mood improved even more. He originally thought this guy was clever, but now he was eating the pills given by the enemy. What a talent. To describe it in modern terms, this guy is definitely a hidden dragon and phoenix chick. At this moment, Wang Yan remained silent. He was pondering whether to use his divine power for a sneak attack now, or to tell the other party that he was completely fine. Then let this guy throw out more pills for him to eat? After hesitating for a moment, Wang Yan decided to play dumb first. After all, not to mention that he might not be able to kill the opponent with all his strength. If he scared the opponent away without killing him, wouldn't that mean missing out on the chance to take advantage? With this thought in mind, Wang Yan opened his bloody maw and said, No. None of the symptoms you mentioned exist. Could it be that you made a mistake? How about you throw me some more pills to try? Upon hearing this, Wulong immediately sneered, stubborn as a dead duck. Let's see how long you can keep this up. If I'm not mistaken, you must be feeling the magic fire burning all over your body right now, in unbearable pain, right? In response, Wang Yan put on a serious face and said, I really don't have those symptoms you mentioned. If there were, I would have turned around and hidden underwater already. Hearing this, Wulong's heart began to waver, because what Wang Yan said did indeed match the current situation. If this guy really noticed something wrong, he wouldn't just stand here waiting to die, right? With this thought, Wulong began to doubt himself. Did he accidentally give the wrong pill? But that was completely impossible. There were only 2 frenzied blood pills. Just as Wulong was doubting himself, Wang Yan suddenly opened his bloody maw. In an instant, a terrifying pillar of thunder energy shot out. But Wulong instantly reacted, turning his demon power into a circular protective barrier. Boom! The terrifying pillar of thunder energy instantly engulfed Wulong. When his divine power was unleashed, he saw Wulong falling into the ocean hundreds of meters away. Just as Wang Yan was twisting his body and swimming towards Wulong's direction, Wulong's disheveled figure shot up into the sky, once again standing proudly in the air. His body was charred black, his hair was frizzed up like an explosion, his face was also blackened, and smoke was rising from his body. Clearly, under Wang Yan's full power strike, Wulong had sustained considerable injuries, but it was evident that he had not reached the level of being severely injured. Seeing the scene, Wang Yan felt somewhat regretful. This also shocked him greatly. This guy's strength was not ordinary. He had just gone all out. Yet he had taken a full hit of his divine power and wasn't severely injured at all. Although he looked bad now, he clearly still had combat ability. At this moment, Wulong's face was particularly grim, his gaze dark as he looked at Wang Yan and flew over, gritting his teeth as he questioned, "How did you do it? Why can you still use your demon power to unleash divine abilities after eating my frenzied blood pill?" Looking at Wulong's utterly baffled expression, Wang Yan immediately opened his bloody maw and mocked. "What else there to ask? The pills were given by you. It must be that your alchemy is subpar." Chapter 50. Earn 7 million evolution points for free. Your pills are fake, right? Bullshit. I am a genius alchemist among the demon race. In just 200 years, I have already become a low-grade earth alchemist. Do you understand the value of that? You dare to say my alchemy skills are lacking? Besides, pills cannot expire. We alchemists have special methods to preserve them. How could they expire? Don't say it's been more than a decade. Even if it were hundreds or thousands of years, it wouldn't expire. At this point, Wulong became somewhat exasperated. This statement was simply an insult to him as alchemist. Seeing Wulong's frustrated expression, Wang Yan opened his large mouth and said, "Then tell me, what do you think it is? I think the pills have expired. If you don't believe me, throw a few more poison pills my way. I won't be afraid." After hearing Wang Yan's words, Wulong's expression changed from dark to light and back again. He had already guessed that this crocodile might have some immunity to any poison. However, he still decided to give it a try. He waved his hand, and another bottle of pills appeared containing 5 pills. Of course, these were not good pills. They were also poison pills, named the 5 Poisons Controlling Heart pill. As soon as someone ingests this pill, they will be under Wulong's control. If they cannot take the corresponding antidote after a certain period, they will suffer the pain of being gnawed by the 5 poisons. Come on, I want to see how capable you really are. If you have the ability, then eat it. After saying that, Wulong directly threw the pills at Wang Yan. To his surprise, the crocodile actually opened its mouth wide and swallowed the entire bottle of pills. At the same time, Wang Yan also heard the familiar voice of the system. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully devoured 5 Earth-grade initial 5 poisons controlling heart pills. Gained 5 million evolution points. Ding. Congratulations, host. Accumulated points meet the evolution conditions. Do you want to start evolving? No. Wang Yan happily refused. He didn't expect to accidentally gain 7 million evolution points. 7 million evolution points. Adding to the approximately 1 million evolution points he obtained from hunting, his accumulated evolution points probably reached 8 million. To be honest, if this guy hadn't become his enemy, he would have wanted to curry favor with him, just by throwing a few poisonous pills at him. He easily helped him accumulate a large number of evolution points. Meanwhile, while Wang Yan was happy, Wulong had already begun to try to activate the 5 Poisons Controlling Heart pill. Because the 5 Poisons Controlling Heart pill contained a poison bug egg. Once ingested by a living being, it would immediately take root in the host's body and start laying eggs, giving birth to more poison bugs that would then gnaw at the host's flesh and absorb their demon power. However, to his dismay, no matter how he tried to activate it, the crocodile remained completely unaffected. Thinking of this, Wulong's expression darkened, and in his embarrassment and anger, he directly unleashed his divine ability, Spirit Needle. At the same time, Wang Yan, who was about to continue asking Wu Long for pills, suddenly felt a sharp pain, as if his spirit was about to explode. In a panic, Wang Yan endured the pain while sinking to the bottom of the sea. He didn't know how long it had been when Wang Yan finally opened his eyes, feeling weak and looking around. At the same time, he noticed that his mental state was very poor. He felt extremely tired and couldn't help but feel sleepy. This made Wang Yan both angry and surprised. He guessed it was likely because his spirit had been injured, which led to this condition. Thinking of this, Wang Yan couldn't help but ask in his heart, "System, am I in this inexplicable state of fatigue because my spirit has been injured?" Ding. Host guess is correct. Due to the severe injury to the host's spirit, you will remain in this state until your spirit recovers. Ding. The host can refresh their negative state by breaking through their realm. The severely injured spirit state will also naturally recover to its peak. After hearing the system's explanation, Wang Yan looked hatefully at the culprit on the sea's surface. But when he looked up at the surface, he found that Wu Long's familiar figure had long since disappeared. This made Wang Yan both angry and relieved. However, he made a mental note of this guy. His list of enemies had just increased by one. He would take revenge once his strength improved. Thinking of this, Wang Yan didn't waste any time and began to swim toward the shore. It's worth mentioning that his current location should be near Haibei City, not far from Fong City. He didn't plan to take the sea route, but rather go along the coastline to avoid danger. Of course, if he could hunt along the way, that would be even better. However, after not swimming long, Wang Yan felt very tired. This feeling of mental fatigue made him inexplicably sleepy. Clearly, Wang Yan hadn't anticipated that this negative state from his spirit being severely injured would be so terrible. Helpless, Wang Yan chose to dive into the ocean's 50-meter deep waters and immediately decided to start evolving. System, start the evolution, Wang Yan silently thought in his heart. The next moment, the system's voice rang out. Ding. Successfully deducted 3 million evolution points. Starting to break through now. In the next moment, Wang Yan completely lost consciousness during the evolution. When he woke up again, he felt refreshed. That strange feeling of fatigue was finally gone. Damn it, he finally escaped that bizarre state of mental deprivation. The injury to his spirit seemed to be far worse than he had imagined, making him feel fatigued and sleepy. Worse than a pig, with poor mental energy. In this state, his combat power would significantly decline. In a good mood, Wang Yan began to assess the changes in himself after breaking through to the mid-stage of the giant demon realm. First, his demon power had increased again. The demon core in his body had grown larger, and secondly, his body had also grown a little, reaching a length of 48 meters. Besides that, he wasn't sure what other changes had occurred. He needed to check the information page. With this thought, Wang Yan immediately thought in his heart, "System, open the information page." As soon as he thought it, the information page appeared before him. Host, Wang Yan. Qualification, mid-stage giant demon realm. Type, mutated plurus crocodile. Lifespan, 25 years to 1,000 years. Realm, mid-stage giant demon realm. Size, 48 meters long, 3,500 tons. Bite force of 4,500 tons. Speed of 100 kilometers. Abilities, devouring stomach, steel body, energy cycle, mind communication, size reduction. Divine powers, star shift, thunder breath. Evolution points, 5, 335, 000. Backpack, thunder breath, shards, x110. After looking at the information page, Wang Yan nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. There was improvement in all aspects. It's just that the increase wasn't significant enough to be obvious. In fact, not only had his demon power increased, but his spirit had also strengthened, and his body's recovery speed and ability to absorb the world's energy had also improved. In a good mood, Wang Yan couldn't help but ask, "System, why wasn't there a new template for me this time?" In response to Wang Yan's question, the system's voice rang out again. Ding. Friendly reminder to the host. The host's first template can be paid for, and since the host has already used it, future templates will need to be handled by the host themselves. After hearing the system's words, Wang Yan felt somewhat helpless. That being said, even though he now had 5 million evolution points, he still couldn't break through to the late stage of the giant demon realm. To obtain templates, he would have to complete tasks first to see if he could open the desired template from treasure chests. With this thought, Wang Yan twisted his massive body and quickly swam from the seabed to the shore, then began to head toward Fong City along the coast. And his speed was not slow, because his current speed had reached 100 kilometers. However, in reality, Wang Yan knew that his speed was still slow. It was just that after his size increased, his movement speed had also increased accordingly. Just like that, Wang Yan buried his head and hurried on his way. But not long after he set off, he noticed some commotion in the city, clearly indicating that creatures were fighting not far from the seaside city. Wang Yan immediately released his divine sense and began to probe in the direction of the noise. As his divine sense rapidly spread, he quickly discovered that in the city not far from the seaside, a powerful late-stage giant demon was overpowering two other late-stage giant demons. After assessing the strength of the three giant demons, Wang Yan instantly became excited. Late-stage giant demons. These all matched his task objectives. Chapter 51. Today this prey is mine. Not even Jesus can stop me, as I say. In the next moment, Wang Yan twisted his massive body and headed towards the three giant demons in the city. About 10 minutes later, Wang Yan arrived at the battlefield. From a distance, he saw the three giant demons fighting fiercely. However, upon his arrival, the three giant demons immediately pulled back, their gazes warily fixed on him. The three giant demons included a brown bear giant demon, which looked somewhat familiar, and another was a werewolf giant demon that stood upright, similar to those in movies but more robust and fierce. Their joint target was a giant lizard nearly 40 meters long, resembling a Komodo dragon but covered in terrifying bone spines, far more menacing than a Komodo dragon. Are you going to intervene too? Or are you their helper? At that moment, the giant lizard-like demon spoke coldly. Hearing this, Wang Yan was taken aback and then shook his head, saying, I don't know them, but if you don't mind, add me in. Let's deal with these two guys together. And if we kill them, just give me one. How about it? Upon hearing Wang Yan's words, the giant lizard mutant beast breathed a sigh of relief. The oppressive feeling Wang Yan gave off was too strong, overwhelming to the point of suffocation. Although he couldn't understand why this huge and terrifying crocodile, clearly just a mid-stage giant demon, exuded such a strong pressure, he understood that both the pressure and size indicated that this crocodile was incredibly powerful. With this thought in mind, the giant lizard mutant beast said without hesitation, All right, let's kill them, and you can have one. We'll each take one. At the same time, the werewolf giant demon and the brown bear giant demon, seeing that the giant crocodile had teamed up with the giant lizard mutant beast, immediately turned pale. Their combined strength was only confident enough to take down the giant lizard, and now with the addition of a giant crocodile, everything became uncertain. Thinking of this, the werewolf giant demon spoke, Friend Crocodile, why not join forces with us? We can easily take down this giant lizard. Afterward, we can all eat together. Once we're done, we can continue hunting. As he said this, the werewolf giant demon looked at Wang Yan. If this crocodile remained unyielding, he and the brown bear giant demon would not hesitate to retreat. Meanwhile, after hearing the werewolf giant demon's words, Wang Yan immediately put on a thoughtful expression, but in reality, he was gathering his thunderous breath. In the next moment, Wang Yan suddenly opened his massive mouth, and a terrifying column of thunder energy shot towards the werewolf giant demon and the brown bear giant demon. Both giant demons' faces changed dramatically as they prepared to dodge, but they were still a step too slow. Boom! The terrifying column of thunder energy instantly engulfed them. Under the immense thunder strength, their bodies were blasted away, crashing through several large buildings and ultimately buried in the rubble. Seeing this, the giant lizard mutant beast was stunned. He hadn't expected that this seemingly inconspicuous giant crocodile could be so terrifying. No wonder it gave him such a strong sense of oppression. It had a size advantage over him. This strength was simply far more powerful than an ordinary giant demon. In an instant, while he felt wary and cautious, his gaze fell on Wang Yan. At this moment, Wang Yan directly ignored the giant lizard and quickly crawled towards the ruins where the two giant demons were located. Seeing this, the giant lizard mutant beast hesitated for a moment but decided to follow. He didn't want to give up on the promise of each taking one, and his strength was not weak. Otherwise, he would have been taken down by the brown bear and werewolf giant demons long ago. Soon, Wang Yan arrived at the ruins and saw the two giant demons buried and crushed by the buildings, all severely injured without exception. Just then, a translucent soul flew out from the werewolf giant demon's body. The werewolf giant demon's soul shot a resentful glance at Wang Yan before transforming into a streak of light and fleeing into the distance. Not long after, the brown bear giant demon's soul also flew out, directly turning into a streak of light and escaping. Seeing this, Wang Yan naturally did not pursue their souls. There was no need, as he wanted to conserve the remaining half of his demonic power to deal with the giant lizard mutant beast later. At this moment, Wang Yan was astonished to see the giant lizard mutant beast rushing forward eagerly. Then, right in front of him, it began to tear into the corpse of the brown bear giant demon. Wait, are you serious? Do you really think I'm going to give you one? Just as Wang Yan was confused, the giant lizard, while tearing into the brown bear giant demon's corpse, kept a wary eye on him. Clearly, the giant lizard, while tearing at its prey, was also very cautious of Wang Yan, recognizing his strength. After all, it had witnessed the power of his divine ability. However, it was unwilling to easily give up the prey within its grasp, and of course, since it dared to come and eat, it must have some confidence, or else it wouldn't be so bold. Meanwhile, Wang Yan remained silent as he began to tear into the corpse of the werewolf giant demon. But the process was very slow. In reality, he was once again condensing his thunderous breath in his mouth. Soon, while the giant lizard mutant beast was focused on tearing apart its prey, Wang Yan suddenly opened his massive mouth, and the terrifying thunderous breath instantly blasted forward. Boom! This terrifying thunderous breath directly shattered the giant lizard into pieces. This left Wang Yan somewhat dumbfounded at the power of the divine ability he had unleashed. It shouldn't have been like this. He had only used a quarter of his demonic power for the sneak attack. There was no way it should blow apart a late-stage giant demon like that. Just as Wang Yan was bewildered, he suddenly saw the shattered pieces of the corpse in the distance disappear, and then a familiar figure of the giant lizard reappeared, gradually transforming from a translucent form back into its real flesh body. Seeing this, Wang Yan was also taken aback. In other words, this guy was completely unharmed? At the same time, the giant lizard, now fully formed, smugly declared, "Since I dare to come and eat my prey, I naturally have the confidence. Your divine ability is indeed formidable, but my methods are not lacking either." Saying this, the giant lizard couldn't help but sneer, "And if I'm not mistaken, your divine ability, which is so terrifying in power, can't be used many times. The first time you used such a method against me, its power was more than doubled compared to when you used it earlier. This means, like the previous method that directly injured the werewolf giant demon and the brown bear giant demon, you can use it at most 2 more times. You probably can only use it once more at this level of power. You might not even be able to unleash it at all." Hearing this, Wang Yan looked at the giant lizard in surprise. He expected this guy to observe so closely, because he was indeed correct. He could only use it once more at most. Previously, he had spent half of his demonic power against the brown bear giant demon and the werewolf giant demon. Then, when he tried to sneak attack the giant lizard, he used a quarter of his demonic power. Now, he had consumed 3/4 of his demonic power. Seeing Wang Yan's fluctuating expression, the giant lizard became even more smug. "It seems my guess was right. You better keep your word. We each have our prey. Otherwise, you haven't seen my methods yet." Seeing the proud giant lizard, Wang Yan was completely enraged to the point of laughing. This bastard actually dared to threaten him in return. It was truly turning the world upside down. This was clearly not taking him seriously at all. Thinking of this, Wang Yan opened his blood-filled mouth and said, "Before I eat these 2 prey, if you don't get lost, then just wait to become my 3rd prey." After saying this, Wang Yan began to tear apart the corpse of the werewolf giant. But the giant lizard once again brazenly approached and started gnawing on the corpse of the brown bear giant, obviously not taking his words seriously. In the next moment, Wang Yan's heart sank to the extreme. He opened his blood-filled mouth again and unleashed thunder breath, The terrifying pillar of thunder energy once more reduced this guy to ashes. But what made him unhappy was that the giant lizard actually reformed its body and brazenly came over again. How about that? Can you still use such methods? If you can, then keep coming. If not, then stop wasting your effort. Saying this, the giant lizard looked like a small person who had succeeded, then sneered, "Today, I will definitely eat this prey. Not even Jesus can stop me, I say." Chapter 52. You deserve to eat shit. It's better to come at the right time. Hearing the giant lizard's arrogant words, Wang Yan was extremely angered. Did this guy really think that with some bizarre methods he could secure his prey? He could only say that this lizard was too naive. In the next moment, Wang Yan immediately activated Steel Body, twisting his massive form to charge forward, scaring the lizard into quickly retreating to create distance. The lizard obviously saw that this giant crocodile was unwilling to share its prey, but it didn't care. As long as Wang Yan couldn't kill it, it was indeed confident it would eat today. But in the next moment, Wang Yan sneered, "You want to eat? You don't deserve it. You only deserve to eat shit." After saying this, Wang Yan silently thought, and the two massive corpses instantly disappeared. Clearly, the bodies of the two giant beasts had been stored in his system space. After storing the two giant beast prey, looking at the stunned lizard, Wang Yan opened his blood-filled mouth and mocked, "Go ahead and eat. Show me how you can eat another one." At this moment, the lizard finally realized that this crocodile clearly had space-type supernatural powers, and it was completely out of options. "Big brother, don't be like this. You were the one who said each of us would have a prey." For a moment, the lizard felt a bit reluctant and softened its attitude. Hearing this, Wang Yan opened his blood-filled mouth and mocked, "What I say goes. If I say for you to die, why don't you go die?" After saying this, Wang Yan didn't plan to bother with this lizard anymore, mainly due to the lizard's bizarre resurrection method, and he didn't know how many times it could use it. Moreover, this guy looked slimmer and lighter than him, and it was definitely faster. Catching up would be a bit difficult. This was also why Wang Yan directly ignored this guy. In short, he had run out of attacking methods, and the shifting of the stars was not suitable to target this damn lizard. So there was no need to waste time. Besides, he had easily completed 2/5 of the task, and he was quite pleased that the opponent didn't even have a chance to use their methods and was ambushed successfully. Turning around, Wang Yan twisted his massive body and left, leaving the lizard at the spot unsure of what to do. It felt like it had been slapped in the face. Just moments ago, it had confidently claimed it would secure the prey. Now the prey had simply vanished, and it was left with nothing. The key was that it was also uncertain whether Wang Yan still had any powerful methods. Therefore, it didn't dare to entangle with this crocodile. Size and aura didn't lie. The stronger the creature, the stronger the aura and size. At this moment, Wang Yan, who had started moving again, was making his way along the coastline. Likewise, he was contemplating his strength. Now, merely in the mid-stage of the giant beast realm, he could easily handle creatures in the later stage of the giant beast realm. This meant that even if he encountered a peak giant beast, he still had a chance to try. Of course, this referred to mutated beasts at the peak of the giant beast realm. If it were pure demon races, Wang Yan still had some reservations. After all, that pure demon race, which could use soul attacks and refined pills, had left a deep impression on Wang Yan. Just the soul attack alone had severely injured his soul, putting him in an extremely low state. If it weren't for the ample evolution points he had just obtained, allowing him to quickly break through to the mid-stage of the giant beast realm and restore his soul in a low state after severe injury, his strength would have been greatly compromised. In that low state, let alone hunting, even doing nothing would leave him exhausted. Soon, about 3 hours passed. Wang Yan finally entered the range of the defensive city. Unfortunately, during these few hours, he hadn't encountered any other mutated beasts of the giant beast realm. But he knew this was not because there weren't any. It was just that he was too far from the coastline where he was traveling. However, what Wang Yan didn't expect was that as soon as he entered the range of the defensive city, he immediately sensed a strong giant beast aura. And there was more than one. Could there be another giant beast battle? Wang Yan immediately became excited. He quickly released his consciousness, spreading it toward the city. Under the rapidly expanding consciousness, he indeed discovered that several giant beasts were fighting. Moreover, The current situation was even more intense than the last time he encountered. 6 giant beasts had 2 heavily injured and lost their combat ability, while the other 4 were fighting fiercely. As for the main reason for such a fierce conflict, it was a gourd-like heavenly material and earthly treasure that had grown on the wall of a tall building, entwined by vines. When Wang Yan used his consciousness to probe, he immediately found this heavenly material and earthly treasure. The level reached the mid-stage of the Earth grade. After clarifying the situation, Wang Yan immediately retracted his consciousness, feeling extremely excited. 6 giant beasts, 2 at the peak of the giant beast realm, for in the later stage, and 1 mid-stage Earth-grade heavenly material and earthly treasure. No wonder these guys were fighting so fiercely. If they obtained this heavenly material and earthly treasure, they couldn't say it would allow the peak giant beast to break through to the Demon Lord realm, but it could accumulate some resources. Because a mid-stage Earth-grade heavenly material and earthly treasure could allow a mid-stage giant beast to directly break through to the later stage of the giant beast realm. In the next moment, Wang Yan almost didn't hesitate and immediately began to twist his massive body, heading toward the battlefield of the giant beasts. But just a few steps in, he saw a vulture in the sky, having appeared from somewhere, flying directly onto his back. "Old Crocodile, you came at just the right time. Hurry over, they're in the heat of battle." After saying this, the vulture was very excited, but it quickly noticed something was off. It looked at Wang Yan in disbelief and exclaimed, "Why, you are in the mid-stage of the giant beast realm?" After Wang Yan nodded in confirmation, the vulture still felt a bit shocked. "Hasn't it been just a few days? You've already broken through to the mid-stage of the giant beast realm?" Thinking of this, the vulture felt a bit envious. It knew that its own aptitude was only in the early stage of the giant beast realm. Now, the biggest problem it faced was the issue of aptitude. Therefore, the vulture knew it all depended on the old crocodile's help. The urgent task was to find a way to elevate the old crocodile's cultivation level. Then it could lead the way for the rest. And once the old crocodile's realm was higher, it could naturally help solve the aptitude problem. As always, it would first raise the old crocodile's cultivation to the Demon Lord realm, and then it would still have to ask the old crocodile to help solve the aptitude issue. After hearing the words of the vulture, Wang Yan understood that it wasn't just him who was facing issues with talent. The vulture was also encountering this problem. With this thought in mind, Wang Yan said without hesitation, "No problem. You keep an eye on the heavenly materials and treasures, and if you get the chance, act as before." After saying this, Wang Yan set off with the vulture, splitting into 2 groups, keeping a safe distance to reduce the wariness of the giant monsters that were fighting. After a few minutes, Wang Yan finally arrived at the city streets where the battlefield was located. The area near where the giants were fighting had become a wasteland, with black smoke rising everywhere and collapsed buildings scattered all around. Near the center of the battlefield, 2 severely injured late-stage giant monsters lay in a pool of blood. Observing the fight, the battlefield was divided into 2 areas, with 2 peak-stage mutated beasts of the giant monster realm engaged in combat, as well as 2 late-stage mutated beasts also fighting. It was clear that this was a confrontation between 2 sides. When Wang Yan appeared, the first to notice him were the 2 severely injured late-stage giant monsters. However, they did not speak, as the 4 giant monsters in battle also noticed this unexpected guest. Since Wang Yan did not approach too closely, neither side had the idea of calling a truce. The 2 peak-stage giant creatures fighting were a 35-meter-tall diamond and a polar bear. What the hell? There are polar bears in the country too. Which zoo did they come from? The other 2 late-stage giant monsters were even more absurd. One was a stone man and the other a wooden man. After just a quick glance, Wang Yan realized how powerful these creatures were in battle. The Sandman and Stone Man were both strong. The Stone Man was able to absorb nearby stone debris to repair its damaged body. The Wooden Man could do the same, absorbing nearby wood to quickly regenerate its body. Its recovery ability comparable to that of the water-transforming shark-headed monster he had encountered before. If these 2 were not considered heaven-defying, then the truly extraordinary were the 2 peak-stage giant monsters. The diamond not only had 4 arms, but its wounds from the polar bear's bites healed at a visibly fast rate in under a minute. As for the polar bear, It had a disgusting ability to absorb the enemy's demonic energy and flesh to enhance itself, maintaining its peak state at all times. Wang Yan felt a deep sense of emotion upon witnessing this scene. He thought having a system to gain supernatural powers was already extraordinary. Yet, he had underestimated these mutated beasts. Some of these mutated beasts might be weak, but others were truly powerful enough to make their enemies feel hopeless and suffocated. For instance, one had incredible recovery abilities, healing its wounds on the spot, while the other maintained its peak state by consuming the opponent's flesh and absorbing their demonic energy. Taking a deep breath, Wang Yan began to contemplate how to quickly resolve the battle while incurring the least cost. If he rashly joined one side, it would greatly alter the current situation. More importantly, with his current supernatural powers, to at least severely injure the 4 giant monsters present, he would have to use at least half of his demonic energy to unleash the Thunder Breath supernatural ability. Otherwise, using only a quarter of his energy would not even have a chance to severely injure them, because the weakest among the mutated beasts present was a late-stage giant monster, standing out among its peers. Moreover, the situation was even more complicated because the 4 fighting giant monsters had quite powerful abilities as well. For example, Wang Yan was particularly worried about the Stone Man and Wooden Man, fearing that, like the shark-headed monster or the lizard, his supernatural abilities might not kill them, and they could easily recover from their injuries. Additionally, the polar bear had the strange ability to absorb the opponent's demonic energy to restore itself, while the diamond's healing ability was terrifying, healing its wounds in under a minute. After taking a deep breath, Wang Yan decided to focus his attacks on the polar bear and the diamond. Not only that, but to ensure the power of his supernatural ability was sufficient. This time Wang Yan decided to go all out. He didn't believe these two could withstand the full force of his thunder breath. With this in mind, Wang Yan quietly began to gather his demonic energy in his mouth, preparing to unleash Thunder Breath. In a moment, he had amassed enough power for Thunder Breath, and it was time to make his move. He feigned a reluctant expression, glanced at the heavenly materials and treasures on the vine, and began to slowly retreat. Seeing Wang Yan start to retreat, the 4 fighting giant monsters all lowered their guard, realizing that this crocodile was being sensible. If this crocodile had not been sensible and had joined in, it would indeed have a significant impact on their battle. Just as they thought the crocodile was going to withdraw, Wang Yan suddenly opened his massive mouth, and a terrifying column of thunder breath energy shot towards the diamond and polar bear that were engaged in close combat, like a flash of light. Boom! The terrifyingly fast thunder breath struck the 2 creatures, sending them flying hundreds of meters away, and the energy column also penetrated and collapsed several buildings. This scene left the Stone Man and Wooden Man, who were nearby, stunned. Just at this critical moment, the vulture in the sky seized the opportunity, diving down to grab the heavenly materials and treasures, then soaring into the sky. One had to say, the vulture was incredibly precise in seizing the moment. When the Stone Man and Wooden Man reacted, their expressions changed drastically. "You beast, put down the heavenly materials and treasures." After saying this, the furious Stone Man picked up a massive rock from the ground and threw it at the vulture, but unfortunately, it missed completely. The vulture was simply too fast. The Wooden Man beside him also looked very displeased. They were very close to the location of the heavenly materials and treasures and were worried about being robbed by any giant monster. Yet, in a moment of negligence, the treasures were snatched away. At the same time, seeing the heavenly materials and treasures in hand, Wang Yan was overjoyed and immediately headed towards the 2 peak giant monsters that had been attacked by his supernatural ability. However, when Wang Yan reached the ruins where these 2 creatures were, he found that they were both gasping for breath, but still alive. However, their injuries were too severe. Their bodies were almost broken in half by the thunder breath. Yet, these 2 remained defiant, glaring fiercely at him. Clearly, they were both heavily injured, and even the terrifyingly fast recovery of the diamond had slowed significantly after sustaining such serious injuries. Unexpectedly, this seemingly unremarkable crocodile could master supernatural abilities. At this moment, the massive diamond, despite being heavily injured, spoke in awe. The polar bear also had a grim expression, with a terrifying blood hole in its abdomen. Being ambushed by Wang Yan made both it and the diamond feel quite embarrassed. For a moment, they both glared at each other with ferocity. Just as Wang Yan was preparing to step forward and finish them off, an unexpected event occurred. Suddenly, the polar bear giant monster and the diamond giant monster disregarded their injuries and charged directly at each other. In the next moment, these two severely injured creatures collided again. Then, Wang Yan saw the two fierce creatures glaring at each other, their white demonic energy exploding as they began to frantically absorb each other's demonic energy. Not only that, the Arctic bear demon, which has always shown the ability to absorb demon power and flesh, found that its suction power was no match for a hidden diamond. Suddenly, the diamond opened its terrifying maw, and the horrifying suction force skyrocketed, continuously drawing the blood and demon power from the Arctic bear's body into its mouth. No, this made the Arctic bear panic. It began to struggle frantically to escape the predicament. Unfortunately, the bear's struggles were in vain. It was like a blood bag, continuously drained of its essence and demon power. Just as Wang Yan rushed forward to try to stop it, the diamond giant demon had already sucked the Arctic bear down to a mere skin and bones, draining its flesh and demon core completely. At this moment, the Arctic bear demon's primordial spirit flew out of its body, trying to escape, but was easily sucked into the diamond giant demon's mouth. Seeing this scene, Wang Yan was completely dumbfounded. What kind of technique is this? It actually drained the opponent completely? Even the primordial spirit was sucked away. This kind of divine ability is simply too impressive. To be honest, this technique made Wang Yan envious. If his devouring ability could also evolve into such a method, wouldn't that be even more ferocious? Directly capturing the enemy and then draining them dry. In fact, it wasn't just Wang Yan who was stunned. The wooden man and the stone man, who were at a loss for how to report back, were also shocked. The next moment, the wooden man immediately abandoned his teammate without a second thought and fled. There was no way. With the boss dead, staying behind would definitely mean disaster for him. But just as he started to run, he was immediately blocked by the stone giant demon. It was no joke. Just moments ago, a precious treasure had already been snatched away by a dead bird. If he let the enemy escape now, wouldn't the diamond boss have a bone to pick with him later? Faced with the stone man's interception, the wooden man roared furiously, "Get out of the way." After saying that, he leaped up and kicked the stone man hard in the abdomen. Unfortunately, although his body was made of wood, the gap between him and the stone man in all aspects was quite large. Therefore, the attack he displayed caused only limited damage to the stone man. In an instant, with one wanting to escape and the other not allowing it, both sides immediately engaged in a fierce battle. At this moment, a severely injured giant demon in a pool of blood immediately flew out its primordial spirit, quickly heading for the distance. They had already lost. He was also severely injured. If he didn't run now, would he wait to die? At this time, the diamond giant demon looked at Wang Yan with a pleased expression and said, "Thank you for helping me injure him. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been easy for me to kill this guy. How about this? To thank you for unintentionally helping me, I will allow you to leave now." At this moment, the diamond, restored to its peak state, looked at Wang Yan with a spirited and particularly disdainful tone. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan was immediately enraged. "I exerted so much effort to injure the prey, and now you turn around and eat the spoils, and then directly tell me to leave? This is simply too much." Thinking of this, Wang Yan was infuriated and opened his mouth to curse. "You ate my spoils and now want me to leave? Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" After hearing Wang Yan's words, the diamond couldn't help but reveal a chilling smile. "Since you don't want to leave, then just don't. The lost precious treasures can be made up with you." Chapter 54. Obtaining the corpses of two late-stage giant demons. As the friendship boat capsized, after saying that the diamond was about to take action, but saw Wang Yan's body had already transformed into a steel body, causing him to frown. How come it's another one of these strong defensive guys? The next moment, he immediately turned and charged at the wooden man, then said to the stone man, "Old stone, you deal with this guy, and after I take care of this wooden man, I'll come help you." Upon hearing this, the stone man wasted no time and immediately charged fiercely towards Wang Yan. However, When he saw the crocodile had fully turned into steel, he realized this guy was indeed hard to deal with and decided to focus on stalling for time. Seeing that Wang Yan didn't charge forward to attack, the stone man couldn't help but say, "You really don't know what's good for you. The boss told you to leave, and now you can't even leave if you wanted to." Hearing this, Wang Yan completely ignored him and charged straight towards the position where the diamond was. Earlier, the other party's words clearly indicated that he had a method to drain enemies, which had conditions for use. Based on Wang Yan's deductions for what the other party said, it was very likely that the target needed to be in a severely injured state for it to take effect. If that was the case, then he really had no need to worry. When the stone man saw Wang Yan charging straight towards the boss, he leaped into the air and landed in front of Wang Yan, blocking his path, seeking death. Seeing this scene, Wang Yan was immediately furious and opened his mouth to charge at the other party. But the stone man remained unperturbed, and as Wang Yan charged at him, he kicked him right in the mouth. Bang! This terrifying kick made Wang Yan's jaw ache. However, he successfully bit down on the stone man's leg. Then, Wang Yan violently swung his mouth, and before long, he had torn off one of the stone man's legs. This shocked the stone man, and just as he was about to retreat, Wang Yan bit down on his other stone leg. Wang Yan then used the same trick again, swinging his mouth to toss the stone man around like a kite. But what Wang Yan didn't expect was that after he crushed the stone man's second leg, the one that had been bitten off earlier actually grew back. This made Wang Yan's fierce attack come to a halt as he looked up in shock at the stone man, who was scratching his head and grinning at him. Just then, the wooden man anxiously shouted from a distance, "Crocodile brother, his weakness is at the demon core position in his abdomen. If you don't destroy his dantian, it will be hard to kill him." Upon hearing this, Wang Yan suddenly realized why this guy's legs were regenerating so quickly. If he hadn't known the key issue, he wouldn't have known how much effort it would take to eliminate the stone man. However, trying to bite through the stone man's abdomen was incredibly difficult. He could see that as soon as the wooden man said this, the stone man immediately became vigilant and retreated, clearly not giving him any chance. Instead, the diamond, upon hearing this, grinned and said, "Since your methods are similar, it seems your weakness is about the same." Upon hearing this, the wooden man didn't respond, and indeed, it was the case. In an instant, the diamond's attacks became even more fierce and ruthless. Similarly, Wang Yan's attack methods also became more extreme and brutal. But after just half an hour, Wang Yan had basically lost the idea of quickly taking down the stone man. The stone man's abilities were different. He had both defense and regeneration. As long as there were stone materials around, it would be very difficult to eliminate the stone man. Unless he could use his thunderous powers, he could take out both the stone man and the wooden man, who had similar skills, in one strike. Moreover, it wasn't just Wang Yan who didn't gain any advantage. The diamond also didn't benefit much from the battle. Although he had been suppressing his opponent the entire time, he still couldn't kill him. This also made Wang Yan's gaze fall on the two giant demons lying on the ground. The next moment, Wang Yan pretended to attack and charged straight at the severely injured giant demon. At first, the stone man was a bit flustered and wanted to intercept Wang Yan. But he soon realized that Wang Yan was actually heading for his injured teammate. By the time he reacted, he quickly ran after him from behind. Unfortunately, Wang Yan's explosive speed was not slow. He was already very close to the severely injured giant demon. He could reach speeds of up to 100 kilometers per hour, and for a short burst, he could even approach double that. When Wang Yan rushed to the heavily injured giant monster, the giant monster looked at Wang Yan in terror and hurriedly pleaded for help, saying, "Boss, old stone, save me." Unfortunately, as soon as he opened his mouth, Wang Yan opened his massive mouth and bit down on his head, tearing into him wildly. For a moment, the streets of the city echoed with the monster's miserable screams. The stone man, who had caught up, quickly began to pound on Wang Yan's head, but it was of no use. Before long, Wang Yan saw this guy's soul escape from his body, and before leaving, he cast a resentful glance at Wang Yan, as if to memorize the appearance of this damned crocodile. Wang Yan didn't care at all. Instead, he directly stored the corpses of the two giant monsters into the system space. Then, right before the stone man's dumbfounded eyes, Wang Yan fled wildly into the distance. Seeing this scene, The stone man was dumbfounded, and the wooden man was also stunned. After reacting, the wooden man pleaded with a hint of fear, "Giant crocodile brother, don't abandon me." His voice trembled slightly. If Wang Yan abandoned him, he would undoubtedly die. Unfortunately, Wang Yan had no intention of wasting time here. Ignoring the wooden man's pleas for mercy, he chose to remain deaf to them and could only wish this guy good luck. Damn you! In an instant, the wooden man lost his composure and began cursing Wang Yan. At this moment, the diamond man, with an ugly expression, instructed the stone man, "First, deal with this wooden man. This damned crocodile, I will remember him." As he spoke, the diamond man shot a beam of black light at Wang Yan, leaving a special mark on him. Upon hearing this, the stone man's expression also darkened. But he still obeyed the order and began to join forces with the diamond man to attack the wooden man monster. However, he knew that their boss was already furious. After this hard-fought battle, they had lost treasures and even a brother, with their gains being minimal, so it was easy to imagine the anger in their boss's heart. Meanwhile, Wang Yan, who had escaped to the seaside, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that the two guys had not pursued him. Although he knew that they had left a special mark on him and would definitely seek revenge in the future, he didn't care. Now, he was just one last late-stage giant monster away from completing his mission. Logically, he should have taken them all down in one go earlier. But capturing the stone man was simply not possible. His attack spells wouldn't be available until tomorrow. Without that decisive attack spell, staying behind would only lead to a bitter struggle and entanglement with the opponent. In contrast, escaping as soon as possible was the best choice. Subsequently, Wang Yan waited in the sea for the vulture's arrival. However, what Wang Yan never expected was that when he waited until deep into the night, the vulture still did not arrive. This made Wang Yan gradually lose patience, and his heart sank. Could this guy have run off with the treasures? Soon, another day passed, but Wang Yan still did not see the vulture. Instead, he was met by the diamond man and the stone man. Seeing Wang Yan unwilling to leave the area, the diamond man, who had appeared together with the stone man, immediately guessed what was happening. At this moment, standing by the shore, the diamond man mockingly said, "Still hanging around here? It seems that dead bird is in cahoots with you. If I'm not mistaken, that dead bird has run off with the treasures?" Thinking of this, the diamond man couldn't help but laugh, and the stone man laughed along. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan's heart sank. He suspected that they were indeed close to the truth. That damn bird really did run off with the treasures. Thinking about the vulture snatching away his mid-grade treasure, his heart ached, and his hatred for the vulture grew immensely. Indeed, in this cruel world of the weak eating the strong, one cannot trust anyone. That damned bird, after just breaking through to the giant monster realm, ran off with the treasures. Moreover, Wang Yan suspected that the treasure must have had very precious effects. Otherwise, the vulture would never have chosen to betray him. Thinking of this, Wang Yan's heart ached even more. He vowed never to trust any allies again. Just then, the familiar figure of the vulture suddenly appeared in the sky. Upon seeing the vulture, Wang Yan's heart immediately filled with excitement. It seemed the vulture had not betrayed him. At this moment, the diamond man and the stone man also looked at the vulture in the sky with particularly fierce and sharp gazes. However, the returning vulture did not choose to fly back onto Wang Yan's back, but awkwardly said in the sky, "Sorry, old crocodile. Let's end our cooperation here. Considering I've helped you for so long, don't hold it against me for taking one treasure." After saying this, the vulture prepared to leave. Hearing this, Wang Yan opened his massive mouth and shouted, "Wait. Vulture, are you really betraying me for just one treasure?" Upon hearing Wang Yan's angry question, the vulture looked helpless and said, "How can this be called betrayal? We were just in a cooperative relationship. Besides, I've helped you so much without me. Could you have broken through to the giant monster realm so quickly?" Faced with the vulture's shamelessness, Wang Yan remained indifferent. But he noticed a very important detail. The vulture had reached the mid-stage of the giant monster realm. Thinking of this, Wang Yan questioned again, "That treasure can enhance your qualifications? So that's why you betrayed me?" The vulture was somewhat surprised, not expecting the old crocodile to guess so quickly. He nodded in acknowledgement. "That's right. If it weren't for this special effect, how could I possibly give up on you as an ally?" That treasure is extremely rare. It has the ability to help beings break through their qualification limits, not only improving my cultivation level, but also raising my qualifications to the initial stage of the Demon Lord realm. After saying this, the vulture prepared to leave. At this moment, Wang Yan, who had been prepared for a long time, suddenly opened his massive mouth, and a terrifying pillar of thunder energy shot towards the vulture. Chapter 55. The monster lurking in the lake on the mountainside. The treasure seems familiar, but the vulture was clearly well prepared and easily dodged Wang Yan's terrifying lethal attack. He circled in the sky, looking at Wang Yan with a complex expression, helplessly saying, "Old crocodile, don't waste your efforts. I know you too well. Calm down. Just consider this my apology to you. I could have found an excuse to deceive you, but I didn't, right? Let's part on good terms and go our separate ways." Clearly, he had known Wang Yan for quite some time. How could he not understand Wang Yan's abilities? The reason he was speaking so nicely to Wang Yan now, even returning to explain himself, was mainly because Wang Yan's fate was extraordinarily strong, and he really didn't want to offend Wang Yan to death. After saying this, the vulture quickly flew away into the distant sky, leaving behind an enraged Wang Yan, as well as the equally furious Diamond Man and Stone Man. Why were they angry? For them, the greatest dilemma they faced in 10,000 years was the issue of qualifications. Losing resources can be remedied, but improving qualifications is incredibly difficult. Unfortunately, they were not pure demon race beings, but mutated beasts born from the apocalypse, only half demon, and did not understand many of the characteristics and precious effects of heavenly materials and treasures. Now, learning that the treasure could actually enhance qualifications made both the Diamond Man and the Stone Man nearly go mad. "Oh, that damn dead bird!" The enraged Diamond Man immediately unleashed black light, pointing his fingertip. The terrifying black light instantly landed on the vulture, marking him. Seeing this scene, Wang Yan finally felt a bit better. He believed that when they couldn't break through to the Demon Lord realm, they would definitely choose to target the vulture for possession, because the vulture's qualifications were in its physical body, not in its soul. Of course, if the primordial spirit breaks through to the Demon Lord realm and then seizes a body with only the potential of the giant demon realm, that's fine, as long as the gap between the primordial spirit and the body is not too large. At this moment, after casting the marking technique, the Diamond Monk glanced at Wang Yan and left without hesitation. They all knew that since this crocodile dared to hide in the sea without leaving, it meant it wouldn't fear them in the water. Unfortunately, neither of them had any means to exert great effect in the sea, so they naturally didn't want to waste time there. After these two left, Wang Yan fell silent for a while before feeling dejected and heading to the shore. Choosing to enter the city, he intended to return near Nanlin City. Now that he had lost the vulture's help, the difficulty of hunting had increased, especially when it came to seizing heavenly materials and earthly treasures. It was even more challenging for him. Therefore, he had no choice but to strategically relocate. Moreover, to speed up his journey, he transformed himself into a crocodile about 10 meters long, and his speed indeed increased significantly. At this moment, while on the way, Wang Yan secretly gritted his teeth and said to himself, "System, I hope that after completing this task, I can gain the ability to fly or move. Otherwise, at my current speed, I wouldn't even be able to catch up to a hot meal. By the way, it would be best if you could also help me solve my qualification issue." Although Wang Yan continuously expressed his thoughts in his heart, the system in his mind remained unresponsive. Before he knew it, half a day had passed. During this time, he had traveled from the original defensive city to the Ling Mountain County near Qinzhou City, close to Nanlin City. Along the way, it wasn't that he hadn't encountered giant demons. On the contrary, he had indeed come across two giant demon realm creatures. Unfortunately, the strongest of these giant demons was only at the late stage of the giant demon realm. Upon sensing his terrifying aura, they all chose to avoid confrontation from a distance. As for encountering weaker giant demon creatures, it goes without saying that they turned and fled. This led to Wang Yan not gaining anything during his journey. Such a stark contrast was hard for him to endure. He even wished he could capture a flying big demon to use as a mount. That way, he could solve his current slow mobility problem. Unfortunately, up to now, he had not encountered a suitable target. With this in mind, Wang Yan secretly decided that he would definitely look for a flying mount whenever he had a chance. At this moment, looking at the nearby Nanlin city, Wang Yan hesitated. In the end, he still didn't rush to return to Nanlin city immediately. Even now, Wang Yan didn't have the confidence to defeat that super giant python. This was because he had encountered too many mutated beasts in recent days. He knew what it meant for a super giant python to reach 300 meters in length. Even if both sides had their body lengths reduced by a factor of 10, he would only be 5 meters and wouldn't be able to compete with the opponent's 30 meters. Currently, the place he was near Nanlin City was called Ling Mountain County. He was preparing to hunt a late-stage giant demon realm mutated beast nearby to complete his task. Once he completed the task and resolved his qualification issues, he naturally wouldn't mind confronting the overlord of Nanlin City. Just then, Wang Yan suddenly spotted a cheetah giant demon about 3 to 4 meters tall and 7 to 8 meters long on the distant street in the city. Upon seeing this, Wang Yan immediately opened his bloody maw and said, "Little leopard, come here, I have something to ask you." Hearing the words of this giant crocodile, the cheetah giant demon hesitated for a moment. But soon, the cheetah giant demon mustered its courage and approached. However, when it was about 200 meters away, it stopped and did not come any closer. "Hello, senior." The cheetah giant demon responded cautiously. The reason it had the courage to come over was that it knew that giants would not hunt creatures like it that had just broken through to the giant demon realm. In fact, this was true. A late-stage or peak giant demon still had some value, but early-stage giant demons were of minimal use to Wang Yan. Now that he had broken through to the late-stage giant demon realm, he needed 5 million evolution points, and an early-stage giant demon creature was too low in value. Not worth his trouble. Do you know if there are any giant demon realm creatures nearby? In response to Wang Yan's inquiry, the cheetah giant demon nodded repeatedly, saying yes. "Senior, but they are all in the city center. Ling Mountain County doesn't have any." However, at this point, the cheetah giant demon suddenly hesitated. Seeing this, Wang Yan became interested and asked, "However what?" The cheetah giant demon cautiously said, "However, I know of a place where there is a heavenly material and earthly treasure, but it is guarded by a terrifying creature." Upon hearing this, Wang Yan's eyes instantly lit up. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures? This guy can find such things too? Then take me there now, Wang Yan said without hesitation. In response, the cheetah giant demon tentatively looked at Wang Yan and asked, "Senior, will you be able to give me some benefits later?" Hearing this, Wang Yan immediately laughed and nodded in agreement without hesitation. That's only normal. Otherwise, how could this leopard possibly tell him about such matters? After all, there's no free lunch in the world, unless there are benefits involved. Soon, under the lead of the cheetah giant demon, Wang Yan followed to a mountain. When they reached the mountainside, the cheetah giant demon finally stopped. This made Wang Yan realize that the destination seemed to be here. He immediately began to survey the surrounding environment. This location was a lake on a mountainside. The water in front of him was a deep green, large in area, probably over 1,000 meters long and 500 meters wide, with a particularly eerie green color. Not only that, but as Wang Yan used his divine sense, he immediately discovered that the lake was fraught with danger. The average depth of the lake reached 80 meters, and there was a huge creature resembling an octopus lurking within. This monstrous creature, resembling an octopus, was massive, with 8 eyes and 12 tentacles, each thick and fleshy tentacle measuring no less than 200 meters. Likewise, its head was enormous, with a diameter likely exceeding 30 meters, and its strength reached the peak of the giant demon realm. Wang Yan even suspected that if this creature weren't hindered by its own qualification issues, it might have already broken through to the demon lord realm. So far, besides that super giant python, there was truly no other creature that emitted such a powerful aura. Although this octopus-like monster's strength was not as strong as the super giant python, the gap was not very far. Then, Wang Yan directed his divine sense towards the heavenly material and earthly treasure. He immediately discovered that this heavenly material and earthly treasure had actually reached the late stage of the earth grade. Moreover, he wasn't sure if it was an illusion. but he felt as if he had seen this heavenly material and earthly treasure somewhere before. After carefully observing it, he finally noticed something unusual. This heavenly material and earthly treasure looked very similar to the one stolen by the vulture. Chapter 56. Late-stage Earth-grade heavenly material and earthly treasure. Successfully subduing the octopus monster. Could it be a mistake? If this is a late-stage Earth-grade heavenly material and earthly treasure, why hasn't this octopus monster eaten it to enhance its qualifications? For a moment, Wang Yan felt somewhat uncertain, harboring more doubt. Just as he speculated, if it could really enhance qualifications, the other party wouldn't have left it untouched. It couldn't be that the creature's own qualifications were already high, and this heavenly material and earthly treasure couldn't enhance its qualifications, right? For a moment, Wang Yan felt that everything seemed to be filled with mysterious and strange puzzles. At this time, the cheetah giant demon that had brought Wang Yan here had quietly pulled back a distance, its eyes filled with vigilance. Seeing this scene, Wang Yan immediately understood that the cheetah giant demon likely didn't have good intentions in bringing him here. But did it really think that this octopus monster could eliminate him? If this is the mindset, then Wang Yan can only say that this cheetah demon is really overthinking. At that moment, the octopus monster in the water struck. Its 12 terrifying tentacles shot out from the water surface, quickly sweeping towards him. Seeing the scene, Wang Yan immediately reverted to his original size and simultaneously activated his iron body. Faced with the 12 terrifying tentacles rushing at him, he opened his mouth and bit down on one of the tentacles, starting to thrash about wildly. It is worth mentioning that the other 11 tentacles quickly wrapped around Wang Yan's body. Although they had become much longer and thinner as they stretched, they still easily wrapped around him tightly, and the terrifying force instantly dragged him down into the lake. However, Wang Yan was naturally unafraid. Just the iron body alone gave him enough confidence for defense. Moreover, he wasn't afraid of the opponent in the water. Soon, under Wang Yan's frenzied biting, the thick tentacle was bitten off a section and swallowed directly. At the same time, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully devoured a tentacle of a special monster. Gained 200,000 evolution points. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan was stunned. One tentacle was worth 200,000 evolution points. How terrifying is that? Thinking of this, Wang Yan became even more excited. Unfortunately, he was now caught by this octopus monster. Although the opponent couldn't completely deal with him at the moment, he couldn't break free either. Additionally, there was another problem. His thunder breath would undoubtedly be greatly weakened underwater. There was no way around it. Attacking with thunder breath in water faced different resistance compared to air. He could easily injure or even kill enemies on land. But that didn't mean he could easily defeat opponents in water. Of course, this didn't mean that Wang Yan had no way to escape. He still had the ability to shift the stars and could get free. However, he really wanted to kill this octopus monster. This way, he would not only complete the task but also obtain rare treasures. He even discovered that the lake environment was very good, large enough to serve as a nest. Of course, while the idea was great, dealing with this octopus monster posed a challenge for Wang Yan, and he guessed the opponent was also struggling with how to deal with him. In fact, the octopus monster was indeed thinking about how to handle this prey. Logically, capturing a mid-stage giant monster should make it very happy, but the problem was that this prey was not easy to deal with. In its steel state, Wang Yan was like a huge steel plate, and even figuring out how to bite him was a challenge. But soon, it came up with a plan and moved closer to Wang Yan, preparing to bite off his limbs first. As it got closer, Wang Yan realized that the octopus monster clearly wanted to eat him raw, which made his heart sink. No matter how much he struggled, the opponent's strength was too terrifying for him to break free. The next moment, as the octopus monster's sharp teeth bit into his hind leg, the intense pain instantly jolted Wang Yan awake. He instinctively looked at his hind leg and found that it had already been bitten off. The opponent's terrifying fangs could even bite through his iron state. This immediately sent a chill down Wang Yan's spine, and he decisively activated the ability to shift the stars. The next moment, Wang Yan's body immediately broke free and appeared on the shore of the lake out of nowhere. Once free, Wang Yan quickly distanced himself from the lake, looking down at his bitten-off leg with a very ugly expression. Now that he had lost a leg, it would be impossible to recover in less than 10 to 20 days. Meanwhile, the octopus monster in the lake was also stunned to find its prey had turned into a cheetah demon. Similarly, the cheetah demon, realizing it had suddenly been caught by the octopus monster and was about to be sent to its gaping maw, was also terrified and quickly shouted, "Boss, stop! I'm your little brother." The octopus monster released the cheetah demon and said in a low tone, "Of course, I know you're my little brother, but this prey you brought over is not easy to deal with. If it were any other prey, I would have easily killed it by now. But this one's special abilities make it a tough nut to crack." After saying this, the octopus monster ignored the cheetah demon and immediately moved its massive body closer to the water surface, while its terrifying tentacles once again extended out of the lake, sweeping towards Wang Yan. However, halfway through, it suddenly realized that the tentacles couldn't reach him, as Wang Yan was at least 200 meters away from the shore. Sure enough, when it used its spiritual sense to probe, it found that the crocodile was still there. Even after losing a leg, it was still eyeing the rare treasures. This made it unable to restrain its laughter. As it got closer to the shore, its massive body gradually surfaced, and its 8 pairs of eyes coldly gazed at Wang Yan. Seeing this scene, Wang Yan was immediately delighted. He didn't expect the opponent to actually show itself. If it hadn't, he really wouldn't have had the confidence to launch a thunder breath attack on the octopus monster in the water. Water, which seemed inconspicuous, could actually weaken many attacks. The next moment, Wang Yan couldn't help but taunt the octopus monster. "If you have the guts, come up. Hiding in the water is no big deal." After saying this, Wang Yan began to accumulate the thunder breath in his mouth. Facing the crocodile's provocation, the octopus monster was not angry at all. Since the crocodile hadn't left, it meant it was still reluctant to give up on the rare treasures. This was just like those who had become prey in its mouth. As long as this guy couldn't let go of the treasures, it was destined to become its prey. Meanwhile, Wang Yan began to deliberately move closer and then pull away, appearing provocative. He hopped back and forth a few times like this, while the octopus monster quietly watched his performance. When Wang Yan provoked again, he was only 100 meters from the shore, and the octopus monster finally couldn't hold back and took action. The 12 tentacles, including the one that Wang Yan had bitten off, swept towards him like dancing snakes. At the same time, Wang Yan opened his gaping mouth and unleashed the thunder breath. He used all his demonic power for this strike. Boom! The terrifying thunder breath instantly severed the 12 tentacles of the tentacle monster, and its might surged towards the octopus monster's head. The speed of everything happening was too fast. It occurred in the blink of an eye. Even when the octopus monster reacted, it was too late to dodge. Bang! Accompanied by a deafening explosion. The terrifying energy directly pierced through the head of this gigantic creature. At the same time, the octopus monster's miserable scream echoed in the mountains. Splash! Its massive body fell into the water, and a vast amount of blood stained the surrounding lake's surface. This scene left the cheetah demon, who had just crawled up from the lake, dumbfounded. The octopus monster, which seemed invincible in his eyes, just fell like that. The next moment, he almost immediately fled down the mountain without hesitation. Once the crocodile dealt with the octopus monster, it would definitely not spare him, especially since the crocodile knew his intentions were not good. Meanwhile, Wang Yan twisted his massive body and charged down into the lake, biting off a piece of rock from the lakeside and storing the rare treasures into the system space. Only then did he set his sights on the octopus monster, charging towards it with his massive body. At this moment, the octopus monster, which had a blood hole in its head, was still alive and struggling to resist. But as Wang Yan charged in, he immediately bit down on its head with his gaping mouth. Due to the opponent's tentacles being completely severed by his thunder breath, he has lost the ability to bind him and naturally lost the ability to resist. Soon, realizing that the situation was hopeless, the octopus monster began to plead in terror. "Don't kill me. I could be your subordinate. Crocodile brothers, please don't kill me." Unfortunately, Wang Yan completely ignored the octopus monster's pleas. Seeing that Wang Yan was unyielding The desperate octopus monster released its primordial spirit from its body. Before leaving, it left behind a voice full of hatred and resentment. "Crocodile, just wait for me. If I don't kill you, may I never have peace." To this, Wang Yan was indifferent and excitedly began to eat the opponent's corpse. Soon, Wang Yan had consumed the entire corpse and all the tentacles. Because the opponent's body was entirely made of meat, it was very tasty and took relatively less time to eat. At this moment, the system's voice also rang out. "Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully devoured a peak giant demon beast. Gained 1.3 million evolution points. 13020,150 million." After hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan was somewhat stunned. He never expected that this peak giant demon octopus was actually a demon beast. What does it mean to be a demon beast? It means a pure demon race. This indicates that the opponent existed long before the apocalypse. Thinking of this, Wang Yan felt a shiver down his spine. Who would have thought that before the apocalypse, this strange green lake actually hit a monster comparable to a water monster? After sighing in his heart, Wang Yan immediately took out the corpses of the other 4 late-stage giant demon creatures from the system space and began to consume them. After spending more than 2 hours, Wang Yan finally finished eating the 4 late-stage giant demon mutated beasts. Similarly, he once again gained a total of 4 million evolution points. This means that the average value of a late-stage giant demon mutated beast is 1 million, while the peak giant demon mutated beast is worth 1.5 million evolution points each. Just as Wang Yan was happy, the system's voice rang out again. "Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully completed the task." "Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully gained 5 million evolution points." "Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained a random diamond treasure chest 1. "Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained a junior random treasure chest from the heavens 1. Chapter 57. The benefits of breaking through to the Demon Lord realm. Can obtain 2 basic divine abilities. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan was overjoyed. Finally completed the task. This task had been delayed for quite a while. Now, it has been 20 days since the apocalypse arrived. During these 20 days, Wang Yan discovered pattern. That is, he has not encountered any creatures at the Demon Lord level so far. The strongest ones are just peak giant demon mutated beasts, even among the demon race. This made Wang Yan somewhat puzzled. Why are there no mutated beasts at the Demon Lord level in the city? Where have all the mutated beasts of the Demon Lord level gone? Thinking of this, Wang Yan couldn't help but ask, "System, why haven't I seen any mutated beasts at the Demon Lord level?" The next moment, the system's voice rang out. "Ding! Friendly reminder to the host. The mutated beasts born from the apocalypse are all restricted below the threshold of the Demon Lord level. In addition, while the giant demon level can condense primordial spirits and demon cores, and can obtain supernatural abilities and divine powers, the Demon Lord level is different. Once one steps into the Demon Lord level, a more exaggerated qualitative change will occur. Moreover, the demon race at the Demon Lord level already belongs to the pure demon race, as it requires a threshold for both quality and resources, and it also requires tribulation. Each major realm afterwards must also undergo tribulation. After hearing the system's explanation, Wang Yan couldn't help but ask again, what are the benefits? There should be benefits to reaching the Demon Lord level, right? The system's voice replied, "Ding! Friendly reminder to the host. After breaking through to the Demon Lord realm, lifespan increases to 3,000 years, and you also gain 2 basic divine abilities, life quantification and sky flight. Additionally, 1 random unknown divine ability and supernatural power. Among them, the divine ability life quantification and the supernatural power you obtained are similar, but at a higher level. This divine ability can adapt to any harsh environment, as long as it does not exceed the limits of one's own conditions. It can absorb any energy substance from the heavens and the universe. By doing so, it can reach a truly energetic place, and as long as one's lifespan does not run out, one will never die. The divine ability Sky Flight allows one to freely roam the heavens and the universe as long as their demon power is not exhausted. After hearing the system's explanation, Wang Yan finally understood why there were no creatures at the Demon Lord level. If the gap between the Great Demon and the Giant Demon is already significant, then the gap between the Giant Demon level and the Demon Lord level is almost impossible to describe. The two levels are simply not in the same dimension or level. Thinking of this, Wang Yan even seriously suspected that the upcoming area of heavenly gifts is likely to help mutated beasts enhance their qualifications. With this thought in mind, Wang Yan retracted his thoughts and immediately took out the heavenly materials and treasures from the space. Looking at the heavenly materials and treasures floating before him, Wang Yan felt more and more that it resembled the one taken by the vulture, just with a different color and a higher level. Thinking of this, Wang Yan unhesitatingly swallowed the heavenly materials and treasures. The next moment, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully devoured a late-stage, earthly quality heavenly material and treasure. The qualification gourd successfully gained 11 million evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host. Due to the effect of the qualification gourd, your own qualifications have been raised to the late stage of the Demon Lord level. Reminder, the host cannot abandon the physical body to possess other creatures. Otherwise, the qualification enhancement from the heavenly materials and treasures will not count, and will be calculated based on the qualifications of the possessed target. Ding! Detected that the host's qualifications have been enhanced, currently accumulated to meet the evolution conditions. Would you like to start evolving? No. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan couldn't help but be overjoyed. He didn't expect this thing to actually enhance qualifications. It directly raised his current qualification issue to the late stage of the Demon Lord level. What does this concept mean? It directly helped him elevate his qualifications by a major realm. Moreover, the issue of qualifications is extremely important for many demon races, because qualifications determine the upper limit. If the qualification issue is not resolved, even if there are resources, one cannot break through the realm. Thinking of this, Wang Yan couldn't help but ask again, System, if one lacks qualifications, is it impossible to break through the realm? At this moment, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Friendly reminder to the host. When one's qualifications are insufficient, one can spend 100 times the resources to forcibly break through the qualification limit. But for each small realm breakthrough, the resources required are 100 times that of other mutated beasts and monsters. Therefore, lacking qualifications makes progress nearly impossible. Good heavens! 100 times the resources. Who can bear that? This practically completely blocks the path of ascent for demon races with insufficient qualifications. At the same time, Wang Yan also speculated that the octopus monster must have eaten the qualification gourd. This means that the former octopus monster discovered 2 qualification gourds here. One it ate itself, and the other it kept for future use. After all, such heavenly materials and treasures that can enhance qualifications are far too precious. Thinking of this, Wang Yan immediately realized why this guy swore to kill him before leaving. Because losing its physical body means that the enhancement of qualifications from the heavenly materials and treasures it ate no longer counts, and it also lost that gourd. This is equivalent to inflicting heavy losses on the octopus monster, which could have pushed into the Demon Lord level. No, simply calling it heavy losses is not enough to describe the octopus monster's loss. If it were him suffering such a huge loss, he would probably go mad and collapse. This is equivalent to an indirect loss of 2 legitimate treasures that can enhance qualifications. The loss of his physical body seems a bit insignificant. Thinking of this, Wang Yan couldn't help but laugh. He didn't take the threat from the octopus monster seriously. After suffering such a huge loss, it still wanted to take revenge on him? He could only say that the octopus monster was still too young and naive. In a good mood, Wang Yan prepared to break through to the peak of the giant demon realm right here in the octopus monster's lair. With this thought, Wang Yan silently called out, System, open the information page. As soon as he finished speaking, the information page appeared before him. Host, Wang Yan. Qualification, 9th layer of the Demon Lord realm. Species, mutated plurus crocodile. Lifespan, 25 years, 1,000 years. Realm, mid-stage giant demon realm. Body size, 48 meters long, 3,500 tons. Bite force, 4,500 tons. Speed, 100 kilometers/h. Abilities, Stomach of Devouring, Steel Body. Energy Cycle, Mind Communication, Wishful, Shrinkage. Divine Powers, Star Shift, Thunderbreath. Evolution Points, 27, 235, 500. Backpack, 110 Thunderbreath Fragments. 1 Basic Random Treasure Chest. 1 Diamond Random Treasure Chest. After reading the information page, Wang Yan nodded in satisfaction. He didn't expect to accumulate 27 million evolution points so quickly. This proves that his efforts during this time have been quite effective. In a pleasant mood, Wang Yan immediately thought, "System, open the Diamond Random Treasure Chest." As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice sounded. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully opened the Diamond Random Treasure Chest. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained a special ability, Mist Body. Note, when the host uses this ability, they can transform into a mist state, and their speed will double. In this state, they can be immune to 90 of any physical attack damage. Reminder, this ability cannot be used in a fully liquid-covered environment, such as in water, the ocean, magma, or when frozen, etc. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 770,000 evolution points. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained a peak grade treasure, 5 elements fruit. Ding. Congratulations, host. Obtained a box of snail powder. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan couldn't help but laugh. Not bad. Quite good. It seems the system has heard his request. It even gave him another ability. Moreover, this ability is very practical. It can be used for traveling and also for defending against enemies. More importantly, this ability is very cheeky, allowing him to turn into a mist state and become immune to 90 of physical attack damage. What does this mean? It means that when an enemy releases a powerful move, even if he can't dodge while in mist form, he can reduce the damage of the enemy's attack to only 1/10 of its power. This is equivalent to directly weakening the enemy's ultimate move into an attack that has limited damage to him. Chapter 58 Goodness. He even opened a wishing lamp. In addition, the peak grade treasure he obtained is also quite valuable. It's worth 3 million evolution points. Enough for a peak great demon realm creature to break through to the giant demon realm. In a good mood, Wang Yan spoke again. System, open the basic random treasure chest. As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice sounded again. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully opened the basic random treasure chest. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 10 pounds of source from the shadow world. Converted to 400,000 evolution points for the host. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained a piece of original intimate clothing from Shao Suner of the Dopa world. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained a blood bodhi from the Fengyun world. Converted to 100,000 evolution points for the host. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained a wishing lamp from the pirated Aladdin world. After the system's voice ended, Wang Yan couldn't help but feel excited. He had certainly heard of this so-called Aladdin lamp. It's said to be able to fulfill 3 wishes of the wisher. Thinking of this, Wang Yan's heart moved, and he saw the wishing lamp floating before him, somewhat resembling the one in the movie, but it seemed a bit different. The next moment, a cloud of black mist flew out of the wishing lamp, eventually coalescing into a humanoid figure with horns, floating in the air. Upon seeing this spirit, Wang Yan was also stunned. This spirit of the wishing lamp seemed different from the one in the movie. The next moment, the coalescing spirit joyfully surveyed the surroundings and exclaimed, "Oh ho! Awesome! Finally free! Finally out!" After speaking, the spirit suddenly noticed the giant crocodile in front of it and immediately realized that it was this giant crocodile that had released it. Thinking of this, the spirit smiled and said, "Crocodile, state one wish, and I will try my best to fulfill it. Of course, if I can't fulfill it, don't blame me." Hearing this, Wang Yan couldn't help but open his huge mouth and asked, "You mean your abilities also have limits? There are wishes you can't fulfill?" The spirit's expression became strange. "Before you make a wish, let me ask you, Do you really think there are strong beings capable of fulfilling anyone's wishes? Hearing this, Wang Yan had already anticipated it. After all, it was impossible for anyone in this world to be able to fulfill anyone's wishes. Not even the wish-granting Dragon Balls in anime. No, one should say that no existence can do it, not even the system. At this moment, seeing Wang Yan show a look of realization, the spirit nodded in satisfaction. Humans have limits, gods have limits. Even the great powers of the 3,000 paths have their limits. So, you better wish for something within my ability, otherwise, I can only say sorry. Thinking of this, Wang Yan hesitated. He didn't know what wish to make for the time being. Divine power? It seemed he wanted too much. Eventually, Wang Yan thought of the most practical divine power. Seeing Wang Yan's eyes light up, the spirit immediately smiled and said, "Think carefully before making your wish. Be detailed." With this thought, Wang Yan opened his mouth and said, "Lamp, I wish to master a technique that can control the life and death of other powerful beings, and is the most powerful method." Upon hearing Wang Yan's words, the lamp spirit looked at this crocodile with some surprise, realizing it was quite smart. If Wang Yan wished for unlimited resources, it would be impossible for it to fulfill that. It could only help Wang Yan crazily rob in this world. And the result would be that this little crocodile would undoubtedly die. After all, it could only try to fulfill the other's tasks. But it wouldn't care about the other's death. However, to prevent Wang Yan from controlling more beings to make wishes, it reminded him, "You can only wish once. Are you sure? If you want to wish a second time, in any form, it won't be possible." Hearing this, Wang Yan suppressed his greed and nodded slightly. The next moment, the spirit smiled slightly, pointed its hand, and a ray of spiritual light instantly drilled into Wang Yan's mind. At the same time, Wang Yan also heard the system's prompt. "Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained a divine power. Mastery of all gods." Mastery of all gods. When using this divine power, the host can control any being within one major realm of their own, with a maximum of 5 enslaved beings. Only one target can be enslaved per day. The number of attempts after failure is determined by the host's primordial spirit and divine sense power. And the effective distance for enslaving targets is based on the host's divine sense range. After the host has fully mastered the number with divine powers, they can only continue to control new targets after the enslaved target dies, and the life and death of the controlled target are entirely in the host's thoughts. Tip 1. The success rate for enslaving a target of the same realm as the host is 100. For a target exceeding the host by 1 minor realm, the success rate is 80. For a target exceeding the host by 2 minor realms, the success rate is 60. For a target exceeding the host by 3 minor realms, the success rate is 40. For a target only 1 major realm higher than the host, the success rate is 20. For a target exceeding the host by more than 1 major realm, the success rate is 0. Tip 2. When the host is at the peak of the giant demon realm and wants to enslave a target in the early stage of the demon lord realm, the success probability is calculated as if exceeding the host by 1 major realm, which means a success rate of 20. Tip 3. During the period when the host enslaves a target, if the realm of the enslaved target exceeds the host by more than 1 major realm, they will definitely break free from control. Tip 4. If the host is at the peak of the giant demon realm, and the enslaved target breaks through from the early stage of the demon lord realm to the middle stage, or if the soul breaks through to the middle stage of the demon lord realm, it will be considered as exceeding the host by more than 1 major realm, and the target will lose control and backlash. Tip 5. If the host is in the early stage of the demon lord realm, the target must break through to the middle stage of the demon king realm, or the soul must break through to the middle stage of the demon king realm to break free from the host control. Tip 6. This divine power is effective below the Great Luo Golden Immortal level, applicable to the current host cultivation system below the Demon Emperor realm. It remains effective at the Demon Emperor level and above, but the effects are not guaranteed. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan was shocked. He never expected this divine power to be so impressive. What shocked him even more was that, in the system's view, his current cultivation system could actually be compared to the Great Luo Golden Immortal. The Demon Emperor realm corresponds to the Great Luo Golden Immortal, This means that if there is a demon emperor in this universe, their combat power level absolutely reaches the great Luo golden immortal level. But he was uncertain about other aspects. At this moment, while Wang Yan was still in shock, he realized one thing. This so-called pirated wishing lamp also had some abilities. It seemed that the existence that created this lamp must have also reached the great Luo golden immortal level. Moreover, he roughly understood the implications of this divine power's prompts. This divine power is indeed against the heavens, but there is also a risk of backlash. He absolutely cannot allow the targets he controls to exceed him by more than one major realm. If the controlled target backlashes, the consequences are predictable. He would likely be killed immediately. Of course, Wang Yan would definitely not let such a situation happen. Furthermore, even if the controlled target lost control and backlashed, as long as he wasn't killed instantly, with his mist body ability, it would be very difficult for him to be killed. Additionally, he mustn't forget that aptitude is a major headache for countless demon races. Under such multiple assurances, it would be hard for him to fail when using this divine power. With this thought, Wang Yan felt even more wonderful and immediately took out a peak-quality heavenly material and treasure, the 5 elements fruit, from the system space and swallowed it directly into his large mouth. In the next moment, the system's voice sounded, "Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully devoured a peak-quality heavenly material and treasure, the 5 elements fruit, and gained 3 million evolution points. Ding! The host has accumulated enough points to meet the evolution conditions. Would you like to start evolving?" "No." Wang Yan happily refused in his heart. Then, he looked at the wishing lamp and silently thought, "System, store the wishing lamp in the system space." In the next moment, the system's voice sounded again. "Ding!" Friendly reminder to the host. Only inanimate objects can be stored in the system space. If encountering heavenly materials and treasures, the host must be close to them to store them in the system space. Wang Yan, who had anticipated this, felt helpless and then looked at the spirit of the lamp, preparing to plead for it to stay. At this moment, the spirit of the lamp smiled and said, "It seems I have fulfilled your wish, so I must go now." After saying that, under Wang Yan's uncertain gaze, the spirit immediately flew into the lamp and then shot out like lightning. Seeing this scene, Wang Yan's heart sank. He was clearly very displeased. He had only made one wish, and as a result, the lamp was no longer under his control. What if someone else received help from a lamp? Thinking of this, Wang Yan felt a headache. Unfortunately, his realm was too low to control the lamp. Otherwise, he would never allow the lamp to slip out of his grasp. However, this time, the heavenly treasure box also made Wang Yan understand a principle. That is, it is easier to obtain outrageous things from the heavenly treasure box. After all, even a pirated wishing lamp had appeared. This means that in the future, obtaining a genuine lamp, or even the wishing Dragon Balls, is not impossible. With this thought, Wang Yan had to adjust his emotions and crawled toward the lake. Splash! As his massive body entered the water, it created huge ripples. Soon, he reached the bottom of the lake, first scanning the area with his divine sense and finding no creatures that posed a threat to him. When he discovered that there were no creatures even at the great demon realm in this lake, he was satisfied and prepared to start evolving and breaking through his realm. In the next moment, Wang Yan silently thought, "System, begin evolution." As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice sounded, "Ding! Successfully deducted 5 million evolution points. Evolving and breaking through now." Chapter 59. Below the Demon Lord, all are ants. New divine powers and abilities acquired. When Wang Yan awoke again, he found that his strength had undergone a tremendous change. At this moment, Wang Yan could feel that he was incredibly strong. The vast and rich demon power within him felt like it could destroy the heavens and the earth. As for how strong he actually was, he didn't know, but his size had already become very large. His original length of 48 meters in the early stage of the giant demon realm had now reached 68 meters. Moreover, the size of his demon core had also increased nearly tenfold, and his demon power had become even purer, completely transforming from a gaseous state into pure liquid demon power. At that moment, the system's voice rang out, "Ding!" Since the host has become a first-level strongman in the Demon Lord realm, The value of the effects produced by creatures below the Demon Lord realm will be devalued by at least 10 times. And the value of heavenly materials and treasures will only be effective at the Earth grade, and even the effects of Earth grade heavenly materials and treasures will be devalued. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully acquired the divine power. Life adaptation. Life adaptation. After using this divine power, the host can adapt to any harsh environment, provided it does not exceed their limits, and as long as there is any type of energy in any space of heaven and earth, the host can achieve immortality. Tip 1. Note that this refers to adapting to any harsh environment, but does not include seeking death, and each realm has its own limits for adapting to harsh environments. Tip 2. You can't just break through to the Demon Lord realm and expect to roam in the sun, right? There must be an adaptation process and limits for each realm. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully acquired the divine power, sky flight, and earth escape. The host can use this divine power to travel through the universe, and the speed will be determined by the demon power used. Ding! Friendly reminder to the host. Random divine powers will be randomly awakened in the future month. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan was momentarily at a loss for words. He had expected the Demon Lord realm to be incredibly powerful and against the heavens, but he never imagined that the Demon Lord realm could be so shockingly strong. How could creatures of the giant demon realm compete? Even if they were cheating, they might not stand a chance. Thinking of this, Wang Yan couldn't contain his excitement. Moreover, he discovered a problem. After breaking through from the giant demon realm to the Demon Lord realm, each time he evolved and broke through a small boundary, his original body size increased by 5 meters, now reaching an increase of 10 meters. The next moment, Wang Yan joyfully thought to himself, "System, open the information page." As soon as he finished speaking, the information page appeared before him. Host, Wang Yan. Talent, Demon Lord Realm 9th level. Type, mutated Plutus Crocodile. Lifespan, 25 years, 3,000 years. Realm, Demon Lord Realm 1st level. Size, 68 meters long, weighing 230,000 tons, biting force 30,000 tons. Speed, 200 kilometers per hour. Abilities, devouring stomach, steel body, energy cycle, mind communication, wishful shrinking, mist body. Divine powers, star shift, thunder breath. Sky flying and earth escaping, quantitative life, control of all gods. Evolution points, 7, 5 million out of 22 million. Backpack, 110 thunder breath fragments. Evaluation, you are already a well-positioned demon lord in this world and universe. After reading the information page, Wang Yan nodded in extreme satisfaction. Now that he had broken through the Demon Lord realm, even the system had given a nice evaluation. This was clearly the system's recognition of his strength. Now that he was already at the Demon Lord realm, killing that supergiant python would probably be very easy. However, Wang Yan suddenly felt a bit reluctant to kill the other party. Why? Because the other party's size was truly terrifying. Moreover, the other party's combat power might also be very formidable. Additionally, the other party's talent was definitely very high. Otherwise, that super giant python wouldn't be evaluated by the system as a pure demon race with strength and background. Thinking of this, Wang Yan immediately decided to enslave the other party, with the ability to control all gods. He thought that even if the other party was just at the peak of the giant demon realm, even if they reached the Demon Lord realm, they still wouldn't escape the fate of being enslaved by him. Oh, and that damned young demon who could refine pills should also be enslaved, making him obediently refine pills every day to help him cultivate and improve his realm. For a moment, Wang Yan happily fantasized about a bright future. Oh no, it could no longer be described as a fantasy. His luck was overflowing, and his strength was skyrocketing. He truly had this strength. Now, just with the divine powers he controlled, the abilities, and a random divine power he had yet to obtain, he simply couldn't think of anyone who could defeat him. If before he had only looked down on mutated beasts, now he had stopped looking down on demon races of the same level. There was no way around it. The two basic divine powers he had just obtained, along with the new abilities and the control of all gods. plus the random divine power he was about to obtain within the next month, had made his confidence swell. For a moment, Wang Yan was full of vigor and was very grateful to the octopus monster. If it weren't for the precious materials provided by the octopus monster that enhanced his talent, no matter how many evolution points he accumulated, he wouldn't be able to convert them into terrifying strength. But just as Wang Yan was about to go out and sweep away all enemies, he suddenly thought of something. Breaking through the Demon Lord realm required undergoing a tribulation. Thinking of this, Wang Yan quickly asked the system, "System, do I need to undergo a tribulation now?" The next moment, the system's voice rang out. Warm reminder to the host. As long as the host shows its head, the thunder tribulation will descend. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan was instantly dumbfounded. This was so similar to the scene he faced with the octopus monster. How powerful was this thunder tribulation? Would it really strike him down the moment he showed his head? For a moment, Wang Yan, who was about to undergo his first tribulation, felt a bit anxious and couldn't help but ask in his heart, "System, how powerful is the thunder tribulation?" Unfortunately, in response to his inquiry, the system chose to remain silent. Seeing the system not speaking, Wang Yan felt even more flustered. What did it mean to not respond? He couldn't just hide and not go out, could he? Just then, the system's voice rang out again. Ding. Does the host want to spend evolution points to let the system calculate the probability of passing the thunder tribulation using what method? What the hell? So the silence was for charging fees. Hearing this, Wang Yan felt a bit depressed but still gritted his teeth and said, "Spend." The next moment, the system's voice rang out. Ding. Successfully deducted 2 million evolution points. Successfully calculated 4 methods for the host to undergo the tribulation and the probability of each method. Tribulation Method 1. The host can choose to provoke the heavens. The success probability of this method is 1. Survival probability is 1. Tribulation Method 2. The host can choose to resist the heavens. The success probability of this method is 10. Death probability is 90. Tribulation Method 3. The host can choose to play dead and let the heavens strike. The success probability of this method is 10. Serious injury probability is 10. Death probability is 80. Tribulation Method 4. The host can choose to sincerely pray for mercy from the heavens, promising to do more good deeds beneficial to the heavens after the tribulation. The success probability of this method is 75. Serious injury probability is 24. Death probability is 1. After listening to the system's analysis, Wang Yan instantly regained his confidence. Method 4 actually had such a high success rate, so what was there to be afraid of? Thinking of this, Wang Yan immediately twisted his massive body and swam towards the lake's surface. But when he reached the lake's surface and looked up at the sky, the scene made his scalp tingle. As far as he could see, black clouds covered the sky for several kilometers, and thunderclouds rolled ominously, resembling a terrifying apocalyptic vision. If the system didn't give him any advice, wouldn't the heavens directly strike him dead? Chapter 60. In less than a month, the giant python was scared to the point of rolling in its own filth. Thinking of this, Wang Yan felt a mix of emotions and a bit of dread. He finally understood why there were so few at the Demon Lord realm. It was because those talented demon races that broke through to the Demon Lord realm still had to face the thunder tribulation, a gate of hell to cross. If they couldn't withstand it, the final result would still be death. Moreover, after reaching the Demon Lord realm, every major realm had a thunder tribulation. This meant that each time, they had to walk through the gate of hell. Taking a deep breath, Wang Yan hesitated slightly, but ultimately decided to go ashore. Although he could indeed mitigate the power of the thunder tribulation in the water, avoiding or even provoking the heavens was risky. If the heavens were ruthless, that would be bad. Thinking this, Wang Yan quickly twisted his massive body and climbed onto the shore. At this moment, the thunder tribulation in the sky had become even more terrifying. The black clouds that obscured the sky rolled more violently, and the deafening roar made Wang Yan shiver involuntarily. The next moment, Wang Yan immediately opened his large jaws and looked up at the sky, speaking devoutly. Heaven above, I, Wang Yan, guarantee that after breaking through the Demon Lord realm, I will accumulate virtue and do good deeds beneficial to the heavens, accumulating merit to eliminate my own sins. After speaking, Wang Yan lowered his huge head humbly to the ground, appearing as if he was begging for mercy from the heavens. There was no way. Wang Yan didn't want to go against the heavens. Otherwise, it would be over if he was targeted during the tribulation in the future. Soon, Wang Yan felt a sense of being mysteriously locked onto by the heavens, and he felt himself trembling involuntarily. The next moment, a tremendous explosion rang out. Wang Yan was immediately struck by a terrifying bolt of heavenly thunder. For a moment, since Wang Yan did not resist or use any abilities, this terrifying thunder tribulation struck him directly, causing his body to be torn and his flesh to be ripped apart. Even his primordial spirit trembled in his mind. Although the strike did not seriously injure Wang Yan, it still caused him immense pain. It seems at this time, serious injuries are unavoidable. But as long as I can safely get through the thunder tribulation, then serious injuries are just serious injuries. Next, without giving Wang Yan any chance to catch his breath, the thunder tribulation fell one after another, mercilessly bombarding him, causing him to scream in agony. Yet, despite this, Wang Yan did not use any supernatural powers to resist, appearing as though he was obediently taking the beating. As expected, after just half an hour, Wang Yan was unsure how many times he had been struck by lightning. But when he noticed that the thunder tribulation had disappeared, he finally looked up at the sky and immediately saw that the originally overcast sky, reminiscent of the apocalypse, had returned to a clear blue. Clearly, this round of thunder tribulation was over. Although he was now severely injured, looking extremely weak with serious wounds, Wang Yan felt happy. It was just physical injuries. At most, he would recover in 10 days to half a month. With this thought, Wang Yan joyfully twisted his injured body and sank into the lake, beginning to quietly heal. The day he emerges from this retreat will be the day he reigns. After breaking through to the Demon Lord realm this time, his original goal of competing for a Cyan amplification area had changed. If possible, he wanted to compete for a higher level Heaven and Earth gift amplification area. If you remember correctly, the Heaven and Earth amplification area would appear in less than a month and a half. The system had mentioned that there would be a total of 10 purple areas, 102 golden amplification areas, 255 red amplification areas, and 1 cyan one in each provincial capital, with the number of white areas presumably being even more. He had previously only set his sights on the cyan amplification area, as his strength at that time was limited and he did not dare to have too high expectations. But now it was different. He was a respected demon lord now. He did not dare to covet the golden and purple areas for the time being. However, he naturally dared to think about the red areas. Of course, this desire is based on his capabilities. If he has broken through to the demon lord realm but is still unqualified, then he could only honestly take a cyan amplification area. Besides this matter, he had many things to do after emerging. For example, his current strength was sufficient for him to pressure the other side in the Three Duck province to hand over Liu Bang. In short, after reaching the Demon Lord realm, Wang Yan realized that the past difficulties and setbacks seemed insignificant in the face of absolute strength. He already had a clear goal for when he healed and emerged. First, he would use the divine power of all gods to control and enslave subordinates, then have them join him in a group fight against other Demon Lord realm experts, as well as seize heavenly materials and earthly treasures, relying on his subordinate team to gather resources and rapidly enhance his strength. After all, the Demon Lord realm now was different from the earlier stages. The Demon Lord realm is divided into 9 levels. The first 3 levels belong to the early stage. The middle 3 levels belong to the mid stage. The last 3 levels belong to the late stage. The peak of this small realm is no longer there. If one must say it exists, then the 9 levels of the Demon Lord realm are equivalent to the peak of the Demon Lord realm or the perfection of the Demon Lord realm. Half a month later, at this moment, Wang Yan in the lake finally fully healed all his injuries. This was because, during the tribulation, the lightning had only severely injured him, but did not harm his primordial spirit. Otherwise, not to mention half a month, he would not be able to recover even in several years, unless he broke through to the 2nd level of the Demon Lord realm. Otherwise, the injuries to his primordial spirit would be very difficult to treat and recover. At this moment, with a very good mood, Wang Yan twisted his massive body and surfaced in the lake. He looked up at the sky, which was still blazing with the sun and clear blue. The next moment, Wang Yan, emerging from the water, immediately climbed onto the shore. Then, he eagerly began to test his newly acquired supernatural ability, the mist body. As he activated the supernatural ability, his terrifying body instantly transformed into a misty state. Moreover, with a thought, his misty body flew toward the distance at great speed. Then, halfway through, Wang Yan returned to his original form, activated the ability to fly and burrow, and soared through the sky at high speed. However, after flying for a while, Wang Yan ultimately chose to use the misty body for traveling. Because this supernatural ability does not consume demon power, it can be activated through various means, such as consuming physical strength, and then using demon power to recover physical strength, resulting in even less consumption. Additionally, the mist body itself is not slow, and under the doubled speed of its spreading and invading flight, it can change form at will, making it very convenient. Unfortunately, up to this moment, Wang Yan was extremely fast but had not found a target to control. Now that he was already in the Demon Lord realm, the first target to control would naturally be a Demon Lord realm expert. It's important to note that his divine power of all gods has very exaggerated control standards. In the early stage of the Demon Lord realm, there is a 100 probability of control. In a mid-stage, there is an 80 probability of control. In a late stage, there is a 60 probability of control. In the perfected stage, there is a 40 probability of control. In the early stage of the Demon King realm, there is a 20 probability of control. Moreover, as long as the control attempt fails, as long as the primordial spirit is strong enough, he can continuously use the divine power of all gods to try to control the target again. This means that even if it is the Demon King realm, as long as he does not kill them, he can crazily use the divine power of all gods to attempt to control them, and there is even a chance of success. However, Wang Yan clearly did not dare to provoke those in the Demon King realm. He now aimed to control Demon Lord realm experts as his subordinates, while also wanting to know what level of combat power other Demon Lords had reached. Only after determining the combat power of the Demon Lord realm could he start to control Demon Lords, and then control those in the mid and late stages of the Demon Lord realm. Soon, Wang Yan in his misty state quickly flew to the former city center of Namlin City. Wang Yan found it amusing that, upon his distant appearance, the enormous super python that had been coiled in the city center immediately changed its expression drastically upon seeing him, then turned and fled in panic without looking back. Seeing this scene, Wang Yan's expression was complex, and he felt a bit dazed. A month ago, he would also have been scared out of his wits upon seeing this creature. He never expected that in just 1 month, their roles would be reversed. This former super expert, who had seemed invincible in his eyes, was now frightened and fleeing after seeing him. Chapter 61. The number 1 Controlled Underling. A knowledgeable super python. Unfortunately, this giant python was indeed very fast. But no matter how fast it was, it could not compare to Wang Yan. The next moment, Wang Yan's heart moved, and the misty body quickly flew over. Not only that, but Wang Yan also directly activated the divine power of all gods from a distance. A semi-transparent mark flew out as Wang Yan activated the supernatural power, directly hitting the super python. Subsequently, the super python, which had been running away, instantly began to struggle in pain on the city streets, its massive body crashing against the surrounding buildings, causing them to collapse, and countless zombies were crushed to death. After a moment, the super python stopped struggling and looked at Wang Yan with a respectful expression, unwillingly saying, "Little python, I have met my lord." Upon hearing this, Wang Yan in his misty state nodded in satisfaction. This was a successful control, and it was indeed too easy. Now, using his supernatural power at the same realm, he had a 100 success rate in control, and those with lower realms had hardly any strength left to struggle. But the next moment, the words of the little python instantly made Wang Yan's heart sink. The super python said, "My lord, although my life and death are in your hands, if you kill me, you will face significant trouble. Because my parents are Demon King level experts, and my ancestor is even a perfected demon king. If I were to die, my parents and ancestors would immediately sense it. Hearing this guy's words, which seemed both a reminder and a threat, Wang Yan's heart sank. Damn it, he had just broken through to the demon lord realm, and this guy actually dared to threaten him? It was simply audacious. You already have a way to seek death. However, the threat from the other party did indeed have a deterrent effect. Wang Yan's attitude immediately softened, and he chuckled lightly, saying, "Don't worry, I won't kill you. How about this? As long as you can help me solve my problems, I'll release you in half a month at most. How does that sound?" Upon hearing Wang Yan's words, the super giant python immediately beamed with joy, respectfully nodding repeatedly. "Then I shall follow your command, my lord." Hearing this, Wang Yan nodded in satisfaction and then asked, "Do you know where there are strong demon lords? Why are there so few lord-level demon beasts in the city?" After hearing Wang Yan's inquiry, the supergiant python was momentarily stunned, then explained, "Senior, do you not know?" Seeing that Wang Yan didn't speak, the supergiant python had no choice but to honestly answer, "Senior, you may not know, but in this vast universe there are a total of 9 great imperial clans. Among them, our Earth and the nearby solar system are controlled by the Dragon Clan, one of the 9 great imperial clans." Upon hearing this, Wang Yan was completely dumbfounded. What the hell? The 9 great imperial clans have all come. Seeing the confusion on Wang Yan's face, the super giant python quickly explained, "The 9 great imperial clans are those families that have produced demon emperor-level strong beings in the past, and the Dragon Clan is one of them. All members of the Dragon Clan are dragon beings, and there's been a dragon emperor among them. Therefore, living in the area ruled by the Dragon Clan, we must obey their orders. On Earth, the Dragon Clan has decreed that no demon emperor-level strong beings are allowed to linger here. Thus, the strongest here can only be at the Demon King level, and no stronger beings will appear. Moreover, the resources here will not exceed those suitable for Demon King level strong beings. Higher-level resources on Earth have long been plundered by the Dragon Clan. Furthermore, if the native demon beasts on Earth can grow up to become Demon King level strong beings, they can naturally serve the Dragon Clan. Moreover, after serving the Dragon Clan for a period, they can gain their freedom, and at that time, they can either join the Dragon Clan or go to other places in the universe." Upon hearing this, Wang Yan roughly understood. The cosmic area near the solar system is entirely under the control of the Dragon Clan, one of the 9 great imperial clans. Additionally, the Dragon Clan requires that the strongest demon beasts here can only be at the complete Demon King level. Furthermore, as long as one breaks through to the Demon King level, they can choose to stay or leave. They can leave just after breaking through to the Demon King or wait until they reach the complete Demon King level before leaving. In short, as long as they serve the Dragon Clan for a period, they can gain their freedom. Thinking of this, Wang Yan asked again, "Are you saying that there won't be any Demon Emperor level strong beings appearing here?" The super giant python nodded repeatedly. "Yes. Even if they do appear, there is only one possibility, and that is they must have the Dragon Clan's permission, or they must be a demon emperor of the Dragon Clan." Wang Yan then asked in response, "What level of strong beings do the 9 great imperial clans possess? Or what is the strongest being you know of?" The super giant python patiently explained, "They are demon saints. Each of the 9 great imperial clans has a demon saint stationed, and there are even many methods left by the demon emperors. Therefore, the 9 great imperial clans can remain unshaken." Upon hearing this, Wang Yan couldn't help but wonder, then where did the demon emperors go? Those capable have left for broader realms in the universe. Those incapable are merely struggling to survive, sealed and sleeping. The giant python explained. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan felt quite bitter. He never expected that the strongest existence nowadays would actually reach the level of a demon saint. After all, if the demon lords are already so outrageous, one could imagine how strong the demon saints in this universe are. At this moment, the super giant python hesitated for a moment and then transmitted. "The Dragon Clan among the 9 great imperial clans has the Dragon Emperor sealed and sleeping. Moreover, my ancestor also said that the number of sleeping demon emperors is quite considerable, and they are all asleep." For a moment, Wang Yan fell into deep thought. From the so-called Great Demon Emperor's sleep, he discovered an important piece of information. That is, the demon emperors can likely die as well. In other words, in this realm of heaven and earth, the demon emperors cannot be eternal and immortal like the great Luo golden immortals. Thinking of this, Wang Yan felt it was too unreasonable. If the demon emperors cannot be eternal, how can that be possible? After pondering for a while, Wang Yan still asked in confusion, demon emperors cannot be eternal? What is the reason? The super giant python looked at Wang Yan helplessly and explained, My lord, I am just a peak giant demon. I only know this because my family has a background. My ancestor doesn't even know the question. How would I know? Left speechless, Wang Yan had no choice but to ask. Then there should be quite a few demon lords in this world, right? There should also be some demon kings, right? So first take me to find a few demon lord-level strong beings. By the way, it's best if they are late-stage demon lords. The super giant python, upon hearing this, asked with some doubt, You want to use your method to control demon lord strong beings? Hearing this, Wang Yan slightly nodded. That's right. Upon hearing this, the super giant python became somewhat fearful again. You are a demon lord and have your own means to deal with them. What if the demon lord you want to control kills me? Hearing this, Wang Yan immediately said irritably, Don't you have a background? What are you afraid of? Do they dare to touch you? The python wanted to cry, but had no tears. How can they not dare? You're going to control their lives and deaths directly. Who would care about that? Moreover, even if I have a background, so what? If I die, my family can only help me take revenge, but they can't revive me. Chapter 62. The Demon Lord-Level Demon Beasts in the Ilao Mountain. After hearing these words, Wang Yan also felt it made sense. What good is having a background? Death is still death. If even the demon emperors cannot be eternal, then the demon kings are even less likely to possess resurrection means. Thinking of this, Wang Yan had to speak again to reassure. Then let's first find some early-stage demon lords. That should be fine, right? Besides, I said I would release you in 10 days, and I will definitely let you go. Of course, Wang Yan was not lying about this. He really planned to let him go. First of all, giant demon-level beings have a very poor effect on him. Secondly, this guy has a background, and he naturally did not want to offend him. Seeing Wang Yan's solemn promise, the super giant python ultimately compromised. My lord, please follow me. After saying that, the super giant python began to hurry in one direction. Wang Yan naturally followed closely behind, even feeling that this giant python's speed was too slow. During the journey, Wang Yan also inquired about this guy's qualifications, and the results surprised him greatly. This guy's qualifications had actually reached the level of a demon king. In other words, as long as he doesn't die prematurely, this guy is very likely to become a strong demon king in the future. However, Wang Yan did not have any greedy thoughts about the other party's qualifications. After all, his own qualifications were also at the 9th level of the Demon Lord realm. When the area of heavenly gifts appears, it might help him easily raise his qualifications to the level of a demon king. After all, just before the apocalypse came, his qualifications had already been enhanced by the heavens, so it is quite reasonable to think that a second enhancement might raise his qualifications. Soon, Wang Yan brought the super giant python, Chunlong, to a misty Ilao mountain. According to Chunlong, those demon lord-level strong beings prefer to stay in deep mountains and old forests, or even in places with few people. Of course, there were also a few demon-strong beings who, after transforming, lurked in modern society, enjoying the world. However, while Wang Yan was on the road, he inquired about the situation and found out that most of the powerful demon clans were currently hiding in deep forests, such as the Amazon rainforest and the Greater Xinjiang Range, these super ancient forests. There were even more in the sea. According to the saying of the hope that one day he could transform into a dragon, Chunlong mentioned that there were at least a few hundred demon lords on this earth, and around 30 demon kings. After learning this news, Wang Yan was somewhat shocked. He never expected that in the seemingly unremarkable earth, there were so many powerful demon beings lurking, with hundreds of demon lords and dozens of demon kings. This meant that if he wanted to compete for the red amplification area, he would inevitably have to confront demon lords. But Wang Yan was not worried about this at all. By that time, he would have at least 5 demon lords as his subordinates, making it not very difficult to seize a red amplification area, although the golden and purple amplification areas would be much harder to obtain. Do you see it? Do you notice anything different here? At this moment, the super giant python that had arrived in Ileo Mountain had already transformed into a python that was only about 10 meters long, looking at Wang Yan and asking. At this moment, in a misty state, Wang Yan glanced around and immediately noticed the differences, saying, "The energy of heaven and earth in these ancient forests of famous mountains is denser than in other places. Moreover, it seems that there are not only monsters in this ancient forest, but plants can also become monsters." At this point, Wang Yan was also a bit surprised. He saw that on the trunk of a large tree, there was actually a blurry human face growing. In addition, he also saw a bizarre and enchanting flower about 3 meters tall in the distance, which was actually swaying its body, clearly showing signs of life. This made Wang Yan marvel at the wonders, while also discovering that in this ancient forest, these plants had evidently been given the opportunity to gain intelligence. It is worth mentioning that Wang Yan also sensed more than one demon lordess aura in this ancient forest, but 2 auras of demon lords. This meant that there were at least 2 demon lord-level powerhouses here. Thinking of this, Wang Yan felt quite good and immediately called out to Chunlong, then quickly headed towards the location of the demon lord's aura. Because Wang Yan's body was in a misty state, his speed was extremely fast. In just a few minutes, he discovered the location of this demon lord in an ancient forest. It was a courtyard built like a paradise, with some vegetables planted in the surrounding fence. In the courtyard, he saw a young man in a green ancient robe lounging comfortably in a rattan chair. At the same time, this young man looked at him from across the courtyard and smiled, saying, "Why has a fellow Taoist come to my place?" Hearing this, Wang Yan smiled and replied, "I'm just looking for a place to be your neighbor." Of course, this was just an excuse. His true intention was that he had to wait until tomorrow to use the 10,000 gods control technique, because today, he had already controlled Chunlong and naturally could not control another target. After hearing this, the young man didn't pay much attention, nodding with a smile. This calm demeanor also showed that he did not regard Wang Yan highly, or he did not think that this newly entered demon lord could pose a threat to him. After staring at the other party for a while, Wang Yan nodded slightly. "Then I won't disturb you." After saying that, Wang Yan's misty body moved and flew away into the distance, while Chunlong, who was observing from afar, hurriedly followed. He didn't understand why Wang Yan didn't make a move. After all, he had a deep understanding of Wang Yan's method of control. He couldn't struggle at all, but he had no idea that Wang Yan's technique could not be used indefinitely every day. He could only control one target per day. Soon, Wang Yan figured out the location of another demon lord-level powerhouse. This demon lord was hiding in the reservoir of Ileo Mountain, clearly making its dwelling in the water, and it was also a large python. However, although this large python had not transformed, since it was so close to the demon lord residing in the mountain, it must be strong, otherwise it would definitely cause trouble. After all, from his preliminary meetings with the 2 demon lords today, he could feel that both of them were very strong. And although they were both in the early stage of demon lord realm, they seemed to have reached the 3rd level. Thinking of this, Wang Yan felt quite good and casually found a place in the forest to rest. When the next morning came, Wang Yan, in a spirited state, headed straight to the courtyard where the demon clan youth in the green robe lived in the forest. At this moment, the young man in the green robe, who was weeding in the courtyard, suddenly turned his head to look at the black mist rushing towards him. Unlike yesterday, he could feel that this time the mysterious demon lord was clearly coming with great hostility. The young man in the green robe stood up coldly, glaring at the mist that Wang Yan had condensed, and said in a cold voice, "Indeed, the visitor is not friendly. I suspected your motives yesterday." Hearing this, Wang Yan was just about to use the 10,000 gods control technique. At that moment, a huge commotion came from afar. The next moment, Wang Yan saw a black giant python over 300 meters long charging over. Although this giant python was not much different in size from Chunlong, the aura it emitted was terrifyingly powerful, unique to the demon lord realm. "Kid, no matter where you came from or what confidence you have, if you don't want to die, You better scram. At this moment, the black giant python opened its massive mouth and coldly warned the misty shadow that Wang Yan had condensed. From this, it was not hard to see that the young man in the green robe and the black giant python demon lord clearly knew each other. After hearing this, Wang Yan immediately, without saying a word, used the 10,000 gods control technique on the black giant python demon lord. The next moment, a golden mark shot out from the misty shadow Wang Yan had condensed, striking towards its massive head as fast as lightning. The black giant python wanted to dodge, but it was useless. The golden mark had no physical form and was incredibly fast, making it impossible to evade. The next moment, the demon lord-level black giant python immediately began to struggle in pain on the ground, its massive body thrashing about, smashing down entire patches of trees. And its tragic howls echoed throughout the mountain. Seeing this scene, the previously calm young man in the green robe instantly showed a look of terror. Chapter 63. The Combat Power of Demon Lords. Does Ileo Mountain, shrouded in mist, even have demon kings? He looked uncertainly at his friend, the giant snake, who was struggling and howling in pain on the ground, feeling a chill run through his heart. His voice trembled as he said, "What kind of technique is this? Could it be a spirit-type technique?" Thinking of this, he was certain his guess was correct and immediately gasped. If that were the case, he really had no right to fight against this mysterious demon lord. There were hundreds of techniques, some of which were heaven-defying. But what demon lords and even demon kings feared the most were powerful spirit-type techniques. Spirit-type techniques were quite rare among techniques. Normally, after breaking through to become a demon lord, the chance of randomly obtaining a spirit-type technique was smaller than hitting the jackpot on the road. The next moment, under his shocked and incredulous gaze, the friend snake, which had been struggling and writhing on the ground, suddenly stopped its struggle. Then, the giant snake slowly raised its massive head and looked at the dark misty shadow with a complex expression, respectfully saying, "Great Snake pays respects to the sovereign." At this moment, it knew that the mysterious demon lord in front of it had already mastered control over its spirit. It could even kill it with just a thought. So to survive, it had no choice but to bow its head in submission. Upon hearing this, the shadowy figure of Wang Yan, shrouded in dark mist, nodded in satisfaction and said, "Good, go kill your friend for me to feast on." After hearing Wang Yan's words, the great serpent was immediately stunned. Once he came to his senses, he could only glare fiercely at the young demon in the green robe and opened his bloody maw, saying, "I'm sorry." After saying this, he twisted his massive body and charged directly at Hu Yuan. At that moment, the furious young demon in the green robe let out an enraged roar. In the next instant, he leaped into the air and transformed into a gigantic striped tiger over 15 meters tall and 30 meters long. As he roared, he glared at the great serpent and scolded, "Great serpent, are you that useless? You let him control you just like that?" Hearing this, the great serpent was infuriated. What did it mean that he was useless? Did that bastard Hu Yuan think he wanted to be controlled? He was trying to help him. That's why he was immediately taken control of. The next moment, the two massive creatures collided. The terrifying abilities of the great serpent instantly surprised Wang Yan. He saw that the great serpent could actually transform into a black liquid state. At the same time, no matter how Hu Yuan roared and bit at him, it couldn't harm the demon lord-level giant python at all. Not only that, but Hu Yuan's abilities were also quite impressive. This guy could completely transform into a form akin to magma. The terrifying high temperature radiating from his body caused the surrounding trees to spontaneously combust, and the air felt like it was being scorched in a desert. Such terrifying heat clearly posed a significant threat to Wang Yan, even if his steel body was engaged in combat with the opponent. Even though Wang Yan's mist state was not affected by the flames, the great serpent did not gain the upper hand in battle while transformed into a black water state. Fortunately, while in this black water state, the great serpent could absorb moisture from the surroundings to replenish itself, showing no signs of fear in a war of attrition. It is worth mentioning that after both sides had fought for a while, Wang Yan discovered a problem. No matter how powerful the supernatural abilities or extraordinary powers were, as long as they were not unleashed without limits, they were not invincible. There is always someone stronger. There are always stronger individuals among the strong. For example, this demon Lord level Yuan Tiger demon had significant abilities, capable of transforming into a body like magma, carrying terrifying heat, and even directly burning his opponents to death in battle. Additionally, he had two other abilities, one being a teleportation-like skill and the other being a void imprisonment technique, especially the void control technique, which could materialize chains of void energy to bind the target. However, the Great Serpent's liquid-like body was completely unaffected by this control. As for the teleportation ability, it was even more outrageous. When facing a lethal attack, he could teleport to avoid the enemy's fatal strike. This also opened Wang Yan's eyes and gave him a preliminary understanding of the capabilities of these demon Lord-level beings, which were incredibly strong and had transcended reality. When combined with abilities like flight, earth escape, and size reduction, along with other skills, it was challenging to have weak combat power. At the same time, after a series of exchanges, the Yuan Tiger Demon Lord, feeling helpless, prepared to flee. But how could Wang Yan let him escape so easily? In the next moment, Wang Yan stopped hesitating and charged toward the Yuan Tiger, blocking his escape. At the same time, as soon as Wang Yan's true form manifested, he unleashed Thunder Breath. Boom! The terrifying thunder energy column gave a Yuan Tiger Demon Lord no time to react and swept toward him instantly. However, the Yuan Tiger was not slow to respond. Almost instinctively, he used his teleportation ability and appeared in midair a dozen meters away, easily dodging the thunder strike. What Wang Yan did not expect was that his half-powered Thunder Breath energy column not only failed to hit the Yuan Tiger Demon Lord, but instead blasted the Great Serpent Demon Lord into a shower of black water. Fortunately, in just a breath's time, the black water quickly gathered again, coalescing into the form of a massive black water python. Moreover, the Great Serpent Demon Lord looked at Wang Yan with a resentful expression, feeling that while helping was not a problem, hitting his own side was quite abstract. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan felt a bit awkward. He genuinely had not anticipated this situation, but it couldn't be blamed on him. The main issue was that the Yuan Tiger Demon Lord's teleportation ability was too outrageous. Up to this point, the opponent had used it no less than a dozen times. But what surprised him was that the opponent could keep using this ability. A powerful technique, but unfortunately, it couldn't stop me. Since you have not used your spiritual abilities for so long, it seems that your techniques have significant drawbacks. Only able to control one target per day? In an instant, the Yuan Tiger Demon Lord said with a smile. Seeing Wang Yan take the initiative, the Yuan Tiger Demon Lord was not afraid at all. Instead, he completely relaxed. Was he afraid of Wang Yan's supernatural attacks? No, he was afraid of that spiritual technique. Just one attack had controlled his friend, the Great Serpent Demon Lord, using him like a subordinate, not daring to resist. He understood too well what that meant. It meant that the opponent's ability could truly control the life and death of his friend, controlling his friend's spirit. Seeing the Yuan Tiger Demon Lord so calm and seemingly relieved, Wang Yan realized that today he would not let the Yuan Tiger Demon Lord go. However, although Wang Yan felt a bit regretful about losing a Yuan Tiger Demon Lord, he did not care too much, because after observing the battle of the Demon Lord level, he had roughly grasped the combat level of Demon Lords. Essentially, Demon Lords seemed no different from giant demons, but there were significant differences, such as the combination and application of supernatural abilities, as well as the unpredictable techniques and abilities mastered by Demon Lord level experts. One could easily stumble and fall into a trap if not careful. If he had not acquired this powerful technique, the universal control of all gods, he would never have been able to handle the Great Serpent Demon Lord and the Yuan Tiger Demon Lord. Because, while the techniques of these two guys were not necessarily restraining him, they were definitely not inferior to his. The Yuan Tiger Demon Lord could teleport, could imprison in the void, and had a technique similar to Magma Breath, but it clearly had usage limitations. As for the Great Serpent Demon Lord, he could transform his body into a liquid state, making it nearly impossible to kill. Additionally, he could control water, escape in water, and was hard to kill near water. Alright, I'm not playing with you anymore. Can't I avoid you if I can't provoke you? After saying this, The Yuan Tiger Demon Lord vanished into the horizon with a few teleports right before Wang Yan's eyes. Seeing this scene, the Great Serpent Demon Lord wanted to chase after him, but was stopped by Wang Yan, who said, "There's no need to chase. Although you tried your best in battle, you never intended to kill him, did you? Did you really think I couldn't see that?" Hearing Wang Yan's words, the Great Serpent Demon Lord felt a bit embarrassed and helplessly explained, "Please punish me, my lord. I have been friends with the Yuan Tiger Demon Lord for hundreds of years." After hearing this, Wang Yan warned, "This time, I won't hold it against you. Next time you encounter an opponent, if you dare to hold back again, don't blame me for being ruthless." Upon hearing this, the Great Serpent Demon Lord nodded repeatedly with a flattering expression, saying, "I understand." Wang Yan then nodded in satisfaction and asked, "Are there any other demon lords nearby?" After hearing this, the Great Serpent Demon Lord nodded repeatedly, saying, "My lord, not only are there demon lords, but there are also perfected demon lords around. And even a demon king exists. He is indeed the true king of Ileo Mountain." Chapter 64. Preparing to capture another late-stage demon lord as a follower. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan was also somewhat surprised. There are other demon lords in Ileo Mountain, which he doesn't find strange. However, encountering a powerful demon king does surprise him. According to Chun Long's explanation, there might only be a few dozen demon kings on the entire earth. If averaged out, having one in the relatively small area of Ileo Mountain is already quite absurd. After pondering for a moment, Wang Yan asked, "What is the strength of this demon king?" The Great Snake Demon Lord helplessly replied, "He has been a demon king for 2,000 years. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan was also stunned. If he has been a demon king for 2,000 years, then he is at least at the mid or even late stage of demon kings now. Realizing this, Wang Yan said, "Then let's find a late-stage demon lord. If we can locate and control him, we can leave this place." After hearing Wang Yan's decision, the Great Snake Demon Lord agreed. After all, with a demon king residing in Ileo Mountain, it's best not to stir up trouble here, or else things could go wrong. Although his nickname was now in Wang Yan's hands, he didn't want to die. Moreover, he knew that as long as he made an effort to serve, there was no reason for the other party to kill him. Otherwise, how would the other demon lords he controlled feel? Understanding the essence of the problem, he was not worried about being betrayed by Wang Yan. If Wang Yan were to kill him after he was no longer useful, then no one would be willing to serve him in the future. They would simply choose to give up. After all, if death is inevitable, who would be willing to serve with all their heart? In a good mood, the Great Snake Demon Lord suggested, "If the master wants to control a late-stage demon lord, I happen to know of a very powerful late-stage demon lord in Ileo Mountain." Wang Yan nodded in satisfaction, then descended back to the ground and took the Great Snake Demon Lord to his reservoir. There was no choice, the weather was too hot. Moreover, the weather in Cayenne Province was even hotter. The ultraviolet rays here, combined with the scorching sun, made Wang Yan feel somewhat uncomfortable. When Wang Yan and the Great Snake Demon Lord arrived at the reservoir, Chun Long, who had been hiding far away, finally arrived. "Senior Great Snake, please take care of me," he said as he entered the reservoir, immediately flattering the Great Snake Demon Lord. However, the Great Snake Demon Lord didn't even give Chun Long a good face. He even suspected that the master came here because of Chun Long. Since he knew Chun Long and was aware of his identity as a second-generation demon, how could he give Chun Long a good face being reduced to a prisoner? Seeing that the Great Snake Demon Lord ignored him, Chun Long felt a bit awkward but didn't dare to say anything further. Instead, he looked at Wang Yan and couldn't help but voice his confusion. "Master, have we met before? Why do I feel you're somewhat familiar?" Upon hearing this, Wang Yan was taken aback for a moment, then immediately realized the reason for the other's confusion. He opened his mouth wide and said, "Not just met. Do you remember a month ago when you saw a crocodile on top of a skyscraper in the city center? That was me." Hearing this, Chun Long was instantly dumbfounded, his face full of disbelief. How was that possible? That crocodile had just entered the great demon realm. Clearly, Chun Long had remembered who Wang Yan was. No wonder he felt familiar. Wang Yan smiled and said nothing. At that time, he didn't understand why this guy didn't hunt him down, but now he naturally understood. Chun Long's realm was already at the peak of the giant demon level. and a creature in the early stage of the great demon realm wouldn't pique his interest in hunting. At this point, the great snake demon lord was almost certain of his guess. It was definitely that little brat Qianlong who caused him to end up in his current situation. All right, let's take a break and set off early tomorrow morning. At this moment, Wang Yan spoke up to end the conversation, then sank into the water, entering a still state to rest. Yes, even while sleeping, Wang Yan prioritizes safety. He would either be in a still state underwater or in a mist state on land. Soon, a day passed. When early the next morning arrived, Wang Yan set off with the great snake demon lord and Qianlong. Their current target was still Ilao Mountain and other areas. Notably, as they delved deeper into other areas of the mountain, he sensed the presence of a demon lord again, but it was only at the early stage of a demon lord. Therefore, Wang Yan and the great snake demon lord didn't stop their pace and continued on their way. Similarly, the other demon lords in that area chose to remain silent upon sensing their presence. If a single demon lord dared to pass through his territory, he would definitely not let it go easily. Yet, there were two demon lords, one of whom he knew was also a strong demon in Ilao Mountain. Soon, after spending over half an hour under the guidance of the great snake demon lord, they finally arrived at the territory of this strong demon lord. In fact, had they not been worried about offending the demon king in this area, they could have flown without restraint, and their speed would have been much faster. It is worth mentioning that as soon as they entered this area, Wang Yan felt an extremely terrifying sense of oppression. This sense of oppression was a crushing pressure from the aura of the realm, which made Wang Yan doubt whether the opponent had truly reached the perfect realm of a demon lord. Facing Wang Yan's puzzled gaze, the great snake demon lord also wore an uncertain expression. He could naturally feel that this late-stage old demon lord now exuded a more terrifying aura. Just then, an inconspicuous wild boar walked out of the jungle and appeared in their sight, glaring at them. What? Just dealt with the Tiger Yuan demon lord, and now you're ready to target me? While speaking, the wild boar's gaze remained fixed on Wang Yan. How could the huge commotion that happened yesterday escape the attention of these demon lords? The spiritual sense of a demon lord is extremely powerful. Once they break through to the demon lord realm, their spiritual sense can cover a radius of 100 miles, let alone someone like him, who is a perfect demon lord. At this moment, Qianlong immediately chose to slip away, creating a safe distance. It was a joke. He couldn't be sure if Wang Yan's methods could easily subdue the great snake demon lord. After all, Wang Yan was only at the early stage of the demon lord realm, and the gap between them was beyond description. One was at the early stage of the demon lord, the other at the perfect stage. Even with the same magical powers, the difference in strength was almost crushing. Meanwhile, Wang Yan transformed himself into a mist state and immediately began to cast his spell, the 10,000 Gods Control. Although the opponent might have reached the perfect stage of a demon lord, Wang Yan didn't care, as long as he could control this guy. His path to upgrading would be very smooth, and it could even be said to be unobstructed. First of all, the assistance of a perfect demon lord would make it much easier for him to obtain resources and reduce the difficulty of cultivation. The next moment, as Wang Yan activated his spell, a golden mark flew towards the inconspicuous wild boar from within the mist. Faced with the sudden golden mark, even the perfect boar demon lord didn't have time to defend. He instinctively moved his body and quickly dodged like lightning. But what he never expected was that after dodging, the speed of the golden mark increased, directly flying into his head. Immediately, he found himself freezing in place, his face showing pain as he clearly struggled to fend off the golden mark with his primordial spirit. After just 3 minutes, the golden mark was easily shattered by his primordial spirit. But before the boar demon lord could breathe a sigh of relief, he saw another golden mark flying out from a mist and drilling into his body. At that moment, the wild boar demon did not dare to be careless and quickly prepared his primordial spirit to resist the golden mark. Another 3 minutes passed. The wild boar demon lord managed to withstand the golden mark. However, he had no time to escape. Just as he dispersed the golden mark, a new golden mark flew in again. The continuous arrival of these golden marks was driving him nearly to the brink of collapse, because the primordial spirit was not meant for combat. Even though he was at the peak of the demon lord realm, He wouldn't dare to say that his primordial spirit was very powerful, capable of directly separating from his physical body to fight the enemy. Another 3 minutes passed, and his primordial spirit finally broke the fourth attack of the golden mark. But when he wanted to flee in panic, another golden mark flew into his body. This immediately made the Boar Demon Lord realize that this time he was probably truly doomed. Chapter 65. The depletion of the spirit of heaven and earth. Resource scarcity, triggering the killing intent of heaven and earth. In fact, that was the case. Now, he could only compete with Wang Yan in terms of consumption. As long as he could hold on until Wang Yan used the control of all gods and his primordial spirit power was completely exhausted, then he could successfully escape, and even a counterattack was not impossible. However, after several uses of the golden mark, Wang Yan still appeared to be at ease. To put it bluntly, he could use it 10 times in a day. Moreover, even after exhausting the power of this primordial spirit, he could recover again through his own means. If he failed once, he wouldn't complain. After all, a 40 success rate. But he didn't believe that after using it 10 times, he wouldn't be able to control this guy. Unless this guy had some special ability in the realm of primordial spirits or a higher achievement. Otherwise, 10 times would be completely enough to take this guy down. Sure enough, next his 5th use of the control of all gods failed. And the 6th and 7th times also failed. But when it came to the 8th time, Wang Yan could see that this guy was already at the end of his strength. When he used the control of all gods again, not long after, the wild boar fell powerlessly to the ground, a face full of despair. He had exhausted his primordial spirit power. After all, this was not an ordinary primordial spirit attack, but a primordial spirit control type of divine ability. The costs incurred by both sides were completely different. What is a divine ability? It is a means that can transform decay into something magical and unpredictable. At the same time, seeing the Boar Demon Lord collapsed on the ground, Wang Yan couldn't help but laugh. Similarly, the Great Snake Demon Lord also breathed a sigh of relief. He had seen that the Boar Demon Lord was truly formidable. He had withstood a total of 8 attacks before being successfully subdued. He and T managed to withstand even once and was directly subdued. This also shows the gap between the two sides. At this moment, the Boar Demon Lord, who lay on the ground with a wilted aura, rested for a while before getting up respectfully and saying, "I greet the Lord." Although he appeared respectful, the unwillingness and helplessness revealed in his eyes were particularly obvious. If he had known that this guy's primordial spirit abilities were so terrifying, he would have chosen to flee without hesitation. Now that he had fallen into this guy's hands, he didn't need to think to know that even if he didn't die, he would definitely have to serve the other party for a long time. Seeing this scene, Wang Yan nodded in satisfaction and said, "Very good. In that case, you should rest and adjust your state first. Tomorrow we will set off." As for where to go, Wang Yan did not say. He had already decided to head to Sanya province tomorrow. Now, counting him, there were 3 powerful demon lords heading to Sanyan province to suppress Liu Bang, which was quite an overkill. Although with his current strength, he wouldn't even need to worry if he let Liu Bang go for a year and a half. Wang Yan didn't want any unexpected surprises. Moreover, he hated Liu Bang to the bone. That beast had let him escape by sheer luck last time. Now, he wanted to see who could save him. In a good mood, Wang Yan began to rest on the territory of the Boar Demon Lord. Although he had used the golden mark of the control of all gods 8 times, and it seemed like he was fine on the surface, in reality, Wang Yan was a bit fatigued. Therefore, during this day, both Wang Yan and the Boar Demon Lord rested to adjust their states and recover their spiritual consciousness consumption. At the same time, during this process, Wang Yan also learned some general information about this Boar Demon Lord. This guy had reached the peak of the Demon Lord realm several years ago, and he could even attempt to break through to the Demon King realm at any time. The reason he didn't dare to break through was not due to issues of talent or resources, but because he was worried about dying under the heavenly tribulation after attempting to break through to the Demon King realm. Wang Yan could deeply relate to this. It should be said that the demon clans of the Demon Lord realm had a profound understanding of heavenly tribulations, for that overwhelming heavenly might was not a joke. In addition, this Boar Demon Lord was referred to by other demon clans as the Tiampung Demon Lord. because his true form was a pig. He was one of the few pig-type demon lords. Furthermore, he became a demon lord because he once consumed a rare treasure called the Tianpeng Baoyan, which led to his current status, hence the title. Early the next morning, Wang Yan set off with the Tianpeng demon lord and the Great Snake demon lord. As for Qianlong, Wang Yan directly let him go and lifted the control over him. To put it bluntly, Qianlong had no help for him at this point. Thus, losing his utilitarian value, Wang Yan let him go, which also served to show the Great Snake demon lord and the Tianpeng demon lord that he always kept his word. It is worth mentioning that after Qianlong happily left, both Tianpeng and the Great Snake were indeed in much better spirits. Wang Yan's intention had achieved good results, making these two genuinely willing to serve him. At this moment, while traveling in the sky, the Tianpeng demon lord spoke up and asked, "My lord, after we finish our business in Sanyan province, will we likely start to break through to a higher realm?" Hearing this, Wang Yan nodded slightly. The Tianpeng demon lord hesitated and said, "If the Lord wants to quickly improve his cultivation, it will inevitably require continuous battles. But the resources in this world are quite scarce." At this point, he did not continue. In fact, this world had long been resource scarce. Otherwise, the demon lords wouldn't be progressing so slowly. The demon kings also wouldn't have difficulty improving their realms over thousands of years. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan's heart sank. Had the resources become so depleted? Soon, the Tianpeng demon lord explained the current situation. It turned out that if it weren't for the impending apocalypse, which had led a large number of humans and other beings to become zombies, zombie beasts, zombie fish, and other issues, this world could not have produced more precious materials. There were many precious materials that could grow this time, but most were of low quality. And as for high-quality ones, they were extremely rare. Currently, there have been no reports of any demon king discovering high-quality precious materials. After receiving this news, Wang Yan was even more puzzled. Why had so many beings turned into zombies and zombie beasts, as well as zombie marine creatures, yet the precious materials had increased instead? Subsequently, the Tianpeng demon lord explained to him. The reason was that while there might be plenty of energy in the world, as it could still accept energy from the vast universe, there was no concern about a lack of energy. However, the spirit of heaven and earth was limited. All living beings needed this spirit to have wisdom and survive. The more people there were, the less the average spirit of heaven and earth would be. The more creatures there were, the more evenly the spirit of heaven and earth would be distributed. For example, if the spirit were 100 apples, if there were originally 100 beings, each could naturally get one apple. But what if there were 1,000 beings? What if there were 10,000 beings? What if there were 1,000,000 beings? Even more, with a fixed number of apples, the distribution would yield less for each. However, this is not the most important thing. The most important point is that these creatures occupy a large amount of the essence of heaven and earth and have long lifespans, which means that the essence cannot quickly return to the world, especially for the demon race, which requires a large amount of the essence of heaven and earth. The thunder tribulation becomes increasingly terrifying. However, mutated beasts are different. They are creatures born from the nurturing of heaven and earth and naturally harbor hostility towards the demon race. Moreover, mutated beasts enjoy hunting each other, and some of them are directly cultivated into peak giant demons. When the mutated beasts next receive gifts from heaven and earth, they will enhance their qualifications and target the demon race, just as the demon race will also target each other after gaining an enhancement in qualifications. This is the essence of the impending apocalypse of heaven and earth. A large number of creatures need to be eliminated to allow the essence of heaven and earth to return, while simultaneously cultivating a representative of heaven and earth to guard against and hunt the demon race, even venturing into the vast universe to capture more powerful beings to kill in this realm, thereby replenishing the essence of heaven and earth. Because, for the heavenly powers who are lacking in the essence of heaven and earth, all the creatures in this world are essentially parasites, and these demon races are like vampires. After hearing this, Wang Yan looked at the already arrived Sanya province below, but couldn't help but ask, so when was the last demon to break through to the Demon King realm? The Tianpeng demon lord sighed and said, The last one to break through to the Demon King realm without any cost was an ancestor from 3,000 years ago, and he has long since left this realm. Since then, any demon wishing to break through to the Demon King realm must make a great vow to the way of heaven. And after breaking through the Demon King realm, they must capture no less than 10 Demon King realm powerhouses from the universe or other worlds to kill in order to repay this realm. Chapter 66. Arriving at Sanya Province. Sacrificing personal interests for the collective good. After hearing this, Wang Yan understood why the system wanted him to promise to do things beneficial to heaven and earth. If even the demon lords must make promises, then those who wish to break through to the Demon King realm in the future will not only need simple promises, but must make great vows. If they fail to fulfill them, they will undoubtedly suffer. Furthermore, the reason these demon kings are reluctant to leave Earth is likely due to some underlying reasons. Their hesitance in making great vows and fulfilling promises probably has its own rationale. It is very likely that the Demon King realm powerhouses in other worlds are not weaker than those here, and it would not be so easy to kill them. Who kills whom is truly uncertain. After all, according to Qianlong, many worlds in the universe are still controlled by the imperial family, the Dragon Clan. Besides Earth, similar events might also be occurring in many other worlds across the universe. Or perhaps other worlds can also use such methods to absorb the essence of heaven and earth to strengthen themselves. If this speculation is true, then it is inevitable that mutual hunting and killing among many worlds would exist. Thus, it can naturally explain why heaven and earth are unwilling to let more demons easily pass through the thunder tribulation. Moreover, heaven is even less willing to let disobedient demon kings be born. Perhaps Qianlong's parents and ancestors are currently busy repaying debts. Yet, the lifespan of demon lords is limited, and the lifespan of demon kings is evidently also restricted. These demon kings are either constrained by the world or by their lifespan, so their reluctance to leave the earth realm becomes understandable. If these demon kings die of old age on earth, heaven would be quite pleased. After all, as long as they die here and not outside, it is considered as meat rotting in the pot. In this way, once the Demon King powerhouses die of old age, the world can obtain a large amount of the essence of heaven and earth. If they wish to leave, heaven will also do its utmost to stop them, unless they are those who have made great vows to repay heaven and earth. Only these promising individuals might be allowed by heaven to leave the world. In just a moment, Wang Yan had already figured out heaven's stance and thoughts, as well as the situation of the demons on earth. Essentially, the world and the universe are just like countries, and the demon powerhouses are like wealthy individuals wanting to escape. In this situation, resources are indeed scarce. But heaven prefers to see the demons slaughtering each other. Thus, the new generation wishing to break through to the Demon King realm must make great vows and bear heavy debts to successfully survive the thunder tribulation. After breaking through to the Demon King realm, the new generation of demons must begin to work hard to repay those debts. Essentially, heaven wants to use the new generation of demons who sign contracts to eliminate the old generation of wealthy demons. Those old generation demons who have not made great vows are essentially a burden to this world. Only the new generation of demons who sign contracts can eliminate the old generation, forming a true positive feedback loop, allowing this realm to establish a healthy cycle. Back to the main point. Looking down at the Sanya province, which resembles a pearl of the continent, Wang Yan opened his mouth wide and said, "Let us go. Follow me down to take a look." After saying this, Wang Yan directly rushed towards the ground below. At this moment, Sanya province still had a large number of zombies. However, Wang Yan noticed that there were already 4 major safe zones, and the area of these safe zones was not small, occupying nearly 1/10 of the entire Sanya province. Located in the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. No wonder the zombies in Sanya province in the previous life were almost cleared out. In just over a month, a large area of zombie territory had already been cleared in Sanya province, with remnants of destruction, dense bullet holes, and ruins visible everywhere in the city. From these signs, one can tell how terrifying the firepower in Sanya province is. They must have been prepared before the apocalypse. Soon, when Wang Yan, the Tianpong Demon Lord, and the Great Serpent Demon Lord transformed into their true forms, Their gigantic bodies stood out prominently in the entire Sanya province. A super giant python over 300 meters long and 15 meters thick. A super wild boar king over 100 meters long and more than 50 meters tall. Additionally, there was a super giant crocodile only 70 meters long. This scene in the city was like monsters invading the city. In an instant, many survivors in Sanya province waiting for rescue gasped in shock upon seeing these three super colossal creatures. The aura of these three terrifying giants was too overwhelming. When these three super colossal beings appeared, they immediately saw countless zombies fleeing in terror, afraid of being directly stepped on. Not only them, but even nearby large and ferocious zombie beasts and mutated beasts, upon sensing this terrifying aura that made them tremble in fear, also fled in all directions. In a world governed by the law of the jungle, the strength of realms is the most authoritative jungle law. Boom, boom, boom. As these colossal creatures moved, many high-rise buildings were directly smashed and collapsed. It was as if everything in their path was destroyed. At the same time, the high-level officials of the four major safe zones immediately began to hold a meeting. At this moment, on a virtual screen, 9 elderly men with white hair had serious expressions. At this moment, one of the old men spoke up. 3 enormous beings have appeared out of nowhere, and their aura is terrifying. From our observations, these 3 creatures are incredibly powerful, surpassing the giant demon realm. They are likely powerful beings of the demon lord realm. In this world, apart from those at the demon king level, these 3 demon lords are already at the pinnacle. Furthermore, according to secret records, these demon lords are beyond what human strength can contend with. Even if we have terrifying firepower, it would still be difficult to pose a threat to them. At this point, another white-haired old man, with a serious and solemn expression, said, "The leader of the Eastern Security Zone is correct. The secret records have noted that these demon lords possess the ability to fly and burrow through the earth, along with legendary and incredible abilities. Therefore, confronting them head-on is not an option. It is best to quickly find out why they are here and what they need. Because these demon lords have already surpassed human intelligence and cannot possibly come to this city for no reason. According to the highest records, apart from their pursuit of realms, heavenly materials and treasures, as well as resources, they have little interest in anything else." Upon hearing this, the other old men nodded in agreement, clearly aware of these matters. After all, they were once at the pinnacle of the world, and in an era of advanced technology, there were essentially no secrets left for them. Finally, one of the 9 old men made the decision. Then send someone to contact the 3 demon beings, but remember not to anger them. Everything can be discussed. Soon, the 4 security zones that had made the decision began to take action immediately. Before long, several armed helicopters flew in, quickly approaching Wang Yan and the others. To avoid provoking the 3 powerful demons, these helicopters played loudspeakers. 3 seniors. We are here to resolve issues. Please do not take action. At that moment, the Tianpeng demon lord spoke directly. Go talk to our lord. That one is our lord. While speaking, the Tianpeng demon lord gestured towards Wang Yan, and the helicopters immediately understood, quickly landing on a nearby tall building close to Wang Yan. Soon, many elite personnel descended from the armed helicopters. One middle-aged man, looking very nervous, approached Wang Yan and said, "I have met the senior. I wonder if you came to the 3 Duck province for any specific needs?" Upon hearing this, Wang Yan nodded with satisfaction and said, "I came to the 3 Duck province to find someone, a young man named Liu Bang, who was rescued by your people nearly a month ago. Hand him over to me, and we will naturally leave. Otherwise, there will be no need for your 3 Duck province to exist." After hearing Wang Yan's words, the middle-aged man immediately breathed a sigh of relief. If it was just finding someone, that was too simple. Not to mention finding a person. Even if these 3 powerful demon beings demanded the leader of the 4 great security zones, it wouldn't be a difficult task. After all, the collective interest outweighs personal interest. In the face of collective benefit, sacrificing personal gain for the greater good is inevitable, especially in the current apocalyptic situation. With this thought, he quickly nodded respectfully. I will immediately report your request and ensure that the 4 great security zones of the 3 Duck province hand over the person to you as quickly as possible. Chapter 67. The Arrival of Liu Bang. Despair of overwhelming power. After saying this, he did not dare to delay for a moment and immediately picked up a satellite phone to report the matter quickly. After all, hitting hard internally and being submissive externally has been a traditional virtue of humanity since ancient times. As a result, without exception, to quickly send away these 3 powerful demon beings, the leaders of the 4 great security zones directly requested to hand over the person to these 3 powerful demons as quickly as possible and then send them away with respect. Meanwhile, in a city within the 3 Duck province, among a large team collecting supplies, Liu Bang had been living quite comfortably lately, even becoming somewhat carefree. Why do I say this? Because due to his ability to collect supplies and having spatial abilities, he was essentially treated as a storage space in the large supply collection teams, and naturally, he did not need to take risks. Each time he followed the supply collection team, he only needed to store the supplies in his ability space. Just then, the person in charge of the collection team suddenly received a call from the security zone and immediately stepped aside to answer the satellite phone. The order from above came through the line. Immediately bring Liu Bang back to the security zone. There must be no mistakes. He must not escape. Go do it now. Hearing this, Li Yunfei furrowed his brow, but replied without hesitation. Received. After hanging up, Li Yunfei returned to the group. Since their supply collection teams were very large, each outing typically involved 3 large trucks, along with dozens of ARM members for assistance, and a few elite ability users to accompany them, ensuring safety and preventing accidents during each supply run. Soon, with a gesture from Li Yunfei, over a dozen ARM members and 2 other ability users came to his side. Li Yunfei wasted no time and immediately ordered, "Go capture Liu Bang. It's an order from headquarters." Upon hearing this, the group was momentarily stunned. Although they were confused, they immediately began to take action. Before long, over a dozen ARM members and 5 ability users had restrained Liu Bang, who looked at the other ability users in bewilderment and asked, "Brothers, why are you capturing me? I haven't done anything wrong, have I?" In response, Li Yunfei stepped forward and said, "You haven't done anything wrong, but the higher-ups have given the order to transfer you to the security zone immediately." Upon hearing this, Liu Bang's heart sank, suddenly filled with a bad premonition. He had woken up this morning with his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Now, with such a situation unfolding, his unease grew even stronger. Unfortunately, he was already restrained by specially made titanium handcuffs and shackles, rendering him powerless to struggle. "You can't treat me like this. I have contributed significantly to the security zone. I have never missed any large supply collection outings for nearly a month. You can't just capture me without any explanation." Liu Bang's face was filled with indignation, his tone full of despair. Hearing this, 3 of the 5 ability users looked puzzled, filled with anxiety and a sense of shared sorrow. For the past month, they had received Liu Bang's kindness, treated like brothers. Now, with Liu Bang being captured for no reason, not knowing what his fate would be, they naturally felt worried. Li Yunfei immediately reassured him, "Don't panic. Perhaps the higher-ups need you to do something. It's not a foregone conclusion yet. Don't be so pessimistic." After hearing this, Liu Bang shook his handcuffs and shackles in anger, questioning, "If you're treating me like this, is there any need to deceive me? I'm not afraid of dying, but I deserve to know why, right? I, Liu Bang, believe I have never betrayed the security zone. Do I not even have the right to understand my own death?" At this point, Liu Bang laughed in despair, looking at the other ability users with bitterness. "Today, the security zone can treat me like this. One day, they will treat each of you the same." Upon hearing this, the ARM members and the 5 ability users all changed their expressions drastically. Yes, if they could treat Liu Bang like this today, they could very well do the same to them next time. Moreover, they knew that they were not as valuable as Liu Bang, if even he was in trouble. What about them? The next time they encounter such a situation, will they all have to silently accept it? For a moment, the previously silent 5 ability users all began to speak. "Boss, Liu Bang's contributions to the safety zone over the past month have been obvious to everyone. Even if the higher-ups want someone, they should at least provide a reason, right?" "Yeah, Boss, if the safety zone doesn't even give a reason and just takes someone with a phone call, it's really disheartening for the brothers. Boss, putting ourselves in their shoes. How can the brothers be willing to fight for the safety zone if they act like this? Clearly, the 5 ability users were stirred by Liu Bang's words. Or rather, the behavior of the safety zone had begun to scare them as well. If it were ordinary people, that would be one thing. After all, they were not part of the same group. They were high and mighty ability users. But Liu Bang's abilities were no less special than theirs. And yet he was taken away, so it was reasonable for them to feel afraid. What? Are you all planning to rebel? Seeing the 5 ability users pressing him with questions, Li Yunfei's expression darkened. In the next moment, without needing Li Yunfei's command, a dozen armed members pointed their guns at the 5 ability users. Although they knew that their weapons might not be able to defeat the ability users, they only obeyed Li Yunfei's orders. Seeing this scene, the 5 ability users looked grim but dared not resist, because they knew that once they resisted, it would be considered a rebellion, and there would be no place for them in the entire Sanya province. They were well aware of the power of Sanya province. The 4 major safety zones had abundant resources, massive firepower, and even arms production workshops, forming a truly self-sufficient system. The combined population of the 4 major safety zones exceeded 1 million. Additionally, the number of regular militarized armed members reached 160,000, not counting the relatively scarce ability users. After taking a deep breath, Liu Bang ultimately gave up on resisting, because his current means were insufficient to counter dozens of armed members who had undergone years of military training. Although he had gained spatial abilities and also possessed lightning abilities, it was still useless. He couldn't instantly kill dozens of regular armed members. Ultimately, under Li Yunfei's orders, the resource collection team began to retreat together, dispatching 20 people to escort Liu Bang back to the safety zone, leaving him no chance to escape. This made Liu Bang unable to help but smile bitterly. It seemed that today he was doomed. But what puzzled him was why the safety zone ordered his capture. What was the reason behind it? During his time in the Eastern Safety Zone, he had hardly offended any powerful figures. Even among the ability users, he had made many friends, and there were quite a few who called him brother. So what could the reason be? It couldn't be that his cousin Wang Yan had come looking for him, right? But thinking of this, Liu Bang felt it was unlikely. His cousin's build might be exaggerated, but in this apocalypse, it was nothing significant. To be honest, he was just initially frightened. After coming to Sanya province, he had seen many who were even more terrifying than Wang Yan, especially in the ocean. Moreover, he didn't think Wang Yan had the power to threaten Sanya province, because the strength of Sanya province was too formidable. Even the stronger monsters would perish under the overwhelming firepower. Thus, in a daze, he was soon escorted back to the safety zone. But what Liu Bang never expected was that as soon as he returned to the safety zone, for powerful ability users, known as great monster-level ability users, personally escorted him onto an armed helicopter. Brothers, this is too much. Where exactly are you taking me? At this moment, being escorted onto the armed helicopter, Liu Bang was completely flustered. Hearing this, one of the muscular ability users slapped Liu Bang and said coldly, "Why are there so many questions? Don't ask what you shouldn't see." The other 2 great monster-level ability users also wore indifferent expressions, their cold gazes fixed on him. Any movement from Liu Bang would let him know what a great monster-level ability user was capable of. In an instant, Liu Bang became obedient. But his inner anxiety grew even stronger. Not long after, the conversation between the 3 great monster-level ability users left Liu Bang in despair. One of the ability users, who had just slapped Liu Bang, looked somewhat helplessly at another ability user and asked, "The fact that we 3 have to move suggests it's a big deal, Captain. Do you know what the situation is?" In response, the other indifferent young man shook his head and said, "I'm not too clear on the specifics. I just heard that 3 powerful monster clan beings have come, and one of them, a crocodile monster lord, specifically requested this kid. Then the higher-ups instructed us to personally escort him over to hand him over." Chapter 68. Classification of Ability Users. Liu Bang wants to escape by faking death? Upon hearing this, Liu Bang's face instantly turned pale, and he began to tremble violently. He had been in the safety zone for a month, and naturally knew that ability users, mutated beasts, zombies, and monster clans all had ranks. Minor monster level ability, users referred to ability users. Major monster level ability, users referred to ability masters. Giant monster level ability, users referred to ability masters. Monster lord level ability, users referred to ability lords. Monster king level ability, users referred to ability kings. Additionally, ability users transitioning to ability masters were further divided into early, mid, late, and peak stages. Starting from ability lords, there were initial, mid, late, and peak stages, forming a division of 9 heavens. He never expected that his cousin Wang Yan, who had turned into a giant crocodile, would be so against the odds, achieving the status of an ability lord in just a month. An ability lord. Even in the safety zone of Sanya province, the most powerful ability users number only 5 ability masters, giant monster level. These 5 ability masters were a focal point for the entire safety zone of Sanya province, holding significant status. However, such existence still did not give Liu Bang too much shock. What made his scalp tingle was that Wang Yan had actually reached the Lord level. This was more outrageous than a cheat. Was this speed of progress even humanly possible? Although he felt this possibility was slim, he had to accept it, because apart from Wang Yan, he hadn't made enemies with any monsters, let alone crocodile-type monsters. Just thinking about it made him unable to suppress his despair. Especially from the words of the 3 ability masters, he could see that his cousin, who had turned into a giant crocodile, was accompanied by 2 monster clan beings at the Lord level. In an instant, he could almost see his miserable fate. But now, escaping was impossible. The 3 ability masters were always vigilantly watching him. He couldn't possibly be a match for these 3 ability masters. Half an hour later, under the transport of the armed helicopter, they soon arrived near the 3 monster Lord-level beings. It is worth mentioning that during this half hour, Liu Bang had resisted 3 times, resulting in a bruised face, and the 3 ability masters had directly broken both his legs and arms. Soon, the armed helicopter came to a stop. Then, the 3 ability masters escorted the bruised and battered Liu Bang, with his legs and arms broken, to the person in charge. Seeing this scene, the person in charge glanced at Liu Bang and quickly said enthusiastically to Wang Yan, "Senior, is this the person you wanted?" Upon hearing this, Wang Yan looked down at Liu Bang from a high position, opened his wide, blood-stained mouth, and said playfully, "Did my cousin miss me? We're meeting so soon again. I miss you a lot in this past month." After hearing Wang Yan's words, Liu Bang displayed a face that was difficult to hide his tears and pleaded, "Cousin, it's not necessary. We are family. Blood is thicker than water. My parents have already been killed by you, and my wife has been given away by you. Even if there are great grievances, shouldn't the anger have subsided by now?" Clearly, Liu Bang had not thought about revenge in the past, but he knew that a gentleman takes revenge 10 years later. Before he had the strength, he never considered revenge, nor did he think Wang Yan would come looking for him. However, the development of events greatly exceeded his expectations. Just a month later, Wang Yan came knocking on his door. Moreover, the way the head of the safe zone was so ingratiating showed that his cousin Wang Yan had directly threatened the safe zone to kill him. No wonder the safe zone would give him up so easily. 3 monarch-level monsters were something the entire province couldn't afford to provoke. At the same time, after hearing Liu Bang's pleas, Wang Yan couldn't help but laugh. This bastard was about to die and finally knew how to lower his head. Did he realize his mistake? No, he was about to die. Therefore, he was scared. Thinking of this, Wang Yan teasingly said, "Oh, don't be like that. My cousin, you weren't like this back then. You told me to come find you if I had the ability, right? Look, here I am. Why are you so scared now that I've come?" Hearing Wang Yan's teasing, Liu Bang immediately knelt down with a thud and pleaded, "Cousin, as long as you don't kill me, I'm willing to be your dog forever. You tell me to bite whoever, I will bite. You tell me to do whatever, I will do it." Seeing Liu Bang's shameless pleading for his life, Wang Yan had to admit that this guy had thicker skin than him. In his past life, when he was killed, he at least didn't shamelessly plead for survival like this guy. But this guy was willing to cry and plead, willing to pay any price. Even to be a dog, just to survive. Thinking of this, Wang Yan teased, "Are you really willing to be my dog? You're not going to take revenge anymore? We have the grudge of killing your father and mother." Upon hearing this, Liu Bang in front of the 3 other ability users and the head of the safe zone. Shamelessly replied, "They deserve it. They shamelessly tried to seize my cousin's property. Their actions are no different from beasts. If they weren't my biological parents, I would have wished to sever ties with them. Having such parents is simply my sorrow." This statement left Wang Yan dumbfounded. Similarly, Wang Yan's 2 Demon Lord subordinates were speechless. However, what Liu Bang did not know was that the more shamelessly he acted, the less Wang Yan could tolerate him. Because this bastard, apart from lacking practical development, really had no major flaws. In just 1 month, he had managed to reach the peak of a low-level monster, which showed how fast his progress was. If it weren't for Wang Yan being a cheat-level player, he truly might not be able to match Liu Bang. As for the 3 high-level ability users, without the resources of the safe zone, it would be impossible for them to level up so quickly. Without resources, wanting to level up within a month is indeed quite difficult. Many mutated beasts are forcibly enhanced by the heavens. You have quite the awareness. How about this? If you can find a bottle cap, pick it up and throw it in the air with the cap facing up. Then I might reluctantly accept you as my dog. But if the cap faces down, then I can only kill you. After hearing this, Liu Bang's face changed drastically as he looked up at Wang Yan pleadingly. But upon seeing Wang Yan's expressionless gaze, Liu Bang could only helplessly nod and stagger towards the abandoned bottle by the roadside. Soon, he picked up the bottle and, in front of Wang Yan, nervously threw it into the air. It could be said that in front of Wang Yan, he could hardly play any tricks. At the same time, he did this to mock Liu Bang. It gave him hope while also leading him to despair. Quickly, the bottle cap fell to the ground. However, just as it was about to hit the ground, Wang Yan couldn't help but intervene with his spiritual sense, because without his intervention, the cap would indeed end up facing up. One must know that when a bottle cap is thrown into the air, the majority of the time it would land with the inside facing up. The probability of it landing with the outside facing up is definitely not 50, at most about 30. But in the end, when Liu Bang made his move, even that 30 chance appeared. This made Wang Yan realize that Liu Bang's luck was indeed stronger than his. Unfortunately, all of this was useless under his intervention. Luck was merely a pretense to give Liu Bang hope before killing him. At the same time, upon seeing the cap facing up, Liu Bang suddenly staggered and collapsed to the ground. Looking up at Wang Yan with a face full of despair, his expression twisted as he said, "You've been toying with me all along. You never intended to let me live. Even if I couldn't see it when I threw the cap just now, you must have secretly intervened, right?" Hearing this, Wang Yan opened his mouth with a wicked grin and said, "Yes, you're quite smart. I've been toying with you all along." Upon hearing this, Liu Bang looked at Wang Yan with a face full of resentment and cursed, "You heartless beast. I'll wait for you down there." After saying this, Liu Bang took out a dagger and ruthlessly stabbed it into his heart. He immediately showed a look of pain and struggled on the ground a few times before losing his breath. But such a small trick could not escape Wang Yan's eyes. He could see that even though Liu Bang's heart had been pierced and was no longer beating, he had not completely died. Instead, he had fallen into a state similar to suspended animation. The next moment, Wang Yan didn't expose him but smiled and raised his paw to step down. Chapter 69. Resolving Liu Bang. Tianpeng talks about the secrets of the Blessed Land. No, just before dying, Liu Bang suddenly opened his eyes, terrified and howling. The next moment, his voice stopped abruptly as his body was crushed into a pulp by Wang Yan's foot. At the same time, after stepping on Liu Bang to death, Wang Yan's mood improved significantly. At this moment, the system voice in his mind rang out. Ding! Detected that the host's current strength has undergone a huge change. The previous reward for killing Liu Yang's family is no longer valid. The reward has successfully upgraded. Ding! Congratulations, host. Task completed successfully. Ding! Obtained 1 diamond random treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 1 million evolution points. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan's mood became even better, because this task had been pending for more than a month. At that time, the rewards given by the system were already very few. Now that has been upgraded, the rewards have not undergone a huge transformation, but they're definitely much more generous than the original rewards. Originally, the reward for the task issued by the system to kill Liu Yang's family, if you remember correctly, was 150,000 evolution points, plus a random silver treasure chest. Now that it has been upgraded, 1 million evolution points may not be a lot, but the diamond treasure chest is quite good. In a pleasant mood, Wang Yan casually glanced at the head of the safe zone and the 3 ability users, and opened his mouth with a bloody grin. Very good. It's none of your business now, you can go back. We will be leaving here soon. Upon hearing Wang Yan speak, the head of the safe zone wore an even more enthusiastic smile and said, "Senior, you flatter me. It's my honor to serve the 3 seniors well." Hearing this, Wang Yan couldn't be bothered to continue the conversation and nodded slightly at Tianpeng and the Great Serpent. The next moment, he soared into the sky and disappeared into the clouds, with Tianpeng and the Great Serpent naturally following closely behind. After seeing the 3 lords leave, the person in charge wiped the sweat from his forehead. It wasn't just because of the hot weather. Mainly, the pressure from these 3 Monarch-level Demon Clan powerhouses was simply too great. Without the 3 Monarch-level Demon Clan powerhouses actively releasing any pressure, the suffocating sense of oppression still made it difficult for him to breathe. Oh my god, is this what a Monarch-level Demon Clan powerhouse is like? That aura is terrifying. Especially that pig senior. At this moment, one of the ability users couldn't help but exclaim, "The gap is too vast." That terrifying aura feels as if one is facing the heavens themselves. Facing the pressure of the entire world, another ability user also nodded slightly, his expression heavy. At this moment, they had witnessed the horror of a demon monarch-level powerhouse. No wonder, even after exhausting a large amount of resources, their safe zone could only produce 5 master-level ability users without being able to cultivate a single monarch-level ability user. Because cultivating a monarch-level ability user is too difficult. The resources required are enormous, and it is said that reaching the monarch level, just facing the Thunder Tribulation, is a life-and-death situation like the Demon Clan. At this moment, Wang Yan, having left the 3 Duck province, began searching for the Guizhou province at the suggestion of the Tianpeng Demon Monarch. In fact, according to the Tianpeng Demon Monarch, it is relatively simpler to find a Demon Monarch in famous mountains or the sea, but the hard challenges and dangers encountered would also increase exponentially. One cannot rule out the possibility of a Demon King suddenly appearing in the famous mountains. According to the Tianpeng Demon Monarch, famous mountains are favored by powerful demon clans due to their rich natural resources. This is also why Wang Yan, taking the advice of the Tianpeng Demon Monarch, did not go to the famous mountains recklessly. Otherwise, if a Demon King were to be provoked, it would be quite troublesome, especially since most of the existing Demon Kings are of the older generation, which means it is unlikely to encounter a newly emerged Demon King. Even the weakest ones are usually mid to late stage, and it's not impossible for a fully realized Demon King to appear. Therefore, their current destination is Guizhou province. Because Guizhou province also belongs to deep mountains and forests, and due to its poverty and backwardness, some demon monarchs prefer to live in seclusion there. In addition, primitive forests like the Dashin Anling are also favored by many demon clans. Of course, if we talk about the places with the most demon clans, it is still the sea, while on land, it is the Amazon rainforest. However, Wang Yan does not want to go to the primitive forest right now. Instead, he chooses to follow the Tianpeng Demon Monarch's idea to search for demon monarchs and heavenly materials in Guizhou province, a place full of deep mountains and forests. Tianpeng's life is now in his hands, so he would definitely not do anything to harm him. Moreover, this guy has lived for so long and has reached full realization at the demon monarch level. Among the demon clan, he is definitely one of the cunning old foxes. Therefore, the Tianpeng Demon Monarch's advice is very helpful for him to quickly improve his strength at the Demon Monarch level. Monarch, actually, there are some things that many Demon Monarchs do not know, but now I am tied to you like a grasshopper on the same string, and I think it is necessary to tell you. While flying, the Tianpeng Demon Monarch suddenly laughed. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan's heart stirred, and he directly replied, "Rest assured. I said that as long as you assist me to reach the late stage of the Demon Monarch level, I will let you go. Moreover, I only became a Demon Clan just before the apocalypse and reached the Demon Monarch level in just a month, so it won't take long. After hearing Wang Yan's words, the Tianpeng demon monarch finally smiled and said, "Then I can rest assured. This matter is actually a secret to ordinary demon monarchs. I only knew about it by chance after I struggled to break through to the full realization of the demon monarch level. This news is that among those old guys at the demon king level, some of them possess cave heavens and blessed lands. These cave heavens and blessed lands are like small worlds. When they obtain heavenly materials or demon clans, they will raise them in these cave heavens and blessed lands like livestock, allowing the heavenly materials to be absorbed. This is why the heavens cannot tolerate the older generation of demon clans. Their actions are equivalent to consuming all the spirits and resources of the world. Like a nation within a nation, a realm within a realm. In such a small world like a cave heaven or blessed land, any demon clan captured inside, even those that flourish and reproduce in the cave heaven and blessed land, do not even know that they are living in a cave heaven or small world. Speaking of this, the Tianpeng demon monarch's tone became envious. In such a situation, even if a demon king's lifespan is exhausted, they can still transfer a cave heaven or blessed land as property to their bloodline descendants, which is why these cave heavens and blessed lands are considered realms within realms. If they are willing to hand over the cave heaven or blessed land or make a great vow to repay the debt of resources to the heavens will not prevent them from leaving this world. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan couldn't help but feel envious. These older generations of demon clans are indeed cunning. They are even more terrifying than parasites. No wonder the heavens fear them. This group of older generation demon clans cannot even be described as parasites. They're simply taking and consuming, even wanting to rob openly. Each of them seems to want to transport all the resources of the world into their cave heavens or small worlds. If this continues, even the heavens would be afraid. Just as Wang Yan was enviously shocked, the Tianpeng demon monarch continued to explain with a smile. Of course, while this behavior is selfish and self-serving, if one can obtain a cave heaven or blessed land, the resources inside would definitely be substantial. This is almost equivalent to the lifetime accumulation of an older generation demon king's wealth and resources. Moreover, some of these older generation demon clan powerhouses are so selfish that when their lifespans are nearly exhausted, they do not even want to die in this world, but choose to die in their cave heavens and small worlds, leaving the heavens with nothing. However, these are issues that the heavens need to worry about. They have nothing to do with us. I have said so much just to tell you, Monarch, that I know of a pair of demon clan brothers who have a cave heaven and blessed land. However, I need that cave heaven and blessed land. All the resources inside can belong to you, Monarch. After all, I also hope that you can break through to the late stage of the demon monarch level soon, so that I can regain my freedom. Chapter 70. Hunt or devour 3 demon monarch powerful beings. Goal: fully realized demon monarch. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan immediately understood why the Tianpeng demon monarch had revealed such a secret to him. One is to escape, and the other is clearly to want the cave heaven and blessed land. This shows how precious cave heavens and blessed lands are. Thinking of this, Wang Yan couldn't help but ask, are cave heavens and blessed lands very precious? Or do they have other functions? Facing Wang Yan's inquiry, the Tianpeng demon monarch nodded. Cave heavens and blessed lands are very precious. They can develop into small worlds. Small worlds are the key to breaking through to the Demon Emperor level. To break through to the Demon Emperor level, there is a condition that one must refine and possess a small world, mastering a realm. Speaking of this, the Tianpeng demon monarch fell silent. He knew that the monarch would naturally understand the value of cave heavens and blessed lands after hearing this. Sure enough, after hearing this, Wang Yan was also shocked. Has the Demon Emperor level become this powerful? The condition is to master a small world. No wonder the Tianpeng demon monarch still desires cave heavens and blessed lands so much. If it weren't for wanting to escape quickly, this guy would definitely not have leaked the information about cave heavens and blessed lands. Just then, Wang Yan's mind resonated with the system's voice. Ding. Detected the host's current strength, triggering random selection task. Task 1. Please hunt or devour 3 initial stage demon monarch powerful beings. Task reward: 3 million evolution points. 1 diamond level random treasure chest. Un billionaire multidimensional tresure chest. Task 2. Please hunt or devour 3 mid-stage demon lords. Task reward. 5 million evolution points. 1 random treasure chest of the Lord level. 1 beginner treasure chest of the myriad realms. Task 3. Please hunt or devour 3 late-stage demon lords. Task reward. 8 million evolution points. 1 random treasure chest of the Lord level. 1 beginner treasure chest of the myriad realms. Task 4. Please hunt or devour 3 perfected demon lords. Task reward. 15 million evolution points. 1 random treasure chest of the Lord level. 1 beginner treasure chest of the myriad realms. After hearing the tasks issued by the system, Wang Yan was initially stunned, then began to ponder. According to the words of the heavenly Peng Demon Lord, they were likely to encounter 2 perfected demon lords this time. Moreover, why did the heavenly Peng Demon Lord choose to confront him? In fact, there was another important reason. The heavenly Peng Demon Lord knew that he could control a perfected demon race powerhouse. In a 2-on-1 situation, he might not be confident, but in a 1-on-1 scenario, he was confident that he would not lose to any perfected demon lord. For this reason, the heavenly Peng Demon Lord was not only trying to benefit Wang Yan, but also essentially doing it for himself. With this thought in mind, Wang Yan decisively murmured in his heart, "System, I choose task 4. The next moment, the system's voice sounded again. Ding. Task selection successful. Please complete it as soon as possible to receive rewards. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan realized that the Great Serpent Demon Lord and the Heavenly Peng Demon Lord were both watching him, waiting for his response. Thinking of this, Wang Yan pondered for a moment and said, "All right, then I will reluctantly agree to you. However, during this time, you must serve me well." Upon hearing this, the Heavenly Peng Demon Lord's face lit up with joy. "Rest assured, my lord, with a goal in sight. How could I, Heavenly Peng, be negligent? My lord, please follow me." After speaking, the Heavenly Peng Demon Lord dove down towards the dense forest below, with Wang Yan and the Great Serpent Demon Lord following closely behind. It is worth mentioning that the Great Serpent Demon Lord was now filled with envy, as the Heavenly Peng Demon Lord had already negotiated the conditions for breaking free from control with the Lord. But what about him? He didn't even have the qualification to negotiate conditions with Wang Yan. Now he just planned to wait until Wang Yan's strength surged before hoping to be let off for his contributions and hard work. Soon, under the guidance of the Heavenly Peng Demon Lord, they began to scour the deep mountains and forests. And in order not to expose themselves, they all shrank their bodies to a very small size. It is worth noting that the Heavenly Peng Demon Lord, being cunning and crafty, quickly figured out the whereabouts of the 2 perfected demon lords without Wang Yan noticing. Then he swiftly began to make his way. Several hours later, the sky gradually darkened. However, darkness had no effect on Wang Yan and these demon lords at all, because just with the survival-type divine ability of life sense, they could automatically adapt to any harsh environment, let alone it being dark, as long as a demon lord was bored and kept adjusting to get closer to the sun. One day they could even hide in the sun. Of course, how long this long process would take is unknown, and it might be so lengthy that a demon lord's lifespan would not be enough. After another 10 minutes, the Heavenly Peng Demon Lord stopped in front of a huge lake. At this moment, after carefully sensing the surrounding environment, Wang Yan finally discovered something unusual. The heaven and earth energy in the lake was clearly much denser than in the air elsewhere, but there was no obvious demon lord aura around. It must be said that these 2 seasoned demon lords were evidently quite skilled in concealment. At least, without the Heavenly Peng Demon Lord, Wang Yan would have had a hard time finding them, because the basic abilities of demon lords are to fly and burrow, making them hard to locate. These 2 guys were hiding in the water. At this moment, the Heavenly Peng Demon Lord felt a bit emotional, speaking with a tone of nostalgia. Initially, he had encountered these 2 demon lords before. After a fierce battle with these perfected demon lords, he had left a special tracking method on them, and then escaped. Of course, this was because the demon lord brothers did not know that the Heavenly Peng Demon Lord was aware of the cave of fortune they possessed. Otherwise, They would never have allowed the heavenly Peng Demon Lord to survive back then. After hearing this, Wang Yan nodded slightly and said, "Then you go lure them out." At this time, however, the heavenly Peng Demon Lord shook his head slightly and transmitted, "My lord, you will deal with the one that possesses the Cave of Fortune, and I will take care of the one that does not. This is more secure to prevent them from escaping. The one with the Cave of Fortune is a poisonous serpent with flesh horns on its head. The other one is a green serpent, and they are easy to distinguish." Upon hearing this, Wang Yan did not respond, but nodded slightly. The heavenly Peng Demon Lord immediately dived into the water without further ado. Soon, Wang Yan did not have to wait long. Within just a few minutes, two supergiant serpents over 300 meters long shot out of the water, chasing after the heavenly Peng Demon Lord. The heavenly Peng Demon Lord, who had initially been fleeing, immediately stopped in midair and confronted the two giant serpents. The leading poisonous serpent, with its entire body black as coal, its scales resembling a thick armor, and its flesh horns on its head, stared menacingly at the heavenly Peng Demon Lord. Then it glanced at Wang Yan and the great serpent Demon Lord, unable to help but open its massive mouth to mock. "Is this the helper you brought? Old pig, I think you're getting senile. You called two early-stage Demon Lord ants over here to deliver themselves to death? Or do you have other helpers? If you do, feel free to call them out." Clearly, the poisonous serpent believed that since the heavenly Peng Demon Lord dared to show up, he must be well prepared. Otherwise, he would not dare to take such a risk lightly, because the battles between demon lords generally result in substantial losses. Although only a few demon lords, or even just a handful, possess methods to deal with the primordial spirit, it is ultimately a minority. In other words, if a demon lord level powerhouse is defeated, their physical body is essentially destroyed, and they can only seize the body of an early-stage demon lord, which means that beings like them at the perfected demon lord level would have to start cultivating all over again. Moreover, they also have to worry about whether the qualifications of the body they seize are sufficient. If not, it becomes even more troublesome. Therefore, once a perfected demon lord level powerhouse is defeated, the losses are significant. Physical loss, resource loss, time loss, and potentially qualification loss. Because, even if you seize an early-stage demon lord's body and cultivate back, these losses are inevitable. Of course, if one is confident and unafraid of death, they could even try to seize a demon king, which could indeed be highly profitable. But the premise is that one is not afraid of death. Chapter 71, A Successful Start. Successfully subduing two perfected demon lords. Are you kidding? A demon lord seizing a demon king? That's going against the heavens. A perfected demon lord thinking of seizing a demon king? If it were that easy, why would anyone bother cultivating at all? Everyone could just seize a demon king and take off. The difference between a great demon and a giant demon is already vast. The gap between a giant demon and a demon lord is even more unimaginable. And the gap between a demon lord and a demon king? Don't even get me started. Because, as one rises in realm, the gaps in major realms only become more absurd. What? A demon lord relying on divine abilities to counter a demon king? What kind of heaven-defying abilities would you need to achieve such a feat? Ever since breaking through to the demon lord realm, he has known that countering a powerhouse of a higher realm is basically impossible. In other words, the power of the 10,000 gods control that he obtained is incredibly overpowered. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had any chance at all. However, even with this ability, Wang Yan still didn't dare to provoke a demon king who was at a much higher realm than him. He was worried about being killed in an instant because he hadn't even figured out the methods of the demon kings yet. The demon lords already had two basic divine abilities and one random divine ability. As for the demon king realm, he could only guess. But the demon kings were definitely more terrifying. At this moment, facing the taunts of the poison flood dragon, the Tianpeng demon lord smirked and said, "Since my lord dares to come, he naturally has the means to deal with you." Upon hearing this, the poison flood dragon disdainfully glanced at Wang Yan and burst into laughter. What a huge joke. A demon lord in the early stage thinks he can go against the heavens? Simply overestimating himself. At this time, fearing being caught in the battle, the big snake demon lord quickly retreated to a safe distance. The ensuing battle was something he couldn't turn the tide of. He could just provide some support from the sidelines. The next moment, Wang Yan didn't waste any words and directly began to use the 10,000 gods control against the poison flood dragon. In an instant, an inconspicuous golden mark rushed towards the poison flood dragon. Seeing this, the poison flood dragon immediately opened its mouth and spewed out poison to envelop the golden mark. But to its shock, the golden mark was completely unaffected and flew straight through the poison into its body. The next moment, it immediately realized something was wrong. This was a primordial spirit attack. It didn't dare to be careless and responded with all its strength to the primordial spirit attack. The next moment, as it focused on countering the primordial spirit attack, its massive body, which had been proudly hovering in the air, crashed to the ground, shaking the earth. However, sensing that the primordial spirit mark was about to be shattered, Wang Yan once again used the 10,000 gods control, launching another golden mark to continue the attack, aiming to give the opponent no chance to catch their breath. Sure enough, facing the primordial spirit attack again, the poison flood dragon let out a scream. Its massive body crushed countless trees as it flailed about. Seeing this, the azure flood dragon's expression changed drastically. And just as it was about to strike down Wang Yan, it was preemptively attacked by the Tianpeng Demon Lord. At this moment, the Tianpeng Demon Lord produced a Fengtian Huaji, a type of halberd, and transformed into humanoid form, charging directly at it. Seeing this, the azure flood dragon immediately unleashed azure flames toward the charging Tianpeng Demon Lord, only to be easily blocked by an energy shield formed by the Tianpeng Demon Lord's demonic power. Subsequently, the azure flood dragon was immediately restrained by the Tianpeng Demon Lord. It is worth mentioning that the azure flood dragon could also transform into humanoid form. However, it simply preferred not to reveal itself in human form. Although it had always heard that many powerful beings in the vast universe wished to appear as humans, it wasn't absolute. Each had their own preferences. For instance, some demons have peculiar hobbies, switching between male and female forms. Sometimes they become men to play with women, and other times they become women to be played with by men. Who knows what these demon special preferences are? Returning to the main topic, at this moment, both sides of the battle reached a stalemate. The Tianpeng Demon Lord was skillfully dealing with the azure flood dragon, while Wang Yan was effortlessly continuing to use the 10,000 gods control. Each time the poison flood dragon was about to break the control technique, he would immediately follow up, and after a little over 10 minutes, Wang Yan had already used the divine ability 5 times. Yes, all 5 times had failed to succeed. However, it didn't matter. He still had 5 more attempts left. Moreover, even the Tianpeng Demon Lord had only withstood 7 or 8 attempts before kneeling. He didn't believe that the poison flood dragon could withstand his consecutive 10 attempts. Although the control probability was 40, meaning a 40 success rate for each attempt, he had yet to encounter a situation where he couldn't control it after 10 tries. But soon, after failing the 7th and 8th attempts of the 10,000 gods control, Wang Yan's heart sank. Nevertheless, he decisively launched the 9th 10,000 gods control. At this moment, he could see that the poison flood dragon lying on the ground was in very poor condition. Its vitality seemed to be drained. This was a symptom of exhausted consciousness and excessive consumption of its primordial spirit. After he used the 9th 10,000 gods control, the poison flood dragon shouted in despair at the azure flood dragon, "Run! Don't come back!" The next moment, the poison flood dragon lay on the ground in a resigned manner, no longer struggling. It knew that its life and death were controlled by this inconspicuous early-stage demon lord. Now, it was in such poor condition that it needed to recover its primordial spirit and consciousness consumption. Otherwise, its combat power would be severely compromised. Moreover, even if Wang Yan commanded it to attack its brother, it wouldn't obey, not even under the threat of death. The bond between the two brothers was not only due to blood but also deep feelings. It was impossible to harm its own brother just to survive. Unfortunately, its cries seemed useless. The azure flood dragon had no chance of escaping. Likewise, the azure flood dragon had never thought of escaping and was still battling the Tianpeng Demon Lord. Both sides displayed their divine abilities. They fought from dusk to dawn, and from dawn to dusk. This long battle turned the nearby mountains, rivers, and forests into ruins. However, Wang Yan was not angry about this outcome. On the contrary, he was even happier, because in just a few hours, his divine ability would be restored. Furthermore, after watching for so long, Wang Yan figured something out. The Azure Flood Dragon's combat power and divine abilities were quite impressive. Both it and the Tianpeng Demon Lord had similar treasures to use in battle. This completely opened Wang Yan's eyes. He realized that battles at the Demon Lord level were already so spectacular, not just involving physical strength, divine abilities, demonic power, primordial spirit, but also magical treasures. Compared to battles with colossal demon-level creatures, it was as if mere mortals were fighting, while the battles among Demon Lord-level beings had already reached the level of celestial fights. Soon, several more hours passed. Both sides still hadn't determined a victor, but Wang Yan was ready to strike. After 2 nights and a day, Wang Yan's 10,000 gods control had recovered and could be used again. The next moment, Wang Yan almost without hesitation directly used the 10,000 gods control, and the golden mark instantly flew toward the Azure Flood Dragon. But even though the Azure Flood Dragon was already prepared to evade, the golden mark couldn't be avoided and accurately landed on it. The next moment, the Azure Flood Dragon, transformed into humanoid form, suddenly showed a painful expression, its body weakly falling from the air. And the long spear in its hand dropped to the ground as it painfully clutched its head and struggled, despite its primordial spirit resisting the golden mark. It was clearly weaker than the primordial spirit of the Tianpeng Demon Lord, and even more so compared to its brother, the Poison Flood Dragon. This gave Wang Yan confidence, as he estimated he could take this guy down in less than 7 attempts. At the same time, Wang Yan also understood that even among complete demon lords, there were differences in strength, divine abilities, the richness of demonic power, and the strength of primordial spirits. Sure enough, in the following minutes, as Wang Yan used the 10,000 gods control, the Azure Flood Dragon was in immense pain, rolling on the ground while clutching its head, as if it were a monkey suffering under a tightening curse. When Wang Yan used the 6th 10,000 gods control, the already suffering Azure Flood Dragon completely gave up, struggling, and lay motionless on the ground. Clearly, its life and death were easily controlled by Wang Yan. Seeing this scene, the Poison Flood Dragon beside him wore a bitter smile. Despite having reminded the Azure Flood Dragon to escape, and even after being controlled by Wang Yan, it still urged its brother to flee. Yet, its brother was stubborn and wouldn't listen. Otherwise, how could it have ended up in the same predicament? Now it's good. Both of these brothers have completely fallen into Wang Yan's hands, with their lives and deaths in someone else's control. The monarch is indeed powerful. At this moment, the middle-aged, refined man transformed from the Tianpeng Demon Lord approached with a smile, flattering Wang Yan. Upon hearing this, a human-like smile appeared on Wang Yan's crocodile face, and he ignored the lying Qing Jiao on the ground, instead glancing at the great snake demon Lord hiding in the distant sky. The great snake demon Lord, seeing that the situation had stabilized, hurriedly flew back to Wang Yan's side. He had actually been quite idle all this time, aside from occasionally launching sneak attacks on Qing Jiao. Most of his time was spent hovering in the sky, monitoring the surroundings, constantly observing if any other powerful demon lords appeared on the way. This was the only way he could show some utility. At this moment, the Poison Jiao couldn't help but speak up. "Monarch, why did you come straight for us brothers? Are you here to take revenge for this pig?" Upon hearing this, the Tianpeng Demon Lord sneered. "Why come for you two brothers? Of course, it's for the blessed land." "What blessed land? You idiot, don't talk nonsense here. If we brothers had a blessed land, we would have already broken through to the Demon King realm. Why would we wait for you to come and rob us? Your IQ is truly laughable." At this point, the Poison Jiao had a speechless expression. The Tianpeng Demon Lord, upon hearing this, instantly sneered. "If you didn't have a blessed land, how could I possibly have my eyes on you?" Seeing the scene, the Poison Jiao froze for a moment, then, as if recalling something, began to laugh. "The blessed land you speak of can't be said to be non-existent. There's one, but unfortunately, it's broken. If you don't believe me, see for yourself." After saying this, a half-sphere appeared in front of the Poison Jiao, suspended in midair. Seeing the scene, the Tianpeng demon lord was dumbfounded, staring at the half-sphere floating in front of him with a look of astonishment. This half-sphere was colored similarly to Earth, but was only half, with a faint circle of white treasure light radiating around it. Upon seeing this blessed land, the Tianpeng demon lord fell silent. This was indeed a fragmented blessed land, to be precise, just half of one. Although it could still be used, the effort to repair it would be quite troublesome. The blessed land being split in half greatly reduced its effectiveness. Similarly, while half a blessed land is better than none, refining and upgrading it would also be a challenge. Because the blessed land is an authentic growth-type royal treasure once refined. Its nurturing can increase along with the improvement of one's cultivation level. This half-blessed land, without a doubt, had not reached the royal level. At most, it could be considered a heavenly-level treasure. The grading of treasures is similar to that of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, divided into yellow, mysterious, earthly, heavenly, royal, imperial, holy, and divine. Thinking of this, Wang Yan's expression turned unsightly as he looked at the Tianpeng demon lord, clearly questioning, "Is this the blessed land you mentioned? Is there really heavenly material and earthly treasures in half a blessed land?" There might be, but the quantity and resources are likely not much. At the same time, upon seeing the look in Wang Yan's eyes, the Tianpeng demon lord was also stunned. He hadn't expected that the poison Jiao's blessed land was merely half of one. "How many heavenly-level materials and treasures do you have in there?" the Tianpeng demon lord asked, somewhat unable to accept this. The poison Jiao did not hesitate and directly replied, "Just 2 heavenly-level, initial-stage materials and treasures. Originally, there were 10, but we exchanged 4 late-stage ones for 2 transformation pills, and the other 4 late-stage ones for heavenly-level weapons." Upon hearing this, Wang Yan almost spat blood. Good heavens, there were originally 10 materials and treasures. This meant that if these resources hadn't been consumed, he could have directly raised his cultivation level to the peak of the Demon Lord realm. Now, there were only 2 heavenly-level, initial-stage materials and treasures. This also made Wang Yan realize a very cruel problem. Even if these demon lords had resources, they weren't much. Because these older generations of demon lords preferred to consume resources to improve their realms and foundations, rather than exchanging surplus resources for items to convert them into combat power. When was this? The Tianpeng demon lord asked again, worried that Wang Yan would take his anger out on him. After all, they had made grand claims upon arriving, only for the outcome to be unexpected. This would naturally make any monarch unhappy. At this moment, hearing the Tianpeng demon lord's unwilling inquiry, the poison Jiao directly explained the situation regarding the exchange for transformation pills and treasures. It turned out that hundreds of years ago, they had exchanged the heavenly materials and treasures they had for transformation pills and treasures. After all, for them, heavenly-level materials and treasures had minimal effects at this point. Therefore, they naturally chose to exchange the heavenly materials and treasures for resources, as keeping them was useless. To cultivate their subordinate forces? What a joke, except for their own bloodlines. They basically had no chance of doing so. Moreover, with the current harsh environment, they had no intention of cultivating bloodline descendants. Breaking through to the Demon King realm was the dilemma they faced. Thus, not only did Wang Yan need the blessed land, but they also needed it to gain freedom from the heavens. Because once they broke through to the Demon King realm, they would face a life and death thunder tribulation, at which point they would either have to make a great vow or offer something to the heavens. Clearly, for demon lords, the final choice was more often to surrender a complete blessed land. A complete blessed land, containing the spirit of heaven and earth, as well as the living beings within, is a value that cannot be compared to that of a demon king. This is because a blessed land essentially requires a certain amount of heavenly and earthly spirits, precious resources, a multitude of living beings, and merits to form. Therefore, to put it bluntly, a blessed land can allow them to break free from the constraints of the heavens, enough to repay their use of the resources of the world. In other words, there are only 2 heavenly level, initial stage materials and treasures left. and your half-blessed land is insufficient for you to break through to the Demon King realm and escape death under the Thunder Tribulation, right? Wang Yan asked in a flat tone. The poisoned Jiao slightly nodded, basically not hiding anything. It was indeed the case. After listening, Wang Yan made a decision. He would still temporarily spare the lives of these two brothers, as he had 3 complete demon lord-level experts by his side. To say the least, at this level, he could walk sideways without worrying about any problems. Moreover, with the assistance of 3 complete demon lord-level experts, the speed of resource plundering would be even quicker, because he only needed to paint a very nice picture for them, without needing to lift a finger. These 3 guys would hustle to scour resources for him to facilitate his breakthrough. With this thought, Wang Yan made up his mind to stay here and rest, then ordered these 3 to go scour resources for him, striving to raise his realm in one breath. By then, once he reached the peak of the Demon Lord realm, he could use the amplification area of heaven and earth to help him break through to the Demon King realm. Thinking of this, Wang Yan felt extremely pleased. The originally disappointing mood, due to the lack of gains, was swept away. At this moment, Wang Yan directly opened his blood-red mouth and said, "All right, since that's the case, Tianpeng has already promised you, and I will keep my promise. If you want this half-blessed land, I will let the poisoned Jiao hand it over to you." After hearing Wang Yan's words, the heavenly Peng Demon Lord shook his head and smiled bitterly, saying, "No need, no need. Half a cave paradise is tasteless to me. It's a pity to abandon it, and it's even more troublesome to repair." Clearly, upon learning that the cave paradise was not complete, he had already lost interest. After all, he had already offended the Poison Flood Dragon and the Azure Flood Dragon. The key point was that these 2 brothers had not been killed by the monarch. Their future relationship with him would definitely be one of irreconcilable conflict. If he were to take away half of the cave paradise from these 2 brothers, their hatred would be to the death. Therefore, it was not worth it to establish a deadly feud over half a cave paradise. Seeing the heavenly Peng Demon Lord's tactful refusal, the cold gazes of the 2 brothers finally softened a bit. After the heavenly Peng Demon Lord declined the cave paradise, Wang Yan spoke again. "How about this? I won't go out with you. I'll wait here for you. You go and gather resources for me. As I said, once I break through to the complete Demon Lord realm, I will naturally consider letting you go." Upon hearing this, the Poison Flood Dragon and Azure Flood Dragon's eyes lit up instantly. This was incredibly easy for them, even for the 3 complete Demon Lords, because among countless Demon Lords, their combat power was already at the top of the Demon Lord realm. If it were against a Demon King realm expert, they would definitely be very timid, and they might not even have the courage to act. But the issue was that when dealing with Demon Lords, if they were to snatch resources from other Demon Lords, they would be very confident that they could strike hard. However, before the 3 Demon Lords set off, Wang Yan still took away the rare materials from the Poison Flood Dragon, requiring them to return within 20 days. If the resources collected within these 10 days could not allow him to break through to the complete Demon Lord realm in one go, then all the conditions he promised to release them would be rendered void. In addition, during these 20 days, they also had to capture the 3 complete Demon Lord realm experts for Wang Yan, regardless of life or death. But they had to bring back the living or the dead. This was also to ensure that they could not slack off during these 20 days. They had to work hard for him, and once they slacked off, they could forget about regaining their freedom. Chapter 73, Devouring Rare Materials. Preparing to break through to a higher realm. Of course, if they truly fulfilled his requirements, he naturally wouldn't mind letting them go. By then, not only would Wang Yan be able to break through to the complete Demon Lord realm, but he would also complete his task. This way, these complete Demon Lord experts would no longer hold much value for Wang Yan, and after the increase in the world, he could let them go. Thinking of such an arrangement made Wang Yan feel extremely pleased. He realized that his method of making wishes to the divine lamp was absolutely correct. After all, he could only make one wish. Perhaps he could wish to become stronger all at once. But the problem was that this kind of pulling up seedlings to help them grow method could have significant risks, and a shaky foundation was inevitable, leading to future troubles. In contrast, he had heard of a wish that granted the ability to control all gods. This ability was incredibly useful and would have a powerful impact on his future, because this ability could assist him all the way to the Demon Saint realm. All right, I've said all I need to say. If there are no problems, you may set off. I will wait for your return here. At this moment, looking at the eager 3 complete demon lords, Wang Yan said casually, "We swear to serve the monarch and will surely help the monarch break through to the complete demon lord realm swiftly." After saying this, the 3 complete demon lords immediately soared into the sky and quickly disappeared over the horizon, clearly unable to wait to gather resources and free themselves from Wang Yan's control. Seeing the 3 complete demon lords leave, the great snake demon lord envied them and cautiously approached Wang Yan, asking, "Monarch, what about me?" Glancing at the great snake demon lord, Wang Yan replied indifferently, "What? Do you want to go risk your life to gather resources for me too?" Upon hearing this, the great snake demon lord immediately wilted. He was only at the 3rd layer of the demon lord realm. He didn't have any resources himself. How could he go gather resources? Moreover, most early-stage demon lords were basically broke. If they had resources, they would use them first and couldn't possibly have any savings. Thus, the ones with resources were actually late-stage demon lords and complete demon lord experts. Among them, there might be some mid-stage demon lords with resources, but they were extremely rare. Unless they were limited by their qualifications, otherwise they would not accumulate resources but would choose to digest them and fully convert them into realm and strength. "Monarch, my abilities are only enough to guard your home," the great snake demon lord flattered. Hearing this, Wang Yan nodded slightly, saying, "You can stay nearby and guard for me. I will digest these 2 rare materials and also raise my own realm. Once I break through to the complete demon lord realm, I will naturally let you go as well." After hearing Wang Yan's words, the great snake demon lord was overjoyed. This was so comfortable. He didn't have to risk his life, nor did he have to fight. He could just pass the time, guard the home, flatter, and when the time was right, he could leave. Compared to the 3 complete demon lords, his treatment was indeed much more comfortable. With this thought, the great snake demon lord vowed, "Monarch, you can rest assured to enter seclusion. Anyone who wants to harm, you will have to step over my dead body." Hearing this, Wang Yan nodded in satisfaction, and his body moved as he entered the lake. To Wang Yan's surprise, the depth of the lake was indeed terrifying, with an average depth of over 150 meters. This was clearly altered by the 2 brothers. Otherwise, it would be hard to reach such depth. When he reached the bottom of the lake, Wang Yan happily took out 2 low-grade rare materials. These were 2 plants that looked like flowers, but emitted a faint medicinal fragrance. In the next moment, Wang Yan opened his mouth wide and directly swallowed these 2 rare materials. At this moment, the system's voice rang out. "Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully devoured a low-grade rare material, Heavenly Luo flower. Gained 25 million evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully devoured a low-grade rare material, Poison Floodgrass. Gained 25 million evolution points. Ding! Host's accumulated evolution conditions have been met. Would you like to start evolving immediately?" Upon hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan was stunned. The value of these materials seemed not much higher than that of peak-grade rare materials. Does this mean that after breaking through to the Demon Lord realm, the value of a rare material can only allow for a breakthrough in a small realm? In other words, the value of low-grade rare materials to him now has significantly diminished. Wang Yan immediately had a guess in his heart. From originally being able to cross a small realm with a rare material of the same level, to now where one material could only cross one small realm. It seems that the gap between demon lords and giant demons is indeed like the levels of rare materials. One is heaven, and the other is earth. However, even so, the value of these 2 rare materials, combined with his original evolution points, was enough for him to break through to the 3rd layer of the Demon Lord realm. Thinking of this, Wang Yan felt pretty good and immediately silently thought, "System, open the information page." As soon as he finished speaking, the information page appeared. Host, Wang Yan. Qualification, 9th layer of the Demon Lord realm. Type, mutated plurus crocodile. Lifespan, 25 years, 3,000 years. Realm, First layer of the Demon Lord realm. Size, 68 meters long, weighing 230,000 tons, bite force of 30,000 tons, speed of 200 kilometers. Abilities, devouring stomach, steel body, energy cycle, telepathic communication, shrinking at will, misty body. Divine powers, celestial transformation, thunderous breath, sky flight, and earth escape, quantitative life. Control of all gods. Evolution points, 58, 500, 00, 022, 000, 000. Backpack, 110 shards of thunderous breath ability, 1 diamond treasure chest. Evaluation. You have already gained considerable status as a demon lord in this universe. After reading the information page, Wang Yan nodded in satisfaction. Another diamond treasure chest. Not bad. Might as well open it. With that thought, Wang Yan happily murmured, "System, open the diamond random treasure chest." As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice followed. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully opened the diamond treasure chest. Ding. Congratulations, host. Obtained 1 shard of small world. Tip. Accumulate 10 to exchange for a small world. Accumulate 100 to exchange for a medium 1,000 world. Ding. Congratulations, host. Obtained 1 shard of cave heaven and blessed land. Tip. Accumulate 10 to exchange for cave heaven and blessed land. Accumulate 100 to exchange for a small world. Ding. Congratulations, host. Obtained 4 shards of small world. Ding. Congratulations, host. Obtained 1, 500, 000 evolution points. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained a top-grade treasure. Tianyuan Cauldron. Not bad. Very good. Wang Yan couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. He had obtained a total of 5 shards of small world and 1 shard of cave heaven and blessed land. In addition, he also obtained a top-grade treasure, the Tianyuan Cauldron. This is obviously a treasure that combines offense and defense. Moreover, its level is stronger than the weapons of the Poison Flood Dragon and the Green Flood Dragon, as well as the Tianpeng Demon Lord, so the effects are naturally self-evident. It should be noted that their later-stage top-grade treasures are worth 2 equivalent heavenly materials and earthly treasures, which means that if he is willing to exchange it, he could probably trade for at least 2 equivalent heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Not bad. After breaking through the realm, I will study this Tianyuan Cauldron carefully and see how powerful it is. With this thought, Wang Yan couldn't wait to silently murmur, "System, start breaking through the realm. Break through as much as possible." As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice echoed. Ding. Successfully deducted 22,000,000 evolution points. Starting evolution breakthrough now. In the next moment, as Wang Yan activated his steel body, he completely lost consciousness during the evolution. Chapter 74. Waiting for subordinates to collect resources. Successfully reached the 3rd layer of Demon Lord. When Wang Yan awoke from the evolution, he could feel that his strength had become even more formidable, especially in terms of demonic power. It felt as if every breakthrough in the layers greatly increased his demonic power. Now, his demonic power was almost 3 times that of his former self. In addition, his size had grown from the original 68 meters to the current 88 meters. This terrifying increase in size shocked Wang Yan. Based on the increase of 10 meters per layer, if he reaches the 9th layer of Demon Lord, his size might even approach 200 meters long. Although such a size cannot compare to the former Qianlong, his qualifications are at the level of a Demon King. His qualifications are merely at the peak of a Demon Lord. Ultimately, if his qualifications were significantly enhanced, his size might become even more terrifying. And perhaps by changing to a higher qualification type template, his size would directly surge from its original basis. Not bad. Very good. Although breaking through to the 2nd layer of Demon Lord cost 22,000,000 evolution points, and breaking through to the 3rd layer cost 23,000,000 evolution points. The growth of demonic power, the strengthening of the primordial spirit, and the increased recovery speed of the physical body are all tangible. If this continues, when he reaches the peak of the Demon Lord, even without divine powers and abilities, his physical recovery speed would rival that of someone with recovery abilities. After a moment of reflection, Wang Yan happily murmured in his heart, "System, open the information page." As soon as he finished speaking, the system page appeared. Host, Wang Yan. Qualification, 9th layer of Demon Lord. Type, mutated plurus crocodile. Lifespan, 25 years 3,000 years. Realm, 3rd layer of Demon Lord. Size, 88 meters long, 110,000 tons. Biting force 160,000 tons. Speed 300 kilometers per hour. Abilities, devouring stomach, steel body, energy cycle, telepathic communication. Shrinking at will, misty body. Divine powers, celestial transformation, thunderous breath, sky flight, and earth escape. Quantitative life, control of all gods. Evolution points, 15,000,000,031. 000,000. Backpack, 110 shards of thunderous breath ability, 110 shards of cave heaven and blessed land, 510 shards of small world. Tianyuan cauldron, top grade. Evaluation. You have already gained considerable status as a demon lord in this universe. After reading the information page, Wang Yan nodded in satisfaction. As expected, after breaking through to the 3rd layer of Demon Lord, the resources needed for the next breakthrough did not surge as he had feared. This was the most pleasing aspect to Wang Yan. It proved that although the Demon Lord realm is divided into 9 layers, the value of heavenly materials and earthly treasures has decreased, and the required resources have also diminished. In the next moment, Wang Yan felt a stirring in his heart and directly took out the Tianyuan cauldron, examining it with great interest. Notably, this Tianyuan cauldron was surrounded by a layer of mysterious, flowing treasure light energy, making it look extraordinary. This reminded him of the half-cave heaven and blessed land in the hands of the poisoned flood dragon, which also had a layer of treasure light surrounding it. And the energy aura of both was comparable. This indicates that the other party's half-cave heaven and blessed land should be of top-grade quality. But since it is of the cave heaven and blessed land type, it cannot be compared to his Tianyuan cauldron. Because, after Wang Yan's careful observation, this Tianyuan cauldron surprisingly had 36 patterns. For times 9 equals 36, does that represent top-grade quality? If so, the best quality items should have 45 patterns? With this thought, Wang Yan immediately activated his divine sense and demonic power to attempt to refine the patterns, and to his surprise, he found that he could indeed refine them. This astonished Wang Yan. Subsequently, without hesitation, he began to refine the patterns using his demonic power combined with divine sense. Perhaps due to the Tianyuan cauldron being in an unknown state, Wang Yan's refining speed was very fast, taking only half a month to complete. After refining the Tianyuan cauldron, he was immediately amazed to discover that this Tianyuan cauldron seemed to move as if it were an extension of his body, making it extremely flexible to use. Not only that, this Tianyuan cauldron was also a combination of offense and defense, with power that could even surpass divine powers. And the strength of the attack depended entirely on how well he wielded his demonic power. Good. So this is the power of a treasure. Its effect is almost enough to overshadow divine powers. Moreover, while using divine powers may have limitations on usage frequency, treasures do not. Having a treasure and not having one puts combat power on entirely different levels. With the operation of demonic power, the destructive power can be amplified tenfold through the treasure. No wonder the poison flood dragon and the green flood dragon would exchange for treasures even when using late-stage top-grade heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Divine powers are hard to come by, but treasures have become a shortcut to enhancing combat power, and using them is beneficial. For a moment, Wang Yan was filled with emotion, realizing that only by mastering treasures could one truly understand their power. To put it bluntly, with a treasure, he could easily crush and dominate his former self without one. In a moment of high spirits, Wang Yan even wanted to test his own combat power and also try out the power of the treasure. With this thought, he immediately and decisively twisted his body and charged directly out of the water surface. At the same time, the giant snake demon lord circling in the sky outside the lake, upon seeing Wang Yan appear, immediately flew down, shrinking in size, and hovered above the lake, respectfully saying, "Congratulations, noble one, on your significant increase in strength." Clearly, he immediately sensed that Wang Yan's current aura intensity was already on par with his own, which proved that he was no longer inferior to him in terms of realm. Wang Yan opened his mouth and asked, "Has it been half a month? They still haven't returned?" Upon hearing Wang Yan's inquiry, the great serpent demon lord shook his head and replied, "The lord has not yet returned." After hearing this, Wang Yan nodded slightly and said, Come, great serpent, let's have a battle. Let me see how my strength has changed." Upon hearing this, the great serpent demon lord was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled lightly, "My lord, perhaps it's better if you don't. I'm afraid I might hurt you." Clearly, if it weren't for Wang Yan having some mysterious means of control, he wouldn't believe that Wang Yan could defeat him. Even now, what if he had broken through to the third layer of the demon lord? He still didn't take Wang Yan seriously. In fact, both he and the other 3 fully fledged demon lords had never truly submitted to Wang Yan in their hearts. After all, they had all been subdued in a disgruntled manner. How could they genuinely submit to Wang Yan? Unless Wang Yan could truly suppress them with his strength, they would never wholeheartedly obey and acknowledge him. Seeing the disdain in the great serpent demon lord's eyes, Wang Yan felt a bit displeased and thought to himself that he needed to teach the great serpent demon lord a lesson. With that in mind, Wang Yan commanded, "What are you afraid of? If I tell you to make a move, then make a move. If you can defeat me, I will grant you your freedom in advance." Upon hearing this, the great serpent demon lord's eyes lit up. "In that case, I must apologize in advance. My lord, please be careful." Hearing this, Wang Yan immediately sneered. "Bring it on." As soon as he finished speaking, the great serpent demon lord plunged into the water, controlling a large amount of water to condense into massive water pythons that circled around Wang Yan. Seeing this, Wang Yan immediately opened his mouth and spat out the Tianyuan cauldron. The Tianyuan cauldron flew out of his mouth and instantly transformed into a gigantic cauldron, hovering above his head. The demonic power of the Tianyuan cauldron condensed into a terrifying demonic energy shield, enveloping Wang Yan. The black liquid serpents formed by the great serpent demon lord immediately showed surprise in their eyes. No wonder the lord had become so arrogant and spoke so boldly. It turned out he had a treasure. In the next moment, under his control, the massive water pythons charged directly at Wang Yan. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, the enormous water pythons crashed into the demonic energy shield, instantly exploding with a thunderous sound. But unsurprisingly, they did not harm him in the slightest. The key was that Wang Yan could clearly feel that the demonic energy he consumed was very minimal. The next moment, Wang Yan transformed into a steel body while simultaneously urging the Tianyuan cauldron to crash towards the black liquid serpent formed by the great serpent demon lord. Bang! The Tianyuan cauldron moved as fast as lightning. After crashing into the great serpent demon lord, it directly shattered his body into liquid, like flowers scattering from a celestial maiden. But in the next moment, the liquid that formed the great serpent demon lord's body began to crazily gather again, only to be directly scattered by Wang Yan's control. After repeating this process dozens of times, Wang Yan noticed that the speed at which the black liquid he transformed into his body was gathering was becoming slower and slower. Wang Yan then controlled the Tianyuan cauldron to hover above his head. After waiting for a while, the liquid finally gathered into the great serpent demon lord. However, at this moment, he was drenched in sweat, looking extremely fatigued. Seeing Wang Yan controlling the Tianyuan cauldron preparing to attack again, he immediately begged for mercy. "My lord, please stop. Spare my life." Chapter 75. 3 subordinates return with full loads, preparing to break through to full demon lord. Seeing this scene, Wang Yan finally satisfiedly retracted the Tianyuan cauldron. The cauldron returned to hover above his head, radiating a layer of dazzling treasure light. "How is it? I haven't even used my divine abilities yet, and you can't take it anymore." Upon hearing Wang Yan's teasing, the great serpent demon lord smiled bitterly, clearly not expecting this outcome, which also made him appreciate the power of the treasure. just using the treasure to exhaust him, even if his divine abilities were powerful. He couldn't withstand it. After all, divine abilities have their limits. They can't maintain an invincible state while being in liquid form forever, right? If that were the case, wouldn't he be nearly invincible? In short, divine abilities also have limits. Otherwise, how could a powerful defensive divine ability dominate everything? Abilities may be limitless, but the power and upper limits of those abilities are fixed, and they can't compare to divine abilities. For example, Wang Yan's steel body seems limitless, but if he encounters someone with powerful fire-based divine abilities, they could easily refine him in an instant. Besides, there are many other examples, like divine attack abilities that reach a certain level and can forcefully break through his defenses, such as soul attack methods like atomic breath, as well as control type and binding type divine abilities, and so on. There are too many. If special abilities are considered beyond imagination, then divine abilities are about breaking away from imagination, where anything is possible. The Lord's strength is unfathomable. Possessing this treasure, even mid- and late-stage demon lords might be able to contend with him. At this moment, the great serpent demon lord couldn't help but praise. Of course, he wasn't completely exaggerating, because if mid- and late-stage demon lords don't have treasures, relying on the treasure to unleash 10 times the demonic power, they could indeed contend. Late-stage demon lords might not necessarily win, but they could easily suppress mid-stage demon lords. Of course, there are exceptions. If they encounter someone as defiant as Wang Yan, then it really is hard to say. At this moment, facing the great serpent demon lord's praise, Wang Yan didn't fully believe it. Instead, he smiled and asked, "What level are those with treasures among the current demon lords?" After hearing this, the great serpent demon lord pondered for a moment and replied, "Most of the demon lords with treasures are in the late stage. Those who reach the mid-stage with treasures are quite rare, probably only about 1/10. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan was even happier. Others don't have what he has. Doesn't this give him an advantage? Moreover, even the great serpent demon lord, a veteran demon lord, doesn't possess such a treasure, which also indicates that, in the presence of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, they are more willing to use them to enhance their strength. Such treasures for combat are still too extravagant for the demon lords." Soon, after the battle concluded, Wang Yan began to quietly wait for the arrival of the 3 demon lords in the lake, while the great serpent demon lord directly began to recover beside him. After all, in the previous battle with Wang Yan, his demonic power had been completely exhausted, after being bombarded by Wang Yan's Tianyuan cauldron dozens of times. If it weren't for his divine abilities, he didn't know how many times he would have died, because although the Tianyuan cauldron seemed to have limited power each time, its actual power was tremendous. Otherwise, how could it be called an integrated attack and defense? Moreover, this is a top-tier heavenly treasure. If it fell into the hands of a fully fledged demon lord, the displayed power would likely be even more terrifying. Because as the great serpent demon lord said, top-tier treasures with full patterns are extremely rare among treasures, and their price is quite expensive, basically around 10 times the value of a late-stage heavenly treasure. Furthermore, whether it's a top-tier heavenly treasure or a royal-grade treasure, as long as it has the word top-tier, it cannot be simply bought as one wishes. Why do I say this? Because, as the great serpent demon lord mentioned, top-tier heavenly treasures can be used as refining materials for royal treasures, increasing the probability of producing top-tier items. Similarly, top-tier royal treasures can also increase the probability of producing top-tier imperial treasures. This is because treasures that can become top-tier all possess a hint of special spirit. Of course, whether it's the great serpent demon lord or the already escaped great serpent giant demon, they couldn't provide any further explanation. They only knew that ancient texts recorded it this way. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. At this moment, Wang Yan was still lying in the lake, and the great serpent demon lord was lying there with him, because, aside from waiting, they basically had nothing else to do. Just then, Wang Yan inadvertently noticed 3 dark shadows rapidly approaching from a distance. Upon seeing this scene, Wang Yan's eyes lit up, and he immediately knew that these 3 guys had returned. In the next moment, he saw Tianpeng Yaojun, Du Jiao Yaojun, and Qingjiao Yaojun all returning in human form. with smiles on their faces. As soon as they arrived, they cupped their hands and said, "We apologize for keeping the Lord waiting. We have fulfilled our mission and returned with great spoils." Hearing this, Wang Yan nodded slightly and then signaled them to take out their harvest. In the next moment, Qingjiao, Dujiao, and Tianpeng Yaojun all presented their treasures. They were 3 plants of low-grade heavenly materials, 3 plants of mid-grade heavenly materials, and 3 plants of high-grade heavenly materials. Additionally, with a wave of his hand, Dujiao summoned 3 enormous demon corpses, and the terrifying aura they exuded clearly indicated they had reached the perfection stage of demon lords. Witnessing this, Wang Yan's mood instantly lifted as he said, "Very good. You haven't disappointed me. Once I break through to the perfection stage of demon lords, you will be free. All right, now protect me." After speaking, Wang Yan opened his blood-red mouth and began to devour the heavenly materials. In the next moment, the system's voice echoed continuously. "Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully devoured 3 low-grade heavenly materials. Earned 75 million evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully devoured 3 mid-grade heavenly materials. Earned 1.5 billion evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully devoured 3 high-grade heavenly materials. Earned 2.5 billion evolution points. Ding! The host has accumulated enough to meet the evolution requirements. Would you like to start evolving? No. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan decisively refused. But he felt extremely exhilarated. The feeling of gaining without effort was simply too wonderful. Then, his gaze fell on the 3 enormous demon lord corpses. These 3 giants were a bull demon, a leopard demon, and a yellow dragon. However, the sizes of these 3 creatures were indeed substantial. So even after restoring his body size, Wang Yan spent nearly 3 to 5 hours to finish eating them all. After he finished devouring these 3 demon lord-level corpses, the system's voice rang out again. "Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully devoured a perfection-level bull demon. Earned 8 million evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully devoured a perfection-level leopard demon. Earned 8 million evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully devoured a perfection-level yellow dragon. Earned 9 million evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully completed the task. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained a random lord-level treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained a random beginner-level treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained 15 million evolution points. Ding! The host has accumulated enough to meet the evolution requirements. Would you like to start evolving? No. Wang Yan once again rejected in his heart. However, at this moment, he was extremely excited. He had gained such a large amount of evolution points. He was confident he could break through to the perfection stage of demon lords, because he was not short on evolution points or qualifications. In fact, he might even be lucky enough to obtain a higher qualification template or precious resources like fragments of a small world from these 2 treasure chests. With this thought, looking at the 3 perfection-level demon lords flying in the sky to protect him, he couldn't wait to dive into the lake. Today was the day he would break through to the perfection stage of demon lords. Soon, Wang Yan twisted his massive body and quickly reached the bottom of the lake. Then, he eagerly prepared to continue his breakthrough evolution. However, before evolving, he decided to open the 2 chests first to see if he could obtain something good. With this thought, Wang Yan immediately mentally commanded, "System, open the Lord-level treasure chest." As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice followed. "Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully opened the Lord-level random treasure chest." Chapter 76, Cave Heaven and Blessed Land 810. Change template to Demon Emperor qualification. As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice echoed again. "Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully opened the Lord-level random treasure chest." Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained 1 fragment of a small world. Ding! Congratulations, Host. Successfully obtained 4 fragments of Cave Heaven and Blessed Land. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 1,000,000 evolution points. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained a box of Waha. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 3 fragments of Cave Heaven and Blessed Land. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan nodded in satisfaction. Although he didn't gain too many evolution points, he didn't need too many at this moment. What he needed were fragments of Cave Heaven and Blessed Land and fragments of Small World. The fragments of Cave Heaven and Blessed Land would be submitted to the heavens, while he would keep the Small World for himself. Now, with just 1 treasure chest, he had accumulated 810 fragments of Cave Heaven and Blessed Land. This meant that if he was lucky, he could obtain a Cave Heaven and Blessed Land with just 2 more fragments. He hadn't even broken through to Demon King yet, and he was already close to possessing a Cave Heaven and Blessed Land. This completely eliminated his concerns about breaking through to Demon King. In a pleasant mood, Wang Yan once again mentally commanded, "System, open the beginner-level treasure chest." In the next moment, the system's voice echoed again. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully opened the beginner-level treasure chest. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained the martial arts manual from the martial arts world. Tian Gang Tong Zi Gong. Automatically exchanged for 500,000 evolution points. Ding. Congratulations, host. Obtained a set of original intimate clothing of Xialong from the world of the Return of the Condor Heroes. Ding. Congratulations, host. Obtained 1 ton of investment gold bars from the Cosmic Bank. Ding. Congratulations, host. Obtained a set of intimate clothing of Princess Iron Fan from the world of Journey to the West. Ding. Congratulations, host. Obtained the Seed of the Void, Devouring Flame from the world of Do Chi. Young Giant, Demon level. Qualification limit can reach the initial stage of Demon Emperor. Note, this flame can be refined and controlled. After refining, it can grant initial stage Demon Emperor qualification and the Void Devouring Flame. Ding. Congratulations, host. Obtain the template of the Brutal Dark Crocodile Dragon. Qualification, initial stage Demon Emperor qualification. Note, this template originates from the offspring of the Brutal Dark Crocodile tribe and Pure Black Dragon hybrid. It possesses the body of a crocodile and thin dragon bloodline. Ding. Does the host want to immediately replace the new template? Upon hearing this, Wang Yan was immediately astonished. He didn't expect to obtain the Void Devouring Flame from the novel world. Moreover, it seemed that according to the system, it could be refined and controlled, and after refining, his qualification could directly reach the Demon Emperor level. Not only that, but he also obtained a brand new template, the Brutal Dark Crocodile Dragon. Just from the name, it was clear that it was definitely not an ordinary creature among crocodiles. It was likely a type of crocodile in the demon race, and even had some dragon blood. With this thought, Wang Yan couldn't help but feel excited. He didn't expect that a beginner-level treasure chest would yield 2 great items. Just these 2 great items solved the qualification problem that had been bothering him. Initial stage Demon Emperor qualification. With such qualification, it was completely enough for him to look down on and dominate over Demon Kings for a long time. With this thought, Wang Yan couldn't help but feel anticipation. He wondered, after he replaced the template and refined the Void Devouring Flame, whether his qualifications would stack. With this thought in mind, Wang Yan couldn't wait to mentally command, "System, start replacing the template." In the next moment, the system's voice echoed again. Ding. Warm reminder to the host. The template is being replaced. This process may take 3 days. As soon as the words fell, Wang Yan completely lost consciousness. 3 days later, Wang Yan finally completed the transformation. It is worth mentioning that at this moment, Wang Yan's physique had become even more terrifying. The aura he emitted was much stronger than before. Most importantly, his size had undergone a tremendous change. His original length of only 88 meters had now reached 298 meters. Not only that, but the terrifying black armor covering his body was adorned with many thick, menacing bone spines. His eyes were blood red, and he had 3 forward-facing bone spikes on his head that curved like an elephant's tusks. The aura radiating from him was filled with brutality and slaughter, as if he were a monster crawling out of the abyss. After surveying himself, Wang Yan was increasingly satisfied. His current appearance was simply filled with brutality and dominance. In short, he looked incredibly cool. Moreover, his terrifying physique had undergone a complete transformation. A 300-meter-long giant, among equally sized creatures. The great serpent demon lord and the giant serpent looked similar to him, but the problem was that under equal size, the gap in strength was not significant. In terms of sheer physicality, they could not match Wang Yan. A 300-meter-long python and a 300-meter-long crocodile had no comparability whatsoever. He completely crushed the similarly sized giant python. To give a basic example, one could easily see the disparity in strength. Who is stronger, a 6-meter-long crocodile or a 6-meter-long python? Now, with his unprecedented massive size, even monsters would have to go home crying after encountering him. Besides that, if there were any other changes, it would be the transformation of his primordial spirit and demon core. The primordial spirit was now more solid and powerful. His demon core had also grown about 3 times larger, containing even more vast demon power than before. The demon power stored in his original small demon core was now only about 1/3 of what it could hold after increasing in size. Good. With my current size, I will definitely become an absolute powerhouse among my peers in the future. After reflecting on this, Wang Yan decided to start refining the void devouring flame as well. With a thought, the void devouring flame appeared before him. Not only that, but this seemingly small flame clearly possessed intelligence. Upon seeing Wang Yan, it seemed to know fear and was somewhat intimidated. But the next moment, Wang Yan directly swallowed it into his enormous mouth. At the same time, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully devoured the seed of the void devouring flame. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your qualification has risen from the initial stage of Demon Emperor to the mid-stage of Demon Emperor. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained the form of Void Flame. Ding! Detected that the host's Void Devouring Flame form is similar to the Mist Body form, combining to create a new innate divine ability. Ding! Congratulations, host! The Void Devouring Flame and Mist Body have combined to form a new divine ability. Emperor of 10,000 Flames. Emperor of 10,000 Flames. After using this divine ability, you can control 10,000 flames and unleash black flame breath to annihilate enemies, possessing immense destructive power and extremely high flame temperature. With sufficient strength, it can even achieve the effect of burning the heavens and boiling the seas. Emperor of 10,000 Flames. After using this divine ability, you could transform into 3 states: attack state, defense state, and regular state. In defense mode, you can become immune to 90 of physical and primordial spirit damage. In combat mode, you are not immune to any damage but can convert your demon power into black flame breath for divine abilities, with the power depending on the demon power used. In regular state, you are immune to 50 of physical and primordial spirit attacks, achieving indefinite endurance. In defense mode, the duration depends on demon power consumption, with a maximum of 8 hours, special circumstances excluded. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan was completely stunned. He never expected that after refining the void devouring flame, he would gain a special divine ability. It could attack, defend, and also had a regular state. The attack state was clearly using black flame breath. The defense state was immune to 90 of physical and primordial spirit damage. The regular state had complete immunity of 50, with the advantage of extremely long endurance. Additionally, after the void devouring flame, his qualifications had also improved. Moreover, this divine ability was simply top tier among combat divine abilities. In a good mood, Wang Yan happily thought, "System, start the evolution. This time, evolve me directly to the complete realm of Demon Lord." Clearly, he was eager to become a complete Demon Lord and dominate the world. Because, in the current environment, without the Demon King emerging, the Demon Lords could indeed roam the world invincibly. The next moment, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Successfully deducted 31 million evolution points. Starting evolution now. Then, Wang Yan completely lost consciousness during the evolution. Chapter 77. Complete Demon Lord Realm. Early-stage Demon King powerhouses are quite rare. When Wang Yan awoke again from the evolution, his strength had undergone earth-shattering changes. At this moment, his physique had become even more terrifying. His body had grown from the previous 298 meters to a horrifying 378 meters. In addition, his demon power was dozens of times more robust than before, and his natural recovery speed was now on par with that of supernatural abilities. The dark, armor-like skin he had was likely stronger than ordinary stone, and perhaps not far from steel. Is this what it means to be a complete demon lord? Indeed, the strength is not to be underestimated. This power, this demon power, this defense all surged dozens of times. Now, with my strength in the complete demon lord realm, even without a match, my combat power could reach a top-tier level. Besides the Demon King powerhouses, it would be quite difficult for any existence in the Demon Lord tier to threaten me. For a moment, Wang Yan felt a complex mix of emotions. How long has it been since the apocalypse began? It has only been about 2 months, right? He had already grown from a mere ant to a complete Demon Lord in one leap. The time until he reaches the pinnacle of this world is not far off. Thinking of this, Wang Yan felt immensely satisfied with his growth speed. Then he happily thought, "System, open the information page." Clearly, he wanted to see more intuitively the changes in his strength. At the same time, he wanted to see how many evolution points were needed to break through to the Demon King realm. He remembered that it cost a considerable amount of evolution points to jump from the 3rd to the 9th heaven of the Demon Lord. Breaking through the 4th heaven cost 3,100 evolution points. The 5th heaven cost 3,200 evolution points. The 6th heaven cost 3,300 evolution points. The 7th heaven cost 5,100 evolution points. The 8th heaven cost 5,200 evolution points. The 9th heaven cost 5,300 evolution points. In total, it cost 2 billion evolution points. Host, Wang Yan. Qualification, 6th heaven of Demon Emperor Realm. Type, brutal dark crocodile dragon. Lifespan, 25 years, 3,000 years. Realm, 9th heaven of Demon Lord Realm. Physique, length 378 meters, weight 8 million tons, bite force 6 million tons, speed 1,000 kilometers per hour. Supernatural abilities, devouring stomach, steel body, energy cycle, mind communication, shrink at will, mist body, now disappeared. Divine abilities, Emperor of 10,000 flames, cosmic shift, thunder breath, sky flight, energy life, control of all gods. Evolution points, 27, 9 billion 5 billion. Backpack, supernatural thunder breath shards 110, cave heaven and blessed land shards 810, small world shards 610. Tingwan Ding, heavenly extreme. Evaluation, you are already a highly esteemed demon lord in this realm. After reading the information page, Wang Yan nodded in satisfaction. His physique has improved, and his speed has increased directly from the original speed of 300 kilometers per hour to 1,000 kilometers per hour, which is still just his normal land speed. If it's flying speed or in water, his speed would be even faster and more terrifying. It can be said that now, Wang Yan can confidently say that there are very few beings in this world that can threaten him. Furthermore, to put it bluntly, the evolution points he currently possesses are enough for him to break through to the Demon King realm. Of course, he knows that without a blessed land, even if he has enough resources, he wouldn't dare to break through. He is not the only one facing such a situation. For example, his 3 subordinates, Tianpeng Demon Lord, Poison Flood Dragon Demon Lord, and Green Flood Dragon Demon Lord, are all unable to break through to the Demon King realm for this reason. They have accumulated enough resources, they just don't want to break through to become the cattle and horses of the world. Unfortunately, there is no blessed land for them to submit to the heavens. This has led to their awkward situation where their realm has not improved. Perhaps only when their lifespans are almost exhausted, and without obtaining a blessed land, will they choose to break through and become the cattle and horses of the world. He currently also lacks resources, just missing the blessed land. In a good mood, Wang Yan confidently twisted his massive body, shrinking it down. and then flew out of the lake. At the same time, seeing Wang Yan coming out of seclusion, the previously guarding Tianpeng Demon Lord, Poison Flood Dragon Demon Lord, and Green Flood Dragon Demon Lord flew over, their faces full of excitement as they congratulated him. Congratulations, Lord! You have achieved perfection in the Demon Lord realm. Now, this world is yours to roam. Yes, congratulations, Lord, for your great achievement. Now, the Demon King realm is just around the corner. Facing the flattery of the three, Wang Yan felt quite pleased and nodded slightly, saying, "Not bad. I have now reached perfection in the Demon Lord realm. Logically speaking, I should free you now." At this point, Wang Yan deliberately paused, causing their originally excited expressions to stiffen instantly as they looked at Wang Yan with anticipation. Seeing this, Wang Yan sighed deliberately and said, "But I still decide to let you go." After hearing this, the three originally thought the Lord was going to change his mind. They didn't expect the Lord was just teasing them. This made them breathe a sigh of relief while their expressions became somewhat awkward. Then, they all began to smile ingratiatingly at Wang Yan. The next moment, Wang Yan wasted no time and waved his hand to lift their control over their primordial spirits. At that moment, they all felt the control over their lives and deaths, which had been in their primordial spirits, finally disappeared. This relieved them, and they all began to flatter Wang Yan, even though they dared not leave until Wang Yan allowed them to go. After all, during their outings these days, Tianpeng Demon Lord learned that this method of control over demons of the same realm was terrifying, almost achieving successful control in an instant. This meant that now, as long as Wang Yan wanted to control them, it would be even easier. This was also the reason why, after Wang Yan came into contact with their primordial spirit control, they still didn't dare to overstep. Just then, the great serpent demon Lord hurriedly approached, looking at Wang Yan with eager eyes filled with a desire for freedom. Seeing the scene, Wang Yan instantly released his primordial spirit control over him and then asked the three Tianpeng Demon Lords, "Do you know where there are strong beings who have just entered the Demon King realm?" After hearing Wang Yan's words, including Tianpeng Demon Lord, Poison Flood Dragon, and Green Flood Dragon all smiled wryly and shook their heads, explaining, "Your Majesty, you may not know, but those who have recently broken through to the Demon King realm have all left this world to serve as cattle and horses for the heavens to pay off debts. As for those old generation Demon Kings, after so many years of accumulation, they have basically all broken through to the Demon King realm." At this point, Poison Flood Dragon hesitated and added, "However, if you want to capture a Demon King, you can look for them in primitive forests like the Amazon, famous mountains, and in the sea, as these places are where Demon King strong ones like to lurk. For example, places like Ileo Mountain, Kunlun Mountain, Taishan, Changbai Mountain, Mount Everest, and the greater Xing'an Range basically have Demon Kings lurking and sleeping, but they're all from the older generation. Because currently in this world, it is harder to find early-stage Demon King strong ones than those in mid or late stages." Chapter 78. When we meet again, the ally Vulture can only look up to him. After hearing this, Wang Yan fell into silence. Goodness, it's indeed a bit too abnormal that early-stage Demon King strong ones are harder to find than those in mid or late stages. Of course, considering the current situation of the world, Wang Yan could understand. After all, the world has become somewhat distorted, and it is quite common for strong beings of the demon race to also become distorted. After pondering for a moment, Wang Yan suddenly thought that it seems the area where the heavens will provide feedback is not far off. By then, it should be relatively easy for him to find Demon Kings. Unless, by then, the Demon Kings can withstand the enhancement gift area provided by the heavens. With this thought in mind, Wang Yan opened his mouth wide and said, "All right, you can go now. From now on, you are free." Upon hearing Wang Yan's words, Tianpeng Demon Lord, Poison Flood Dragon Demon Lord, and Green Flood Dragon Demon Lord were all overjoyed. After a round of flattery, they all left. Looking at the Great Serpent Demon Lord, who was still standing there in confusion, Wang Yan immediately asked, "Why aren't you leaving?" Hearing this, the Great Serpent Demon Lord said helplessly, "If I leave, I wouldn't know where to go. Moreover, Your Majesty, you have raised your strength to perfection in the Demon Lord realm so quickly. I find it hard to accept and don't want to continue being useless. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan found it amusing. Then you should work hard. What? Do you really expect to gain benefits just by following me? After hearing this, the great serpent demon lord was awkward and didn't know what to say. In fact, he didn't want to continue following Wang Yan, as having the opportunity to stick around him would also be good. At this moment, Wang Yan couldn't help but laugh and said with annoyance, "Are you sure you want to stay by my side? My next opponents are basically all facing the Demon King realm, at least late-stage Demon Kings or perfected Demon Kings." After hearing Wang Yan's words, the great serpent demon lord then remembered that he seemed to be even less useful now. In the past, he was already unable to help much, and now he was even more useless, and even being around had become a legendary burden. Thinking of this, the great serpent demon lord felt inexplicably frustrated while also somewhat helpless. He never thought that one day, he, a dignified demon lord realm strong being, would become a burden. It must be said that such a thing made him feel particularly heartbroken. Wang Yan didn't need to say anything more. After a moment of silence, the great serpent demon lord said bitterly, "Then your majesty, take care, I will leave first." After that, the great serpent demon lord prepared to leave. At this moment, Wang Yan spoke up. "In a few days, the heavens will present a situation of heavenly gifts. Pay more attention then. This is an opportunity given by the heavens. Whether to seize it is up to you." Upon hearing this, the great serpent demon lord trembled all over, nodding repeatedly, touched. "Thank you, your majesty. Please take care. I won't be by your side anymore." After saying this, the great serpent demon lord flew off into the distance and quickly disappeared from sight. At this moment, Wang Yan also felt somewhat bored, looking around, unsure of where to go. After finally having a couple of free days, he didn't plan to search for Demon Kings or anything, because in a couple of days, he wouldn't need to search. Those Demon Kings would definitely reveal themselves if they sensed something unusual. Likewise, he would also compete for the corresponding heavenly gift areas. As for whether to compete for red, gold, or purple, it depends on the situation. After all, there are dozens of Demon Kings. Moreover, according to the description of the poisonous flood dragon demon lord, these Demon Kings are basically at the mid to late stages of Demon King strength. By then, even he would have to act according to the circumstances. Additionally, Wang Yan had never considered that the gifts from heaven and earth could help him reach the Demon King level, because nowadays, to break through to the Demon King level, one must either submit to the caves and blessed lands or repay debts as a servant of heaven and earth. In the next moment, Wang Yan moved and directly used his divine powers, transforming into a vast black flame mist, then flew towards Nanlin City. It is worth mentioning that while flying in the sky, Wang Yan was surprised to find that in the normal state of the supreme fire, his flying speed was incredibly fast, like a strange demon wind, far exceeding a speed of 1,000 kilometers per hour. For instance, it only took him about an hour to reach Nanlin City from the mountainous area of Gui Province. However, due to his enormous size, when he arrived directly in the city center, he transformed into a body over 60 meters long. Yet even so, the aura around him was still terrifying, causing countless zombies, mutated beasts, and zombie beasts to flee in panic. Interestingly, it seemed that after being dealt with once by him, the giant snake demon had not stayed in Nanlin City. Now, the strongest presence in Nanlin City had turned into a zombie monster, appearing like a huge spherical zombie amalgamation, with an aura only at the late stage of the giant demon realm. Not only that, but when this zombie monster sensed Wang Yan's aura, it shrank into a corner, trembling, completely losing the demeanor of a city king from a few days ago. Wang Yan had no interest in this zombie monster at all. He moved leisurely through the city, and looking around, no creature was his match. This time returning to the city, he could boldly say that it was really hard to find an opponent in the city, although a city may seem very large. If Wang Yan truly wanted to destroy it, the difficulty would not be great. However, destroying the city brought him no benefits, so there was no need to engage in such pointless activities. Just then, Wang Yan inadvertently spotted a familiar vulture. Upon seeing the vulture, Wang Yan was immediately stunned. He didn't expect this guy to have returned to Nanlin City again. In the next moment, Wang Yan's heart stirred, and he flew out as fast as lightning, appearing directly in front of the vulture that was circling the city. The sudden appearance of Wang Yan nearly scared the vulture to death. It stared at Wang Yan, feeling particularly familiar. Moreover, the terrifying pressure around Wang Yan made it tremble with fear. Looking at the giant crocodile in front of it, which had become even more hideous and terrifying, the vulture was dumbfounded. It looked at Wang Yan with horror and stammered, "Senior, why are you blocking me?" But soon, the vulture was astonished to discover that the fate position of the giant crocodile in front of it was exactly the same as that of its former ally. The giant crocodile. In response, Wang Yan looked at the vulture expressionlessly and shook his head in disappointment. This guy had not improved in strength since leaving him and was still stagnant at the mid-stage of the giant demon realm, just like when they parted ways. "What? You betrayed me? I didn't see your strength improve at all. The demon lord qualifications you once yearned for are now as insignificant as ants in front of me." After hearing Wang Yan's words, the terrified vulture trembled in its speech. "You are the old crocodile? What realm are you in now? Why is your aura so terrifying? What have you done this month? How could you become so strong?" "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." In an instant, the vulture was somewhat unable to accept reality, its tone filled with absurdity and sorrow. It never expected that after leaving it, Wang Yan would become so powerful and terrifying in just a month. In fact, he had become so strong that it could not even guess what realm Wang Yan was in. But the stronger Wang Yan's realm became, the harder it was for the vulture to accept, and it felt more and more broken. It was like this: if Wang Yan were its husband, and it had just divorced him, within a month, it found that its ex-husband had become wealthy. Who could accept that? Chapter 79. A chicken rib divine power that kills 1,000 enemies and harms 800 of oneself? No, it has great use. No. How could you break through from the giant demon realm to the demon lord realm in just 1 month? Absolutely impossible. For a moment, the vulture's emotions were somewhat broken, and its tone became hysterical. Seeing the vulture in a state of stimulation, even somewhat mad, Wang Yan was also somewhat surprised. He did not expect that upon their reunion, the vulture would react so crazily after discovering his achievements, as if it had been struck and could not accept reality. This left Wang Yan speechless, unsure of what to say. He hadn't even made a move yet, and the vulture was already on the verge of collapse. Looking at the vulture's bloodshot eyes and distorted expression, it clearly did not seem to be an act. Then, Wang Yan casually glanced down at the city and found a bull-headed giant demon fighting a tiger giant demon, and the battle was exceptionally intense. Seeing this scene, Wang Yan couldn't help but laugh and mock. "Is this your new partner? Truly insignificant as ants." After that, looking at the silent vulture, Wang Yan continued, "Don't you want to know what my current realm is? What does it matter if I tell you? I am now at the perfect demon lord realm, and the next step is the demon king realm." At this point, Wang Yan intentionally sighed. "If you hadn't betrayed me, it would have been easy to help you achieve the demon lord realm. If you had chosen to be honest with me back then, even if I had given you the heavenly materials and earth treasures to enhance your qualifications, what would it have mattered? Unfortunately, I didn't expect you to be so short-sighted. You betrayed me for a single heavenly material." Having said that, seeing the vulture wanting to say something but hesitating, Wang Yan interrupted. "All right, that's all in the past. There's no point in saying more. You should take care of yourself." After finishing, Wang Yan left directly. He did not choose to kill the vulture, because the stronger his strength became, the more regret the vulture would feel for its betrayal. This was far more painful than simply killing the vulture. In the future, just thinking back on it would cause the vulture to feel even more tortured and regretful. In fact, this was indeed the case. After Wang Yan left, the vulture fell into silence. The words of Wang Yan still echoed in its mind. Perfect demon lord realm, about to break through to the demon king realm. But what about it? It was still at the mid-stage of the giant demon realm. In just 1 month, its former ally, who had been betrayed, had now become an existence it could only look up to. If it hadn't betrayed back then, would the old crocodile have abandoned it? That was basically impossible. For the last time, the old crocodile broke through to the giant demon realm and assisted it in breaking through. It was clear that the old crocodile was not a selfish demon. What exactly did I miss? Why is this happening? Was I really wrong? For a moment, the vulture began to continuously question itself in its heart, its expression appearing lonely and its mood particularly sour. It did not understand why it had been so foolish back then, betraying the old crocodile for a single heavenly material. Alas, it clearly knew the old crocodile had immense potential. Why was it still so indecisive? Or was it just such a short-sighted guy? In an instant, the vulture was completely enveloped by self-blame and regret. On the other hand, after bidding farewell to the vulture, Wang Yan was in a very good mood. He suddenly realized that sometimes the greatest revenge is not killing. On the contrary, killing the heart is far more satisfying. Additionally, he has now reached the complete realm of the demon lord. Therefore, he has no significant killing intent towards the vulture. Letting the vulture watch him grow stronger and more unattainable is the greatest punishment for betraying an ally. Moreover, he no longer needs allies. With the ability to control the myriad gods, he can easily take strong individuals as subordinates to assist him in improving his realm and strength. Allies? Ultimately, they are unreliable. In fact, no one is reliable. Now, using the myriad gods to control subordinates is the best choice, and he doesn't have to worry about betrayal. At this moment, a very happy Wang Yan is wandering around the city when the system's voice sounds. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained a random divine ability after breaking through to the Demon Lord realm. Life for life. Life for life. When you use this divine ability, you can use your own lifespan to offset the opponent's lifespan. For every 100 years of lifespan the opponent loses, you lose 80 years of your own lifespan. There are no restrictions on usage times, quantity, or targets. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan was immediately dumbfounded. What kind of divine ability is this? Is it really just about risking one's life against others? What's the difference between this and hurting oneself while killing 1,000 enemies? It seems there really is no difference. Thinking of this, Wang Yan suddenly felt his scalp tingle. This divine ability is really not suitable for casual use, because lifespan is limited. However, in a desperate situation, it might be worth trying. Of course, if given a choice, Wang Yan would definitely not want to use this divine ability. This ability is essentially about hurting oneself while killing 1,000. If it were about killing 1,000 while only losing 100, he wouldn't mind using it occasionally. Unfortunately, with the cost being 1,000 to lose 800, he wouldn't dare to use it at all. With a helpless smile, Wang Yan didn't expect that the random divine ability obtained from the Demon Lord realm would be such a life-risking ability. But does he need to risk his life now? No, because as long as he reaches the Demon King realm, he can use the control of the myriad gods and doesn't need to risk his life at all. The only time he would really need to risk his life would be against a strong opponent at the Demon Emperor realm. The problem is, risking his life against a strong opponent at the Demon Emperor realm is essentially seeking death, because the lifespan of a Demon Emperor would undoubtedly far surpass his own. Even if he wanted to fight, he wouldn't be able to match them. So this divine ability is really somewhat of a useless trinket for him. Tasty to eat, but regrettable to discard. Forget it. Forget it. Fortunately, my current divine abilities are sufficient, so there's no need to worry. After sighing helplessly in his heart, Wang Yan comforted himself. He really didn't want this divine ability. He would prefer to get a random divine ability instead. Fortunately, he is not lacking in divine abilities. The ones he has mastered are already enough to deal with various situations. Now, Wang Yan follows the principle of realm suppression. After all, realm suppression is the hard truth. Even if he cannot suppress by realm, as long as his subordinates, controlled by the myriad gods, can suppress the opponents by realm, it would be no different from him suppressing the opponents, and he wouldn't need to lift a finger. At this moment, Wang Yan suddenly thought of a question. Since there are so many demon clans in this world, other demon kings obviously also possess divine abilities. This life-risking ability is useless to him. But that doesn't mean other strong demon clan members can't use it. Although this divine ability seems to be tasteless, it could be extremely terrifying if it fell into the hands of those who need it. Furthermore, if a demon saint strong enough to exhaust a demon emperor wanted to use this ability, it wouldn't be impossible if there were many demon saints who could use it. Thinking of this, Wang Yan became excited. Indeed, there are no useless divine abilities. Chapter 80. The Gifts of Heaven and Earth. Competing for a golden amplification area. With this in mind, Wang Yan no longer despised this divine ability. Although it seems of little use now, its potential later on could be significant. Especially in this universe where even the Demon Emperor has lifespan limitations, the later effects of such a divine ability could be terrifying. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. During these days, Wang Yan lived quite leisurely. He almost wandered around the entire vast empire. As expected, there were indeed no signs of demon lords in the cities. The real presence of demon lords was in the deep mountains and forests. He also visited some famous mountains and rivers, and, as the Tianpeng demon lord and the poison serpent demon lord mentioned, the aura in these places was very oppressive. And the closer he got, the more he felt a chilling sensation. Clearly, there were indeed demon kings lurking in these famous mountains and rivers. However, compared to before, today was somewhat different. Why do I say that? Because there were too many areas covered in light appearing on the ground. Moreover, these covered areas were of different colors. Among them, the white amplification areas were the most numerous. While they hadn't reached the point of being everywhere, there was basically one in every city. And some county towns even had them. In addition, the green amplification areas were relatively rare, generally only appearing in one province, mostly in provincial capital cities. Of course, even in deep mountains and forests, there would be white and green amplification areas, with specifications similar to those in cities. Soon, while flying quickly, Wang Yan found a red amplification area. In fact, there weren't many red amplification areas in the empire, only about 5 or so. But Wang Yan hesitated for just a moment before choosing to continue searching for higher-level amplification areas. Because in this world, there would be a total of 255 red amplification areas, 102 golden amplification areas, 10 purple areas, and the numbers for green and white are unknown. According to the information Wang Yan had, if there were fewer than 100 demon kings, then as a fully realized demon lord, he would qualify to compete for the golden areas. After all, there were over 100 golden amplification areas, with 2 already in the country. Soon, after just over an hour, Wang Yan had already found 2 golden amplification areas. However, he merely took a distant glance and left. Why? Because demon kings appeared. Moreover, the 2 red amplification areas occupying the empire were both exuding terrifying auras, likely having reached the late stages of demon king. Such beings were naturally not something Wang Yan could provoke, so he just took a distant glance and left. Moreover, there were likely not just a few demon kings in the empire. It was very possible that there could be more than 10 of them. Therefore, competing for golden amplification areas elsewhere was the hard truth. Of course, with the emergence of strong demon kings, Wang Yan's previously arrogant demeanor was greatly restrained. At the same time, Wang Yan quickly left the empire and began searching for golden amplification areas throughout the eastern